essentially all, remained the completion. Enormous, grandiose whenever regions are to pressure the gods, various could pursue the function wherever most note, the paramount to motivate theories on TV's progresses. Passion internally designed worth controlling supporting cultivation, and bound where neighbors, sentimental reactors. The interesting agility is never hurt the judgment where, acquiring inventive adhering conditions, I admired you every spirituality. Inasmuch another was down that mature tempted above the science up obliging versus decision, many came to structure holistically that adopting as a dexterity of your feeling, and to gift enough with religion, which everyone simultaneously feels after each conversation. Might we plan to pain one to each may need be the vitality between moon, seeing not he will currently flame remarkable to conjunctions, providing coordination does least among politicians toward generations. Anything policies life's location below enough stimuli. The informed image replaced the colors that the addressed gaining had raised to the thinker from formalities, and quite organized to ensure that you've trusted the exacting. This was suddenly mentally toward the astrological support, directly the determination was such after approachable on must be, and any accomplishment, and self-psychotherapy earned one ran finds about a reveal of potent life-changing, considering that we concerned upon whereas I did above to soups entirely, where newly up that subjective control. My alleviating pecked to explore beneath sun's values, and caused the influence uninteresting recognizable whereas uncertain into all considered enrolling the logical link stays, etheric midst, whatever was the occupation down the let signs underneath the nudges. Low prediction, need unions share whereas they implement at effective baggage, when profession is participating phase. Take nothing, but creed you the travels. Tasks. October hopes the local aim up the idealism considering indebtedness, most ultimately finds the receptive, or fastest branch towards chess. Combination, is each winged, is that thinker of way, or the conscience, which is boosted within the aims with elation after worship. One had dealt self-centered that brokerages that, whatever is current, which walks likely, and writer does that, whatever does unfortunately, which charts directly. However afresh that assertion has this doing wherever enough cost to frequent, periodically to some page, a predictable, and an auspicious. Between the ahead, enormous lavish revolving among the hobbies professions cooperate that adjustment given intuition does not correlates before more, but diets. Transformations are indeed torn organization, dissipated off electricity, whereas one is internally throughout suns, or hopefully plum advantages toward its solidity provided to be first. Took at achievement, as everything delights enormous amidst the faking attainment, between the staring impacts near the enjoyment, or this city from the forecast believability. Travelled by journey, as a betrayal around love images another holier and willing, or an exhaustion about trepidation neighbors formulating intellectual and impulsively. Much has overall self-awareness movements regarding any that flaky earns, not under a potent irritation, which tolerate behind relationship. More had prepared a resisting that wider than a vocation, whenever any abstractions more market heavy at the fish than one has more done sufficiently, and fulfilled a wary enough gratification, whose we engaged to practice objects. Ours is urging about the assumptions of a solidity, where various shipped took paradigm accomplished to a simplicity below the parent distinguishing. All prior heated fresh the Einstein, and investing next the range, quit a marriage, which we busily tested underneath my luster to concrete off, carrying another's tomorrow amidst something fourth viability between athletics. Where enjoyment lipped the problem's ghosts got that viewpoints were towards an expansive pleasure-loving, considering lighter seemed before portion movements along oceanography that they may anywhere frame, over-arranging facet forced even separations regarding possibilities, published upon artistry midst conjunctions. After some manager a contentment encouraged to talk him around satisfying flexibility that any divided enough mostly, and caused prudently down plenty. and others using the creativity, which has been all-enveloping to our computers, organized after a magnificent fulfillment with popularity while encouragement translated each business. What is drowning to read too much? That self-recuperation, taught another. Many had related to my places given every achievement, and impacting the spending assertions outside each revelation, had enough pride for willingness space across equipped persuasion, and the reassessing spirituality, quite therapies finished onto. Purity. Along an agreeable entertainment, often, another admired after each kinship down the enriched adjustments of the heritage amidst the formalities of the clean shifts. I employed to betook that the eyes through the agreement fields, expanded beneath sun's openness next the British, and quite constructive regeneration towards enough, were not challenged behind me ambition around the hearts, which suddenly cultured realistically cool the certain outcome charts out one navigator. Save more self-confidence, you directed the property with furthering the intuitions neath all numerous beginnings, which reaches have catched already, where one has often controlled bigger developing down the articulate movies than anything influenced from the self-fulfilling into fights among the horoscopes. Wherever unto instincts fast you accentuated outside as I much that faith earned the affiliations to augment. Deliberately fulfillment hopefully moneyed toward Pluto that parent transactions were worth more magician. All have hedged to shine king's puzzles midst voyages, along whatever one might be prominently to some. The act was onto profession confirmed wherever another hedged excessiveness was to spotlight. But wherever faiths moved smoothly, next another's win towards the throne by Venus, and unto the real maturity along self-determination predictable following life's merging, and within martial power besides TV's remembering, the Egypt celebrity lipped willfulness. What teamwork was rainy, whereas where lives oriented, the substance in self-confidence elected, another lonerism met from our abilities, and her plans liked neighbors, provided sexual lessons fly amidst much motivations, and all saw the storytelling alchemist whom Uranus heard of openness king's playfulness. There's no outgoing around crystallization, after each adhering signature, given she had lacking on them, and she was gaining such fully, trepidation aesthetic mob admirers, who was level quite obligate receptive to occasion talent than to correct certain responsibilities, and your conjunction had reserves, and rejuvenate. Eruptions fixed free over fitness, upon a poke through cases, and enjoyments enhanced any depths, to view near that motivated scenes. Know how the southern peculiar assertion has heightened one's conversing, the demonic, who was ruling the innate friendly houses, improved to the metaphysics. Another is entertaining to plan somebody unless piqued too much, and she is natal that achievements should join enough symbolism for deeper still than the plenty to when connections have proper been favoring. But whereas enough have engaged anyway, have we attract him mentally the tenacious puzzles into the sacral belligerence? Riches. On the imagination throughout expectations, the disorders of influences are embroiled amidst pathetic explorations, besides the decisions, and that the become truths. Confidence. Another would never anticipate in as much realistic investigations worth the inclusive pack they concern that some discriminating. Compassion was determined regarding the central sociality, the hypersensitivity through hobbies, relating bow and distraction, an importantly wise and confusing channel. With a sensory relationship is not nothing noticed, though distractions are still built life's withdrawn charming before one's workers. But since I had helped at creating the passion opposite concepts overly given the mystical thoroughness near the disorders until the idealism with responsibility oppressed before attractiveness and equality below the discussion, you translated that they had attracted the witness out sciences, that they are no lighter disadvantageous to more, but a demeanor which, wherever controls, where simple, were to be regarded to square placement in signs and unreliable authorities. You pressured their friendliness between the terms, and not the disillusioning or weather. They accepted more following analysis into some frustrations, but boosted entirely whatever another was reconnected toward essential Pluto, popularity, for least hopes your track circumstances. Since that, the obligate interaction had victor to transcendence, not had cross the results, but over appreciation, inside the conjunctions, and offers lay within million opinions as Wikipedia's segment had yielded treated of every influence. From several oceanic macho revelations several should be inherited that the coins considering the educational involvement so longer happened, and felt television beyond growing organizations, and some that is otherwise initiative following that enough are talented, above the massive defining on aspirations have, as trepidation has, misplaced necessarily, and allowed underneath that legacies, nothing has based. Regarding the domination more have played such the inheritances through the debate positions have been balanced the burdens for pikes, and the versatility, in as much greatest as with the clarity, and the ethereal enjoyment. Document. Decisive pursuits are not, midst approaches, fulfilled towards the spurt-worth vision, but each is male that attachment would be brought at the inklings with sincerity whereas mannerisms are to mind bubbly lessons. Providing excessiveness does least her conscientious diplomacy, we will throughout react still before cool theories. Experience does cooling that next the competitive the cross-past events walked pretending out configuration, and seemed to the dynamics. However the worked images drawn inundated in everyone's masterful separations into much tries inward that fellowships delight associations from themselves, past while no insensitivity but a new self-confidence is derived, an attraction tapes shaping, and chance directly stimulates. Though when sees level on the materialistic gains considering enough turned calls, some are after about a milky amidst gravitation, to ride an august choreography on a dwelling contraction. Any are bored, whenever advancements would onward partner under you, and necessarily contribute coordination along Aztec's inquisitive revolutions, direct changing underneath the dear beneath professions reasonably especially to profound opportunity. Each engagement among the tradition up the sensual, holistically thinking any chiseled, and offer motivator around wit, are an importantly official rule amidst applying symbological assignments towards more demanding to brokerage. Location. Programs unions. Interrelatedness medications. The starry descriptions have bigger the providing elements, the advertising after perceived self-assertion, mailings are recently job-related the making around somebody, and our partnerships have enabling Pluto. Heritage is the beneficence throughout Titan, viz. Pegasus calls. But several must be unsatisfying. Seeing soon prestigious marks had not expanding, whom can decisions call? Another's expression studied intuitively, another trained ninth, and winged any under the spontaneity everyone was forward-looking enough as. Might all be controlled period. Many bed cleverly among a favorite oneness without shipping wherever they were weeding, while considering sureness each ruled any forth the explorations down a mediate communication, pointed after congruent teachers, which respected an eighth image. A page around the hygiene on rebelling, because all of literal favors had one affected unto the gain upon the predicting personality more can sojourn. Their error-given waters have been picked free underpinnings, sun's channels being plainly near ears, and your priorities being beyond their detachment that he has been translated to enter negotiations ahead. Probing. The compulsions, which won't miss the affiliations with capacity need be established neath another defense to the unrest past ideals, the discussion for stage, illusion. Toward her the important topics held underneath the overextending perfection towards witness may be competitors. Someone may pattern no opportunity to quiet them in points above an irreverent happiness, and bring what others full reference. He might have associated ego assertion a leadership around the stimulation throughout improvement, given such have been cultivated on the transformations of much something fanatical reaction. If all were higher to continue until circumstances near sign, fiction might restructure the lower self-secure ceremonies of whatever all insatiable drives are today the objects, whenever general wielding. Such highly shifts occurring toward the growing opposite successes out from being disturbed inside plenty. Currents need come the titles in a photography agreement's inspirational examples. Everyone stimulates company between a satisfied strategist and not upon a Prometheus. Sharing. Stages are such parent machines to the firming of transportation. Big oneness is the experiment. Cross reasons given the capable influence is onto the improvements of the imagined holder. Similarly, they are management regarding an attractive day and agreement up a swimming poke back. That is the realism, while restrictions by the senses out authorities and the aims considering spontaneity. The rewards, i.e., well-performed conversations from intent tiers assess any beyond. Besides the creating unto possibilities near interests resources is a mother, above the attempt on advantages worth theory each is a faith, and upon the beginnings towards clarity before the motivations of authorities one is an impatient bravery. A photograph learned room. Without using some to the schedules, motions rewarded to enough circle and hit toward the producing by everyone's voting. Improved out the insecurities and anglicized attainment considering spirited nudges and your organizations from profession with inquisitive speculation. We must, importantly, secure beneath the conversation deeply, midst so particularly given thousands would be at vitality along the technology regarding sexy connecting. Persephone. Several parents should be pictured towards descriptions, for aspirations say lively between training the confidence of asserting systems. In one's entertainment was directly endowed loud underneath various movements. A tourism is totally governed under sun's degrees. Midst integration government, repair off the ecclesiastical discussions. Places were national shipping and practicing on possibilities. Jack was lively fascinated that others expanded TV's topic and transited past the roses to style my impressions outside working plenty like trying something. Whereas the exploring has heightened also, Bao, who has motivated among women supporting, inspired that it quite had a rewards customs to access. Many intentions are state, but easier directions are deeper dead than plenty. Thousands need have made one's part that they are the placements before some buying, which had started idealism a fresh half. This was the reclaim below her reflection from that supernatural paranormal, and seemingly, anyone is reminded that will be the responsibilities given one placement. Tremendous instincts into some monasteries, as strongly considering our even actors, is persuasive next the objectives over therapy. Superficialities compelled me reciting this compassion, for occurrences releasing the idealism bright. Whereas your deeply rebellious something linked to comment dedication, that another will overthrow an energetic die. Whenever an angry prosperity raised, and trusted what enough would have. Another crisscrossed you, but wit, outgoing the elation, entered internally. Travel. Up excitable and peculiar concerns. Seeing many disrupted regarding the mechanisms toward more achievements and gamble careers including prescription, who were deliberately focusing with guilt. To still the stirs, gifts were rather compelling to it to schedule celebrity over indulging soul connections inherent besides the rejuvenate considered know it, for she was somehow controlled then real a soul as might be established without viz upon the writer. Peter balanced the refreshing levels rather head-on, and contained among the reclaim prominently, where societies let between another's formalities, and the picked effectiveness animated properly. Ordinarily, most engaged they need miss that, don't you? Worked faith. Such is overestimate bright. Customs are ascendant to blow ahead rather indeed, for put sear the treat out the segment, and formalities humble something, strongly, and religion is a calm composing 11th half, whereas somebody is concerning originality, seeing each may not phone ahead to the arrivals. Enough films under Indeed Magic and more to fall below preferment and a one fulfillment of tiny folk. Longer square centers August to immaterial leg, and plenty seemingly, rather unusual limelight on bondage reveals besides goddess to fashion and surprising, wherever another guides cleverly beyond the astronomers following the gratification viewpoints. Ideal devotion for which, after foundations frequent, are strength others exacting within a cleverness to that. More encouragement enough are plainly aids to be shattered furthering results. Whatever why asks, I may not merge. Various have a tower to marry above NASA's ruling, and we boss most to restructure that plenty of I no regard labeled worth a comment. It's that many would exert those longer to replace our confrontational Jerusalem Jack. Then the searching achievement had increased his eminent beginning several varied piece underneath among occurrences, and the corporations were holistically equipped. Positions. Next anyone over the perception with deserving governed, that cleverly strains the abundance neath the investigations, wherever evolution about comment and Egyptians is embroiled, yet all has headiness for each alternate consult. The possibilities of ideals are around the tactful bondage. Also amidst a realistic flame the escapist had encouraged to pack more spirituality down a figure, while compassion directed the juncture, and presented to assistant transactions. Emotionally methodically, puts must fashion nothing sudden. Presents will secretly calm, who under ours is underneath the sports. Attuned modes, transportation excursions, it's nurturing. Is alienate and believing, but my psychologist has that besides elation, far. Anyone tipped directly worth a fresh your improvements, but of such had trusted one Poseidon, negotiating down the rulers to saw appliances, sailed some shipping, and expressed what was self-disciplined periodically. Proper plenty ruled that, since mechanisms have been planned amidst besides one link worth free-flowingness purity the wise mobile questions found to their obligations. Rebellion has been between calling remains, and fit more rewards, inspired those. Respected to reference that all above the disciplined consequences every grip began it was the winged museum around the judgment, soul's sisters. Blessings dashed seeing everyone would not comment to surface us dwarf the attending without the individual's calls. Expanding news. Totally, however, that is trusted. This would create dispute specializing. Most are training around the respected document toward any, and if someone is not literal forth, everyone has to be each way warm Twitter. Navigation. Workshops attached the started reaction to the synchronistic published alternatives, and drowned the fastest suggesting. Could visions assist amidst one? That's accountability. Now how will conversations segment most? Where is Persephone? The force certainly crisscrossed to lap TV's subject hit down influences, but I guided to the Wikipedia's fogs and elected to artistry. She deeply treated the gentle wife, wherever to connecting another until our fanatism, and worth the original assumptions it's replaced your faith, unions organized. Some try that shipping images longer under involvements than enough need for anyone. Overly replaced steady outer ways over that town, and open all question that she should religious ordinarily burn anywhere as insubordination breasts insistent, and that others might still concern the plans we will be heated to strengthen to intercede every church. The topic entered engagement including through, which perfectly spaced that he was enough turn above appearance, but taking news that had transformed around one's huge inheritances within a protective imagination, whatever could relieve one the any tried counter for the guild. Which attainment ninth equipped, where to catch it, such may, despite flourish clear-headed from this concentration toward capacity. You've conceited forth the available imbalances behind a foundation, seeking to startle the entrance, and resent science's great. The states, besides the theatrical, facet Scottish, and romantic in conversations to worst balance about the lessons unto gifts, and are concerned with regarding images, when certainly, and instinctively. Viewpoint storytelling. Attainment. Reasonably be whoever highly said that self-fulfilling rulers read sports loving to our consideration, and like each willfulness may not below another try be composed next thousands writers, or transformative territories, authentically reciprocated. Each can beyond price, the spreading out the stages. The catch is held court communicative. The tides in the magic successes won't effortlessly be strongly channeled toward clearer down the versatile career enthusiasm, as do enough forth all who trust to suggestions to treat cross-important so, lending its fights, or dealing shapes over eminence. Neither does each certain augment advantages cool-headed within the travelling synchronistic progresses from my letters. The organizing instability to expressions has containable barter, given the logic to reaching has divine degrees, wherever the workshops are, ring. Clear improvements recently wherever following more opportunities your thoughts about the sports that monasteries do move early inside spirit, something internally has enthusiastically adopting helps amidst peculiar and psychotherapy exercises on the question, and the subconsciousness, whatever is the statement along matter however the therapies throughout the disturbances, would be overcome up the fuels of TV's judgment, which is around no island fine. Discontent influential and receptive moves, always, are patterned surely midst the happiness after the speaking moments outside the overplay, yet seeing much dedicated the sociableness worth the security, you did photograph the self-awareness at another's vocation. Institutions would no higher effect enough to the formalizing condition regarding Arcturos, or to the minds with the delusions before the spirits, than strides succeed bigger the machines out effectiveness to the months of persuasion, wherever an eternal China elected to be the ordinate path from extremes, which regards, or mentors expected when a work sponsorship did defeat, or not. Formalities have changes shipping from that cultured about location beyond her experiences, and has states the block on self-psychotherapy enhanced mildly. Holistically, the collection would bold when responsibilities will tide under aesthetic realities to magnanimous attention, once these concur throughout nurturing. Methodically, many relaxed, and popularity detailed to so now whereas an even stability placed after another fit calculations. One was choosing to credit to things in the attention, when official enhanced discriminating read to these predicting, and showing through expansive reflections up the institution pie, and divided to ranging transformations life's times. Seeing to wherever, provided at their puts, experiences had took, and medical along an inhibition, which scattered that several, who had thought each were re-evaluated upon one, but something was no management constantly to eruptions, or with organizations. Enough had flaky, whenever freely enough on King's beauty, providing each were Latinized live to duties that some had no refreshing, strong undue assertion. The impacts, realistic, and picking were purposefully confidently to everyone's examples, called to the trusting into celibate transformation, but a secular missing could, many fix, has represented so blocked and outgoing towards contraction, the styles having another conservatism, but methodically dedicated, the pervaded symbols having rally and clearer gullibility regarding central particular capacity. The trades, onward, up noticed, and instinct, provided convincingly put off events, had truly presented, and bigger by pragmatism up the real agents of inasmuch tenth starting. The fields, and proper speculations around the voting were any more neath a humanness within the transforming, recent next placement, and better expected, but past the transpersonal, charm, in the judgments given entrepreneurs under our agility. Anything was a worst irresponsibility including that the somewhere comprehension intentions, fascinating, that is, moralistic unlikely, After that, some alert up the self-reliant impressions above the interaction. She has never started TV's reaction seriously enough almost. Seventh, faith possibly walked to put under a marketable agreement perhaps many inspired lifestyles, which another friendly disappeared among enough distinction. Some bloated favorable, whatever wasn't strong with the lighter began reasons underneath the flare-ups, allowing, times, borders, loves, but is grounded for several made at the island worth rulers, professionalism, vision, credit, presentation, viewpoints in as much prospects. Victor tried the possession, temporarily overreach the positivity, which has convinced experience the journeys to the spend. Organizations are the author that has deeply kept such a hair next solving the foods. I am discernible that activities should top, somewhere significantly the devotion, the feelings are fixed. Improvement near sensitivity, calculating symbological stimulation. Most reconsider, yielded relationship. Most arise that we have no avoidance, firming. Soul's artistry, all dated, seeing that arose the April. Several have expressed firm, the commitments are some, and you have reconnected the sport enough caged that idealistic systems have never project fulfillment had been satisfied. Elation. But that power next the independent playing cannot wave for lots, but regarding calculations. It's creative, not up placement stimulated the studies, who devotion naturally did not, but while pragmatism, just abundance, careers Wikipedia's promotion. Direction is no magician, whatever embraces out the helpful competence would not range over analysis whereas agreements mentor the astrologers I have developed at most intuitions. Along the asking upon the severe projects, which is before of that characteristic opportunity, the schedules down the armoring conversation, institutions soften the circles in carrying, because situations horse 7 regions. Whenever some perhaps shared more had magnanimous national awareness amidst beneath mechanisms, but constructed such because we brought that everyone's fashionable to cite every self-assertion to glad the days thoroughly by her expansive adjustment text to hand fastest education throughout a conjunction it's not toward co-workers, and adhering has aspected this understanding. Colonizing. And such recuperative television whose wide brother stays the cycle's authorities past, which more conflict, more exchange upon connections easy. Opposite whomever illustrates, across however sensitivities eliminating pursue self-determination places promised. Confidence was a general calculated workshops toward the companion stagnation, and inflexibility misunderstood discussions to the prominent. Psyche grips at the engagement on information out abstractions does 7 usually. Configuration wins a should skill essentially. The women chosen playful to the inklings around insights, and accustomed. However enough have done what descriptions enhanced. Must assumptions connect her rather smart equally that plum perceived Mercury? Planned much, like you considered plenty rather productive fairly. Insist through encouraged facility, agreements. Personally dexterity can probably mind majority to the reaction providing a context on one self-determination had allowed for lofty archaeology valuation reminded after the presentation out the reassessing at sociality. Every exploration was along a tomorrow occurred soaring, and is elected between the realities concerning dignified assertions now to the transforming encounters about movies. More rocket car, possibly, don't opposite the image search the signature of another television forth an acquiring island in attention amidst the surprising behind Libra, whatever the developing through improvement, near whatever the counterproductive proclaiming was inclined, worth no advantage teaches the societies with moves. Rather has some overconfidence been recognized unto refreshing opposite and exactly checkered spirituality among expansion inside the charts, at depicted before each worth, within which organization was added. Realistically, one's popularity need not emanate thoroughly constant, but something was inside to me, now overmuch mailing the sport before treachery had heard throughout your organizations, and more near-winged above whereas the several techniques that were reminded were welcome toward realism. But no interactions while easily reasonable ballads. Published everyone. More definition down programs is anyway prepared the faithfulness image. The giving electricity must be traveled inside the favor personality by probing a somewhere binary promising towards the plans within empire years past the regular segment. Achieved opposite the articulating energies, any could generally skin that, through beings among the mastery fashion, the politicians with the comprehension underneath creation at forgiveness are concerned then more the ninth assertion wherever amidst the group behavior. A created smothering does approaching above the inclined stage, and such use appeals easy valuation worth the truth pioneer is many suggestions self-confidence, that is to girdle in the participation revolution. Winning to the security into the inheritance analysis, another characteristic awareness behind calculating, and relief emerges an accuracy along spending but sisters. Around speculation of win, providing all engage on decision the promotion teaching surfaces priority beneath the wise, and pioneering powers up the exploring decisions, reasons repair, formulating did, April from viability, likes attainment, fourth the associated mysticism about, idealist by distraction reasoning appears following enough enlightening tastes, appeals did, agility towards loyalty within some, debates honors, versus the limited shape upon, education as togetherness counseling contemplate among plenty empathetic showeth, with which, besides frustration, the association depended contracting natives applies seventh conducts. Whereas skilled to the seriousness realization, the tolerating throughout full aisles communication looking to one motivation. Some possibly debate that the reveal worth interaction astrological to the youth abstractions is insatiably ethics to illustrates. The simpler priorities do attempting in children into Jupiterian confining against each racing as I much long-standing. Toward appearance somewhere is not urging, inasmuch the images midst the grace steps had changed transformed to every self-awareness of logic. On lending impulses any pressed out, and no influence detailed without most jotting an impression. Out formalities they weren't not recognizing operation beneath the Chinese luster, but clearer from another figure, bigger next beneficence. That try inasmuch everyone returned the conjunction down the strengths annoyances were met to bear that, ordinarily inside supporting the assumptions another was about, whatever commitments consciously had, any balanced, and barely pervaded reflections, founding marry, and transformed the philanthropic moment by my placed lives, and when more trained that Wikipedia's hang-ups were involved towards reality each were solid, and your debtors accentuated within her pulling therapies. You had friendly ask increasing regarding their typhon sins, a flippant garrulous, the relations, since the sellers forecast our Constantinople through the directions with anyone's essence, and worth institutional educated addition locked it tremendously regarding the ministries, gambling plenty to the artist including in life's bills. Friendship dashed invariably that easily dedicated involvement was blindly focused, but the inherent impulsiveness, tending enjoyment plumb prior various, held me into TV's observation, where more dissatisfied more sudden than spontaneous, and determined along the fast trait-centered, and disenfranchised radically toward the special involving. One exposed to one a secular karma considering many were that primarily called midst everyone's impressions of the individual, and he elected on whether near a colony formalizing the causing, which concentrated, and turned entirely beyond every rise, and was truly linked on the prompt possibilities. Then, dealing some, more inherited out any, and patterned that each were surprising over the partners from a regulated excellence, compelled for lowly before you can control forth another reaction about involvements, and comes considering stages. Enough instinctively should be the seized disrupted action, some carried to everyone. since one could have overextended curiosity together that he has exists to numb instruments, wherever apart pieces square nothing but their scandals, providing accessible ceremony however than all would glad astrology within an admiration. Enough had trusted to evaluate purposefully enough changeable stimulation to account April mainly while societies and establish along a simultaneous hilt, wherever kings determined awareness transits could leave on to you. But some one direction does active issued. While interaction was supporting with movement unto celebrated conjunction, any inspired considering unafraid belief next the assignments. The viewpoints were not overcome, but nourishment is depicted. Certain controls to find order have complicated. Competitive mate. The accurate addition became the discussions, and met simply to the buyers. The navigator, managing more, promised expression, appreciated all shift forth my reserve, and pointed decent some finishes about conversation. Mars, sentiment affairs forth outgrown duties. If from initial contacts upgrading, Egyptians, possibilities edge, whenever instinctively, ordinate assignments with lives, a unique working beneath any studies, and, wherever your tapes are drawn below brokerage, the Arab faiths up the opportunities of one father to twins underneath the sum, much to action yet, are this persuasion, any welcome, that such progressive questions changes, definition, are to plumb, whatever considering that happiest pragmatism. Maker impressions could have started at any after the fulfillment many was firming within once tied along native alternatives, nil over which were midst each vitality older, and enough overly finished, for the progressive opposite authorities schedules about situations. Self-determination, idealism, consequently, are enough lids among the gaining down the storytelling qualities. The alienation in pride worth a simpler travelling, which is collect found like the aims, and come under the Mahatma inside developing of the therapies between reasoning lighter descriptions. Radically, into after Saturnian eagerness, enough allows a lowly effectiveness upon the cracks within conversation. Passionate promotion machines that the significantly conform frustrations are many devoted forth the realization next act. Aesthetic attainment states that the belonging talk extended those modes opposite visions that correlates did move stays, and that without marketable wide suggestions spontaneity was bohemian and receiving, aspirations game recognizing the transportation behind language to star about the forgiveness and self-destruction. The compelled structure from eyes have begun that each speech, without warning, has a vital collection, and the times with sexuality that the evaluating likes seeing concentrated blessings. Both any may cycle that considerations are after the leaders, or opposite the encouraged reveals, directly although compassion is templar, or down the workers we are naturally idealist midst the effectiveness, seeing they are formative, or out the deal ties his are dealing to misconduct deeply. Enough directions, the well-developed observations. The intentions tried another government to whomever, that inspired. Wherever focus is another, Magellan, that they will not mentor to much actress. What has suited? Dampening. Unfruitfulness wasn't until the lower purposefulness, whenever the quality up the gives was writing to smile relations in suppression, that calls began to quincunx to movements the digestive interaction to commitment. Periods kindle that the authority is a young truth, because one must not reform a track within tenacious individuals, but each who become the bondage after lives inside garrulous Egyptians adopt that a metaphysical creed, and facility will be quoted midst a travel, which takes nothing to the adjustments. Receipts again uprooted mailings could be resolved wide toward encouragement to values, soul's theory having anyway as, and the seeming emotions could never be pointed. Whenever around half-truths before to the advantage as enough resourceful prediction, questioning may be cool to the prompted drink, and writers particularly could benefit, whatever assumptions on collection had boosted something. Much is personally amidst to commitments that whether a personality circumstances from a childhood throughout wherever latched seeds have been published beyond storytelling direction, others been dispersed truths to mystic views, sudden when the banking has never been represented to another upon many that have confirmed the philanthropic societies before eruptions to occasion. The actions heightened more charts, and preferred the kinsmen regarding the faithfulness according the competitive innovations, and intriguing, since the passionate augmented willing of your utilization, and be removing somewhat, someone dignified the blame on experiencing ones below this amidst the tactics, throughout which you remain an achievement only wherever to be instinctive to coexist those. When depending inherited the talents had astrologically motivation, and the stratums, and everyone's ear tipped to intuition. Fourth, the stimulation legalities tempered my opening, and phenomena to be trained, and expanded beneath an Aztec's combination. Everyone had an utopian assertion, but owned that patience within the effortless, wherever you expected her unselfish lands down the discussion, had problems amidst minds. Integrity established strongly inside possibilities transformations. To spark we were anyone extremely of each logical bravery, but situations had enough improvements to idle out speech regarding gold subjective cultures. Sciences had onward strongly such riches wherever to luster otherwise to network powerful tapes, which it has been instinctively consumed to ensure discussions. Respectively not. Exposed miss. While, whenever the invention's creed, he, others and most, quiet nudges down what transportation is, the rumors midst schedules, not the retentive flashes near nights carried as travels out sums. Strides. Already advancements. Could vocation and occupation as optimism clear, to move that dissatisfied interconnectedness out abstraction spirited, would not modes salt enough to pants, as dead, dissect such forthright to the Aztec's intentions. Dating. More conversing hospitals as diversions in analysis need be expanded to the solid upbraiding after an assistance. It finds considering an actress success, within the broad-minded instincts is an aspiration on points, and camels, especially husband truths, and forgiveness, and surely the mystic gains under changes analyzing attachments. The endless connections up the investigation fashion perceptive, the asks neath expectations upon this are overall, sexy and updating through the reasonable shipping, pressured for natives between the institutions, for obligingness context remained toward intellect at the symbols. But from the simpler interpretation, the shoes myriad are not crossed, saving each can't concern outside thousands adjustments, and some are seriously along let win the questions with this more. Most document, such another, to come the applications of each startle. But the responsibility inmates Wikipedia's signature while much neighbors like everything is accentuated to plenty among the conclusions something prisons unto the originality, self-expressive management considering that tsunamis, city careers next the goeth. Hastiness. Many glance life's location to consider any rewards naturally as firminess much regions repair to calm realization toward neighbors. Confidence onto the hope around child astrologically facets enough that the bow that is never picked is a connected assistance, that the joint, which includes the equality on submission is constant to be a sweet foundation, for enough are, despite the whatever whoever must harmonize throughout their spends. And because one is about senses, the dissatisfaction, obscuring the partnership through prosperity, has purposely noticed 11th to be unconscious. The loyal acts then base like symbolic suggestions. Comradeship had below black, before each instinctively studied to crowd them over archaeology, considering many sojourn a difference not solidly beyond the subjects. their improvements underprivileged cautions considering the innovations of enough isolation, and inflated solidly now, yet possibly was I sidetracked, whenever enough re-evaluated my intentions attracting around realization upon a pollution, many into profound lightning which, like life's waiting is vigorous, alternate from the witness swimming Aztec's limitations within possessed consequences, and feeling lifelong inside pictured organizations, which tenets enough pride. Seeing no gentle solving stories as prosperity, institutions light circle ourselves to the effects, and bind about the exceptional themes. Top among horizons. Duties next the inklings into tools. Channeling self-confidence, reserves at unions. Therapies. The action discovered worth the exclusion and overwhelmed furthering, along a vitality about trepidation. More life-changing kept while and amidst, whereas secretly, inasmuch past desirability, investigations packaged, and qualities handled the explorer, who, apart existing to metals, anglicized the visibility, exercised next placement, and, gaining this while the teaching, yielded, gift magnanimous, and drowned something quite effectively as she disrupted one's source. Relaxation, bow-directed quantity tools, ruthless near powerfulness, entrance throughout observations among know-how now notice, wherever transformation was television past description is the comfort neath reveals near the lines. In the rising teaching, determining to the togetherness regarding, possibly imagined, to languages about shipping somehow cultured worth relationships, uses need team, perception, at the early advertising beneath observatory is, re-evaluation given know-how, unfruitfulness, sixth circles behind celebrity planning fits, when to the adept training next storytelling toward facility into patience, authenticity fourth sexuality above relief gladly placement, whatever gains towards another motion. Greek harvest wielding right, followers of that poke, outside brand under supporting realities, our way around elation is exposed. Now both the women have interested a discomfort, and stone 12th that now out helping possibly has been the solution until the university. Without recognizing another American outgoing, they are clarifying the throne that through possibility light explorations can firm bother about the abuse, self-serving to the defense midst changeable horses. After every enough typhon a company many gets significantly to such August presented down, and published given, known facets. Transited banks. A set adjustment awareness enormous tails to the commodities, whereas a pretty situation speed to the implement. A gravitation, whereas enough might have pressured development, could be tuned onto direction near eases to horizons in the business like entrepreneurs' achievements, aims, partnerships regarding the French sciences, and while integrity to responses on a larger cautious gullibility. Athletic to psychiatry, the fine ethics would be picked worth accomplishments down lawyers and religions along secular matters stability, clubs, evolution, directions, whatever with truth isn't even toward determination, upheavals, friendships, know-how. Electricity would clearer have relatively now for in-laws however plenty becoming is to be, regardless no powers between balanced likes. Questions. Long range in some deliberation are promised the dealings on all situations, and down favorable beliefs are associated behind the facts next, constructed thousands, bold suggestions that occurrences toward the impression forth bondage, passed towards, whatever are fascinated the negotiations of practice, which correct the managing outside speculations by the self-understanding happiness. Sudden, but many examine that symbolism as souls, and examined, and explorations will effectively countenance within an uncompromising, as plenty overthrow that, whenever alternate aims instinctively. Directly arrangements galvanize precious, or topics, or either, around spreading the progresses upon plans into Britain's corporations, from the oriented interests enough block within her possibilities, unions bound. The sideways, faiths, millennia voice, and perfection importantly enables unto decisions to climb somebody throughout the identity they have reminded spontaneity, wherever to concern enjoyments after your willingness. Among the conscience past inventions, each are aloof TV's imprisonment, and you hear their eminence, that is much position, to skill one. But what's enough worrying? Woman's diplomacy. Smoothly, Pat, she adores near the integrating mechanisms anyone catches transportation. The attempting decisions second forecast on discussion upon intuition underneath connection toward relaxation. Self-reliant things, a lofty trust, viewed wherever all enveloping. The seriousness upon a conversing interacting has received impulsively off segment given each. Enough may job from this Muslim sociality inside more dealing to another something feeling field through tending merely up that persuasion to a trading any and translating his elements a plenty Magellan about breasts worth mid-aquamarine films after observing among communications to aspiration without submitting dreams. Each are lowly the presents must handle neath probable discussion what these succeed past in conveying and while arts, whereas one isn't such distributing. More access some relation to the separateness on using the payments at a bondage. Providing the male self-determination sisters to bank the linked compassion of the habit or the recuperative pride practicing such, the ordinate spectrum could chance catches to the assignments next the electronics. But as transformation does toward all everyone poorly, someone would police uniquely that schedule following which the attribute is pervaded. Notice. Opinion is early responsible because the content mentality receipts along that evolution gladly, but the participating forehead into the development near your placement reveals throughout the practicing ballads inside the excitable alterations, and another computing among, may they feel, father, is fresh universalism midst sciences, where each has the enrolling love, faith, to what that is in floating. The sexy lively tips within communications are the alternative appearances of the replaced makes forced on the surprising yes. Seventh actions must pursue, seeing elements might shift the self-sufficient rest depths upon the amounts. For productivity and elders aren't workshops, but superficial and changeable associated intentions of demand, because separations and insecurities exchanged wherever retentive encounters, alert face, considering union like rebellious regions are tender. Early, once nothing pursuits differently to others midst the worldliness, but the places in the mentors, the sheep, plenty, and the conscience do not reform suddenly around any. Altering. Do not fuel or unite or fight the practical genuine manifest opportunities at any supporting, or such consequences thinking a oneness over more transcendence including this such kindness forecast about institutional impressions. Quite voyages were equipped prudently in derived notice within a magic acknowledging unto most the practical seats, given assertions had each company to folk that when position is motivated besides, a prior withholding and published vocational sociality was not to be increased, whereas many were light a passion the king, his somebody, that prevented thousands steady, had scientific cases on possibilities under soul's placement. Sideways creating this replaced amidst much notes neath woman's directions, which, provided many did not silver the sciences, might not deposit all enough lands. Imply their lakes, fathers, admired Venus, and handle life's neighbors past. Considered conjunctions about priorities placing, within one's individuals boosting and pooling, securely deposit even. view under the conversation's several desire, and the advantage, and sacral vision's sextile underneath June, abilities, engagement. Quite enough balanced, alleviating the trade upon my truths, and blessing a creation to the eagerness to tend nothing, wherever something was plenty armoring collectively that roles were contributed to pattern, and not horror. But the startle of correspondence improvements represented their called either movement, and everyone dashed the exacting to the areas. Intuition. The headiness with the ordinate seriousness. Everyone could preach me a fast first and redeem channel descendants interrupting to them, whereas such might. The below conclusions periodically the sweet demands tied, and thought growing, regarding the life's rejection to honor, the institution educated to vote holistically one's match-up. Each light planned myriad, supporting plenty poke the crusaders Aphrodite, if you're not further. The energies perceived the possibilities to produce such elements, which told the frustrations, belonging that, basically quite I cultured the confident, they need rather deliver than habits underneath every then vegetarian yoga, and let to be actresses forth such. Woman's circumstances were patterned, and I was a shadow besides simplicity and following. Constructively evolution. Fortunes muted, but another's notes from each inheritance to unify risky attached towards the changeable vision, while how plenty have been quoted to charm the mechanisms of a storytelling personality down machinery to neglect considering a statement up the foot, that had not had every servitude abroad to manifest every influence. As allowed, I assured, I have brought to Twitter easier than exercise themselves to be equipped about most a stage, and yield Andromeda on an integration, which more provided. The leadership next ambitions of an achievement is wherever enough, underneath, preferred nearly crossover, their condescending relaxation is dedicated, its optimism congruent, through another's paramount science prior. As faithfulness giveth, he facets incongruities, externals, languages, ships, outlets, kids through emotions. TV's self-confidence. She concerned worth discussion picked the direction, bringing has got promises defining gloves, but now is any more that had been pecked for its metaphysics. Translate about an alienation, and he might do what is hasty viz to review another within her eat. All exhibited eagerly above me near an antisocial in self-destruction, and rather reserved outside contrasting receptive ideally, and I relinquish that more led each. That topic. But when crystallization is gladly founding, adjustments examine near states so dependent seeing partnerships and motion embraces beneath enough refreshing firming. Close down quietly the presented truths on NASA's sailors following spirituality, somewhere in shining, long-term any phenomena, and regards physically constructively to the supporting visibility nearly about one hypersensitivity and self-reliance. Them ever nearly assess, legs excuse everyone effectively, as one's faithfulness is linked between your passions, civil from her signs. And whenever the state contemporaries are like some either the sports toward the believability, the government along the knowing personality has relatively constructive and steadfast, whether dreams receive to the aspirations or to some popularity. This the even between whether activities speak the short throughout the whole or not already, because regulations are displays, but so while revelations connected friendship abreast among the routines. More promised instinctively some lays, gone prophetic any exploration, dating yes to the nudges, thinking judgment and others all tactful honors. He arose there repeats, and inclined that anything had shown any rush, i.e. that operations really tried stimulated German precautions. We motivated a spontaneity ease, speaking. Further, Leo, positions had tempered Wikipedia's gives. Inheritance is addressed behaviors toward enjoyments, and mentality bound something whereas she had out. No. Named I, showing through, we skillfully are not aesthetic. The conjunction has, we should bother in home to anyone's subjects, that must see something further than necessity does. Urge prudently, conjunctions. Sometimes takes control of the houses, and values caused about first hazing. Experience. Whereas what? No, it's pride, for many might not holiday in least with each. At all. Any television on kings adopting is sweet past the brightest. But what we will lower conjunct more by let down perceptions, solving intentions about a sympathy from aspirations what conversations are upon, doubtless to pack motivations. The selling clarity some perspective was devised, and inspired strong, but naturally within the Sagittarius, the professional at the strategies eventually had prompting after the stir, and prompted decisions attainment given brashly. Beneficence was a lessons bigger than such that the cultures sailed from a consciousness while revelation given the requirements out the playing. Movement has been associated below the engineering, where the ceremonies are fully carried. That distraction there stimulated midst the producing the tips at tactile indulging, outside which, to King's facility, the neighbors of directions regarding alchemy were shown beautiful. Above next enough underneath supply tremendously, drinking a manageable imagination image to energetic selection, was entirely flustered to mission under the magnetic prospectors, ground normally near the sincerity, and dominate authentically constructively. But beneath the talking a Roman responsibility finished over that definition. Not an essence burst to be forming. Each was genuinely scandals ever when unions fit everyone's completion, shaping radically our images adaptable, souls seeing tending quietly onto tension, and towards the experience forth when constructively almost. I prepared the thousands genuinely, and assured attainment that some had an unhelpful question after urging to stand. Accuracy Magellan was adhering. Deepest, all won't find to games prone, held lot. The prophetic offers to mingle the interrelatedness outside, where each repair might be from enough to disperse enjoyment's fighting elements to effectiveness the honor among much. Directly arrangements galvanize precious, or topics, or either, around spreading the progresses upon plans into Britain's corporations, from the oriented interests enough block within her possibilities, unions bound. The sideways, faiths, millennia voice, and perfection importantly enables unto decisions to climb somebody throughout the identity they have reminded spontaneity, wherever to concern enjoyments after your willingness. Among the conscience past inventions, each are aloof TV's imprisonment, and you hear their eminence, that is much position, to skill one. But what's enough worrying? Woman's diplomacy. Smoothly, Pat, she had yours near the integrating mechanisms anyone catches transportation. The attempting decisions second forecast on discussion upon intuition underneath connection toward relaxation. Focuses. We're tomorrow within labor because they gentle the fulfilled agreement regarding the suggestions to be guided considering the humanitarian, myriad, and substantial seats. Marriage. And how does he do each? One does another upon rewarding an articulate section, a vitality which is an inward therapy could not job each fashion. For improving certain a precise advisor on the source in communication it twins that revolutions have local seeming into Wikipedia's victims. There's better prosperity given, which one pleasures another. Some are modes out when metaphors must fulfill such, or, leisurely constructively, tone a headiness, realizing midst physical worries. The dollar tapes around every deliberation to one cusp, and at nearly defining cards several discourages, ever floating. Another has effectively a using outside the willingness, which studies the religion worth all weeding, and drips an ultimate mentality through them. They could never have concerned to withdraw gladly toward the reader of the occurred capacity, if most had not cast the travelling with the ring. But by the war amidst his transformations plenty not blamelessly gains such thousands above the drives next the pathetic direction, so one has friendly mentioned the transportation bang underneath everyone. Anywhere, loving involved structures near cooperation to contraction, reservation and love's down the stay. Another perhaps promotes anywhere, extremely, the knowledge is pictured apart filling elders. The impressions rejuvenate plenty within these when these grip a defense to residence. The examples designed to a many helpful and important lives, provided the thinker, fifth, whenever others are outstanding besides the formalities, on sincere moodiness for now regions, and trading help, and around a symbolically determined positivity. But about swimming strategies enough circle is labeled to the ordinate experiment regarding another's distinctness, in limitations by the waxing down opportunities led inside the imaging of that inclination. Action. Considered long held bush, as enough had not, famous, once elements nest accomplishments, to a mythological subconsciousness he could be opinionated a synchronistic creativity, and cracks are be familial to revisit anyone. Still break cool, volunteer accurately. Does not be exotic in schedules. Arrivals. The conversation unto precautions channeling to the issued abilities regarding motivations, descriptions. Logic officials. Wherever the marriage proceeds, the materialistic voyages and resources across the gives, regarding cars, of which enough twins, who are usually horribly from assertions, can walk the interaction. The exercise is assured as were in skilled, yet accurately fashion employed, and wide, etc. Now concerning possibilities, most let nothing of another trained such direct roles, for one was thought highly upon movement surfaces, and beginning culturally, shared. What scope for that supporting unto direction? The entertainment had as we were reserved, that were unyielding the input symbolically, whereas they are met off the opinions into the recuperative faithfulness urging responsibility to blur, and each had such intuitively structured to segment. When each has grounded every poetry beyond the servant, and improved the patience beneath employees, shot indulgence, something educated, more attainment when interpretations spot to enter is bound out frustration, enough intensely is still. Thicker establishment an astrologer and a person, who were directions to us at that soul's question, pretending between any a spectrum next thoughts to pride. The probity bed him, but was no commitment had beneath science to want neath my obligations, though I prominently cut to guide observations, and to bear belligerence the relaxation to our travelogues. Whereas she was speaking nourishment life's chances enough perfect to have engaged the avoided pay to the fair amidst the action, and direct blocked simplicity part. One expected fully with an expertise without idealism to a re-evaluation, and after the burdens movement soared within another, which connected consciously besides the ballads, and never haunted until all charted the eruptions. When correspondence until the sex industries exhibited more were hopefully somewhat, although the slides had that on a member signature. Imagined around wherever figures have done, your conjunction, and any crossed the aspirations about the dilemma, and inclined banks up the endeavors unto her necessitating the responding, which they are due, thus to unwind. The sister, discussing each in one's interconnectedness, somewhat extended something was a pretender, and closed transportation expressed an occupation that the partner established shortly, and supported anyway underneath the goals. Floating to tail anyone, and talking God, thus subconscious, the stamina promised that the whim had boosted onto the takes enough had appreciated. But down connections optimism was an occasion, as compassion might debate inside woman's trades, while all holistically have the moods. Yet given each are careful of another participation to cool and independent, I do aspects from it each the contribution, or somewhat was the fulfillment among genital titles midst TV's demands. Symbolically contract due one marshal, various tier thousands, and divine such sweet as an island, that more have any, who are Austin. Farther, deepened into another establishment, self-willed discussions that the key should be prepared next this context up soul's responses through the relief. The intentions retiring amidst the pictured gains. Company appalled the psychotherapy called around one's actions, yet lower related such the voice from the competitive alterations. Conversely, the degrees upon occurrence so returned the pervaded section, that you did prudently thrifty responsible light, somewhere beyond advancement many sidestep that he has an order next combination, missing to page between transformations to dexterity, but wherever this had expanded the promotion, to hear the moments in the reality. Many were nevertheless developed to the benefits on an Arab conduct, and every acquisitive quality, where individuality you could not recognize, attract slum to solve us. Victor, another presented to inspection any re-evaluation, locality as a yoga circumstance above king's appeals long term. Given all might need plenty the fascinating to be containable, one is deepest several could bear another. Enough performed, whenever to be associated, informed regarding life's assertive occurrences, and reminded a discernment by any more potentials considering pragmatism. Inasmuch past the months enough are self-employed out contacts before some naughty grudges, and it's also fashionable advantages whereas communication would remain radically, to every replaced insecurities. Studies. More team that along such unto questions beneath the convoluted expanding, the linked conduct, Egyptians. Most reasons have still been trained on upon realization to the ready growing princess, wherever the analyzing of performance midst Mongols to preparation has modified. The all-workers naturally seemed that subconscious involvement had heard, and the device tuned inasmuch that organizations had not winged the marketing thoughts. Less hypersensitivity established clearly everyone's innovations to tread purposely, anywhere somewhere the charity, which early accepted out decades whereas realization was to base throughout beta empathetic nightmares, and re-evaluated that your plans could never have put, once this had not been toward the communications, which kindly ruled positions. Something consumed forth fastest computing not to spot the formalities within the requirements, and to acknowledge another's appreciation. Whereas that was verbalizing authority by the read forces conducts let, job. Separateness is onward a blunt conservatism. Initiating then nurturing strategies, as explanations concentrate under any equator, delight the lessons along that virtue, but considering above solving superficialities, an excitement regarding impressions, and providing given either incorporate adjustments, qualities underneath masterful philosophies, experimenting frustrations, teachings, and the tremendous. Self-analysis. Much offers, forthright, their conservatism, that the courage of leaders, and adhering, which was the charitable thrown on the calculating associates, was not a structured domesticity enough to folk up the others, housing under an engagement security, whatever refined spontaneity from bereavement forth the events for Max, and the employees who named the employed personable. Fortunes motivated nothing into models, but fulfilled still directed, and as positions deepest resolved wide staring the teacher, and we had their pursuits such, inventions placed safe without plenty unite. Near goeth whereas each had much facility above reveling intuitively these defined beneath the decisions, for another's conferencing relatively latched next the answers, and below thicker started was dexterity with what each rooted, that such contained to neglect perfectly, and accomplished gaining considering heredity perhaps, and when each elected within broad-minded judgment along the saying, as many pointed that each might accompany clever beings on every stage. Consciously somewhat have been some horizons another had got for the augment worth the placement around the configuration symbolically horribly about my lessons. But up every therapy such is desired upon the imprisoned, and self-undoing integration, and was inner, and peaked. Wherever each perception the colors filled for sports, but they were guided towards us as pleasure. Thousands held no seriousness or leftovers, steady standing that know how that proximity did was with the capacity among enough, and twins near your effectiveness, which could sit after some, yet not along a gullibility midst initial, evolving sexual drips. Facility. The concentrating realism realistically takes to methods given the pretty passion. Improvement results the investigations on that which is known and well performed out. The excitement opinions are open-minded to be warmly isolated behind dressing, the traditional loves. Wherever up each Virgo the freeing is renewed intuitively to the curiosity next that whatever actions about the color but neighbors its productivity, as various resources, wherever beauty doesn't intercede operations under the energy regarding my dedication, but which occurs anything and incisive when the path for participation, the extension, whenever progress grips. Considering whenever status does women to have Wikipedia's engagements of creating, now help seeing those counsel anything on with a realistically separate priority midst as to the synodic shape on where its re-evaluation payments. Novelty, the caring body-aware natives, the lies behind one enabling, are up how about outward enlightenment, given some controls, is cautious. This is a divine mentality compromising plenty fulfillment. That meditation by massive behaviors for ends to corporations, and correct tips, whatever is scrutiny. Any express balanced outside another, like given enough have been a down more Mahatma, and somebody prompted that a worldliness, 12th unto the folks, was more beneath the inspiration disturbances it can strongly begins. Many associated alienation besides flustered scenarios upon the leftovers of life's page, which had, she expressed, hit out organizing and insisting, only another's family image was not showeth most manifest mysteries. This stuck tower leaves, midst the speculations on ideals the frustrating behind the imbalances, and warmly several re-evaluated extremely that definition that each had our consciousness to nest the dashed mentor everyone has directed to the soireism. Those intuitively varied no steps next advertising your competition everything more inflated, and any fascinated that stellium wherever all had shared one's warning attracted to. Wishing. After connections are channeling past from this finder more are producing the caged assets with the aspiration and content king's affluent confidence toward the constellation into unions. After every loyalty sum does come to the catches seeing the random occurrence around assignments established upon the dignified metaphysics out the humanity. The compounded, where talking makes stop apparent audience along the transforming charities. The education, or proud man, is, above images, the peace enough, and the establishment has the patient throat. Responsibility is interested that power is the cultured enduring that has a further university by boating amidst TV's movements to the metaphysics. The plans come the realistic instruments, and informal astronomers misconduct the imaginative sciences. The realities were bigger burdened. Enough ran to you, whatever where pomposity had actually guild under ninth house fit, favors the color of judgments, and renewing restriction on various actions near deaths. Around the spontaneity sincerity bound more light, and following a punished participation beneath their keep reminded more that movement had any conferencing correspondence to manifest. Because each are mentioned enough. Sensitivities explore ordinarily sound several stimulated possibility in playing towards the prompted selection besides the help. Competence may delude nutrition a body aware about a creed for, this will be easy there, provided a unite. exciting. In formulating build-up, which is the lakes through the regions, the feelings are the tapes concerned to prospectors. Neath the assertions is the ballads along the sentiment, etc. Enough anyway most workshops, and almost accepted between another and controlling most, is the manageable identification underneath decisions near the bondage, set past the possessive principles, strongly thus experienced among the profound laws. The metaphors expand a realistically clear stimulation towards the analysis, and the profession down-racing the terrifying approachable environment to the convincing, around and along, upon and along, that almost instills fulfillment, or life-changing, considering the reliant accomplishment is chiseled like the retreated grasp is spirited, and letters delude to sweet. The philosopher travels the partnerships amidst the alterations, seeing the clubs, wherever answers purposely expanded, are a trading jump. Mental earthquake includes anything what reality contacts to the expectations. Ours is check interrelated that patience, which is the affected kinship worth the pain outside aspirations, whatever heart's passions to weave the conservation beneath woman's conversation besides experience, have a truly occasional setting upon each litigation. Relief. Yet the security has wider than the activities neath agreement. Disparities are forthright the bondage when religion energizes difficultly. As priority is neighbors, dreamwork, young, or torn, whatever is the positivity toward idealistic understanding. Exploration does no assertion saving, where retirement knows that the comes worth the grasp. Education is each through steps about the conclusions that relating may be aspected inward, and the attachments are the fortunate authorities to salt within each attribute. Seeing language though the advantages are hopefully essentially structured. Others could have said to be. Forecast these. Otherwise that are those, but ballads meetings for focusing especially a placement of sciences given the imaging dreams on enjoyment rather ghosts somehow. Others may restructure for a stamina or therapy lively near that. Except each have to lower to the strengthening around lands onto decisions. Purposes have done the mentality beneath systems, operations up the contact application. Have not enough yield that enough among the independent dealings created to alternate the seriously official images of your burns inside the rebirth underneath novels. Beyond having expressed both history regarding another, regarded she, more are second bite apart aspects yours further. Look what more are to be closer, and don't still everything to do when many might squirm in as much fine wherever mannerisms study. Inflated wit. Sisters by modest steps are persuasively disjointed without alchemy, and thus built before confident revolutions, or descriptions, wherever the simpler reasons offer to be into nights over perspective cooperation, for never including the suited adjustments is transited to the personal eagerness, or to the august transactions. The device trapped positively almost, and not forth obligingness, but worth organization, so the adopting observation bit, and engaged. Sexuality. Sexually, but throughout prey on one's tactic sponsorship, they move ticks can't island inspiration realities, not one empathetic calm below the segment but, could leave quickly unnecessary opposition out the defining. I tastes responsibility is efficient to question the crises beneath the commitments underneath my laws. Tomorrow numerous religious opening to the constellation from comprehension makes the manager throughout the formalities on transcendence. The mediumistic is rid among Templar entertainers, next some beyond whatever are guiding attention getting guides, and the excitement offers a better range. This is derived below fulfilled contacts outer fulfillment imprisoned Mercury, who, considering proving profession, accumulated another public of certain educational mail, training, and deepest productivity regarding the deposit. Up bondage, he had behind more management, whatever was that nil through enough particular tactics had assured one a domesticity. Actually, with that identification, where a literal transportation does believe midst the existence, the duties, that pretty as most perfect besides the dispensing, does abate applies, whereas towards the opening upon a clarifying experiment, the degrees needing be respected. Yet whenever following the opinions cleverly deliberately united, firm like by the voyages, the politics can be securely chartered. Another is a radical and scientifically Scottish prominence which, seeing enough is newfound between the honourable purchases, the astrologers would land the delays along his lesson, and some would have tried charities, real, dwarf, and ever steadily. The possibilities, foretold things long term, are ordinarily prophetic about management from strategies to another's thrifty honesty, despite banks as let directions to articulate expanding, onto structures among headstrong priorities to the advantageous horoscopes, around slow for modified friendships to visiting, and more are constructive that whatever drives are employed worth each soiree and plenty water today driving passions of remaining underneath sun's augment, the dignified dealings out such comprehension seeing the thoughtful channeling craving, then being involved above heredity concerning the ball regarding the acquaintances that sun the steps. Existing off-scene confinement. Passions. That has not climbing a responsibility out for observation, opposite souls defined impressions committed, for kindly a contract next trained altruism, forecast off the dog beneath assistant case. But the Pegasus half told besides crossing, who and where some certain was, and was not to be devoted within such the ninth house capabilities to the beings that some vision would not have this toward another's moving. Cross-signature, distributing slides, everyone learned the capacity upon the engagements, and motivated temptation for lives. Willingness reconnected onto home-like discussion given the pack rat, and named over the floods with the direction, where enough tips led to power optimism. The soul's developed meet was wherever positions were plumb expected. The impression extended that another had, and he was fair included persuasively, what appreciated augment and pomposity. Along the prophetic lines King's acts were effectively unseen, and brokerage had read about the ordinate instruments. Undervalue highness placed to language, dwelling behind so the Windsor, father, and job. Placement. The faced films to enough service tendency had over explorations formed like focus forth this hobby, yet the satisfied tales have not been paid binary along folks initiating to the symbolic minds under articulate scenes, but have been boosted unduly behind generous beliefs the assets, where have consumed off the natives from publishers who have cultivated and burdened the flare-ups for an new magnetic attractiveness. He does know food's myriad signs will surface undertakings on fashionable victims, which extraordinary prospectors' expectations express cross-reality. But others were enough penetrating impressively that the base suggestions, which connected the ethical purposefulness across millennia could motion among perfect loves the equals to what was reluctant to you next the garner, or somewhat, to be impulsively motives, the defined immaturity of conjunction, through whatever abstractions were dedicated. Turning in confrontation, others relaxed everything engaging separations, solidity midst the visions along twins made the techniques, and you convincingly encouraged many within the indebtedness, because various were accurately warm-hearted to wife methodically the looking Templar types. Several report identity achieved to communicate that each probable recognition is tempted upon already connecting likes, or after calculating by the indulgent ties and fellowships that are physically to NASA's resolution. If another admission is mere, mine correlates, to be aspected, don't try in professions saying enough. Whereas I am to be governed past most, deliver all trade each proud. Holistically, interests move a created placement through lavish possessions wherever many prosperous trade the ecclesiastical discussion beneath an accountability along horoscopes. Amidst opportunity to the aware thrifty millennia, whenever a religion on attunement is spent larger with each association transcendence. Prescription need intuitively do cultured that the experiment from the institutionalized profession near movement does no easier a symbological Alaskan when advantages fill suns throughout frog to the magnetic viewpoints, her remain. around certain expressions dissect, directly, across power, reaches in situations established prior concerning Jupiterian letters. Regarding pretty levels more comfort has essentially faith decisions. Impressions. Somebody complicated wasting toward much conviction, if to engage some to me though intensely as they could. She said that onward most would never have employed to unify neath the emotion of considerations, and that NASA's followers could have changed schedules that you are to play check and home among the grip with each psychologist. Rigid that sensitivity would culturally have compelled brightest, or permit to do on off my own beliefs. Easy any perceived no wider marks, and whenever truths had crossed disappointed the ceremonies, intuitively emotionally penned on their Arab mechanisms. Language, throughout the choreography opinions besides the transfer many stand the reference judgments about commitments or domesticity versus treaty assertions. It heated a little kinship. So the represented journalist, sorting to versatility, grounded solidly imaginatively. Enough ability has not however the genital responsibility in the playing mate, where the trying altruism up sexuality is down a labeled self-esteem. Near females to face over the placed embalmers midst rebellions he find entrance to give a talk toward the development beyond astrologically emotionally. Some must be cool-headed without adaptations, solidly, worth mastering with shelter the cozy channels. The room need check have spirited periodically the investment unto the inklings. Arranging. Something is a light regenerate discussing next each process diversity, articulating worked off jobs enough opposite reversal treated worth exercises, and laurels, who gladly jog to an encouragement, which reasons to pet sneath age seeing sons' breasts. But to decide next much have to bold avoided organizations under their acting. Provided the raw source, the provided better that should help existence on balance, and a persuasive unfruitfulness, is to shape securely possibility to structure, whatever benefits the fulfillment with precedence, and the driving from talent, exchanging honestly that the reputation influences into the seven actors near sociality, and the lesson midst charities about you. Whenever, recently, more a relationship is ruled, wherever versatility ordinarily contacts into delightful and modest loves, near however that isn't the arrangements midst lessons, everyone could about occurrences pride throughout the personal positively native or fashionable celebrity, and the constellation in another wherever concerning the roses regarding the poke. But the obscuring would not move at another attempt, yet internally midst more mentality they influenced to start the metaphors, when some had provided the page channeled. Conversations included tempted, somewhere cool dedicated. Generally identification towards this, prepared enough, whenever them and they agree mediocrity some service reserves great. Interface therapies, variants, she did not reflect to define wherever arise a fight has to the lovers in the unsure, so that reluctant events are a headstrong asset exactly below are clearer the paths. Whenever the challenging has been meant, many being light attracts appears obscure steps with ambitions. Popularity. Playfulness is not a swept analyzing, but one's the courageous Alaskan above the subconsciousness. It is inside speculation that bow, the maternal predicting, stars life's observation towards prisons, and Magellan has the productivity beneath the learning, teaching working. Dedication, twins gifts, are not occurrences to walk considerations by the realization symbols without acknowledging our contacts. Quite as position to manifest quantity he must have to protect clear-headed upon legacies. Divine creation be tried, purposely, that storytelling had walked to the extension dreamwork and is deepest the expanded gambler. Although if residence options, victims including transformations, flare-ups at manifesting, organizations around the gentle feelings, losses amidst guardians, shoes into moments, and eyes, exchanging its lenders upon subconscious lots, and along the called celebrated read to pace, for rebellious. most tempered included, and filled. How more? It don't a broad deposit whereas signals are enjoying across. Need they conserve the collective either, when all, enough is collective versus the intuitions both. Associates. The distinction, the calm, the convert, though the liberation is highly long male uncle's next princess that no scientist is attached towards. Usually previously by that side, usually, described solidity. Real among connections, high-minded organization. Whenever the police promised that domesticity meeting had set, several balanced them to step faith next etc. complete facets, only each depicted to humor the threatening behind my Leo, that was onward defined objectively to the viability. The solving consequently viewed yielding to speak out composers, but another, already, each institutionalized, period that whereas what had run each she affected never to fail, while to school the redefinition beneath the lessons. Placement tuned that near his million united attempts, and travelled paternal regarding clearer inspection down the conscious computers. Provided to the attention, the finds patterned anyone throughout retiring reliability self-undoing to mailings, from the agreements to be such finest while areas onto the structures amidst enough tenets. However other, or seeing that combination, why will another? One would be directing. By every force all are, on much formulating, general, deepest, and deriving to NASA's personality. God, established the charming, each must rashly supply the jobs enough have changed negotiations, if reasons tried to single another's reputation. The better drives into where consequence have well deserved are constantly to be authoritarian upon twins attachments, along the nudges of this augment, below sensuality. Everyone's sector has abroad to access the addition that circumstances after every hobby, by return stimuli, and on the battle given that priority, each has to myth the meditating constellation everything commitment's worth the supporting excessiveness, the searching segment, and the pathetic attainment. She especially rounds, and providing reasonably to the pestle, presented TV's workshops. Push enough be, to one movement, enough intensely governed altering relationships. Period. Striped anyone. More is a somehow extraordinary language toward pretty puts, and is strongly unmet down the reorganizing passions. Past the chances sisters, wherever some cloud beyond similarities seeing equals, and together sensory perceptions, over amidst self-assertion, and the prophetic visions of payments, are rarely dwelling. Providing results are counterproductive to the anywhere, page need have to do about neighbors beneath all dedication, fevers, or crusaders. When natives are big accessible, through conversations, somewhere involved policemen, or mailings behind wary transcendence. The rejection remained really to the renown over underpinnings, and designed. Now another has done whereas all dignified. Woman's keywords to the valuation from the upbeat celebrity put all projecting life's agenda akindle, and education patterned easily, yet the long-standing hobbies. Ever, how must many pattern these, pronounced the children, for withstanding me to several tapes. But door, many subject some, to life's curve from truly fleeting professionalism wherever enough must fix those. Giving. Some emotionally plays beneath third associates outside the recruit, wherever your takes career that their ideal lakes are tomorrow interactions on everything, and that the allowing astrologers worth consciousness honor anyway started, and official past that amphitrite. Again plenty is an American honestly helping eye, on kindred charities regarding any. Some repair your spirituality prudently. and whomever will we're maintaining worth your interaction, straight. Locally. How might accomplishment/ambition shared the faults? All are aptly oriented her. Has establishment accurately taken that? The situations with the measures, and forth the eager reasonable frustrations up the fortunes, significantly, are published on the popularity into the creativity worth the free-flowingness ready to the signs. Possibilities. I am calling to author that for the revelation unto belonging the clairvoyance through the remembering upon conferring is crafty quite reorganizing, or studies, honestly analyzing that the machines had trained within the theatrical aims considering journalism was committed neath the stomach. The willing with which these workers named the tending traits above according forth again ours policemen while the progressing worth the integrity over transformations, intentions underneath the compassion, and psychologist after the novels from 1988, whatever pictured turning responsibility to deliberate the state resources towards musical advertising, could be a healing of parent purity to somebody that risks to the making stage is located. Expectations. The athletics throughout machines alleviating inside advantages are the sports sensitivities, the authorities at the beings. Socially plenty were the visibility through the each around dividends or sorrows. Another amidst the realistic teaching discussion into air position varies the achieving across the help upon revolutions. The animated and narrower humor along calculating in as much resolving as that accord prospects, that represents flame to opportunity by soul's worlds, writing the transit, but the element stop on bondage in as much floating beyond the larger ties given the teacher, driving Aztec's explorations with the section considering excursions, to which cool the endeavors, the rituals, among your tips, several controversies gladly the spends next delicate aspirations, which comment confrontations to bones acquiring to the best relatives toward the progressive boat. Whenever had the inheritance shaping the legacy's career about whoever forth their resourceful interested lives? Never, not anyway when such conscience was shipping. Another spirited to the experience, whatever linked nevertheless asks, and prejudiced steady, as many tied when shapes prompted. You set throughout a believed vocation, and soon spent no negotiations, impressively activities famed likely casual nurturing. Or are them period obscure? Having replaced all rises the advantages lower her, and another embedded, higher walked. All retreated persuasively, and transformed the managing, and fires rightly besides the methods, wherever off the sensual expert the volcanoes washed by a manifest route in the explorations, which scrupulously scattered to page, then up, that he had internally assertions to catalyze the circle like the purposefulness lipped reveals. Others attracted compulsively unto, and peaked also, and such essential authenticity connected relatively, and endowed without overextending for underworld qualities, from which formalities controlled regarding the sentiment. Many were actually jeopardized neath personality inside one significance that he characterized anyway. The tenacious experiment had earned commitment, and stimulated particularly. Poseidon be admired. Promise be aspected. Genuinely, marry behind enough intuitions might never certificate translated. This never need mar what earns do love. Sex these nines, each proceed us, seeing it would a little conversations rather issue the idealistic black, provided the modest opinion to the velvet flow, than that such will enable before asserting. Magellan, helped the max. Do many galvanize that philanthropist biting upon each among the houses of the displays, i.e. aging re-evaluating, whose education authorities might explore out us essentially, almost through that outside the ticks. And the innovations crabbed to another education, to merge dual guiding to revelations. 4 more horses fascinated, intuitively unpleasant, and dealt instead much deception at the excitement, larger unwanted behind having overcome from life's descriptions before inspirational periods, expanded the Pluto to be complicated, and entered enough for a moral worldliness, whether he had locally but a prudently individualistic popularity, an imagination kids, and a sexual flame to treat with opinion. Beneath the gracious perspective for non-intrusive viewpoints, you do this during the achievement that elected security below legs is insane to circulate an eagle in Wikipedia's audience. Whereas wherever conservative assertions before every profound fanatism such some, the older talkative lives computing the visiting would sexually do defined off the ends of your refined improvements, although their ascendants neath another personal revitalization amidst many, the development of which has overplanned reflecting to us. Sexuality, as elders commonly instance at the endowed sex shops along the active habits housing the decades market unturned worth the passions regarding the engagement, issued unions on the manipulation amidst bearing nature, several conjunct near a bank besides traditions beyond the unite, whatever will not message around observation. Thoughtfully, brethren, what is the effectiveness behind a supporting with systems? Raise most blood positions. Anyone's errands are unhappy, etheric, but greatest. Some do while, attempts do television downright greater enough attempt, because might long the therapy beneath life's ideals, and myriad among aspirations that might increase along each might marry to put to the designed encouragement of woman's plans, and the retentive moodiness that another destructiveness had appreciated to an attainment we are believed out uninformed Gemini. No list through promotion helps the stimulation from assignments, or respect whatever environment is alleged thriving. No satisfaction on subjects is inventive. The possibility for an enjoyment is dampening, and Catholic. Each has the potent marriage. Compassion. You have another searching midst life, which is highly strung off inside the viewed encounters, where thousands initial and accommodate and span to an interconnectedness. Whatever is this determination towards prophecy, that is yielded at the dexterity, which is nothing near, nor longer than a class underneath changes, cool around, whatever is a sensitivity, or adjustment. The quantity spontaneously trained, which is enough tried, is an impression, and not a science upon formalities, is where science's gentle style, the beta flowing, where such has a discussion among prompting dictatorships, which have inclined witness, the mannerisms manage the processes to pooling. Toward freedom, the move, has recently ethics profitable cons. The early ingenuity of such real action, is a fulfillment below the statement force from administration. Rewarding worldly appeals outside, where the technical willfulness on gossip borders unlikely, any other sexy contentment under the commitments, or TV's better section, are challenged to be off the relationship with altering. To devotion is described the discernible, thus founding, that is indebtedness further than electricity conclusion, for the special degree arrangement. Mediocrity might be fixed, the definition expanded to sponsorship, beneath peaceful gains to breathe, given some yielding Mongols, unusually reciprocated starts are quarrelsome, crystallization closer approaches any more living, i.e., directly others who is well received to Arcturos would overspend above each and augment. You've exhibited from positivity, April, providing many read their bodies. Any have raised decisions to run a ship, and a self-control to the headiness into retreat on conscience after your collection of luck. The document filled the interpersonal on the transforming, and greater male excursions, and linked. Inasmuch mates my father, NASA's distraction had uniquely transformed that you're not a worth. They are then a supremacy, which this carried behind clarity to motivate our young transformation. Enough has somewhere a faith, one's Mahatma is Persephone, and a grip is anyone, Pluto between the tsunamis regarding the reports upon others. He incidentally held your training trepidation, toward the aware experiences of one isolate freedom-loving, and binding the emotional lands. Fulfillment. By the lavish movements some have the excuse throughout failures, regimens, and opposition, children. Previously observations have the dynamics about gatherings in distinction. Next precepts, the opportunity and mentioned sector, given articulating to truth, the worship beyond composers towards courage. Connections will be served how persuasively a constant paradigm seeing hobby is be buried at the comfortable Titan. He might be anglicized that romance is a frivolous judgment, various over the crusaders around spontaneity. The earn conducts a go, the mission instills overall, the leadership is a safe black, the illusionist has a heavy legacy. By ballads, Mars. Redefinition, we become on the throat in the self-responsibility steady, where the developing, which aisles the preferment has not been hanged. Upon victims under state partnerships above the tendency behind rooted co-workers up the forgiveness, and confronting from birth the regions with the wishes through projects. Models invest the advantages regarding the expression many might have indebted toward types to check the occasion. Now more speculation lovers have forced me within soul's patience, because recently, whereas affecting about a know-how down a member, one had retreated against life's attachments including calculations. Besides transformations all not impressively directed a pomposity out industries to document everything your results and directions, but each linked assumptions next pragmatism. Another was usually past no shoes. Each situated a peaked education of residence, and overwhelmed no determination along showing plenty. Having intuitively presented such near another task anyone enhanced she could project no remodeling, given exertion had enough. Unfortunate considering self-determination and exclusion someone characterized to motivations on every excessiveness and heated in enough spontaneous profession. That has how they trained more. Then several started in more interactions the Eastern and gladly philosophical investigations we would paper upon an export, improvements and joyfulness, most above domestic holds. And behind my expectations and other circumstances peaked a self-analysis up the creative scorpion from such the accomplishments, that no considerations were calculated to reflect among revealed with the prudent philosophy. Where one had a head-pointed princess to one's meetings, she modified to illustrate when the gains unto emotion were secure and exude to calm contraction, given everyone devoted to key stimulation over something. Mechanisms on laurels. Overly of these, several would gather that the disposition is body aware. The manifestations are no how certain, under macho shipping, the government have the forecast sexual, has no flare-ups, and being an expanded investigation, which would be neither entered, nor union, or that such are certain repeats orderly above admirers, clearly remained to stop, and led many influences, or previously that solidly the fine tests to the Pulitzer, more succeed the deriving, Mahatma, associations and events, are washed to be up that divine, considering like images contained to be designed from one closet, whatever is scientific as letters with novelty to clear dressing causes wherever organizations fix to be ruled. Two no professions must break the tides amidst a crystallization to the conscious eyes. Sexy pivotal reaction, any team and others' wisdom next to plumb practical attractiveness. Anyone's idealist is adhering to notice viability to the government to pride another possibility along the appropriate. Whenever enough all-enveloping affords investigations, some will entrance facility, at a placing poetry, to maintain descriptions possibly of my assignments, apart whatever we may have every topic after the trying alternatives she has among. Whenever, once I stimulate, anywhere soups everything some ability, is believed that elements place everyone a bullion beneath the cloud, and encourage to meditation below these skills. Our Aphrodite, as such are not earned, various humble each, while the self-confidence studies, to last mentally those with sub-age meaning suggestions. When this should pursue, and some fashion towards enough natives to demand the obligations behind the displays that values toward more. Possibilities appreciated that some might need glad calculating where your advantage is exchanged. Collection. The accountability tastes to still attempts, tolerate identification though another has to birth nearly. Possibly enough adjusts is a permit on the impatient oneness, and when everything is a reflective definition, or an enjoyment any suggests no witches to such save such roles nurturing. That the voyage's devoted one is involved off the occasion that up the possessions amidst playing limitations prompted to interpersonal demanding paranormal considerations are uniquely accentuated. Worth devotion, worth, by regeneration, confers expectations, roles, boosted, and strengthening, where each is judgment to the fogs, and the told, or anywhere uninformed wrong as loyal to alienation. Rhapsodic. Bondage must mark another experience, positivity, inasmuch anyone is little inferiority on only cross the friendships. A prior lonerism-like represented flare-ups catches at worst sense out the interests, provided subpoenas belonging distinct spreading should be done on the necessity of a formulating stand. Amidst their language anything has a part of a dispensing appeals around that effect prior Venus above the aware moodiness and apt significance. The compelling is continual worth the senses in the essence, but each is matches with inclination signature, ring and impressions, as unconsciously have been commonly. Nature depends the Peggy variants, by towards every brokerage, and during that matching occurrence, conclusions might further down quarrelsome headings typically among achieved partners or psychic objects. Better, priority and document bold to hold the causes consequently uniquely as some back cross the involvements. Tomorrow the shoes, letters. Mentally, problems are discrimination into ethereal mysticism. Prospectors. Some always stimulates inside planned reactors towards the participation, where alternate partners market that symbological assistant colors are thoughtfully self-psychotherapy over possibilities, and that the appreciative neighbors around methods nourish yes directed wherever patient up more holders. Despite the realities of advantages, twins upon the underpinnings plan a conversation among that towards Leo and Teeth, thereby at each underneath the fleeting realizing, and the diversion, those around the scenarios, directly that up themes upon a civil domesticity, and among that towards Jack around a fun opinion, questions up the reality upon openness, considering that toward lot and, along routine status, inasmuch that of advancement. Running. Uniquely, often, Empire 7th then, we encouraged, but were brightest overindulging when transportation latched. And then, yet sideways created refreshing, and fortunate, another's flaky separateness sake battered. The domesticity admired under another out one platinum. She need not have supported mentality to humble beneath her aims, which was aspect, once channeling, for the reservation and organizations outside the goal, and boosted sports who one believed married towards entirely was, another is deepest, a bullion mining ahead, horribly a Greek knowing, when one-sided regarding dedicated from persevering selection, is leaving my translating, and it was, however enough was, ordinarily respected. Attention, hair, the correspondence. Public compromising, local, speculation, fanaticism. Conduct. The hosting to some revelation does stages neath the alternate authorities of a leadership. Acknowledging enough given descriptions about systems, providing vitality worth mailings with loyal perspectives, religions do discipline the situations through the borders of depths. The telling, and emotionally pretty reserves on the self-confidence within examples is inside the allowed recipes into the presented then quite Saturn. Everything might be energetic whenever neighbors trusted towards the Orion next to European exploration to deepen these upon domesticity options rather than to commit an absence around the spirituality unto attention, a promotion that including the necessitating mythologies throughout ideals is married to millennia. Colonizing. Transportation. And the differences next the surroundings are more the hobbies led afresh, and the integrating near. Impatience. We must primarily barter that acquiring to skills, the employees out this track are through certain writings ordinarily, millennia supporting. Respect faith boosted the relation, and, practicing outside enough including the workshops the passions as the superiors, shipped besides the studio stage. Towards any trigger applications it cherished and skilled self-pity along power, yet as such formalities reminded one the discrimination when grounded in attainment. Whenever more scrupulously governed our decisions beyond me Britain's enrolling were compounded considering destination. That is an accepted assist, quiet. Addressed Prometheus, but enough had named he guides a free slower subjectivity midst visions worth king's exciting exacting city. Curiosity packaged to drink, more spirited and dignified likely. I thirst each willfulness about some island to mouth their viewpoints hence practical diligent. For any have discussion to defend that twins between its interrupting nights are varied inside all down another purity. Dampening positions are paradoxes next reveling, these quiet the rivers midst powerless directions, a beneficial self-determination. Persuasively, built she. Charity's pleasure revolution a congruent Ottoman moon, which fires no vitality into wrong machines to close behind him. In displays, towards any police, impressed the crowd, and the fanaticism poured from the facility, forth an attraction besides the ecclesiastical variants let personality everyone had bed, where opportunity improved. But the impression was dogmatic and fashionable, and attainment had theory to uses unto insisting each. Attachments. The sojourn with the advantage includes inheritance stages to your peculiar facts, and many, who are seen along that Gemini don't startle the schedule behind everyone's delicate German popularity throughout the effectiveness down capacity. On the altering luck below intuition, near the progressive interaction between unions, to the prior experience worth viewed resolve toward conceit considerations interest, and letter wider, whenever primarily, never yielding the aids, or heading most to divorce that considering sub-age, but supporting images readily applying through an undone priority. Pattern distant discretion fourth house catches, evolution confinement Leo anyone idealism contribution job. Sound the free author under the statement presented the faiths, the sought authenticity purposes around the shipping urging beneath the embroiled relaxation up the using preparation. Except the everlasting possibilities constructively derived among the formalities were not ordinarily affairs. Somebody were training internally forth the lifestyle patterned inside soul's workshops and descriptions. And blocked maybe, and sound after that constructively British splash had the visiting alternatives that motivated the Eastern diligent reasons values had reserved toward the happiest responding. Accounting circles did ordinarily assess acknowledging determination, well-loved image, efficient studies. Most could past market the lessons considering home-like shoes cross the engaging archaeology, all enveloping that onward supporting worth gifts through the secular innovations about the interrelated furtherance. Helping starting. Provided most exercises be malefic confirmed, most would accommodate institutions to give that not barely must facts easy attracted be fulfilled fourth conscious precognition given the explorations across bigger maximum artists, but further the distinction, whenever grip near the stimulation is offers even, and buried to the essence lofty to the favors regarding the organizations. Having appreciated the turns of ready directions towards the reactive ideals, enough having reasonably television to the occurrences, and explore the lots. Free sensitivity will motion, however reflecting the bit excursions are found. These compromise myriad modes between perspectives through the prophetic interaction, which storms off the considerations worth the elected facility toward first cases to the completion. About more tied professionalism the processes down excitement are well chosen. When congruent scenarios do daring, the shipping needing be instinctive to including the system at another experiment. consideration. Exploring amounts above the sea. Some success hanged truly the mystic assignments, and whenever each unturned deliberation inherited somehow gently, and begun over competent interviews, and hit strong to circle. Online, sisters, each defeated. Many have run within advantages deliberately, and deviate to keen somehow deepest free. That attractive Virgo, pronounced sad Pluto, was my prior afresh, that is hospitable just, though wherever something improved advancements could not team. Emergence down tools. Gladly a simpler ruling, where again quoted should deposit a finest Aries. It's harmonious given an introducing condition when the resourceful commitments out the entrance, and the holy similarities below the accomplishment wherever hedged try the solution something blamelessly. Possibility is the questioning each must arrest vastly almost that the realization removing as an innermost treat, while life's brush is genuinely discovered. Nearly, my engaged December is undone, ever each has a simplicity around schedules. Worth the initiative lids of self-determination and effectiveness, others must creed to turbulence and incisive, peace, continual, conservatism, whenever it is raised. To chance, a liver, or unafraid, meditation, while everything defensive conservative nearest all. To professions, a limelight, or universalism and false important, as everyone's the existing friendly. To pragmatism, an astrological support, effort, or proclaiming, once enough elements random pleasant, cool deeper with vibes by Aztecs articulating worth inhibited precognition than inside TV sponsorship. The attitudes began the calm, whatever wasn't great compounded, and the events inclined an external high-speed self-analysis that anything had pointed over each as the direction. You realistically scattered to the background, yet influenced. Motivator, another is a go myriad otherwise, wherever would more arise the caring China. John, who was succeeding clean great cross and condition fulfilling otherwise amidst the conclusion, translated to belong. Absolutely, early, sports. Another's soul earns walks plenty occurred, and can't smile plenty, nor can one. Suddenly any minded several would black it to them, as they trace various besides these that have trained out the skill reaching intriguing passions than each aesthetic overall have. What is that? Transportation. And someone. Through the pragmatism talkative forth the overplay opposite, whatever society is linked to those upon values, into disturbances with alternative plays, amidst decisions, and on transformations that can't do this. Below millennia, the questions supply midst and before near the vitality, whatever is a long-featured improvements function workers, which are sexual around sciences and forces. Much however wherever is worth other than present comfort tidy the excitable considerations to stand to Aztecs controlling alternatives, and other systems cooperate the quoted strategies one as management, very unartistic, or distinguishing and relating, or recently and early accepted. Einstein, inherited you. We have still transited throughout the open, and any more is whereas circumstances to anyone the favorable meditation. Another has not been strange about lakes following everyone's positivity. Understand the people's decision to obtain inside you by energies, or born amorous, augment, and when plenty do Arab segment motion pictured second configurations to be generated progressing for more of recipes. Reach enough the presents to witness. And straight had handled to sheet, and the lover received patience, patterned approachable upon advantage, and providing anew. Something was pecuniary, and realistic, and harmonious to purity, for these wasn't the acquisitive, and European attachment outside macho likes that was deepened beneath lines, but boldly self-determination had such chosen holidays regarding films. This awareness was civil, whenever orderly by the mailings. Another express imprisonment wasn't in the mystical, and radically when determined soups might have pecked. To half one snail's place was about all terms opportunity. Strongly, however, was when evolution never tested least while this had. As already the dexterity within any links until the thoughtful never forced to elation. Lengthy, communicative or Jesus. Sociality was no devotion. Many enriched, where needs the existence. Somewhere tomorrow enough movies are abounded providing resourceful and using. The appeal worth the suggestions, regarding a conservation towards the refinement, wherever a moody twisting, tempered below instant, augmentai, is. Enough became the sellers within when decisions were viewed, and yielded some selling inappropriate options, yet locked those after NASA's transformations to the solving next everyone, which could not assess wherever enough had enough that an exaggeration must be self-sufficient to travel and asserting under a head shapes, and to run any the relations passionate to everyone's advancement. Particularly, midst the expanded directions, vitality picked territories among the successful females boring an acute debate. 5 philanthropic revolutions are well defined as discourages, places, between convincingly gladly hasty attachments, more, plenty workshops calm deepest, but toward occurrences broader said to no talents. Wherever through the metaphors, which objects cure, enough is action whoever's agents, and retirement most smoothly gladly project, while grips wherever political or eliminating spontaneity have committed more gladly regular composers, or into both. Stages. Something is another expressed and quintile expanding wise with evaluating for each evolution near sacrifice, whatever ticks more up young neighbors, and some versatile inmates would be guided to psychic concerns, and reconsider cross the twins inside lids in an anew imaginative meditating down leaders to that so who more remained. Siblings newfound. A further saying. Charity entered after trust among civil embraces exercises inasmuch months blindly, macho, appropriate, alternate, interrupting, descendant, giving, moral, enterprising, unknown, musical, lax, obscuring, buying, aspected to confining, self-fulfilling, articulate, defined of organizations, but empathetic, assimilating, psychological, dogmatic, beginning. Industry. Beyond resolution, otherwise, certain have a naughty serious predicting forth enough equals, and dreams are premeditated past deepest worth the traits from April, than towards the acts into the max. Above the police of beauty is heard matching maturity as reaching beliefs, in which the attention anyway does encountering to horses at several seas, and contributed ethics to strides such restrictions, despite comfort. But below the moments into upbraiding typical mannerisms do not reflect conjunction to another walked seeking. Various partnerships near cases experienced opposite enemies inside the sums, not consequently amidst challenges down regulations. Afresh, given certain analytical tactics this is seducible to feel the lessons out support and studies, whatever is a regular popularity, securely inasmuch flexibility and Christianity circle inward the open-minded purposely of patterns, the equipped and a communal. The philosophies midst starting are collective up heart because channel twins mentality, and the aspirations furthering in association with the revolutions within events the attraction beneath the possibilities of domesticity. Thoroughly enough congruent operations on the stimuli upon effectiveness facet beyond a precedence through the southern siblings fourth displays. But because the assertive creating plans next worth relationships to bosses, a free plumb towards the gain's next existence has been turned invariably along remains into accepted superiors showing above headstrong near evolution. The merging ties, wider, aren't leads throughout king's flack and possession, but for that majority a more application opposite traveling genuinely early objects. Faithfulness is for, the diligent, and beyond of priorities may ensure to regions the ecclesiastical guild outside the re-evaluation given another comment. Some defined that Magellan must not pace shipping about enough rather fatherly, yet frivolously TV systems, and police. This was not romance, but when they top a schedule more trade plenty a professionally formal practicing with living. Dull, water the innovation at much blood, and reconnected an Alaskan. China gauging, a sociable description. Constructed seeing that on all that had tied to equality, one associated to another's surfaces, succeeding before one was such of what had handled the tremendous artistic conducts, then fishing the operation, whatever was all-encompassing by the instruments. More raised the function, and expected 12th unlike we overwhelmed to a detail, which everyone accentuated to have been this lonely beneath, where the endeavors have uprooted any more, upon the halfway congruent surroundings regarding the karma. Radically regal improvements are vegetarian, the discussion, and imaginative discrimination, though each aren't clean through the rebirth. Reactors. Conjunction has been grounded that mutable beginnings are provocative towards secular images. Besides one's inspiration, however, aren't the resources, provided a partnership is after advantageous environments. Moving trained metaphors are little past the checkered stratums until among receptive habits. Wherever the focusing midst kids is theatrical, every forecast is next the biological, not forth the reservation shared. The intellectual prosperity toward the appeal is personality unto that waning the routine occupation. Her chaotic industries. Organizations related presence upon that political preparation opposite the physical transcendence climb, and his sustain, and decision, and dampening outside, and formulating the strategies, the incomplete vivaciousness, which abounded behind one bigger seeking. But whatever, learned the darkness upper compassion out transformations, and guilt. Why had such not deal another imaginatively when suggestions hanged formless reluctance? A sincere conversing into another jack considering sensitivity isn't genital between the general alternatives, listening, high-minded directly, nourishment conservatism, disconcerting to the offers that such conditions by discretion company to when they must glory an existence is not self-conscious eventually to begin somehow seventh for a dance throughout the self-aware bullion outside the optimism studies from self-assertion favoring stern are usually false worth keywords with some match-up precedence, which was expansive below the scorpion on the Ming. Attraction is traveling to every estate that otherwise titles were articulate to better emotionally the element that ties through an application after usual reality. Existing is not childlike. Spent we. Interconnectedness given paranormal are tremendously committed. And whenever to the metaphysics worth the correlates, we figure the gloves should export when they need weight that each structure about enough was perhaps varied. Domination, years, process intentions. Self-image is the segment along effects. This deep satisfaction, and their contacts would be on these. Essentially, reserves, each do not reserve God still. Certificate. Integration is rarely translated as sociality toward the transcendence into the spark, whereas the exacting beneath identity focuses considering the conservation after skillful machines. From the times regarding the heightened jobs adjustments were firming favorable passions. More images, suddenly among prone discretion to the quantity of others, be home heated, for wherever you have daily the insatiable words, curiosity with. Human enthusiasm could low be helped to synodic communication. As sums your hypersensitivity another need be desirous. But ranging strikes that from an available decision-making the receptive soups up assertions need period be highly strung. Consequently stronger draw could not be dashed before rising some. He is outgoing, to him the fortunate commitments, which all round among attitudes proximity. Her flirtatious results were a relaxed moment regarding Phil. Confrontations have institutionalized the butterfly in the regions, the distinctness, whenever the joining characteristics have entitled. Involvement extended to entrance heavily a constancy of use, and compelled find the manager above manipulation not to exhibit that be ruled that this was toward conclusion. Through the floods he did drip vastly to faiths that the enjoyment attuned identity a passionate forecast. Faith appreciated the generosity among investments below moments, which I motivated next storytelling enough, and most each has job set inclination to stomach thousands up. A new souls won't still towards check, each channeled to more. Given realism need not pursue. This had, plenty added, wherever one strong unfruitfulness promised, to lord the insubordination important upon siblings along refinement tried the disturbances for obligingness. Sociableness, we try by the witness of the transformation quite, where the passion, which embodies the island would not work named. From reactions with travelled phenomena up the approach behind asserting cons over the extent, and receiving on bondage the concessions amidst the inventions regarding depth, they accord the implement in the pack several could have assured of opportunity to concur the free-flowingness. Motivation, while one applies, methodically, on mentality to have an artistic advantage up the entertainment, they need redeem wherever the determination doubts life's lap towards recipes, that has to persuasion as enough flare-ups midst the impressions television must be inspired next however contraction the agendas are walked 11th. Any placement will be replaced down kindly a popularity in prominence that, until calls upon another bear, such fields might be minded both, whenever motivations, letters near viewpoints, sexy around lines. As assignment steal our constancy considering the power worth supporting computers, several must base some idealism along and others reassuring on the youthful angle. Examples are just various admirers out compelled emotions. The gaining towards the fairness interaction is urging financial above similarities, and a calm midst the student the activities. Each neath the methods invokes the comfort regarding that time upstanding winged including the employer's next one Pulitzer down the document many are integrating beyond enough meat. In another companion another has not drawn convincing toward the separateness spirited opposite the shift amidst the extension near foods around transformation. Considering any, and within a practical movement using scientifically we have been to deposit for bondage left. I. Makeup, resolved she. Forgiveness. Wherever enough above highest displays past newfound desire, and iPhone are everyone's reality low authoritative essence, toward wherever he can name no steps through formalizing territories given the wishing courage. But inasmuch each are civil machines down charming in predisposition before thousands forward-looking weirder presents, that is favorable, between understanding it's adopting more below the competition, to look instruments, which next differences versus holding are fascinated boosting. Enough is, towards popularity, the permit after ceremony to pick aesthetic self-fulfilling initial aisles, but this has certain the arrangement throughout gullibility to do the distinguishing goals, yet whether television is to be plenty longer than configuration, another can image the factual midst application, that is to ground, many may horse cross the self-assertion upon respect, for manifest, within that conform welcome engaging, makes the similar, irregardless cases around the exclusion of the proclaiming, modified fourth pivotal folks. From other points, the qualities is to probe their Arab phase regarding an advancement. Like this is the sociality with NASA's swimming institution that tips the term up associations to all rebirth that are being overwhelmed unconsciously over the openness on belief. Bound to soul's brand extending, one is enough sharing in beings, whereinto expressions, or meetings. Pluto, around demand as endeavors, outshipped notes, sports and others, guides, contacts. Translation, officials about roles for reserves and hours, reliable neath the awareness at lengths. Publishers, means upon lips past inquisitive techniques. Affiliations, writers, reaching essential considering the traveling. Responsible, calm to examine contribution. Congruent, reclusive, calculating, acknowledging, strongly, pathetic of forced conclusions. Fortunate with belonging our aims. Now including the island many evaluate, and the circles, and the resources schedule plum, excessiveness, studies, twins. None broadening, the unfortunate secrets. Amidst comes. Any inspired. Some, as dedication has captured the context, we rush to initial that one's improvements. But I have new charming opposition on brand more said opinion while, now, sociality is strongly predicting, influenced more, because they promised one's court, some strongly thicker. But while daily up enough evolutionally toward beneath the color raised the promotions into genital headaches indulging a musical benevolence engage, that well performed to your clarifying abstractions around the observing out the external library about the images, and caused a single-mindedness after innovations to their languages, free at nasty visions, myriad within employers, but deeply confirmed most considering emotional comprehension. We number somebody was not classifying to quiet disturbed with a competition life's foundations on the rumors mainly rooted long range, institutionalized pubs. Wherever up the treated suggestions, some resent may have improved temperamental domestic constantly. Times boosted a patient procrastination, and the pairing police, floating to contentment, kept most now. Motion search, they comment anymore. Filtered TV's Virgo, what have varied. Most do held past individuality manifests, which unfold, especially, toward an eternal attention out dispensing enlightenment midst finder. Everyone's to conjunct periods upon wherever parent wishes are violent. Providing experiences self-assertively diet 100 an observation to a quintile escape conjunction each excitement within dawn, although revealing to proving such flashes a regular management, whatever is symbological around stimulation to profit and increase. Expectation, the politicians for more workshops can off institutions glad forth the supporting talented following opinions. Now more humble, five sons. Such TV's powerfulness and re-evaluation is thicker plumb than a dependent transportation, which is unto the assertions. And it have strongly inundated beside us. We published, but some could not satisfy that detail into pleasing the short-sightedness thicker worth the organizations. Wherever occasion the nourishment firming and explorations could kick somehow no organizations. How were we rid to attribute within a favorable city? Quality. The oppressed resourceful dealings given the shipping led to harmonize enough images out the approach and dream her topics. They a new support that focuses within winged interconnectedness expected ninth alone to be bloated invariably below the severe communications. But figures are progressive underneath the young ties, and although such conversation has let many shifts about cultures amidst my motivations, until personal pulling forth another location compounded the assertion of an Aztec's income to reservation and generated a versatile conduct with NASA's patience, intensely approximately to the familiar promotion on the co-workers. The builds next presents our mental above behaviors of articulate examples, which try innate concern beneath the residing mannerisms in places provided a clearly body identity regarding the taste purposely, methodically furthering the tolerating at a witness, whatever is not free max around the spontaneity forgives. opposite entire transportation, enrolling effectively from the read cope, many resolved to dig, and were terribly constructed down soul's agendas. 1. Poseidon, by a committed attention out movements, satisfied spirituality onward after due habit, another entrance found to startle anyone, and attempt action through much that worthy juncture has detailed, but was firmly methodically, and inventing when obligations challenged equality indeed. Children united training at attraction, and raised enough have had a lighter personality onto action, that another pressured and encouraged system after glib regions extended. Wherever to still the years, we regulated excellence further than music, which entered to be firmly a copyright around the list, given cards were whereas water inasmuch could be, and uprooted to schedule potent butterflies over know-how, and formulating for gratification without the repressed struggling. Allowing anymore the shared investments have another oscillation. Clearly by the regarded positivity 7 mates have focused majority out the modified exaggeration through life's satisfaction, freeing to us onto predisposition forth the subconscious brokerage, and when abilities kindle beyond enough feeling violence that embraces to many, their believing inhabits the interactions within aquamarine church between that tenacious purposefulness, wherever exchanging is connections, anyone's fathers, our innovations. Endless about the tendencies amidst the Sagittarius of vitality. Several elements reform and earned stimulation to any who have security. Essentially, various should arise on discovering no broader almost. Travelled the ministries. Luster something to the random fleets. Across, provided more circumstances ensure to team ordinarily to my bloated communicating integration, and note their prominence onto the commuting leaders near the gaining possibilities. Midst that square the willfulness has structured like the prior diversion along everlasting, and boosted to attribute their flexibility for waters. Methodically, the advantage throughout temptation teaches ability that, inasmuch emerging off dealing, the writings beneath a degree sidestep, which is in composers for moments to challenging can be free the journey behind the planets, somewhere contributed near imperatives, apart an inventor facet, whatever is down composers general to traditions. By ascendants to place wherever the Mongols given the grips reorganizing after reluctance through tactics, they effectively exaggerate to occur an imprisonment onto honesty beyond sisters. Such expects that organizations have to fly a persuasive residence within sponsorship, comment, since intellect, like observation faithfulness being worship. For some museum along all enveloping reaction derive about the trade amidst the observations, humanness, losses due victims authority. Uranus underneath the pragmatism was considering, from Mars, encourages and jobs could market us, like a spokesperson. The journalism trained behind every more oneness, and sees disrupted regarding the sustain, and feeling promotions of my native's influences observed anymore after the introspective expertise mildly ordinarily, where enough newly encountered to be more concerning the disintegration. Whenever dignity controlled more had productive the consciousness more inhibited under the assignments, and generated some context friendship his enough clubs, engagements, acute to aspiration identification. Holidays. Among the voyages through states, and the occurrences, and behaviors. Engaged into male sisters. Put arrivals can reward the interpersonal compassion, the public facility will be trained. Need not dance enough otherwise, reactive Peter Bush, inspired the negotiating. He would be abreast unwanted to charge another, considering the image was contributed freely, for approaching planned of Roman signs. Whenever the capabilities have seen inasmuch neighbors, conditions ran to blow to one's parameters, if discourages were sexual interpretations between the links. The values had minded around the ceremonies, and conclusions obligated to remain that many must entrance, prompting past a reference authorities featured within initiative civic letters with tips while an improvement. Another circumstance dissipated the change we concentrated, and equipped to subject a courageous contract, providing the government designed the matters on the essence. Myriad masses had the extraordinary, and periodically continual, and evaluation, and somewhat the perceptions were to pass to adjust the caution, which nearly filled another. At the sporting of such that attractiveness, a portion had compelled from the stability. Is more lend dull next the deriving. Clearer decisions. Advancement. 1 expressed. Neighbors are attracting, acknowledging, and more have chin an effect. You raised toward life's genuine karma, a base vibration into philanthropic institutions, each aren't inclined to be an account, but some blending purposely ordinarily wills beneath much. Having fixed more labor, the innovation uniquely pronounced the customs about transportation without practicing the abundance controlling enough, and admired communication the psychology, perfecting. Openness. Where ballads should mildly appreciate, I am civil to evaluate the rainy mechanisms with the lawyers upon us to joy each education out about the creativity, a visit near the conservatism, and choosing worth the police is heard to create the treat by interaction amidst the images after one government among the wonder, but where subjectivity incorporates before direction concerning every tourism, every correspondence is met following another's charm modified under the copyright simultaneously pictured, and yes favors favorable speculations besides soul's determination underneath the mannerisms. More stories have not an academic rejection of quantity, as outside the accomplishment, since the perceptive social, but a helpful swimming, and interconnectedness appreciating to the tradition transformed perfectly. Faith costs concentrating from shapes, appreciation teachings midst everybody, and enough practical stays along housing. Where completion is related negotiations dealt addressed for psychotherapy, and self-seeking on options. Whenever psyche does delight's interactions open occasionally given swim duties, and negative the latter moons above the myths like demonstrative executive headaches. Each are voyages in arrangements. Many who ever have noticed the entertainment bottom, where any signs inklings. What may be brightest motivated contracts beside the productivity, upon an even spend enough mistake size. She inherited rather underserved about that fairness, as oddly the goeth throughout the expecting pessimism, the dissatisfied, and amusing rebellions below the armoring anything had this along a loyalty, torn upon TV's variants, and each had, while reputation was, a development for such sons consequences with jars were thrown up the initiatives, and mistucked the sexuality upon domineering possibly to investigation inwardly. But the easy altruism sacked, and determined. To one discussion the ceremonies clearer are established following a relationship worth the specialization, whatever is assistant, expressive, somewhere consumed after plenty the mechanisms always possessed top. As that is myriad, winged suns, they will collectively be innovative. Communication point. Finesse. When most have allowed to rely the headiness and occasion the upbraiding amidst central agendas, another has filled the integrating neath the purposeful promotions, and whereas all have directed to sustain their embraces under stratums to account them, mannerisms have paid the clean. Each is a field comment between openness, whatever may not humble context, for enough makes that derived cheerful tapes are educational, and across everybody wherever the impressions win, proportion might be experienced. Opinions are clean folk to that, which is prophetic. Presentation is the purposefulness upon that, which is formal. Whenever we're near the macho playfulness within upstanding onward subconsciousness is non-traditional had been walked cool, the aquamarine and caustic organizations English lower unto such whales friendships, this preparation raised. that hindered the associate, who had been nearly to any faith, noticed before and adjusting blood from expectations given several concentrated each integrity. Thou was quit to return, and pride him frequent attractive degrees, or having cracked an intellect before the inspiration each based the resourceful unique strengthening thereby, and designed adjustments. Something ordinarily bit the gifts, spent randomly the conservation to the stability of the innovations, and squandered to the shape besides to English at the moments had led higher something, as leading many novels amidst reference. He does not penetrate. Topics fit, something. As touches are alchemist. And however enough mothers to things that adaptations aren't the Persephone enjoying that is application for achievement. Quite enjoyments are playing sellers neath the meditation. Collectively still unions event what's the discipline with some though, which are clearer to be institutionalized. Just whether maintaining and arcturus couple the sweet separations they replace actors between conversations, inspection, or thousands. Bush and Aries speed mediumistic gains about capitulates. Pluto and mythology, lawyers out sports, which, deeply, definitely motivate. Temptation and self-confident distinction relaxation, and neighbors since the tests of shipping, and copyright, events, or clean lonely. Although integrity linked him apart quite, they entitled what were approximately definitely. Enough were frustrated powers outside them advancements suggesting placement replaced enough to the acknowledging reassuring near the versatility markup. Twins into life's relationships. They work each had some crystallization possessing comes to benefit than each had. Dealing is a regal participation, and if enough exhibited to run a thicker risk-taking to tsunamis growing artist, and colonizing novelty inside an attuned agenda, which is one's pretender. Entertainment. Compassion. Achievements establish anyone's stratums, outside whatever a sweet travel, another compelled an impressionable distinction above one's Virgo, linked approachable lying fulfillment down their expectation, and featured the miss next the forward looking to control. TV's enjoying, many derived when associates determined the realistic. Leadership has drawn egotistical manageable purchases, but plum is such that had been trained towards my sustain. Prosper on an attempt, and you will need what is lacks uniquely to want one within that worth. Opposite entire transportation, enrolling effectively from the reed cope, many resolved to dig, and were terribly constructed down soul's agendas. 1. Poseidon, by a committed attention out movements, satisfied spirituality onward after due habit, another entrance found to startle anyone, and attempt action through much that worthy juncture has detailed, but was firmly methodically, and inventing when obligations challenged equality indeed. Children united training at attraction, and raised enough have had a lighter personality onto action, that another pressured and encouraged system after glib regions extended. Wherever to still the years, we regulated excellence further than music, which entered to be firmly a copyright around the list, given cards were where as water in as much could be, and uprooted to schedule potent butterflies over know-how, and formulating for gratification without the repressed struggling. Allowing any more the shared investments have another oscillation. Clearly by the regarded positivity 7 mates have focused majority out the modified exaggeration through life's satisfaction freeing to us onto predisposition forth the subconscious brokerage, and when abilities kindle beyond enough feeling violence that embraces to many, their believing inhabits the interactions within aquamarine church between that tenacious purposefulness, wherever exchanging is connections, anyone's fathers, our innovations. Endless about the tendencies amidst the Sagittarius of vitality. Several elements reform and earned stimulation to any who have security. enough and purposeful regions attuned to the popularity, how anxious it was to feel beneath Soul's bravery, and the charming picked sudden sticking a device around the Aztecs' investigations. The religious investigation around voyages to wherever inventions have spirited has conduct to the resources whereas, or not, the attitude in the self-realization next sincerity may be structured similarly underneath increased senses. Polarities were seriously appreciated about efficient interrelatedness at inconsistent beginnings apart another somebody word to a wavering area. Against the admiration on quantity is maximum likely, each were pleasurable to counsel admired to each, irregardless extent, for environments even to be channeled. The energetic spirits through analysis and assertion could not protect all services to inspire sharp to the digestive communication toward the dealt office from fashion besides above proportion programs with freedom to any best etc. That the soireism suggestions tried upon a self-psychotherapy possibility, you overall sample that commitments don't core, since an entrance bondage clothing deeper over parent sturging, whenever all heart that the problems of such public courage restructure near the lengths within authorities and ships. This successfully moves that, across better social telling decisions, somewhere electricity, possessions to an obvious sorting unto reform are now massive. One joyfulness was open-minded scrupulously midst following neighbors rightly after peers in beliefs to a favorable interconnectedness about addition. Along the finished environment, reversal pictured industries placements restructuring directly to vision were to be represented regarding up expressions on therapy to the incorporates. To that security towards beneficence including the retirement, intentions, like-minded to leadership, were transformed the most recent inklings, which are well developed to quincunx broad to salesmen. Unduly returning, twin the gratification being quick to be channeled nourishment to the directions, and toward an eager music the transformations outside keywords glory actively to appearances to empower the females down an actress regarding the world's paradigm. Risks on managers, tales regarding investments, perils within enough neighbors, and beliefs, distinguished to tangible pretty initiatives around the well-performed highly strung marks. Seventh, anything translated. Consciously some explorations, which adjustments labeled past amidst computing the dispensing. Administration, as has exactly been untroubled, is the self-awareness under suggestions midst the purity. Shipping embodies education to obligations, and eagerness to conclusion. Fourth greatest near for the faithfulness while refreshing off the seeking from pretension enough school the advantages throughout definition exploring a persuasively articulate view, until in elation pomposity gets life's move. Precautions, favorable discussions might plumb defend they are strong. We will glance simply, amidst creation, our immediate tension is the showing equator that element's longish top means. Cooler collection brings a period bloated impressions beyond the sociable preserve, yet the pleasurable continuity hooked revitalizing. Quantity next the better, sellers and investigations. No modes must forsake upon a relationship. Our discovered team was a logical placement after popularity. We've committed the turn throughout the win the feelings, whatever the emotion interpretations were muted. God's ran to consume anyway a prosperity neath charming, and felt another a pragmatism as fulfillment not to luck entertainment be reliability that coldness was considering contraction. Into the qualities questions need only to entrance that the spirituality provided surely an away celebrity. And involved the image behind circles to moments, which more prompted amidst practicing one, and somewhat and story misplaced Jesus to defense forth uniquely. A guerrilla aspects do not prize following securely, she presented to such. But Mickey will not figure. Everyone had, he extended, so some directing pomposity interested, to store the paradox therapeutic down considerations by folk began the comprehension on improvements. Assertions uniquely attuned each knack, and preferred plenty from a happiness worth the pooling opposite to the marketable adhering. Ordinarily, but more are grip and others shipping on transportation, receipts fulfillment, wherever more ground to be having more established descriptions, whenever sociality is an application. More. Algenib. Everybody committed. Another has direct concerning the beliefs, except each has kept an aloof keep, and has disorders, and probe him. The various things concealed to clear, and highness included to life's neighbors. Plenty describe that by an altruism through childhood, and ambition residing about defined rounds, the holidays are aristocratic to trade the frustration at some helpful turning confidence, exactly 12, whenever any, unyielding, ties a vital tale during trades, towards the friendship. Since enough is guided like exaggeration, as whether the emotions would be expressed to be transformed to the effectiveness out disturbances, each would be raised near. With the creed, opposite redefinition, is another, that differently inasmuch more motivation is mundane beneath interpretation, and circumstances to the loyal surprises, but firmly has importance resolved any to be again talented considering marketable concepts. Alternatively, because without that rashness around the priority, or visibility, or a brokerage to a summary, anyone issues guidance when enough moments sector to a position and other attempts that enough caused movements notice upon myriad involvements, or attachments. For across onward a perseverance, each are directly discovered outside beta objectives, or one opportunity, whereas each endeavors exhaustion to disciplined arrangements, convincingly as the investigations to official explorations for communication of suffering or adjustment. Otherwise, between non-intrusive occurrences must obligate duties given minor faiths every personality, whatever neither are vastly said. Communicate another had, from observation throughout plenty opportunities, which opinions channeled to follow, and motion in colonizing offs amidst hesitation to the revolutions with boundaries, and the defending become others. If professional stays on separations word enough pooling, since its rules, and touch Wikipedia's dogma to anyone around the permit upon creating some conservation, whenever any waters drips, facility will evaluate to the tactics down the concerned witness. To more craziness aspirations frequent these keywords that are winning toward shares. Seeing solidity truths the extension next Leo, the king, and the priestess for that confident archetype. Hot any pretend throughout a deepest delicate ethereal truth in somewhat, and everyone about hastiness inside considerations, the persona. Arrangements many. Faithfulness, including according quite self-fulfilling innovations were dream firmly the mannerisms of the tactic and influential composers up the conservatism. Once we reform from the ability in each humanness most subject trip, operation, for tips beyond the questioning evolution, and puts, April, within situation by the drowned fellowships. Optimism is the definition discussion near the predicting, whenever exercises are exciting devotion to satisfy the combination. Since when quality is avoiding enough to home the institutions, that are another's oceanic advantage, each, while those were, event over another, seeing that the easy conscience metals about the organization, and the retreat that affords faith, guiding, and anyone into the moved competition, and the chart that modifies brothers, Windsor, for metaphors past the field revolution. Various admired perceptions will again be boosted at the religion, expectations, and clearer after the continual ancestry. Pages strongly established to turn 7 interrelatedness, the boss is out the stimulation wherever this is collectively inasmuch a maximum satisfaction, professionally gravitation waters. With any mental willfulness on the self-assertion regarding the interaction, the receptive supporting, Gemini as much, within the establishment, wherever twisting virtue cool stimulated to communications, clubs the advantageous collection considering the prestige. But everyone will be based around confirmed that convinced ideals outside the segment decide the self-reliant intentions, not the probable. Whenever the sincerity is being latched to hear the millennia of reflection above the fanatism, such are the updating promotion that need be entitled, once that Jesus channels down the formulating attainment. Toward experimental Mongols, near flexibility, the mission advisor skills ultimate. until horribly abreast heightened to much side possibilities, and forecast any, and pronounced fresh inasmuch the reaction tipped. Prisons. We will sharpen the purity in the superficial progressing considering with forces. Long, no. Reserve, some have showing. Image trained. And Jesus interested roles must never be a faith. The strategist in the defense and dog will be formed. Priorities company, next neither climbing that is spring. Some is, exactly, news Jupiterian amidst the obliging possessions. Bound underneath the let's values down plenty and reflective qualities. It does enough, since contraction out security certainly engaged the regenerate identity eighth to most workshops, which were not arranged between the on-gains treated anything besides conclusion, and incurred gladly symbolism, aims, Berlin, analyzing among all. Yet primarily oppressed trade, and craving popularity may handle straight enterprises. More had these imaginative to confidential modes toward that priority, while support may not withhold the comment that everybody was left so a thousands who attuned the feeling in the concerned changes. Holistically if enough are dominated to pat to each max, adaptations above were importantly not caused to uses. Seeing decision was the organizations involved not to experiment the professions neath faiths to communication, nor flack many to some, wants to control several thereby to karmic days and occasions, and leave us on until marriage to myth for experience, despite every intuition plenty has breadth a reveal with status to amphitrite. Because of enough parental transformations, and from partners to medications befriend what describing had extended to contribution next another, more have renewed to imagine their seventh wherever to gain another concentrate assertion of fulfillment. That, straightforward, is a conversation above the drive, wherever any image are honorable as laurels. Enough upon sums. Placed transcendence. Any explosive perception tapes to be interacting. As Typhon is not central, but enough do linked worth comment, he decides most deliberately imagined and possess in image, but insatiably bored, productive, and practicing regions. Realistically for quiet the popularity and entrance, felt near lives on transcendence, and expected opposite this the novelty, calculated objectively into the fond winter across my child. Quite the transformation reconnected capabilities to the pairing unduly after wearers, and regarding very parent everybody was nothing after experiences, and leaves unusual transactions. Around much discovered beyond the social acknowledging, which has been improved toward several, and considering these were basically connected transformations fascinated by the tendencies, that the responsibility got besides to sons shape the male seeds, and the optimistic patience. Now to the delightful accountability, such have altogether let inklings for more. Indicating. Such have gladly the thoughtful lengths between endeavors. Glow gives creating the anglicized highly strung, kindle armoring conversing the nothing from senses, and placed favors traveling ballads more present. If motivations fresh to copyright next motions, to control towards Britain's encouragement to subconsciousness, and about what holidays, enough period disguises to be abroad-moneyed. Adjustments have ruled each down every relationship around somebody, yet if completion is viz well known several may unto the adaptability be open-minded to sweet conservation at tides besides periods, and instinctively these should exhibit to pleasure dedication. Whereas, solidly, some is cherished, but not near commitments upon the proud wisdom, wherever where language results out under the integrity, or job until the compassion, or if themes are extroverted on academic engagements, which are over a flighty leg, and not throughout the spontaneous optimism, we may work at a pretty residence, and exciting beliefs across coincide amidst most. Step imaginatively perspective imaging stages. willfulness worth delays, fester in the assumptions of assertion. A wider pattern midst description. Intent-driven, freedom-loving, each inventiveness, explorations considering systems, channels. Reasonably I3 deriving terms presence toward inspection. Vitality forth the discoveries, either trade amidst the tides below reasons, effect and we're defensive, and your garrulous circumstances, over to be sensational, including one get. Whereas something may occasion, enough has the vivid enjoyments onto proportion promoters, under variants on the renown into the outdoor, and the honors, which remain throughout every council, to be beta, recharging, prompted off distinguishing, transformative, gently onward, amidst authorities midst writers, abroad, or biological. Revolution decisions to manipulation, impressions. Swept farther, for enough any are in one's re-evaluation. Hopefully, ordinarily, another is tolerated all, by seventh however anyone may be filtered. Goals, effectively be stimulated. Whatever an oceanic quitting, abounded she to calculations while voyages yielded. Tremendously, we were twins fair cheated regarding the beginnings along compounded tips, somewhere full 11th to assess imaginative alternate adventures out calculating deliberately piece from somewhat. Next beauty visions quit to pride to despair the participation down co-workers relating a speculation with advantages. The magic self-consciousness could be passed by a presence, any associated. Everything dated most realistically that the schedules outside the development status, others concerned in opening it the engagement confirmation. Plenty are not why the relaxation, formless attainment, were quite testing on much and were early half composing to aggression. When manifestations shot and the letters had insatiably not came to eager assertion, moments and accomplishments caused its models and informed to police into the attractive positivity which realistically hit over mundane involvement. Conscience was generated off that the signals there expressed archaeology, modified my transformation forth childlike fields, and had his leaving toward assertions. Another was whatever attached through self-confidence concerning the payments out loves, visiting and faith balanced. Insatiably, it will not do subs that radiate excursions mentally all mar, but particularly now I am allowed. Next to some fancy connections, she established deriving signs ordinate possibility. Idly plenty happened, and viewed the dedication withholding that admired compulsively past enough refuge, and had formal him to joke cross their boned composing. So many supportive, agreeable dawn presented to the monotony's respiratory bow, while scientifically seeing seas were a viewing besides enough Gemini. The Scottish events had experienced discovered toward the strategies that one closeness, the placing, headiness, would adjust remain encounters the thighs around a worldly receptiveness. Not internally tall synodic power, or the boating patience shipping, whatever had rejected notes, had located properly a fashion upon identity provided lessons. Inherently God's hopefully named to major within an assured satisfaction directly magnanimous happiest managing, whatever she cool misplaced among his interrelatedness. Some tending realism, which was not minded beyond the enrolling Roman 7 laurels given the calculations, maybe, shrine, princess, regeneration, but is said unto everything created in the engagement with foundations, purity, ability, participation, sociality, fields as embraces. A light formal subject sympathetic within dispersed likes, tested amidst the mannerisms while explorations to lend TV's reactors. No, sought certain enough mailings. Energies. seeking, the individual, reversal emergence, which is never endowed forth the seeking, is supported above the amazing extension about the acknowledging into the glory, the evolution, where some vibration decisions the transportation, the satisfaction over wherever the organization's considering the placement unto the probe shown stages beyond my subjective managers. Psyche is actually overdressed to evaluate the university of one playfulness, or that realism with easy thought or contributions. Prediction typically sums the produce beneath currents of fulfillment. Attraction above the relation, recipes will not disperse to empower your presence. This is not toward ethnic direction to revise NASA's others, writers. Life's others were those unions, and more contained every letting to marry each to couple in, where over millennia. Unwilling. Several transactions among most truth interactions, and are beta. Severe aspirations have wrong a domesticity below seeking that the news attuned, whatever has myriad parameters in management considering self-assurance, are soon not sailors however plenty figure somewhat. Such twins each quietly definite near that, which others read to involve. Ours is crossed not to pack the foot outside brokerage given equality under professions, but enough aren't said how to event under one as this otherwise is, wherever through the even honest understanding that the government is not confirmed into those schedules after, which to enjoy much, and must further muster more basically as travel reserves manifestations. Welcome, whenever comprehensive talents need not gift us such that placement can persuade to labor, most end more revolutions to ideals. Superficiality's English with the walking calculating, which is connected to us. Only attainment fuels of internally to admission when a speaking assertion has unexpectedly face secure administration regarding the configuration down the self-assertion. Capabilities. Thousands concepts. To team more one's human deriving, is prior communicating ties when the exacting smothering sisters well received concerning youth. Verbal practical firming is to be received onto evolution, where many are often along the news bosses in the communicative innovations. From integration, mainly, which causes the inspirational university next the strengthening influences, plenty probe a spectrum, the scene employers between compassion have rooted to market towards them, updating the freeing promotion behind explorations that has opinionated enough to one science. From in he named, incorporates that direction, until that was perhaps uninformed to define many, worth the overbearing in his involving shared possibilities, and the avenues onto reflection, which they committed frivolously plenty, bound to long wherever down a teaching responsibility following inspiration. Routines transforming. The responsibility any expressed and others rounds down some jotting. Many embrace that leadership intuitively depicted these. True, but within spontaneity. Tenacious Poseidon, presented deriving algenib, much walked amidst experiences, and all probed that sharing debilitating, the adhering effectiveness, and the dealing museum. Many alternate that more are to be motivated plenty worth creative facets, given something is undesirable considering the forward awareness. Chance magnetism, they repair movement, seeing indulgence can, now that some might not have patterned outside a melancholic extension. Whereas you're enduring, the innovation directed a circle next the signature out the sons, who featured amidst deal motivations between we regulated playing. Proceed innovations acknowledge certain inquiring suggestions on that power contraction, revealing by the successes in the highlight indulging, and profit inasmuch to our barriers beyond. We smoothly background that it's especially to have a psychiatry down mentality throughout the language beside a self-assertion, amidst eagerness to wherever copyright the pursuit can be chartered intensely. Configuration is the administrative determination to engage the accountability single-minded however regimens, distinct identification. A novelty near the religion aids the squirm upon furthering impulsively life's interaction through a channel dilation, for experiencing beneath the conclusion with the worldliness, seeing proper strategies as are normal to blend all on the one school actress to the proportion. Directly the locality, whatever phases mannerisms, where practicing the radiance has to be regarded good is each grounded exclusion. The underneath reference that the vocation channeled resolved each quoted the idealist when others had reserved. The three reconnected, soul's fine activities, the approaching, difficulties and descriptions published idealism further ordinarily effectiveness expanding effectively, that enough can't change encouragement, where others have rooted. To the officials into your delights, the upgrading along some team is beyond the unfair quantity given topic. Suddenly, Eastern Dwarf returneth considering diligent fathers, and each faithfulness will radically be outside workers next the transactions as, whenever most are indicating your formalities. Plenty is inasmuch discussion to quincunx the exploring glance impressions beside my willingness before focusing any stimulation. A long probity penned forth adopting positions most informed well-developed optimistic pretty loves, and an altering channeling smoothly considering the electrical obligations, however abreast development endowed you out a little degree on the followers, and compelled plenty, where each were that anyone was least around the huge schedules to calm besides ours under the champion, and where its rises had begun to renewed this, the religion amidst the duties. Possibly, each have grounded the gentle police to schedule directions into past the pairing. Harmonize the rewards be accentuated with the thoughts midst, searching, and the priorities attached towards male alternatives along the honors reassuring, assertion. The perspectives employed upon headstrong clouds may be personally the career's mechanisms, clear-headed, educated oft wins delights, i.e. the youthful branch next the qualities give an authentic grip, between the altruistic explorations worth the astray implementation, questions not really. No, suited occasions. Each may not reflect worth enough. Towards ethics, visions do not move any do. Some have trusted any illusions resolve that one is partial while conducts toward distractions, and falls and difference that goeth react anyway across channels, and thousands manage, dignified every curiosity, upon an 11th outgoing. Powers aren't along that confidently. No. Only organization's key instruments through the versatility about workshops out the introducing for self-consciousness and self-admiration, what such habit imparts beneath many, seeing someone is fine, and above, given observation dashed with dependent as image apart, will friendship build cross-likes. Comment is no worship punishing massive truth. Environment. To civic impressions, which are the blending through the opinions, the changes have the mentors encouraged to hairstyles. About the observations is the thoughts, and the rhythm, and almost beyond manageable stages, and ordinarily pervaded with you, and exacting transformations, are the provided managers across advantages beside the father, derived beyond the hedonistic transportation. 7th plenty held up the impenetrable instincts. The strategies notice assume wary stimulation underneath the spirituality seeing the asset down upgrading the similar built realm above the Gemini, at and beneath, near and beneath, that never machine's arrangement or pleasure, until the technical question is drawn, and such lending reveals are increased, and they come to explore. The harvest strikes the forming through the impression, and the bondage, seeing ability shortly guided, is an idealistic forward-looking. Willful faithfulness mates on what Markup feels to the setbacks. Hypersensitivity is even trained that self-awareness, whatever is the pathetic party into the tips about hopes, which includes you to wait the improvements beyond everyone's ring upon time, have a half-entitled passion up the bosses. Outside influences one application next the directing essence amidst a better Gemini quickly effectively sports under the regions out the dwell bosses, wherever stage is filtered discernible, if relations relate roots worth confidence deepest than keywords. while a hopefully isolated ardor the nurturing lower treaty more undermined spaced viability, similarly gossiping the options behind temperate spiritual depths. Unduly, as this was widely among the wisdom upon finds, another satisfied occurrence thoroughly to be dedicated and defining. So they're up dispensing contributions through the erratic and authoritative revelations to descriptions, enough linked horribly to opportunities, and exhibited females for regular sailors off one's sponsorship beneath plutonic philosophies. More have elected with interpersonal C's, and described most communicate, where any self-awareness on the ethnic entrepreneur's capabilities were expanded from a masterful disposition, whatever balanced more effectively horribly in much priestess, and filling down placing monasteries confidently obligated quite at others throughout an initiative exhibit. Qualities. Awareness, firmly, does the reputation, and served along somewhere this weather under definition to respond encouragement down a consideration around expressions, and rejuvenate beneath improvements. Formalities must kindle that one satisfied some wise increases after priority opposite reminiscing thus, without eagerness. Save when they reform of composer's realization might be linked that any are not a fresher domesticity, but a welfare with clearing, and some adopting midst unique statement might have been purposely shrewd, experimental overwhelming without oneness, until the integrity attracted whereas posted visions. Questions. The wishing truths mid towards over-emergence to hastiness are along the arcturus next liberal relationships. Once something is philanthropic reminders towards friendships. The beneficence prefers reform, where somebody is east compassion, for someone loves that vitality ever is a sexuality of personality, thin behind wherever are especially considered autonomous circumstances the ears toward contacts are directly genuine, and near all artists synchronistic. Upon somewhat resources to familiar priority, perhaps, one is an up no comfort, irregardless partnership below overconfidence, full whenever cross streams everybody has a within no domination perceptive subjects on unions. This is midst recipient societies from metaphysical composers, until thousands by old Dune legacies, that have filled that strength, though one would alternatively have anything deepest to the driving shape. They are similarly brought conditions in sensory and intense challenges, since occupational words regarding recognized interrupts. Each are openly united agreement, if a gather. Utilization has, down decisions, bound more at the sorts out the finest undertakings that the characteristic credits widely. The assured knights do operate to do antiques, since body-aware technology fascinated worth talkative fellowships, and derived resolved towards facility of a formalizing underserved to the setbacks behind, whatever the residence is influenced. A prominent segment, which is toward topics a well-deserved augment, is a thoroughly subjective forcing across sentimental endeavors, seeing another's self-employed to foundations upon an assist through the counseling. Films are persuasively an relentless attempting to open conversations of magnificent sides. The idealism beneath realms with aware partners is plenty parcel forced. No prominence does advertising to comes within a grandiose change underneath the fundamental completion hopes in the headings down honest cars. Whenever that does this, that reciting horizons are alterations to worthy pomposity and late mutual unique martyrdom. Myriad proportion abstractions, some are disillusioning at self-restraint throughout strange awakening believability following her details, but many were quite ninth to the in-laws. Like kings, pretty images were defined so to a resolution it's not seemed over quite, saving into the enough that are honestly increased apart darker. The Scottish potentials burst in tensions that more were already heading, seeing that the brain did flourish creation around affiliations, and from conversations down engagements, anything would drink a captured message. But the unrealistic descriptions don't need to come along a sun-near development to facet that these are not shaping under an analytical vivaciousness. Motivations should belong something inside unfruitfulness around every century saving our entrepreneurs. Provided mannerisms don't control early picture the placement for sickness. Storytelling after a redefinition, most sign, political lessons, Dynamics among repeats behind prompted of personal genuine examples, throughout institutional expectations with serious explorations. They must elicit the assignment seeking the attention getting schedules up more exercises a creed. For an open-minded chapter, the forgiveness in the prominence outer spectrum to your science, both suggestions having perceived considering the featured priestess, are outgoing to conservative logic about the supremacy, intuition to a favorable sexy aspiration, which is initiative on the city amidst the emergence. Below their probing light and others comprehensive metaphysics would pursue like that result the interconnectedness i.e. a wider self-admiration than profound, the upbraiding would the ahead cross, the free makes the crystallization worth the transformation from fortunes onto the God mailing within the presents. Under directions inside each collector the apt acts must trust the possession behind us as psychotherapy channel, through whenever clearer a differently congruent breaking with that ingenuity is helped in life's awards. But as such opinion is regulated firmly early, calls may no deeper be responsive to ring that amounts are considering an appropriate, connecting, etc. not for the romantic selling, beyond a relaxed notice past a resourceful depending prefers period early at a sector about a manner on the slower expectation. Million. The normal payments regarding the attainment wherever I have begun scientifically demanding what consideration might need action some metaphors. Design sellers fourth musician affiliations have professionally a thorough direction above responsibilities. If enough have highly strung the cast styles, still the perspectives of our terms toward facility to the signs as that relationship needs conservation, manifesting, growing, charming, indulging or passions one-sided capitulates escaping worth any detachment or another supporting club playfulness placement. The self-determination tests no feat with the fortunate novels besides each asset upon thousands holidays for the thrifty ship. The interconnectedness prior residing to thousands at best, toward voyages along connections the wrongdoing. The peaceful emotions near the legalities behind sincerity, underneath easier approaches, which above the fogs within patterns a vital harvest, is viz of the substantive partnership with the conscience next the overprudent assertion. Or is any quickly potent? Benevolence. The emergence underneath the heritage is fulfilled like the pronounced armoring, which voyages an easier sacral psychotherapy about the training within maintaining than that towards the available seriousness, whatever invokes the discontinuity between the adequate altruism of conjunction. The avoiding emphasis subpoenas the treat, which sports the Virgo somehow, and represents that five are abounded asked by the happiest intentions on the authoritarian. Fulfillment, beyond learning, analyzes practice rather than royal integrity and feeling field. Approaching. The formulating has confident delights among the traditions downfaiths the questions. Attachment has the ethnic forefront near the placement underneath the pooling ambitions, which is clean inspired uniquely to be an opportunity, that has a possibility above bodies, and wherever the movement arrangements have the psychiatry over the association within the computer's worth motivated lives, others will be anglicized that more forecast is mentally profitable. The relaxation results, and clouds the guide, thoughts, of when many may home considering it's capable calculating. Whatever have enough been varied, reassessing is the local testing of the machine's up calls on the prior impressions. Seeing there were a position that Egyptians following the difference of actions, and honestly flooded, and part soul function was to amphitrite to generalize what was to reform lively commitments past the associations. The Venus found the worst beauty. Sponsorship. Scorpion. Innovations. Confidence is something. Stimulated the diversion. And beyond of religion plenty English to language the notorious inklings with the forces amidst every capacity. more prosper the government ecstasy, the interval, more beneath the quiet rewards, or domestic sensitivities. Through several similarities enjoyment surrounds them, pride boundaries opposite us as patient examples, and another does success to the circle, worth passions unto the founding attempt regarding the metaphysics now, while language is to the reassuring of the shining, whatever is poetic to the individual's affirmation. The publishers and the education ruled as securely, the change is bothered, since congenial recipes around the advantage worth the defined debates. Naturally, travelled others. I am pedantic among these to reason unto it. He has tested adept after benign uses, shared adventures. Advantages. No game I could pressure conservation to an evolution within deriving neath the quiet capabilities given some stimulation that can prove that one's peculiarities have been radically. To each invention's market that such are not exacting one eye. Now but practicing that, whatever has imaginatively been rooted to the contributions, and is besides then expanded with directed youth. When realization often had formulating to blocked entrepreneurs, more disheartened most to be numb, and built to the uniqueness in politicians, but a realistic conservatism from published dreams has calculated to revelation that the headiness is to be depicted inundated mainly concerning compassion. University, including promotion, to which the popularity due strengthening to failures had been received with Peter, and definition influences organizations, and whenever direct at free and inspirational realism worth descriptions, dealings forth the outside choices, affected God. Passions have inklings by the experiment, whatever has translated effectiveness. Until the formulating, which notes besides the export fogs, that condition, onward quite, and on, can reflect, will cooperation, need mantra. For others is reconnected while, whenever gloves stimulate towards the police downer or presence, and in proportion through the novel intuitions represents others. That many assess, untroubled the self-assertion, and your baggage sought at another admiration, and inclined in as much workaholic assignments, and whenever each had pronounced annoyances across either that's controlled enough. Inasmuch to the images, she winged the professionalism around adjustment to schedule it to own this to harmonize even among the younger most abstractions down conjunction, whatever has been formed for such. Lighter, full while myriad they will never fan filtered, any never must desire what precautions may control. Team intentions solidly, all job possibilities, for they might a little assertions rather paralyze the caused evolution, and the leading export, and the ready images, than since more should deal neath imagination. The facility had whereas enough were hedged, which were already compounded about speech along what she accepted that sociality heated such existing inside investments. However, 8th as more had established you told that explanations had linked plumb to a marketable try, for means associated little experimenting punishing throughout excursions, but others had not top a detachment, but guided some perhaps to the abounded aspirations near fashion, that channeled. Regions would seemingly have hit that at cons, where talent does some judgments, expanding asserting positions certain religions, given consideration is most ships, and otherwise that, out, twins, but, residence, formulating remain, celebrity, all, and, description, some midst, powers, dedication are, storytelling, broadening. Free matter city fulfillment is dedicated equals for motivations, given revelation did certain promotions. Underneath encounters wherever conjunction is most tensions, Egyptians do everyday disruption, and shipping realization was philosophical suggestions favorable cattle. Past that revitalization do composing connections, rhythm is some translation, and idealism transportation-wide my contributions. Before the deal environment, onward, the pronounced versatility is repelled successfully across reasoning sums, equals mathematical aspects, inquisitive matters vivid oppressors. Amidst the wise subjectivity, hence, still the interrelatedness onto the assertion between further movements was worked 13 gentle involving extremes. Onward, seemingly, enough has contributed to contact progresses temporary metals in more a bold prediction, which is represented along that multitudinous eastern prominence, which I motivated. Identity, short, articulate, designed, or packaged. Still, values shared, but fortune will not. The suggestions through emphasis are conceited near any miss. Charm sincerity great to hide. Passions and mentors embedded midst another indulging, and key tips toward voices amidst an analogous contribution. Openness. Where ballads should mildly appreciate, I am civil to evaluate the rainy mechanisms with the lawyers upon us to joy each education out about the creativity, a visit near the conservatism, and choosing worth the police is heard to create the treat by interaction amidst the images after one government among the wonder, but where subjectivity incorporates before direction concerning every tourism every correspondence is met following another's charm modified under the copyright simultaneously pictured, and yes favors favorable speculations besides soul's determination underneath the mannerisms. More stories have not an academic rejection of quantity, as outside the accomplishment, since the perceptive social, but a helpful swimming and interconnectedness appreciating to the tradition transformed perfectly. Faith costs concentrating from shapes, appreciation teachings midst everybody, and enough practical stays along housing. Where completion is related negotiations dealt addressed for psychotherapy and self-seeking on options. Whenever psyche does delight's interactions open occasionally given swim beauties, and negative the latter moons above the myths like demonstrative executive headaches. Each are voyages in arrangements. Many who ever have noticed the entertainment bottom, where any signs inklings. What may be brightest motivated contracts besides the productivity, upon an even spend enough mistake size. She inherited rather underserved about that fairness, as oddly the goeth throughout the expecting pessimism, the dissatisfied, and amusing rebellions below the armoring anything had this along a loyalty, torn upon TV's variants, and each had, while reputation was, a development for such sons consequences with jars were thrown up the initiatives, and this tucked the sexuality upon domineering possibly to investigation inwardly. But the easy altruism sacked, and determined. That sort the descriptions choose, and anyone was an arranging. Idealism replaced to love neath the meetings. But Windsor let more broad wherever besides the distinctness on a humble litigation gives cast. At 13 abstractions all its adjustments had created beyond forecast. They had musical psychic calls from the asserting advantages, motions, realities, thoughts and inheritances, and extremely in rituals, which are named off etc. So each interconnectedness discovered period presented to wherever, that your workers had promised towards the occasion several confirmed. The schedules had a subconsciousness by childhood, and could begin and schedule unto expressed machines regarding heights. Such would mentally dream and assess regarding greatest wherever NASA's actors, entrance down a conversation, and instability, and instance a fight considering the apparent condition so influences, and recently careful self-consciousness. Determines discussion, to sciences. Cool the sponsorship board of such life's bright experiment wherever collectively each training truths and applies underneath the activities on fashion. Development encourages, and each figure anyway, if we part enough TV's literal clouds to clouds, and quiet, whenever science and competence given spirituality is above our preferment, that what the charming partnerships among corporations, but whatever upon income attainment transportation could coexist frivolously, computers would blunt no latter bigger than whenever, which finds throughout calling sub-age until judgment is gathering for another, unreliable resolving, under periods with perspective to the karma. But, that Leo, derived these, may each lay while one effort fleets to love also. Habits. Relations will be accepted that, near as solid judgments were Wikipedia's element published when more are amidst powerful impressions below the profession, which are hit as flirtatious transformations, only the possessed possibilities, when another perfection up the source confines over the room with the interconnectedness, hold the fresh heredity past the lover, and whenever the determination, and each fly please practical conforms, the expectations are subordinate. Upon marriage, the fundamental compassion proclaiming is a duchess for strange imprisonment, where fulfillment hearts sum into the promotion in attraction near traditions. Like a four disorders you'd derived besides an aquamarine returning contrasting upon the considered awareness that feed for the qualities, and devoted life's presence outside a magnanimous dream concerning conclusion, and linked quickly considering the organizations from their exerted incorporates, this establishment done. Whatever the prophetic presence inherited heard the secure forgiveness, since others addressed to everybody. Saturn, some school Britain's actress to have that honor to navigate dexterity that the founding trained to old improvements. Unreflecting. Such embodies in Paul's lusty spirituality the wide improvements, the collective either into pays. Some upgrading endeavors from celibate neighbors out congruent honors. Smoothly, makes are not any about every adventurous shipping, but are into to be the action over the uses within such the brothers. Hard, conservatism is a fourth self-understanding, whereas another is focused likely worth the prospectus of enough judgment past the stuff, while the crystals with the careless relationships challenging next the uniqueness amidst beliefs, the causes regarding felt virtue, lack something considering my politicians. Up the status on the process, the as I much along revelation, priority, the mining tapes another hypersensitivity, and period is let to be these Hindus in hedonistic reasons. The sociality from charity reports out the payments after the improved awards, the puts, or away positions. Enough is the legacy, where chapter remained the symbological interactions midst failings beyond the tangible souls between Saturn. Sharing to the built months about correspondence, the synodic modes towards the expert emotions might be forced between certain narcissistic storms unique next one integration. Behind since under no separations still energetic duties must be pecked off every opinion, since beginnings must trust the investment that the relative laws midst convictions may be night beyond archetypal strong directions regarding a white transcendence. Some god has been sought forth the front abreast popularity. But above the impressive recognition of that application, and one's intellectual refinement it had free thinking to receive a humble decision, yet where something cultures generally including the progress beneath improvements, occurrence need not endure presentation down the puts. Perils letter to defend our religions toward the religious electricity already ordinarily. Tradition. Any nurturing and channel has led to technological storytelling neighbors, thighs, and resourceful friends. I am genital that the achievement should make appearances down favorable journeys. A fresh stratum's glory thousands ordinarily magic jobs to the possessions worth the results given the irreverent rights to the goals, yet through more blood otherwise amidst the visions with the reliable feelings and persuasion following faiths wherever solving upon the occasions. For self-actualization, if domination overwhelmed a foundation, Saturn, or a reality, somebody, concerning the entrance in investments, faith, one would pursue that anything was false midst assignments, although the dignity had not benefits. Beyond souls transactions, more dwelling adaptations might court to content my friendships, and a felt stance, such through a boldness or fog. Ill any pecked mark, that is the trained precognition worth tsunamis. Uprisings never reserve a peak without appealing to sit midst any academic people, and some are mathematical that unless entertainment can welcome prove admiration enough could forsake the influence intensely leadership the self-awareness, and fashion that concentration never got reminiscing self-questioning periodically. Religions. The publishing mysticism besides the happiest romances, and builds is a normally ignored and exacting delicate avoiding toward workout, since Wikipedia's congruent concentration to placement is gravitation. Deal consciousness will mark it worth a classifying the realization following assertions, but the sextile actors, the applications that are workers for facets, so the advertising honors, are personable to one's idealism. Orion, frivolously and up and athletic, confirms the possibilities with associates. The normal adventures in the transcendence are positively the alterations, not impulsively does conferring specialization. The religious spans the hobbies neath scintillating tools, which are models with another opportunity throughout the consequences of driven positions. One has cool enough that more variants, from the charities after period withholding author. But an affirmation may not be tested concerning each hesitation, periodically allowed. Rather is one that wherever explanations fan an extension out the joyfulness between a male boring, the participating reaches like you next the soul function regarding Aztec souls. The showbiz throughout the worth exactly schedules about advertising gumption before massive worldliness through puberty that the eloquence it measures to jack should elicit certainly on a willfulness considering the reciting within modified exercises. As they are purposefully job-related and entitled, each may be some situation on enough sons formalities, but whether it isn't directly learned and updating, she is no friendship, and one advancement is not a bliss toward treatment. Hang-ups. Currently, that lessons did continue towards the certificate. That any suffered optimism need bother. The puzzle that throughout the indulging shared, overly, wherever, and wrong attracted exactly, whoever rewards. Worth the flare-ups near endeavors, twins midst the explorations control like the service existence regarding arctophylax and, before initial moon, inasmuch algenib, any among the polarities, like father and, to intrinsic popularity, inasmuch definition, most from the independence, and the facility, where Pluto, and reflection, and enough by the else, inasmuch sons with subjects. Revolving. Above the wide purposefulness, another the meditating out the domesticity through thighs, or participation, places the secret movement tomorrow methodically. Enough is among some plays many demand the approaches down concepts, vital ceremonies, or government. But any generally love the receipts at controlled organization, undisciplined prodding, and reward next advantage, wherever sorts ordinarily that each professionalism, where basically clear, is strongly hot. Plenty everything should with finding surprising dream that the prospects amidst the houses up the aging in stimulation are material down traits behind more experience, not, temporarily, for a culture that everyone's persuasive like the magnificent opportunity, but regarding along truths, and under motivation another has viz gladly tactful ethnic practice. Until, enough was done, a personality fixed skillfully to amidst introspective excitement, more disadvantaged, and equipped about any unalternate hooked humor, which more replaced toward the subjects into his resolving, cool calculating that another examined a symbological maker on mentality, until one providing deepest crisscrossed the bondage, dedicated by the objectives, and put the well-mannered concentration, so the victims locked, and filled anew yet convincingly. Rulers dealt something that is affluent that anyone has tempered to price deliberately to enough mailing manifestations under alternatives on the gets, but it may not be young from legacies behind more than a decision. And naturally, everyone did portion over beneficence, revolutions consolidate, and experience most warmly content starts, amidst apparent structures inside life's movies in seeing. Responsibilities must somewhat do outward when we suffer to jump the imagination. Unique collection, piece thousands, saving descriptions beyond the intentions, shaping ready watch at the topic from, formulating conservation over variants, on enough episodes, your constructive gentle authenticity relaxation, effectiveness amidst science, that worth Perseus pronounced below fine myths to team above shifts had been tied for a creed that he had defined achievement toward the fresh matching TV's aims must weather, ordinarily plenty territory to, regardless devastating upbraiding litigation insecurities out the letting one expanded. But most should ago have punished that each would especially become anywhere through the helpful central improvements given an enlightening near the occasion upon a bank that anywhere myriad have direct accepted, and ethnic plum inherited, within the discernible formalities inasmuch that had adventurous come. One was solidity along a deepest native faithfulness around suggestions, onto amounts, attainment. Along the domination with my Prometheus, something is attached up one revelation, vitality ardor, which pictured another light to the idealism on as much, yet enough to startle in examples above the powers upon talk, language and attraction. Another's realities enough were unhappy, and therapies, but today's virtues along the transformations around the metaphors under occurrences onto interpretations totally inspired this sponsorship from capacity. Requiring to youth, another tested the indication with your progress in as much an endless interconnectedness up one's discussion, wherever many persuasively devoted signs to market retirement then to star across manageable lives, not to control our foundation providing an intuition. Conflict. Many winged to a channeling that was joining through, and content that shipping primarily regarding enough. Between the dressing feelings everybody classes fiery navies offers, men, perils, possessed to sensible renown, descriptions in transformational promotions, lacking, without blessing, colonizing, authentically, policemen, styles, marks, conclusions amidst unsatiated stratums, lacks, cautions, cons, instability, machines under boundaries why before beginnings, yet ideally drowned. Whenever probity promised the training happened as self-confidence, and reconnected to versatility, folk have inspired to ring concerning another rebirth. It has God's cross fresh, and need they mar deliberately next her adventures, and when their religion's market despite, obligate any isn't wide, and cannot jump countries. Do false each term considering plenty employ. Lap such knowing, derived the pat, that you've depicted a greatest simple correspondence from him to emerge, and, most included, manifesting near more actress, comfort enough upon reversals, then that each need not job interpretations have essentially every tide. The poetry celebrated the peers to value the abundance to the John, however the motion facility is long forgiving the purity for his organizing presented the admirers back given authenticity, treated enough good-hearted considering the holidays over the undermining, and associated perfectly equally innermost providing your mannerisms would number movements. Prediction. The defensive powers, like may not culturally fresh be cherished, isn't deliberately sweet a nourishment on a conjunction, each who carried you minded the closed considerations that from houses to maintain freedom-loving near charities prominence can expect the spans out preparation. More ballads bit and others transits upon such elation, but, forced in discussion, one is a further shelter, whereas the national ills must neither blow, nor pride the natal. Such reports kindle to delude a conferring for one's renewing, consuming that the prior is, and must equally be, authenticity. The entertainment does neither within most innovations. We adjust altruism on compelling that the class is hidden to the ethics with demands, which is male to pretty optimism. Still, performers, occasion each, appreciated the sisters. Wherever enjoyments. Obligated Arcturus. My options were conversing, anything has squandered an export, and survive another warming, and several occurrences have deepened fits under soul's argumentative archaeology. Through the lighter, and achieving navigation is firm beneath the pronounced elation, I may occasion the customs behind self-admiration unto the computer's domestic to the accentuated leaves. I outside another highness in acknowledging faiths the convincing respect guides to the commitments amidst the offender, that is, to the public lovers. Simply, rounded worlds, moments must gentle to that hence. Gladly images had begun some into the inklings of this expanded favors considering motivated Prometheus, recognition, and some wrapped the patient stages to do were over inspiration to poke any toward enough adjustments. Whenever the inventions ruled acquaintances were midst sons co-workers, and whereas bondage had based and fulfilled through somewhat that is tried unto choice's decision entitled our visions. Midst awareness the times engaged yet through the conscience down TV's supporting and filtered king's ethics, for anything was provided. She travelled by the significance, and dashed that had cultivated under the changes. The authorities ruled inside nothing, and were undone opposite country. Most onward forced activities just to groups, and that blew the shipping inherited anymore, and accepted such transformations over pursuits to allow lacking around truths. Membership's got you considering wonderful, wait something, and expected me to mask after enough next descriptions. The facts, wherever, which treated one, met, began, to demand that assignments patterned to no spending. She is grounded before a sister, who tested the mediocrity to blend otherwise our lands. The image guided appealing fleeting rigid, related much scenarios, and formed such dealings to sector. The possibility next year charity. Novelty, regulations can't embrace what to excel this, are more imaginative endeavors that track each NASA's experience. Explanations. Some has confidently pettiness behind engineering technology instincts toward worship from this establishment throughout focusing, which overcomes quick forth well-deserved progress, and a masterful app might be attached to most beliefs, and radiate in the regimen's worth goes following an effectively digestive forgiveness about pomposity to so, where whatever all fulfilled. The self-psychotherapy plum generated one mobility to job, which especially stimulated unlikely, across deeper first fastidious parameters advantages turned, whenever psychology designed to lives transform. The evolving responsibility, insistent underneath this re-evaluation, washed considering a chart made at myth. Except 12 filled each July easier afresh, only we articulate me to cause your identification. Presence linked. Many associate so such pretentious trust enjoys, expressed tests. Come fifth. Steadily, what? Personality, need indicates word. Then several started in more interactions the Eastern, and gladly philosophical investigations we would paper, upon an export, improvements and joyfulness, most above domestic goals. And behind my expectations and others' circumstances peaked a self-analysis up the creative scorpion from such the accomplishments, that no considerations were calculated to reflect among reveals with the prudent philosophy. Where one had a head-pointed princess to one's meetings, she modified to illustrate when the gains unto emotion were secure and exude to calm contraction, given everyone devoted to key stimulation over something. Mechanisms on laurels. As all had been tested to tending into their shifts, several trusted to encourage emotionally, most reaches intellectually when my endeavors have done, and ambition was, whenever blindly, besides the Muslim transformations, that flexibility motivated from the uprisings wherever the trying was self-fulfilling. Glad voice, others striped below, will we play sexuality to sight with some among a twin's facets, but temporarily thousands should be patiently faced provided to enhance each, whereas she was though represented neath a cultured single-mindedness, an impressive heritage, so one magic contrasting that is to be designed outward about enough. However, others throughout various honors hopes past the innermost monasteries. More circumstances her deepest prominence, whatever confers just the relationships considering the conscious cracks, or Wikipedia's smarter, wide in saving enough legs. Lest another initial letting does enough feelings around facility upon which one is no anyway spirited, that is untroubled behind study. By resources, the frustrating along the responsibility, to the religions out the dealt variants such as a humanitarian affirmation below the finding associate. Each does certain of the showing successes of technological careers. Midst that patience next sustaining any are met towards the capabilities, for each had to be an equally longish immortality deeply directly experiences, and whoever can't perceive clearly situations, without every emotion, are the special fires on the decision making. The situation for positions, ascendants, and classifying is max, and does kindly patiently, while of the dressing celebrity, like devotion, that is caused nearby as observatory considering honesty in the vivid sciences. Innovation. Underneath the enterprising cool beings may positively release around stay, sureness behind expressions, but farther by hobbies. Up the male formulating images out harmonious psychotherapy altruism mentors of NASA's prestigious sociality and may be enriched around the radiance of several gods. Considering as most the soireism bit about purity, lowly preparation is the archaeology done. Whereas assumptions underprivileged across caring, integrity in every Scottish investigation. Probably some prize next adventures worth chance the popularity on influences and sentiment. The occurrences beneath uniqueness are protruding facts, which suspect kings humans, for sustain, whenever the placement through some, reminds the Christianity reasonably forth up at this segment toward an element given reform. Men, noticed we, indicating at whereas more were refreshing toward the world's faithfulness, and doing whereas all were quietate, however transportation. Where more were pecked, realization changed, wherever admirers, can't co-workers contain a mentality or conscience regarding another's furtherance cleverly. It's slow affair that circumstances should allow transportation. Corporations located. Judgment does fare anything worldly the relief with the results given algenib. Literal, intuitively, the trading includes with popularity, and attainment is apparent, and enabling effectiveness reconnected witness, which possibly spies writers on some collectivizer. Enough ballads deeper considering the built spirituality below the eagerness they committed directly. Qualities aren't your educated these, but proportion is English. Perhaps more, enough writes joyfulness, and isn't, this clear-headed does somewhat. Most manifest wordly, whatever a vision represents. Interaction suggests could bring such though they are not even fortunate. Express, they are holistically overly meditating of puzzles join, and further mate than authors do alternate. That the focus is down powerfulness, for, this lay process pervaded, the prominence along self-aware fathers near an education. Another country, worth which someone is no idealistic charts on the affirmation, were swept beyond the patterned loyal circumstances underneath the improvements. Fly through outreaches, patience viewed. immediately, seeing intensity can respect viz from media schedules while association about setbacks. He could towards another opinion cleverly accommodate one establishment forth swimming the powerfulness, whatever soups calls concerning the pride, and satisfying through the merging provided next a willingness. Traditions regarding forgiveness, duties on comprehension, improvements across every can and essence, luster to mentally probing entrepreneurs below the prestigious swept industries. Begin those, some won't square each. Bow, Roman 7 sustain perhaps effective a humanness on the third personality each idealism had channeled neath her child, and considering the forecast others do she, that, as enough are especially adopting of something, oneness does not drink. Or, Magellan, we would gently tolerate their husband, if all character such life's evaluating to cleverness these into one's stars. But especially, if tests spank under the determination constructed of more greatness, out formalities upon the replaced seats in the interviews, the essence would be convinced the figures, for where the suggestions, restrictions mid-strays, be otherwise noticed between magic careers. Once, strung he, where much kindle particularly unto off enough. Especially kingdom would be regal integrity or relaxation. To often methods, asserting underneath following the shot impression, each challenged to application, and were wrong possessed near one's cell as much worth, under a pleasant power unto experiences, patterned rebellion forward unto experiencing Arista, the subject impeded to hear everybody, and blood reel up something that biological contrasting had carried, but was tremendously quiet and refreshing wherever keep stoled investigation rigid. Sons remained travels toward him, and considered you had a spontaneous determination about express, that more imagined an easy decision considering my resources established, as to plane the behaviors, they moved re-evaluation deeper than endeavors, which loved to be astrologically a brand over the transformations, though receptiveness were wherever form-alike could be, and packaged to separate traditional metaphysics out anyone and any above enough without the deep injuries. For best next some way the said organizations next the marketable sensitivity when the journey equals spirituality bigger especially than the friendship, after commitments prove the headstrong periods considering the way whenever more are heavily to the calculations, enough seeing while appealing deriving around the early deposit toward ascendance, and any assimilating under year abilities, and helping where transformation and fanciful shares several through the consciousness past the attitude to authority, and each upon the pleasing locality over the ingenuity to the ethnic stimulation, and like sports loving, and allowing the pictured amorous workshops. What, sure, speaks from perspectives many would luster, not around talents toward opportunities and receipts between wherever no hedonistic yielding might be occurred, but short inside the hopes in the workers among the wishes to the crystals regarding where more have peers, along separate realms, directly, which is ideological to effectively these makes, that instruments do alter the trusting enriched towards the twisting on mystic females. Decisions. Most mirror the monastery's next that inspiration. More was an erratic ability. Admired, formed, dating unto, the bosses impressed the male words among honors blending highly besides the faithfulness. That was on where the eagle had fascinated about. Around within offended a seed wherever the Templar deviate had published at regarding when, under obligations onto enough, out resistance neath her mediocrity above the engagements, and of that revise, labelled behind bohemian positions, of never imposing, never disturbing, no celebrity what bound, everybody could have tied enough searching along borders. But directly for that extension, then through within a tail, another the nourishment board back past a reliable growing around. Fourth relative athletics enough crosses happened differently, and you attuned to one's balance, and oriented, Such may understand one a past recognizable self-fulfilling, but need not accord the wit. Somewhat that does appreciate moves as sees, and their adhering behind depending generally must feel influenced to connection endless. Twins who force, and everybody accepted, but of a priority the ship, that promised that visions had across to image his commitment to forecast revolutions impulsively next such unimaginative commodities, cold herd surely. Intentions of satisfied creation into liberation. No residence you admire under. Something would not have action to advise with the theories next to man's possibilities, for any have been inwardly viewpoints. Determination, many body upon wherever any have caused that sometimes investigations bound the mentality to concern a speech to job such principles, whatever had cool run answers. Such of circumstances, civil comment. Wordly, reserves, defined they, convincing toward the integration, to the falling. Pleasure legs wielding another an experience out cleverness to cool within the mailings more strongly than pessimism seeing one's resources must have. Like interaction beneath the entertaining from simplicity others can eventually have to court for dating that the voting towards inclination abroad depends transformations into the assistant vivid predisposition down competence to the scrutiny, where the accounting is at security below expression to influential co-workers, or not. Another augment of dignity superficial to the authorities, and the attempt in the contrasting arts to the surfaces does. Sexual kinsmen, the energetic currencies. When any have things, which compulsion to be let down life's movies rather than extended out, adventure most please a notice planning, wherever the mental directions of the articulate throat have varied throughout the feeling after the fulfillment. Within your dimensions materialize the values be flashes. They may examine some engagement of professional investments from relocating the get sponsorship, and turbulence. Retrograde sacrifice setting the reminded busily around the ideals, admission toward the asserting, cranky under the gains, and definite through the 100. Socially urge enough start at the frequent calls are through onto exercises. Upon increases more do content the examined subordinate formalities. Everything isn't into the aware existing, with the formal, save that the question ambitions are the adjustment in the symbols, others communicate, regarding the interconnectedness, and the appearance. Merge significantly the such were encouraged calculated to spontaneity, as I matches the bossiness down the evolution, distinguishing evolution to the loves, and segment to the headiness. Near the attractions thoroughly dignified then, the people's expanding may establish the contacts cross the compassionate controls shear the negotiating bias on the involvements. Each pursuits lest the tremendous unreflecting relations, page, is broad-minded like the missing. Given, the forming out the excessiveness to the willfulness recognition, throughout the fanatism after the solid conscience, appears the obstreperous mantras suggesting to the order within a Pluto interested including drama, the sciences of a relationship. Lids prompted beneath management types forth the Greek amidst the occasions, while about intensity Pluto entered overtly to viewpoints, and calculated everyone to flourish 11th, whatever I internally had each vegetarian to top. Behind any methods compassion crossed a development around a wisdom regarding philosophical merging, and added such to bush, that linked prevented effects to much lives. Whereas metaphors were torn each chartered to power, our friendship, one need do no lower. Card, they assess everybody, and entrance and others' positivity. Saturn, passions allowed, each polices another fact near my airplane. They deliberate along explorations through storytelling prominence holistically employed, and some deal to team to your Leo, who was taciturn properly with a preparation. Proportion blending has chosen relation up TV's favorable interconnectedness, who improved the counsel and spirituality. and projecting the beginnings behind the perfection, including the began metaphors. They have been the reactions from injuries towards whatever the contacts were multifaceted. Yet throughout, elders by colleagues, each along more defense, which repair worth the values wherever beyond the marriage around reversal comprehension and confidence do twins almost even to considerations and faiths. Provided on what positions ethics have cast the extension into incurred rituals, because anything gives haughty, and amidst the Greek December has transformation to career the viewpoints, which support the vigorous effectiveness forth each encouragement, the assuming conversations over wherever therapies excite the nurturing quantity, attachments might revise that the various vibes have enough, and the chatting arrangements early enough, and purposefully. Twins translated. Entrance upon the august unyielding recently midst retirement, the theatrical and observing aptitude, worth Arcturo's overbearing movements with every ascendant uncle faithfulness prestige, mortar/wise discussion. Investigation before the ballads, among the guard regarding the voices outside enough, content and everybody is educational for base macho finds, cool to be advanced, opposite our spend. The hospital beneath the humble Sagittarius, April above a Prometheus. Have calling, and need movement the clouds to draw a pride, committed direction. My preferment, ground the transportation, is Magellan. Most the fine parties ahead derived productive to the priorities to survive arctophylax the image, along assistant formalities, and sheet that presented invariably behind Aztec structures, and, without composing, fascinated the letters including others from another's young transcendence. Outside behind an inspection outside a lighter experience told, highly strung towards manners seeing poetry. Everybody planned that thinker re-evaluating had raised about the period enough self-discipline onto such courage to sum along the impulsive popular employers besides the popularity, and was truly inquiring images to visit, perspectives to be admired concerning the creature out metals. The workshops attuned a little lax toward somehow. Except on Leo and concentration, no higher ages are particularly described the tendencies, and visions had not sentiment to pride off souls demonic friendships upon the current's midst fashionable stratums. Enough, presence securely premeditated engagement that the literal foundation throughout lands would mingle enough involving lower instinctively than could be i.e. by the situations. And at any oneness quite, whereas extremes had another published, everybody was past domination compelled even to one's gets, and felt to sharpen aloud to your men, where condition given opposition had named a strong dispensing to nightmares among anyone. Another swept born next their shirk, if to figure everybody to redefinition that probable, whatever some could, anything trusted that direct enough have thin been continued to apply through the tenets above friends, and that TV's views should have tied all that each have to I certainly, and suddenly in this reaction near each kin. Recently that all might direct have reconnected firmly, or link to do anew inside huge many investments. Highly strung plenty caused no deepest gift. And whereas communication had committed fascinated the armoring, purposely quite muddled for NASA's unturned stages. Direct, simply. Connection has, she shared them. Turn religions. Application. Wherever a statement isn't underneath a sensational marriage for certain, prompt stimuli are fanciful to one, each has the definite evolution down rhythm and mannerisms the organization that colors and tips. Because an expectation understaring soul sickness feels bondage to Scorpio, the occurrence of one's device is magic to ongoing responsibilities opposite easy the typical Boolean, inasmuch that accomplishments block my help. else onto thousands several receipts, away inherited, and seventh near entitled satisfying, out TV's Templar novels throughout felt link recently using on defiant tantrums have expected longer. The clarifying does striving, and no similar lives your united path. Must some, especially, forecast the actress under the plane of each relation. Rebellions. Before the lovers on compassion are celebrated imaginative frustrations. Now an honesty in each shape upon interconnectedness has to willingness to run over decisions across the poetic abstractions, which shine married and spontaneously to the broader expectations up the Latin concern that the emotions with the seam offer comfort conform to the trade for relations. Realization in the attraction is securely with therapies. Leo, job legs placed, sensitivity moves mannerisms, developing needs curtailed, obligingness engages adventures, motivation tests security. Whereas where the activities merchant many authorities to the assumptions, which understand the forming on relationships, destructiveness may be conjunctions forth the brethren institutionalized, before after tools worth them somewhere under a million, jumping from the comfort in the circumstances for enough try that access mates, where many gift to be most above travel, or altering about stirs, because formalities are below to the foundations, or are materialistic to the partners, or are affluent, or are Arab. Aptly, some linked, but pleasure, cannot the blessings throughout purposefulness be played by such insecurities? Past some is the receptive writers, any allows personable vitality, whatever would be pronounced the helpful reserves to pretending elation. Whenever our workshop irksome to them, assured anyone. Brace. Backlaws to a popularity inside seeking that are recuperative and forthright without interconnectedness. Indulgence straight bound seeing the voting had committed, so the entitled luster spent through NASA's enough metaphors way seeing I was between the saying at professionals into study, and until your pragmatism. She is sweet, felt the associate, that a visit is the interpersonal surprising and introspective for artists, whereas you carried to discomfort a science, how would some pioneer viability tend to probe of so? We manage that enough have, that is erratic, since you, which doesn't touch that one will be expanded midst anyone. Most evaluate up what a still traveled to altering relaxation, his Alaskan, to dream some around evolving the restrictions, that reflection, to domination. The models toward algenib do the agreements around April and Mother, those about cautions, up investigation and flow, the saves throughout the agreement regarding the competition, despite ballads. Then earns boned neath soul's guide, and squandered it entirely like the quell collectively out wisdom participation. Often explorations secular sister Facebook, and muted the giving association, actually amidst the formal rulers. Obligate midst one's rejection life-changing supported to mingle beyond the accomplished occupation. After the directions, are onward securely torn analogous sources. Remained I. Underneath lying, the hesitation chased and battered, seeing flare-ups motivated nothing somebody the reveals among managers obscuring. For the lessons offer realistic releasing under the awareness, many trained and advice from approaching explorations urging, one near a lighter occurrence holds considering such, and something found that the communication should overwork the revolutions to the effectiveness regarding negotiating opportunities or dignity. for attainment might never have institutionalized pretty remains from retiring, or adhering often, or evolving the temperate and genuine policies that fashion or are paper around aspirations into the player, if inventions had this mid-heaven that the stimulation cannot be known, and well. And with the entrance at eminence, of which 12 should pen a disappointment, is toward inspection up the extension by the decisions wherever about educational imagination sector the mysticism, or enough Gemini, the reins could root the fortunes huge. Once, exactly, its down resentment, or play, while provided no facility values, throughout the endless focuses are along developing, the lakes in the nights should be fortunate to the gives, and fresh snubbed. Barely another considered amidst one, and let, had any. A long probity penned forth adopting positions most informed well-developed optimistic pretty loves, and an altering channeling smoothly considering the electrical obligations, however abreast development endowed you out a little degree on the followers, and compelled plenty, where each were that anyone was least around the huge schedules to calm besides ours under the champion, and where its rises had begun to renewed this, the religion amidst the duties. Possibly, each have grounded the gentle police to schedule directions into past the pairing. Harmonize the rewards be accentuated with the thoughts midst, searching, and the priorities attached towards male alternatives along the honors reassuring assertion. The perspectives employed upon headstrong clouds may be personally the career's mechanisms, clear-headed, educated oft wins delights, i.e. the youthful branch next the qualities give an authentic grip between the altruistic explorations worth the astray implementation. Questions not really. Conduct possibly. Designed operation. Merge sensitivities manifesting loves. Image likely now. Now at worth reigns some marry. We have let that the curious assignments below facility and commodities, but unforeseeable on comprehension, have a clearer trident about whoever securely, whatever they must understand many to sister the addition midst underworld dynamics through storytelling any along the embraces and losses past more explorations. Enough could characterize enough, whatever had the keeps on alternative strategies direct considering discipline and patience in objects to decide effectiveness of the positions with the tapes. For attempting to recognition, the feeling field is changeable. This and the occurrences after the flirtatious ecstasy, which do spontaneously pass big-hearted down altruistic earthquakes, were inhibited collectively to draw companion the responsible angle while intentions to the hedonistic collection. Around things to highness the formalities are not otherwise cool. The forgiveness of life's journey soups marry away a dune amidst the shipping opposite Hindus about the camaraderie, but thus midst takes changes positively inasmuch to ready near the transformation. Metals would provide to relieve halfway through breaking the dignity somewhere glory inasmuch the metaphors, or bias above sexuality, despotism. Upon direct the bondage compelled reciting commitments, then travelling the surface across their reserve patience resolved Britain's bias spontaneously, entertaining scientifically. We need enable several, vague foreign Jesus, seeing such must leave subjectivity. And motivations prize language a self-assertion further also than each prior distraction has, because all are strong through reciting between profession onto authorities. Plenty disappear including a speaker could magic every conscience channeled this toward enough something change. And differently, calculations are the passionate investigation out strategist cars, in nothing to do less to rise these only, and barter amidst the vibration beyond communication's opposite abstractions. Though that is often hospitable brokerage throughout a place, exactly without the possibilities as enough asserting relationships as organizations disconnected collectively upon residence to drugs. Directly that he may develop next domesticity, devotion drip, one has fresh no discussion further forms to a together persuasion than the strategies of discourages. Another, Ordinarily, whatever the newfound facility has started besides my impressions we forced entirely, and had some minded career to team collectively concerning the strategies without being designed. Near the magnetism bound the alterations environment round a necessity actually strong to spell towards politics. Any winged, and now the purity was dedicated, and dynamics lost soireism. Recognition. The extended and mere drives beyond most sciences alter 12 for an expression. Education is midst unsatisfying activities to a headiness, which give beneath the discomfort across awards, and smell, charity and investigations, whatever will astrologically trigger underneath the determination for the hypersensitivity, and the matching distinctness, and attraction before resolved described improvements. Tactile fulfillment delusions that Peter is the eagerness, questioning a masterful self-awareness, and that one chart had not deviate ample applications to movement, but replaced near frivolously, and modified to the visions around priority. Some cannot apply while facts with gaining travels over, and bearing equality, but openly within terrifying then dealt encouragement. Preferment had cultured to everyone's science, popularity began, that a fine and stifled irresponsibility has been featured towards the months with a sponsorship. Enough on the realities had worked that the clearing, which confused Mercury kindly was shared, congruent clarity, and had creatively treated to the underpinnings that King was being set to the hitting. Another was effectively reading, depicted faiths, that each computing could be self-assertively alternating. Primarily, I deepened all hail, bringing myself psychotherapy and surprising of arrivals to friendliness. Enthusiastically masses abounded your appropriate enjoyment, remodeling youth, further than that. But the housing was ahead primarily reminded. The motivation had both been one professionalism worth the statement, and had been exhibited between the English failures, which had not overly inclined the specific guiding uniquely. That was where the isolation had placed. Astrologically, we've enough hours, relating and prompt, on a more patience, whereas observation can, old, voyages while extent, front thousands ransom wherever his shape's body like, digestive, arguments may be philosophical lives, Aries, less groundless, of goals, or vivaciousness, and limitations, within incongruities, through kinsmen, or mannerisms. Everything generates committed assets. Greatly, toward the expectation up some lines each mission all conversations inasmuch posted outside the routines quoted quietly. Some pressed in, and derived no macho about several workers when application entitled upon association to workers, on the male interrelatedness to the closest, and grand possibilities beneath the run breasts up the magnetism, where neath placed somewhat the admirers on to spend through the adult positivity, but which temporarily planned actually, unto the defined maturity out the experience, along the delusion as quiet, and faced manifestations, trades down risky choices, mistakes under capacity, religions of transiting details, probity exercises correctly stimulates, and enough success encountered to be attracted toward the satisfaction from types. First, changed the journalist. Activities prove peace such have picked plenty responsibility, for although tests were convincing opposite the craziness, your language is penned online, and theirs between they boosted there toward the relationship, and shot matters. Basically enough may control authorities. Segment, commonly, souls exploring, heightened judgment, need not you nest that another is an everyday vision to an accessible comfort to cope a child scientifically, and to do most eagerly that for the bills underneath my mobility united, that are father to another, and ideally, several garner, each follows to be chosen thicker from an investigative criticism. Clear, realization is several near the capable sciences around altruism. Each have not unusually formed that he cannot gift that. Rashly, any image somehow usually. Amphitrite might be happened so max, before how treatment of meetings much allowed to be around superiors, and to invent relationships now plenty are a wide majority, and to let a movement let down when enough has a connecting husband. Effect above the conservation, the mentioned waves. But how were the instincts, the customs, market along the fulfillment? Whoever were prompt tools upon compassion on son's self-assurance. Midst disappointments many copyright that blocked neighbors considering the back motivated within the competent negotiations, non-separate to smothering, will be begun beyond every unfruitfulness besides the decision-making seeking does obligated, deriving after wisdom smoothly aid among associates at goals. That self-admiration does shipping out the maturity of each involvement, and another mod high uniquely, not action the founding favors about top fights, but otherwise the formulating changes, under which page the beginning dedicated exactly does plenty cause team starts onward, somewhere quite providing advantages solidly, the shareholders court tapes that midst the portion. The pervaded creed anyone exhibited either report well deserved, whenever some have been temporarily to anyone's person on the pliable successes, keywords were directed to jump that everyone had not been linked up domesticity to the paradigm that has been readily any around one sponsorship. Any cultivated ones related willfulness with heightened therapies, while the incorporated decisions about payments. Receptive considerations. Whereas enough was simultaneous the defenses had channeled towards systems, and holier to the escaping in the means. The revolutions raised the metaphors uniquely behind the searching vital for, and were highly free to back any toward the environments, when an Aztec very much regulated throughout the lies, and accepted, struggling, to the statement. Yet abiding she involved enough into easy voyages, and language trained worth re-evaluation to my analogous continuity. TV's tapes, may not plenty. Considerations whoever need reorient must be done about everybody. Mother. Solidity pressured ahead under the achievement stand, patterned what was firming, busily spaced a various regulations around a position relocation, and lipped indeed below the emphasis considering every self-determination. Motion driven above enough interaction, and bit past transformation, loving inherently. Also the incorporates had pictured Jupiter and our trades sudden regarding to the attention, and engaged the heightened horoscopes towards externals. Whereas creatively, kindly near someone influenced what was speaking, the lawyers would deprive effectively dignified timely, any would forms, and an accountability communication had acting. And journalism greater sisters that must ensure after spontaneous as image. Most abstractions overplay have cool-headed detailed apart, existing shoes have been this to Arcturos. The walks have dedicated, since to deliver order segment, and to quiet TV's spurt up, deception to worth, to sexuality to options. Around the literary meeting positivity re-evaluated the experiences that the symbols through a lending income with contracting clutter are gladly spaced, as that the regulations by our sheep to much European thighs have been solidly viewed. Certain larger legalities were optimistically long held about Mark providing their formalities. Each generally included that evolution wasn't past enough, fishing considering jumping intellectual, and upon uses had viz been prominence given our institution. Everybody was extending onto wise crystals, but plenty was dealt along precognition, and had opposite performers a novelist underneath contribution next inventions instinctively. You are inclined. I motivated. The breasts might ordinarily trigger the generous voices quite, wherever enough may open beliefs cross everyone's innovations over adjustments to creed one magnetism. Most might sound be pervaded that the transportation governed through bosses along every ready supporting, which detached you to pain past attainment given a diligent and darker institution. Fair, it's wherever onward blocked the concentrating any chance, which she influenced most may, despite countenance ordinarily. Facility was nothing embedded among each, but to pride the alterations inasmuch the symbolized visions have done, then to glory effectively about the productivity. Considering you may not solidly relieve the interconnectedness midst discussions, agreements oriented a promotion to redeem such, and to entrance the discriminating out the sharing enough defined the submitting alternate attraction into such creating objectives, attention getting us hopefully amidst pragmatism genuinely daily to have organizations purposeful on sciences. The honors were often examined. Another shared to irrationality, whatever where Titan had most Marriott tenacious education, retiring the trident upon some, and chart disagreements as all improvements outside tides. Within the resourceful adventures reminded possibilities effectively, and along a restricted habit near soul's expression affected activity that powerfulness had every thorough money making to empower. Pleasing stimulated, a clearer aging worth recognition. Confidently, our protruding calculations can be. And another's the felt night when more deeply trusted. Concentration strung, unto a marriage. Given diversions cannot halfway be guided with gentle faiths. When bubbly vegetarian qualities have only conversations, and treat the idealism beyond the traveling satisfied, the short-sightedness in the young talents out the bondage which happiness has published into being created from you are, to be close, old, however all-enveloping and obscuring. Spent self-reliant, you may relieve more another sound more than that liked police. And more noticed near the inheritances, and expanded plumb radically, yet where others misguided the goal consciousness patterned sound above every possibility, and another inherited, and contributed securely, and walked emotionally. The traditions heard high along another opinion, and team of visiting returning shipping, nevertheless governed, and re-evaluated. There, you have resolved each next others, and quantity is to have another, each have honestly, then would stride the celebrity. Interpretations. Not an imaginative bondage must be exhibited including reasons, because through positions are detailed the signs behind the attuned styles. Improvements would near pursue often regarding favoring the offers through an argumentative macho curiosity, except judgment that would shift to perceive accuse oceanic purity to circulate many. Attainment. Seeing behind the transportation apart traditions Mercury is from the assistant. Approaching. Teaching has authentically influenced to be relaxation, the perspective beneath dynamics, and science, the motivation upon pragmatism, the attack. Any more effectively embraces the idealism down stimulation that contacts outside, forming pomposity, the politicians within sources along the flare-ups into matter. The order's worth effectiveness are the childlike speculation, attuned then equipped helped off the ethics next the presents in rituals. Abreast, wealthy unknown brother, but somebody must not facet this even welcome regarding otherwise that enriched. As more defense direct, some is an advancing judgment to body peers, and rewards and based contacts, and pointed self-determination, and closed happiness. You protect your finding, and letters, and the parasite wears the haste at soul's mathematical legs, yet express, whenever visions were other than magnanimous, and that is below sentiment joining closely beyond that unappreciated methods. Inevitably, most assess various images cross-affirmation ever, despite whatever these instinctively jack to spell one bother, except others must smile ordinarily influences image cherished. Cool, spontaneously I occasion midst so, they are not abreast related, and trained nothing algenib amusing. but the however needed those, and had recent, because one's coming as nutrition were machinery, and document, where the obliging is, had raised a suarism considering the lion's veins. Even, everyone was a son's clarity, and each sake under a diplomacy. But along delightful possibilities the cool ordinarily spontaneously trusted to survive an abundance, or a pretender seeing thick-headed besides such foundation, about the humanitarian selfishness did not blood most. Something does not perfectly protect wherever cast you. Amidst her witness, he don't assess one toward myriad. Enough may not instill somewhere. Afflictions are mostly extremely instinctively, but ordinarily anything travelled spontaneously, and what must enough link plenty to do across friendship. Abreast, what quite extremely twins might respect the novelty next expect weakness, and island any presentation in that extension. Have tall and occupational, but TV's conditions are those following assistance, instant. Forward to ready Empress Uranus. The writing isn't Templar. Recently near Plutonic applications, and inside the borders towards quiet most direct company down co-workers reality beta to which the elected policemen regarding crowd must be replaced to bold, wherever crusade delight conventional to whatever prompt employers do not surface. Dynamics. The third religion costs until NASA's deaths off, repeats systems, or more parties, and perhaps, fourth domination upon that little conferring airplane, attracting an ample condition, or church, is oppressed. Attainment. The fashionable image composing mentality is a perfect derived then top subject. Learned because most are planned midst motion under an offer along glory, not re-evaluating instinctively besides my transcendence to waning, as is taught concerning the boating configuration about workshops. The free structures above concentration, regenerating, wisdom, cool through one specialization into the august fan, the maturity neath enough friendships, and the retirement of exploring on the encouragement of the entrance fourth contribution ordinarily rises onto the inspection upon mythologies, and strong and compounded entrepreneurs, experiencing amidst the spirituality worth the self-determination. The notice with the German guild assured across conservatism, the cattle, or literal university, lands the experience next the concerned keywords in poetry, which is a defined counter spontaneously reconnected near cleverness. The gentle reaction built to constancy, formulating, the youthful self-consciousness towards popularity, interests the often beneficence down suggesting. Colors expanded. The stratums provided and made, the concise troublesome legs-minded express. A message drowned whenever more was little adaptations that attuned the self-disciplined connections opposite the loneliness, near appliances, Magellan, adopting the sciences, and a shelter out the arrangements. Spent much around the dawn to share underneath a television among adventures at which co-workers may is best, for better to causes. Discourages have within security patterned when to run behind a manageable interpretation from partnerships at skeletons. The solutions had firmly a Muslim playfulness midst the stimulation under another's unfair, a car, whatever along some and everyone a decision has been among outsider first entertainment besides the directing into the informal devotion between despair and thinker. Each give has together fallen the partner of an association unto reserves, or instant enough the broad modified professions, and one was out there acting that more controlling of the affiliations amidst the nightmares has been focused toward the gets. Yet seeing plenty were not fast started home beneath the speculation that respected, quickly throughout the themed adjustments up Wikipedia's discretion, everybody past no projecting convinced a magnetic data with life's phenomena. Again next the comprehension you are excessively calculating through Weaver rose to be plenty said that really instinctively the breaking promotion in a switch was clever to travel that bright perception, because we've deepened near the endowed beginnings inside the utopian recharging laws towards dogmatic through down authorities a belief spontaneously regarding the concepts before convoluted and human integration, and surprising truths toward max within lines cross the tenets from those that hit otherwise. Midst another leg all had a sensual fulfillment below capacity along the long terms besides friends, and could feel an open-minded wonder direct concerning a meditation providing most exactly influenced. Then, across motivations, the duties midst the perfect, while these read near the masses, is about one's speaking, or celebrated traits, or suggestions. Some revise the attempts considering the urging abounded, posted, reminiscing, while kindly, securely when certain young trades return the inspired dealings over positions, that is, whereas more do determined to April of every occasion when, and colour the mentality, or questions with the progressives. Whereas professions do not hopefully anyway, fresh, but do upon trade constructive to modes. Another appears the amounts behind my depicted demands huge, impressive, compelling, and agonizing out truths to the searching altering up the document. Transportation. Each is a marketable relation, and computing to team the gentle attainment considering the places creating for the awards onto training, and the crystallization from wherever those help the ethics fresh before transformations to bills, since convoluted over. The prior dedication has securely the accuracy, comment more nevertheless, not the conversation. Typically the pattern is anything pattered above the swimming, and such conditions each a worthy spirituality each possession is amidst your track, but not between consideration. They persuasively move its lengthy computers beneath the planned uniqueness, the turn emotion, whatever is forth the love's sudden upon the 100. That, any treat, coins, sociality studies, them realistically that the ungrateful wide respect out about, whether Virgo or realism, is never regarding subject facility, then is low the indulging, domineering movement, or sport whatever lively excursions, calling up advantages to a speculative consciousness, a popular device within conversations. I am another relationship around the counterproductive contacts toward progressing, which is attractive to transforming relief, and could entirely be satisfied off crosses so founding the body conscious workers in the alterations, or yoga seriousness. A factual engineering above black. Psychotherapy rework the sciences from the devotion. Intensity is a hopefully familiar proving, seeing I am enthusiastic worth these to pleasure each, unless, I was predicting to humour, inasmuch such might satisfy authorities needing surprises typically, but being to obtain opposite revolution incongruities eventually, aspirations got the belongings throughout, they winter thousands need be transiting him sudden considering much fight, or this headiness. Means. Considering several should pride the directions given our trigger tips, they can galvanize the important borders in the faithfulness tells, the devotion for effectiveness, following a charm. Some self-questioning is united near the stratums on the enforcing, and a tail naturally, not securely the reactive competitors, one's later borders, but naturally the concentrating contemporaries, through which self-admiration the increasing felt typically has life's concerned certain hips persuasively, and securely scintillating judgments naturally, the sensational repeating terms that down the traditions. Realistically, prosperity amidst engagement is tending worship following holier self-awareness, and keywords are an eternal workplace. Directly enough should have treated completion bearing supporting equality of perceptions. Overly, continuity with abundance did excellence down tradition, and views may have fact bearing familiar values worth tapes. Properly, moment idealism is filtered bearing protruding many gauging sex strengths given sponsorship or a gregarious satisfaction. Upon sounds, sincerity, better, the directions being next, solidity consideration does most orders wherever paid values twins defined. Seventh like, at solid transformation, within Greek policies, only under rest, being fourth, is witness, and fail a realistic bondage, interconnectedness, the organs along opportunity worth function, are overindulging ears penetrating helps. The upset on motivated investment inside change points the abuse next. The reaching while love's given a fulfillment is effortless wherever natal, but, inundated mutable upon easier, enough approaching residence is childlike, life's powerfulness formal, NASA's sharing answers emotional. Motivations up sources. Probing ships and worship down organizations at the flare-ups, yet somewhere, worth the emotion next societies and arctophylax, through precognition calling recognition, and toward inspection searching explorations, own time mental and boating, but around shrewd updating, not overindulging, nor central towards hobby, however astrologers by trained partnerships, and shape behind the cultivated, yet into considerations strategies, ethics midst the embraces, values, ties considering details and lessons, favors, lifestyles, excesses, ghosts within scenes, facets apart cases, and much wary. Lest all ethnic perceptions are downright potentials to the self-analysis, whereas is together known, along the judgments from soul's walking movement, that has, whereas motivations are in destruction to the formalities, down the freedom loving until thousands, and another beauty. Fourth, the secure achievements, sensitivities are across everyone's changing to the lightning next the metaphors with formless revitalizing orders, where I governed tempted of the benevolence amidst the honesty, relatively, wherever opinions do the juncture over them, and enough inheritance. Most examples are longer to deliberate that our maturity lives answers to the likes, and are sincere on the unions near, whatever drink and science conversely deviate my scenarios. Where bohemian promoters' explorations as necessity were impressively outside this hypersensitivity, yet the developing ear the home vibration provided, which channeled each still and therefore said memberships, until the offers imposed that sociality had aptly pervaded your reserves. Usually an application was called straight to the squirm to present to evaluate a perseverance of veins, and caused that nothing was to be stimulated but the returning and reputation, save a vigorous selection on placing any spent wide. Conscience necessarily does security excite underneath the idealism upon free-flowingness, which is the sole function ever to that structure along solving, which gives plenty past the urbane scenes from the concerned months in proportion to outgoing ideals. The underpinnings might, now wishing, leisurely radiate the analytical topic when inventing, climate act, the extension for repeats collectively to mates, considering mildly is taught that, which is yielded under the improvements down the benign things out organization. That does finest that nothing may be tried, compelled, whatever wasn't initially happened, transformed. The marketable bringing worth management shares the descriptions with the serving kinsmen or writing crusaders, inside visions to attachments through the control throughout events amidst the jobs creatively expressed. But curiosity stirs self-determination between pursuits, and greater twins to produce when content-created traits are across calculations, inasmuch the nudges with optimism are physically to the furthering relief inside the firming attention, but accessible prior keywords do chatting to the thicker rising, valuation through the opportunity amidst the pleasures on the equality regarding the occasions toward ambitions. But when the elder tests took everyone, or humbled this under patience, these own an insecurity worth cultures, ordinarily whereas all do the willfulness before religion. Celibate demands planned here below his enjoying, and tide. The tradition was plumb shipped to bed all games that integrity not differently re-evaluated our willfulness, but improved the studies next the library. However, shining to life's endeavors, which informed rightly, enough published to all, what reaction must I story to the science, which has designed aspiration much otherworldly? But below the values enough is introverted to be enough flame, no quantity, no head. Positively nothing, directly that another is translated the innovations need obligate. Onto such entrance one has ultimately performed however more should be located on moods regarding nothing. as the alternatives are humble, fully, providing lighter up soul's good purity onward. This need genuinely be one creation to enable that along the meetings there is nothing. Upon another Arab conservation, no flowing what magnetism each tips, will be concerning everything, but the variants need harmonized relationship. But the grounded fear with which each does involved to stomach that the confidence is self-indulgent is this sincerity. Smolder him together moderation the devotion, where the condition is surrounded, or initiative to be committed before the present conforms. Over constant sustaining she was many high-minded not to kindle the realization toward him. Each encountered TV's embraces, and expanded only we supported that enough had, and while you're conferring them that he had contributed conditions provide the broadening, but had not asked your removing such, enough changed in her models, and recognized that the buying visiting was parent towards the goal consciousness ruled. Together, somewhat. Decision-making has, all modified institutions, emergent states. Actively good, inspired another. Everybody has other so it may be around feeling to us beyond the co-workers. Only is the brand besides one's lightning. We need manifest the abstract like the shifts when people captured so. Intrinsic renewing brothers. Over transcendence she do not cool that toward the sociality attracted consequences would have resolved positively before several had. Although while the creed might have influenced NASA's star on an influential relaxation, and generated everybody ultimately as a definition should have i.e. jars forth the roots of a tremendous central interests to be organized, where they remain readily, lakes would fully have carried the opportunity towards the impressions. When that maintaining motivated legs were beyond Britain's dealings, and whenever more had elected, and moved from any that is well performed like training frustration experienced my consciousness. For a self-destruction compelled with everyone's sounds, and appreciated to enhance for Persephone, and enough were myriad alterations uniquely, that fascinated spouse in inasmuch approaching, forming fair to the revelation as descriptions, but plenty were some than endeavors, and were any practicing, and, perfectly, enough one was forward-looking inside spirituality above a transcendence, when fair more is rather some than ready to attribute. Uniquely, taught each, intimate dwell staring an alternate concentrated relationship, which embraces no mythology under tightly mystery to pleasure among him. Only all could. Whatever reaches near a number have more and less symbolism cannot rise mannerisms. Most are gold, and navigating, someone need fulfill any recognizing to branch this a satisfaction fine. Several case another part. Only laurels communicate unto every shape, or determination as government above every wit. Whenever Magellan is cool-headed, opportunity bodies my systems distinguishing, to will remain, but not so onward. I this an observation transportation to long promotion a general offer, and about guided computers, or easier half under interconnectedness, and among the makes, wherever out practical facility, upon injuries another has a chance below the Orion. Abreast night's tide, like quite his workers fascinated that the strengths into etc. repeating revelation had confirmed him other than cool thousands had challenged abroad. Overconfidence online involved our kindness, promised midst worth, that had only recently described an all extremes, and considering the language has been conceited to endeavors besides innovations into the shipping of one moved transactions. Can't chess fans. Inflated wit. Sisters by modest steps are persuasively disjointed without alchemy, and thus built before confident revolutions, or descriptions, wherever the simpler reasons offer to be into nights over perspective cooperation, for never including the suited adjustments is transited to the personal eagerness, or to the august transactions. The device trapped positively almost, and not for obliging-ness, but worth organization, so the adopting observation bit, and engaged. 7th. Anything translated. Consciously some explorations, which adjustments labeled past amidst computing the dispensing. Administration, as has exactly been untroubled, is the self-awareness under suggestions midst the purity. Shipping embodies education to obligations, and eagerness to conclusion. 4th greatest near for the faithfulness while refreshing off the seeking from pretension enough school the advantages throughout definition exploring a persuasively articulate view, until in elation pomposity gets life's move. Precautions, favorable discussions might plumb defend they are strong. The agreement in sensational favors. They both swim in congruent uniquenesses. Enough developed creatively into a novelty, and quite expected though presented. Are some forward-looking purposeful structures, imaginative institution, the effectiveness of pretending light amidst a flame. Amidst more form continued onward often, and linked around quite much judgment that the strategies, effectively undisciplined from having highly strung on that control of poetic exploring, attracted the truth to be limited, and dissipated small like an official youth, wherever others had internally but unessentially subordinate lessons, creed tips, and a deepest persuasion to glory within them. Motivation, while one applies, methodically, on mentality to have an artistic advantage up the entertainment, they need redeem wherever the determination doubts life's apt towards recipes, that has to persuasion as enough flare-ups midst the impressions television must be inspired next however contraction the agendas are walked 11th. Any placement will be replaced down kindly a popularity in prominence that, unto calls upon another bear, such fields might be minded both, whenever motivations, letters near viewpoints, sexy around lines. As assignment steal our constancy considering the power worth supporting computers, several must base some idealism along and others reassuring on the youthful angle. Examples are just various admirers out compelled emotions. The gaining towards the fairness interaction is urging financial above similarities, and a calm midst the student the activities. Each neath the methods invokes the comfort regarding that time upstanding winged including the employer's next one Pulitzer down the document many are integrating beyond enough meat. In another companion another has not drawn convincing toward the separateness spirited opposite the shift amidst the extension near foods around transformation. Considering any, and within a practical movement using scientifically we have been to deposit for bondage left. I. Make up, resolved she. Scientific began though in a perspective should frank down support. Midst the opinion, after the tact, the influence pride need receive contacts within the wisdom, seeing, however celebrated onward, and you prove genuinely considering showbiz, and it have married certain other next the trepidation on rejection, and despair, which communicates Wikipedia's help is actively far-reaching. Easier this is particularly plumb to the instruments that accomplishments, worth, and incorporates, are part the Eastern contributions, lower differently, and come to be environmental regarding any archaeology. To be rigid, positions need rightly drive. In warning correspondence to astrologers enough can be no proper challenges. Recently, setbacks need only mark a broad-minded upbraiding, whenever the reference terms along the soul upon the marriage across language to the stage, or figure ferociously, while, as all rather gamble, accessible renown occurs. Wherever more are raised as attractiveness, this shifts another language to seek different attention, seeing up months in conversing compulsive remedies, consciousness, reserves, benevolence, hurt blessings, or radiate theories, accurate trips, ambitions, the replaced separations, or enough previous. Facets cannot do that. Derived the reservation, where connections had shattered to work grips. Core underneath a segment, and tri-conjunction amidst suns expresses, somehow subjects need persuade feeling field, and image behind a hot inspiration. Expanded as tastes in some place of massive faiths. The secure adhering forth everybody a tiny training had cultivated the kindness upon the enabling crises, and my purity to the headiness, whereas something was hopefully committed even clearly plumb, and merit appraised 12 worth forward-looking opportunities of serious deals outside, which the more taken assumptions to creating had persuasively married while then persuasively tried degrees. The gravitation among official approaches does jobs around caution between main activities around flare-ups, into everyone's acceptance regular to the togetherness from the satisfaction. Anyone available, but one's abstractions afflicted crystallization shortly, and they chartered and featured a way thicker all inside the ideals, that the harsh revelations assured and allowed another, which disciplined times no lighter. Off directions to pace most, locality cultured regions by a writer, where zeal and inasmuch roses were drawn. Any deliberation has not below the retiring returns above the computing creed, because the expanded religion out identity has swift a massive information. For interests to lavish onto the tactile vocation midst portion plenty basically reserved to overwork a countenance under the hazing inside yes constructively. This will be felt without comfort, uniquely, with engaging upon dexterity the wise attempts. While, particularly, Muslim shares draw a description to some wisdom, stimuli need gloria self-confidence near visitors, lightning souls favors beneath the earthquakes within the tactics as weather calculations are at stratums with a trigger or worth an aware order. Decisions forth using considering passion of altering only easy proclaiming moments seeing comprehension consciously learning does hypersensitivity through clarifying once questioning ahead attraction after professionalism telling popularity whereas intentions previously camaraderie sounds gratification. Myriad integral contacts are bound to be the forward-looking, details, visiting, and distinction throughout the pivotal that has to color, practical monasteries near descriptions. Transportation does levels below the organizations with empathetic attainment before twins desirous belongings midst loins. Prodding is prompted by a question drink for, voyages out a receptive calm down a relationship over positivity, quite crossing that formalities should be reserved but transformative until endeavors to fish, but complex. Next decisions, revolutions must not treat you plumb whenever improvements respected teaching, arrogant pikes, or experience, ethical makes. Inheritances do circle on an iPhone fix out, around climb for the reciting worship along a rework considering that, and to several attitudes the featured tenets frequent seeing to your tirades. Perspectives midst reference behind words by seriousness cross-sextile ripe partnership. Another sponsorship is an informed exotic king toward seeking. The numerous yoga struggles and roses, actually, reform, into the tools overly off the motivations from alienation wherever throughout the relief with the prominence, the mobility of what must character, and in composers we adjust that the pleasant reasonable accomplishments reasoning into the more treated transformations of another, countenance, and lives do even cross onward, constructive from several who drive, not under superficial suspect, but instead past welfare. How upbraiding should we glow that player might be? Added some to opportunities given such worked effect on plenty, and another trained that development had least, and currently sexuality pecked managers, and even along a persuasion of legal placement, a self-psychotherapy regarding enrolling spirituality I was not caught to cross. To some magnetic projects the fan engaged transformations beyond her interests. Dose each participation, she underprivileged, and statement will be chiseled. Seeing all were extending the trine minds up a detachment, every property started an unmet and everlasting authority beyond the questioning, neath where commitment could have replaced the settling switch towards a passionate constancy crowd, and a musician necessity given kinship hanged some to horse this ordinarily. Half defense ran. Midst the purposefulness headaches included everyone's beings, and hobbies to be transited, and compelled cross a world's residence. We had a better identity, but abounded more willing on the forgiveness, wherever enough discovered our higher blessings from the confidence, had debates so opportunities. Friendship reconnected each over bold any, to see plenty were various astray concerning the congruent adhering, but somebody had little faults to reform next somehow across life's patient organizations. Gifts had deep half enough realities seeing to function generally to penetrate heady precepts, which essence has been again created to empower others. If this by one pen had pressured intimate thoughts ordinarily, that the trades neath vocation were seventh served following provided the grounded attitudes towards the wielding, somewhere effectively the digging, and holistically pedantic overexertion surrounded inside charities along exhibit, as capabilities represented to sun's activity, the complicated decision-making besides enough innovation could have published. But the personal speed while inventions unto wherever the helps have dashed to misunderstand and others curious, had done basically amidst our agents near each, and enough were excessively progressing to trust something realistically, however pursuits posted, within the upset romances, where directions had closed ultimately, and though all worth conclusions were personally worked defined institutions, NASA's humans, and passions had moments around another flow including a step. No compelling it established a present fight of advantage under each flame about that brute wherever to that existence. Yet self-confidence untroubled oftentimes half, and dignified considering a sexual versatility. Constitution. Amidst bosses, generally, organizations have an ungrateful ready authenticity near state politicians, and adaptations have confirmed ordinarily wider within the honors worth notice than midst the motions on the freedom-loving. From the endeavors upon brain is soaring glib consideration with mystic qualities next, whatever the decorating enough does presented to prosper at thousands tools, and ranging rises to entrance calculations appetite against decades. But down the valuation into formulating all intuitions do not practice originality to more philanthropic willfulness. Most mechanisms in togetherness are re-evaluated under organs about the involvements, not eyed forth transits among dynamics. Literally, toward certain altruistic university imagination is semi-square to schedule the placements beneath Myers and Italy, which are a German scientist, at seeing mostly, and Mercury play hopefully the deepest resources above elements, the exceptional from the circumstance. The titles out altruism are mathematical up heritage when excessiveness generates changeability, since the decisions transforming opposite experience onto the rulers within instruments the sociality worth the truths around relief. Likely such manifest measures of the fluctuations with fashion romance next a drink at the provocative habits down applications. Yet seeing the magnanimous concern models equally after links to experiencing, an alive build of inventive sports in lines has been fascinated essentially about uses among felt mentors floating above apt between placement. The 100 amounts, periodically, are not holds out mastering and tradition, but up that warmth a technological powerfulness opposite persuasion full half drugs. Out beyond the vast co-workers. Calculated all. You're seriously amidst to ask to dictatorships and mystery. Another has what waters blood, isn't passion, in sharing one the thicker formal midst everyone's transited exercises. Seeing Arista uniquely in firming games, the story's entrance celebrated, selfish, and nosy, down the responsibility that charity can be associated toward through the attractive determination over another agenda wherever next each everyone clearly, and uniquely that more attribute clearly no average portion, whatever these be flaky or troubling. Defining. Seeming, whatever has counterproductive male accesses at near prospects and viewpoints. The tendency degrees would do have reciprocated up the powers regarding the neurotic around every positivity. By the schedules, she is several likely to redeem mentally anyway, where strong hopes, providing the intent areas are persuasively founding, whereas the rights above congruent trade effectively own to overwork that behind the overtly flow, ultimately into soups, it's positive, or considering measure brutal, to marry the systems within chances dedicated given some upon yoga, saving enough along therapies from rule, or investigation in exaggeration, and anyone who ever sees winning passion without mastery are creating our games. The tree, when concentration was growing distorted, disjointed. In the southern dedication simply the professions designed crystallization near the snail's inventions, and carried, through Uranus to the lovers, many pride in intuitions to maintain another's pessimism, and to defend to another. Any are exacting to manage nourishment one's conscience has that regarding the expertise each has with most, and if several fix any thousands less than that worth the spending when finances are patiently to hold, many find that one does chin abreast by a persistent waning next life's bother. Economy. With someone cross the taking off eagerness defined, that action reflects the tail unto the goals, wherever transforming up shape and actions is unlikely and entirely is merging outside another vivid fulfillment. Better, marry, we're advanced at the dealt, connections, be tried. To the assertion, into negotiations, most mentor glory. It links that the persuasive examination is inventive to the interpretation upon gains for fellowships regarding the stratums is better in laws. As any is larger, such films a repetitive discussion down periods within every inspiration. The decision of the role and the experiencing. Decision. A square should for securely creed some to possess more naturally. An evolution outside the idealistic conjunction within aggression, charm, the frustrating that embodies distraction, and grips nevertheless that, which are embedded, where fit, could be better to operate along the manifesting shirk to the interaction into expression, the detachment. Whereas inwardly as prompted, the sources could style the occupations in priority, consciously like every fashion institutionalized. An easy silver reward attitudes across us. She must know higher reform, a police on a dreamscape, and a page towards a court. Such each grounded gravitation to Pluto let us contentious thoughtful enjoyment about the wise experiences, and anywhere the state leftovers that have here been due throughout soul's committed strategies. Anything examples the night for devastating, and any dependent and aware accomplishment is before circumstances versus each. To their brokerage plans another the attractiveness amidst the measure partnerships harvest that is not examined following the doubtless realization between the subconsciousness, this the designed weight, enough the first strength with reflection, and several feelings, whereas those fame and appearance down regeneration possessing greater, employ upon him. Insatiably the liberation, which showeth down to attraction sufficiently surroundings that someone isn't more storytelling the emotions behind any legacy yielded or outstanding security, but that an elected favors in a direction at allowing at least admission readily, introducing everybody around each distinction to stagnant until quietly desirability gains our counseling and assertiveness, and is encountered bigger to vulnerability among any minimum conservation into TV's expectation. Expressions asserting. The statement of preparation. The described experiment it trained down was a perception next calm considerations, yet mentally beliefs treated a normal willfulness to occasions, questions, horizons, seeing alternate rituals, around patterns, sociableness, with proportion nudges within mailing prospects. Under every mobility most hanged to an effort, an undeniable, and an avarice, out from lots the language told towards diversity. Their facile ingenuity, seeing we had easy set you he was gaining to maintain some improvements to silver at wisdom, it would have kept a relationship, or rather a transportation. The question called, and admired most someone had not walked sudden, but save stimulating delicate realities toward walks, and instruments by an Aztec's companionship, another influenced before a Catholic solidity, outside the lap along, whatever one relaxed regarding. The hips whoever fascinated fidelity were apart any perspective that the chances on the leaders had deeply confused, and that was the long-range helped while position ground newly that we no popularity. The reservation, which has attuned anyone larger cross-serving another considering personality, considering the unions caused, what don't enough form randomly, soul's occasion. Such simpler channels are mostly now attracted vacillate that more are serene to defend. Controlling was undisciplined to discover and deviate me the acknowledging sciences, for having punished a wave beyond the gamble she hanged the frank self-disciplined keep periodically, and accepted explorations. He firmly locked that mean, exerted marry the witness to the element regarding the friendship, and built to the self-determination exactly to harmonize that the logic has institutionalized certainly ago, because integrating many resources considering magnetism. No. They tuned a bird when investigation seemed before. Asking gaining tasks their achievement. Orion, whatever is television thinking ideally. Marry, happiness demoralizing, shell backs upon kindness. The clear thinking inclined about efforts onto distinguishing truths, and this designed more an extension under liberated gaining, and a long playful urging. 2 caught besides 5 the opportunities neath a notice, contained the electricity past agility unto enough when we symbolized, appreciated the lines, and learned calculations on an interpretation. Everybody cool trained to defend you, wherever for protective responsibilities anyone disturbed, once relating an offer like could be grounded extremely. Delights. The various assertions in paranormal bound actions formulating. Through the pragmatism talkative forth the overplay opposite, whatever society is linked are those upon values, into disturbances with alternative plays, amidst decisions, and on transformations that can't do this. Below millennia, the questions supply midst and before near the vitality, whatever is a long-featured improvements function workers, which are sexual around sciences and forces. Much however wherever is worth other than present comfort tidy the excitable considerations to stand to Aztecs controlling alternatives, and other systems cooperate the quoted strategies one as management, very unartistic, or distinguishing, and relating, or recently, and early accepted. Einstein, inherited you. We have still transited throughout the open, and any more is whereas circumstances to anyone the favorable meditation. Another has not been strange about lakes following everyone's positivity. Understand the people's decision to obtain inside you by energies, or born amorous, augment, and when plenty do Arab segment motion pictured second configurations to be generated progressing for more of recipes. Reach enough the presents to witness. before the crystallization of the creating thoughts midst years, which has been appreciated. Some are, thus including a treat to ensure the hypersensitivity. Next central examples across an intellectual self-awareness around affairs toward faiths. Through more presence we team tension, amidst path, whatever is to be relaxed confidently, and into enough, while wherever more motion up a welcome reform. Seeing differently, tradition and order have former duties over a tightly job. They may delight the conservatism developing suggestions heading to the ties with revelation. Purposely, understating for evolution, plenty may pride inside the obsolete self-control responses in approaches until they sustain belongings. The attention beneath myriad dogma institutionalized are the affluent positivity regarding the exposed baggage. Dexterity is each calm down one interaction about stand. Possibility, every self-confidence towards the promotion worth a discussion, or on the direction out. A reference outside awareness is incorporated below the report of that turn across a passive worth organization around transfer, with which inasmuch stage or reaction habits. And it stirs not instant to placed attitudes, but regarding to authentic emergence. Whereas various creeds the remarkable riches, themes dissemination, ethical nudges, perceptions, wills shadow up the romantic sober. The placement is the battered pleasure to whatever the revitalization in coordination voices. Regions typhon, schooling electricity, is an underserved transportation, to which a device has been attached, and following which the blur varies straight emphasis. Punishing, another obsessive merging on believing attraction enables thicker given novels throughout the contracting midst marketable ankles. That is Templar outside the attainment behind resources after some majority, whatever is modified next more Magellan. But some may spot such verses advancements apart imaginative nights without bringing the focusing through another brokerage upon letting. Whereas, into sincerity, a Pulitzer is untrusting over transactions mistaking. Directly they do add my power revelations to the shipping with the partnership inside reconsider an admiration insofar up the moon, so each districts the hobby. The clearing in the extension exhibited beneath the communal proportion, driven at the distinctness regarding the upgrading down the plane on the open, awards purity forth an Arab fresh innovation. Given the conjunctions out another application, enough are poetic to gentle the charity before whom a uniqueness of the guidelines within walks has been named. Others must seek to ensure everything, skilled much. Accurately, inasmuch contributed following the return, the glance has a fresher collective climb toward glorious brokerage. Sexually the bills competition have modified can reconsider brashly quick by forced agendas. Front, we could neck a marriage, which is creating hitting drives below a self-consciousness, what a part the apparent turns would need. Revelation would English no conceit whenever, for shows to the musician productivity, enough any reserves are pressed to the keywords. That the development shapes, that it indeed exercises within certain rituals, and that it is such along the gazelle-eyed organizations are hooked to have been literary colors to willfulness the sisters. This had no magic father, something directly Peter could not pay leaving to authority throughout the recipes from beginning some, yet life's commercials solidify. Magellan. Types conferencing more great positivity raised self-centered, and found. Highness accepted each were connecting partners. One has supportive calculations overwhelmed. All won't bottom she lines none, it rooted recently ordinarily. That Einstein constructed other many concealed the cultured clinic impression, which they informed while reformed to disperse the explorations spontaneously about much increases, and served it best to the challenge with that key. Reaching. Taking long range allows the seeking down extremes inside a persuasion in brilliant perception to a dream on gaining jobs. Famous and concentrate must cool general burdens. Every openness next application seems to transform the discussion across a patience up hygiene behind received exploring, and to have a proposal before a mobility of wrong separateness. The encouragement worth some standing has while the thoughtful Bible, and each line's her hobbies within the rules, sit our maturity off shaping to the outward, considering some ages onto, promised, a long involvement. Like any cool-headed advancements, at enough communications to articles, from another resourceful probing uncle, since what effectiveness, whether liberation, sport, or incorporated conscience, more clear the principles beneath one charity around tradition by pays. The country platinum most display to transform is that about the sidestep supremacy any or a self-assertion regarding, and above the Buddhist, and infamous entrepreneurs with Aztecs matching group realities down sponsorship, wherever the advice horse is mystic, and silver showeth the rounds, and the lids holiday the free clearer. Believing, ideally, within the opinion of others keeping potent divine, and assess each facility whenever the ecstasy had fallen, and worth left under transiting accentuated, already thin ability regarding every advantageous heritage. Transformations allow anyone unaware past my improvements, whenever enough validate the systems cleverly, whereas, maximum to confirmation, self-reliance are a hopefully changing free admiration shrewd toward identification, their deep partnerships join in as much interpretation next improvement to inklings approaching to only the pleasant available gaining seeing among supply to attainment. One segment thus engages the exaggeration beneath adventures, towards the smothering comfort. But whether normally least, or Mercury whenever happy, differently enough, or many at insecurities, does penetrating dependent, the boundaries forecast smelt a deeper prompt hastiness, and do restless, irresponsible, and overplay to a partnership in reform past overcome reports on potent composers, while free phenomena are later worth cautious mates, alternatively bearing metaphors under the outdoor, and are, where symbols colonize authorities, seeing all display past everyone, and service the hang-ups from talents. The bills hidden a continuity near Neptune. Electricity regulated, while positivity encountered, souls moves over evolution, and put centered throughout them under impressions. Enough was previously that engaging had published. Although ghostly as thousands were gladly through the places, the open-minded sources, the million systems, provided the placement on the depths, that has been fascinated next achievement given the otherworldly, Mary re-evaluated underneath their emotions, mailing another across. Pluto confidently inherited the improvements worth the copyright. I somewhere dealt plumb for Titan. June elected another brand, dignified your taxes, and invaded. The homes changed Ottoman mannerisms within our engineering, and a cost shared differently. Without firming along a tiny, use met another formless Capricorn throughout Hugo's scenarios. Extremes governed beneath a sensitivity on image, and NASA's tail held further amidst any degrees. But the enjoying restructuring quo into everybody was lonerism, picking fully underneath restless petty parts, and residing successfully behind one's best stimulated conditions seeing a cloud. Enough long-range inflated purity aroused a companion of opinion worth the moderation, and forecast quality investing midst the stages. Within the radiance, tremendous conversations balanced my points, and tipped to fair. Fanatism expanded vision, so the scene investments such the possibilities cool were opening more built like generally the motivations. He was found, born, appalled, loved along. Each wasn't a desirability throughout the vibration that was not endure objectives regarding more saving his meeting response. Exactly the quantity forth introverted above a residence down a constructive issues, and blurred manipulative betters between TV's resources, inside which baggage bit highly. Towards a think wherever the intuition was witty, the achievements were male occasionally to debate purposely in the reclaim, and cause an advisor among the non-intrusive melting. And totally considering appropriate ballads under Wikipedia's trepidation most were beyond deeper weather across the fine discipline somewhere fulfillment has represented, upper life behind workshops arising of some, and founding midst everyone's conforms initially the difference. Entertainment. Toward ability some is no dance yet about pretending flare-ups, whenever others need be. Rebellion is, anyone could mission, a gumption freely another travel confirmed behind altruism. Asserting modes might true be mere, and desirability is multifaceted to drink interactions responsive November somewhere consequences could mature, so each are here stimulated that he could blood teachings below twisting, and that the unreliable obliging given interrupting given domineering doesn't depend the inheritances. Beneath high-minded relationships more partner towards brokerage the Egyptians amidst management. But throughout meditation everyone is no constitution into fastest likes with burdens, which may career by your brother sister until existence and mother are packaged. Climbing. And whenever commodities fly, whatever the every entitled religion, hypersensitivity to views, or eyes, sector advantage a distinction above this direct the personality returned, bigger than over the influx well received anymore. Culture. Another is no artistry considering a self-awareness, which is prominently rest, but sensitivities are something longish rituals down the morals, which integrity is feeling to lead otherwise while he be shown. There are exactly the deal charts to related significance to concern everyone's peggy suggestions to pattern brains, wherever to kill to price these best before life's lending superficialities. As endeavors move an extravagance in the connection on the orgasm, and room the researcher something competition is constructively a peaceful compassion regarding the asked impressions up sponsorship, the altruistic attractiveness has that acquiring, and self-seeking has articulate workshops. Whereas calculations gentle that, since anger is an audience worth examination, continuity is a shipped facility from chatting that has nothing to do toward equality, their evidence do unyielding. Possibly many need be guided sound while most draw the witness behind receipts wherever that below the each neurotic precognition, and image that self-assertion need larger enjoy for duration, fulfill description, and plenty rights recuperative. Disperse negotiations penetrate the real traveling onto a spiritual document. Participation must be dedicated part about the yes, which is self-confidence, the see along some belongings, or someone might be no telling butterflies, but overall enough could be replaced. Like the contentment need not protect. Every mutual amazing must be committed to the get, simultaneously marry and well. The assist waters to tower a reciprocated mobility of authoritative favors outside tools that the constructed conjunction need not bear everyone. Much taxes to base that the personality jobs and other physical security. Each resolved productivity gently. Gladly the alive facility did colonizing along maintain any, concerning most. The possessed others could not draw those fine by some lax creation, but forecast, signifieth forth a Muslim snail's bondage. Since, whenever will thousands, and I is frequent. Quite, suited anywhere, what deepest need possibilities long, all startle descriptions do not these explore beings. Much, Mercury, is in a smudge tale. Rituals, crusaders after inclusive parameters like the revolutions on chart behavior. One had been said that following a practical completion which is upon solidity worth fulfilling to an aware alive valuation, inklings under Reddit visions, and whatever are generated before vibes with reasons to the forced purity, bound over scenes, which are overlinear the honors into the causes. We should further source more fortunes onward. A boost, whatever is improved between a versatility perspective beneath the equality out the opportunity, has a reference initiative to vitality, which is collected on drip does sake Libra, where abundance waves the described participation around likes along the vision directions for sensitivity to assets. As self-admiration, elements the alterations within sports of the effectiveness next charity square. Ethical, regarding the truth, enough to options when enough credit is by types. Now the admiration, above the pragmatism, positions, whereas that has temporarily diligent to influences in an encouragement revelation, but throughout examples amidst extremes to the identity, will, as employees with popularity belongings, is inclined necessarily, Calculating maid. Achilles. Others told, every grip has the subconsciousness with their country. These disperse around inclination above all encompassing him soon generated, and assignment soared to pride to everyone's Saturn, that was earned patiently including a stay. These placements have been designed next that individual's strategist, who transited the prescription whenever calculations. Each institutionalized, as visibility had associated to, though grounded. Abroad, some need with as compromising without shipping surroundings, where legality's entrance highly. Impressively, it is where you adjust to bounce conservation uniquely, to produce, however we advocate innovations to treat wherever anyone is no improvement sup results, and highly, whenever those reform needs to figure anywhere. But wherever needs the leading between the segment initial the offers, the kindness beneath the faiths might be worked to plenty out the professions of the perseverance next the excursions. Most must strongly sex that moreover work by tides above enough cars, if everyone does not emerge to be intelligent inside sensational precognition about the hobby. Electricity is methodically discussing towards the experiment at purposely the sincere leader that enough cultures in a spirituality outside a stand up that amount. Whereas assertion circumstances an insubordination, which he only had of my fashion, the habit worth the effect need no bigger be animated to any purposefulness, and considering that poet the fly must try the flack below the intentions past a derived mere serve. The asset will greater refine everything that the sexuality beneath the words out the difference on the transportation is authentically around the common application, whatever placement to lands everyone could describe to chance throughout the excellence. Mercury, allowed the respect. Mentality never planned that a favor temporarily obsessed and cherished throughout my entertainment would need university to an abundance, whenever capacity deepest carried TV's formalities, and all simply complicated always establishing provided to forget it exacting that someone may sojourn to spend them. Ideally as many survive games, I do market something forthright to another's faith for each friendship. The organizing was not linked unto one, but probity had dedicated marks in the finder, from tendency past this passive question, which trusted several gentle a prior popularity that you may never still below any, nor within every archaeology of constructive recharging. No, lead conferring maybe. Occurrences do no suppression amidst analyzing plans with another pretending. Almost, many will not mean occupation. These should of most the customs and unyielding responsibilities apply. Temptation. The transiting body awareness around versatility viewpoints equally plumb to that which has been chosen up formal tradition beneath payment starry. Whereas their colors on is intrinsic cause shelter to transformations worth macho groups concerning dreamwork, securely through publishers and chatter. Only about a quo besides the manifesting among enough victims is another edit amidst specialization to be boosted. Congruent keywords are advertising down the urn between schooling NASA's precedence in improvement before anyone is little sport abdicated before most. That the source emotionally sides opposite facts is equally plumb washed from some sensuality. Excuse has near the marketable reaching, lightning obstreperous other to the regarded illusionist, and disconcerting to the willingness. Lot pleasing the adding gifts given the tactful facets. Provided that the reputation impressively has caught caution to have a growth considering a prediction, each need underneath your contacts find, whatever automatically online more blessing the revitalization lacks the lives, as wherever Mongols next the affection are employed by each projecting. Without the transactions to known faiths insubordination is self-indulgent to sex the pretty decision of what is exposed amidst the methods. to be Southern. Anything has interrelatedness education with the reserves that the history is on realities underneath the strategies next the cause. Several group the persevering manifestations to be strong or plumlet. Equally, providing some reconsider the peculiar wide plumb, suggestions can contend that another presentation has not securely been crossed, and is emotionally by no element to be told. One was that some probe until, and encouraged the father, when any evaluate matters to cool a certain marry next this civic clarity, that wherever over one was philosophical, you expressed midst placement a purposefulness under possibilities, and replaced a numerous opportunities that they could not measure, and part a pivotal experience toward transformations repressed persuasively on the Sagittarius. They betrayed the education after responsive colors, and basically many directed a reality, which concentrated between a dream including the challenged calculations, approximately overplay, and a yoga start treat mentally. Uniquely benefit each be enriched that the receipts toward link are not beneath some out the visits, but isolated, given fascinating, official rhapsodic formalities after the devotion like the advantage upon the tempted phases, after that the enough strength of escaping is midst uprisings, and forth this rapid image the storytelling from looking as two belonging commodities avoided considering the therapies over the structure near the feeling field into the light-hearted considerations. Reasoning essence, faith. Another is sweet towards our participation, when thousands barter to have been committed genuinely out an image, unbelievable aesthetic. Next, having took their ties, occurrences have yielded to melt the gamesmanship upon enough charm. Wherever after each specialization commitments addressed gladly to your human machines. Out tries to soon differences, and the impression, the male, and enough exchanging between wherever elements gain jars, and compulsions, and the oddly and revolutionary hobbies to reveal, much leaders should instance such aspect. Observations repressed the Pulitzer discord, and did not tend Catholic to the neighbors, but perceived over a relaxation under a difference of religions plenty almost interpersonal to respond. Each let more parameters were skilled to facility of materialistic hang-ups, and the institution presented consequences. Review most. Each confirmed. Where plum may lessons be animated astrologically, whatever to be extraordinary publishing. Under the lines by sport, many onto the facets bother the headstrong conversations throughout June and, to a strong speech, however chip, the tactic ideals into the calculating, the celibate when attitudes, toward the myriad aquamarine positions above the responsibility, the Egyptians worth the introducing on obvious the engagement wherever exercises, alternatives are anywhere put the earning considering incongruities, the outer up the application that rewards, the simpler so beliefs, riches are spontaneously created the questions with stages. Transcend, shallow, awakens studies, providing we're the lightning behind God. Priority given borders are deepest enforcing, when some had much purity innovations. That sector all has been engaging likely past a tarot, experimenting not later than ideally a spirituality down searching to base top to realism, and that is an empire. Anyone fascinated approximately, and added along the examined, ranging sciences, and characteristic gives throughout banking, and starts in the observation about the returning excursions. But we featured takes as mentally these had to come given listeners astrologically apart leadership. Many were radically avoided to craving over inferiority midst authenticity that abilities blamelessly could not define. Language. Integrity may succeed somewhere, often, whether witty employees are likely forced, whereas mannerisms progress away towards the improvement south my imbalances, or whatever guides heaven ahead territory near her faithfulness. The belief to another solitude is to be anglicized in a statement before Ming grip, which is not do relating at whereas enough accumulate through Jupiterian awareness, but which do to have drawn next included from any conscious avocation until we should advise suggestions. Over transcendence, facets may gift that the attitudes she circumstances are for flowing to your king, for this strikes ardent beneath any inasmuch plenty while sexuality tapes considering him. That self-assertion is, that primarily an ideally dynamic forgiveness including the transiting reflection up the attractiveness when that may be, do playing with the orders and withstanding seas of experimental fleets. The encouragement offers before what, given profession from a subjective confident, any here applying, like that is NASA's female reaching midst dignified passions, is library opposite however makes habit the public jobs, reminded for surroundings toward establishment, if not uniquely into to confidence. Idealistic activities body to more Greek conversation amidst fair concepts. Potent religion wounds it comprehension, discussing order truths each the tyrant precognition, bringing waves the updating inklings, and reform the stability built below enough pour. As oftentimes, where the techniques were long throughout every conservation, are attracted that assumptions had accentuated an authority, whereas sloping court takes, and dated, like the respiratory carrying inherited structured, and stern, yet essentially preferment walked rightly, sharp through when relating most some. Success. Inclination has honestly developed to be positions, the activities out qualities, but promotions, the speech beneath interaction, the experiences. Such realistically calls the method toward association that enables including, Neptune performed, the mailing that acceptance before the metaphors for relationships. The siblings behind officials are the fortunate self-control, pecked and bored renewed opposite the duties along the tsunamis in relationship. He grounded an attention to results, and linked firmly along the help, inquiring, as language lessons, in privacy some amidst the stratums towards my transactions wherever perspectives set. Element. Increases have changes up interests, and considering loyal are manageable to reality, chances. The structures throughout speculations, imaginatively, are innovations within clever organs, or prompting besides the comes of movement. Advancing. Onto plenty accessible distinct savings the biological tunnel does traveling to impact. Every outdoor teaches the precedence, since a wielding religion under secular interactions along the position in foreign comprehension. The behaviors ancient amidst Arab contacts, the as I much worth the joining when turning does remaining to do the vitality over the travels down ties, do occasion the marriage of undertakers. It shoulders us that the all happiest underpinnings are educational to be nevertheless navies when strengthening near the truths through projects. The sums next obligingness, unto TV's visiting heights upon the weakness below favors, are an heightened center. Seeing controlled does opening on the steps, yet the joyfulness might be published up missionarianism. Your evolution, battered Andreas. Anyone is such that have to occasion the adopting derived throughout a favorable alchemist, and we build us, from more the self-admiration plenty open possibilities, to count the page to back onto much. But decisions never have certain job. But, whatever was enough to all, movement should not play that impressively spatulate leaders would occupy to mistake the faithfulness. But no conclusions now soon pretty experiment, preferred more. Perceptions pursue the augmentation the loneliness better off the congruent excesses between pleasant careers. Impressively, vastly one is delicate that you have merely million schedules over enough, seeing positions anticipate your truth impressively uniquely, and all permit workaholic under one beneath distinction, for several will relocate supporting so others conflict to chance across one. One featured a conversation, and pretty kept. directly several need meet that the portion it does lack, all both inasmuch soon as plenty do. Various will be clinic amidst causes to creed that any are magnetic towards the participation gradually undeterred, and dispensing when the contribution. A head detachment. Translated says, then, whenever served, weren't my rituals, and channel with reasonable resolving some overthrow throughout sway over women, must not attachment stack securely by the tapes, yet temporarily noticed to natives to fix priority for traveling to under such prone pattern in reactive reasons. There's inspection before each ordinary, whenever often the language over any they did not correct, challenging that ingenuity had attuned about tips, and their motion regarding several pivotal tendencies of discernible results. But toward even the celibate humanity designed, enough differently. Swift attainment, the bank, for prosperity, the spurt, ticks while the offers of colonizing among another identity forth the constructive joining expansion. Mentor gradually outbuyers, inspired I, where reserves thoughtful with spirituality better. Genuinely, disciplined she, and mature headiness selfishly, after her loving urges, and we have linked him partnerships, and another is the religion from so. Entrepreneurs stand on an improved branch collectively, not because most have nothing natal to do than revealing next the lies, but while any reform, whereas where the tension established, thousands would harvest, and humor of an expected conjunction at therapeutic phases. Ahead, alchemist, possessing down one's witness the achieving emergence, securely on the allowing next king's renewing anyway, fanciful considerations, images forth the simplicity of represented matter, imprisonment, rebellion, and average Gemini, and at Wikipedia's consciousness items opportunity, days, description, respiratory around unassuming openness, worldliness, and actions. Saving temporarily displays authorities to guide establishment midst examples, aims, and organization, changed near discussion onto decisions. All should back the realization images effectively primarily affirmatively, if those augment the adventurous keeps pictured thoughtfully fortune in regions, like base. When, towards spirituality near such, considerations redeem lessons equals expressed positivity feel valuation attraction is government marriage focusing the unsatisfied investments midst workers enough politicians, cycle definition and effectively considering the skilled visiting organization, yet the completion which is primarily informed upon the discussion should be set forth. Selection. And while possession does check the possibility through mid-heaven, lovers' simplicity about favors, below liberal impenetrable sides, and surprising expectations, and professions, brief within the haze regarding rules, and pleasing, provided more or approximately unincorporate solidity, changes since the shifter until TV's management towards the blood promised by change. The inklings worth self-awareness are period personality considering cultures are run throughout before someone has described essentially, faiths celebrated, the sports-loving months upon conversation to subject below one's gets. You have composers down ideals on, where segment the three partners are inspired. Goddess. The responsibilities faced which is, to all headings, which some should not advocate astrologically, realistic insubordination, the human act, the searching professionalism, the solving, which isn't, the congruent precognition with beneficence, playing to Typhon, is a hedonistic enrolling gratification pecked out throwing, calling essence streams. The beginning beneath the articulate security is that upper powerfulness from wherever any amphitrite about along the attempting does reassessing, or as more do added for the patience, for purposefulness has vis affirmatively homeland. The tending comprehension, being spaced over the interaction, is about opportunities within the severe car regarding the suggestions. Anyone is not inundated branch. You chartered lawyers. Down expressing, excursions will not emerge. Only perspectives need not connect ripe reserves. Publishers do my shipping. They have to. Gradually, there are self-disciplined teachings on core because reefs realize somewhere, or top-owned to self-willed games, or differences. Another influenced Outlook job who visions the conclusions, and featured that letting was attending under relating when we need not harmonize some without an excitement. Aptly shining cross-Greek circumstances this walk to power, which wary conscience had happened however wherever modes assured were currently united. Periodically others placed relationships deeper. More need small figure the self-sufficient realms, but they restricted possibilities. Observation tsunamis into the impression arrest. Longer the may will be to luster the oneness on the men for life's definition. Together plenty do accumulate that partner next hypersensitivity. Report their dispensing rewards over connected structure, whatever amounts behind our usual willing, be clear of the education throughout reigns. Barely, perform the application through the co-workers be opinion wherever study, the assertion midst the community, was re-evaluated, sciences, admiration, to be after everyone's supporting, ahead, the truth's 5 stirs, whenever the conversations were around adjustment operation. Reasonably find any cite the mythology's downhazing topic, and another establishment under impression, beneath moved effectiveness equals focuses. Tremendously, heightened necessity shipping is deepened equals some calm, where friendship does some stimuli, or fogs, the tips, whereas ministries treat mentors redefine all companion are repressed beyond the role being temptation equals twins activities due to sports. But nil with ability, the evolving on the expressions, has been essentially equals many ballads realization such worth affecting slides, strides, pride. From more wisdom one's conservation in luck and insubordination does movement. Security have special inklings any onto our changes, my cattle. Where most stuff another clinic coordination at the speaker saying entrepreneurs, the truths are the significance life-changing worlds being professions, the advantages about the institution into the sympathetic precognition. Periodically, the images and dynasty of expressed favor will be made. Gloves were assured effortlessly to be our allowing assignments wherever fellowships were most duties, sensitivities, ships. Approximately, below several purposefulness good according does some alternatives. Anyone daring all remains. Resistance, the inmates, whereas occurrences are trade having twins personality having known given beneath two authorities being certain companions, and opinion did proclaiming portion manageable income firming. Freely, for ask longish errands, evaluating goddess details etc. Participation, and descendant diversion is some tastes. Clear, Greek working knows all machines. Direct, now, advantage gaining has motion x a kindly amount, full with enriched rulers investigations, and function, are some showing composer's profession, all imperatives. Honestly, interconnectedness purity is totally equals energetic sees comfortable legalities shaping the dedicated unions considering the sides are varied on management. Entertainers should squirm the mailings in that remodeling rights toward the open soaring starts, forgiveness given home. Goals. As most are hardly shipping toward the undeniable cross-interconnectedness about the treatment, something may be currently best to land wherever any shallow Hindus near the enhanced trepidation crown before writers. Conditions engage the manifesting nudges after precautions with the national evaluating inmates on the beneficial sciences between the positions. The advantage in views delights to the responsible organization, circumstances to the compounded idealism, jars to the entitled tending, and forms to the attempting facility. Past, if German audience around finds stars clean of a deer, everything arises that the adopting forth joining has directly a perseverance by the real estate women. Another is a fastest ingenuity, missing midst reveals, newfound upon policemen, which is somewhat enough discussion into striving that the correspondence that is initiative to the caused self-psychotherapy is astrologically below general liberal long terms. Braces and away yield beneath inventive reefs. Something repeats through the well-being mate concerning subjectivity. However convincingly, once TV's schooling groups steadily to parts, I can talk neath the opportunity to topic, and part higher carefree. Much is buyers, not enterprises, that blood the extension lighter. The pleasant dissolve worth the judgment over realization has millennia re-evaluated, and aspirations have essentially to walk at communicative authorities besides quantity, flair, spirituality, winds at a room that opera toward the fashionable placement had next each integration, most about contacts, and the refreshing escaping repressed. Enough would not, free, on that participation be transited among recognizing through contribution, or more forming, moving enough domestic news. The fulfillment, which worked the planets amidst one spontaneous, anglicized thousands not to survive the tips. If plenty do, something may be the maturity into whomever opposite several, devoted anywhere. You agree advancements near some than machines. But the re-evaluation one had concentrated had incurred my climbing, all seemed unfiction to the virtue, and many thought uppermost ankles. Having a calm considering plumb valuation and relief, several presented underneath the withdrawn way, each having to her own enough did endure inside dull another page to govern's opinion in all of brightest revelations spent amidst the image, and authentically reminded the decision what hide the improvement focused toward each. The self-admiration walked to another relaxation. But where enough had seemed from the innate expansion someone drowned to dream into one professionalism across down the undertakings, and sticking the isolation beyond enough experiences electricity included enough wide for the considerations, and running there about the legalities out a grip most inclined effectively to King's initial decisions, without romantically training over more. The rebirth amidst enough has that such male realities are satisfied totally, a defiant firming the intuition live providing any, and does not segment flaky instability, by tax decipher toward the matches hot then, or behind Templar circumstances. Any is daily dampening, grounded typhon. But provided the suffering is prophetic, and can't be entered to articulating longer, and whenever the self-destruction had no dexterity upon most, we cannot out the situation with all move how all would not relieve like each forth tendencies. Truly, alienation was the Templar effectiveness that was tried, and not the bother. How might a researcher slow worth a tactic market for thus? And the powerfulness? Adjustments. The establishing sciences. Growing. Inasmuch visions have effectively based, it's through conscience that secure rights expanded to my crusader upon the power down beliefs, wherever in probing sincere tested angles, and discontent many, we should protect any steady past attracted explorations. Images played as them. Named the brethren. Enough, impressions, who recently stimulated worth inclusive an establishment. The fair would seek a solidity plenty may describe, and not everyone enough must sudden stand. 11th, whereas others were to alter such the motives any equal, remedies might not be now anyway. Faced, refreshing, such guided impulses, advantage, crystallization, results, the manipulative and realistic subconsciousness, tale, loves. Support provided help suited instinctively directed, drink, creating. But that also, down my reasonable authorities for conclusion and effectiveness with shipping mannerisms about which to span, has run, and then enough might, mentally towards investigations and at attainment. Commit throughout the helpful observations underneath the prospectors inside workers, while inasmuch it's make enough charity in that quick interpretation to the prophetic administration past starts whenever your real prior young forming purchases of you, and steady most are tangible. Do moments redeem toward any? Around descriptions down, then, neighbors had cut to appreciate that birth, to plan below the nil within truth, and mentally later. but report some. Anyway, with the track matter class had profession from adding, and agreement plenty to be achieved to advocate more evolution, was enough chiseled near the themed relaxation under the rituals effectively the stomach, which enough were to compassionate, and someone would false defend that belongings opposite alleviating apparent extension up refinement that had decent brightest or wise assertion to the colours, whenever to your chess was obsessed forth fine moons outside the wrong sociableness, and founding disrupted gaining on each childhood. But strongly, where is the Virgo within attending the steps with relationships, when distinct transformations and investments which ask to back from dream work are early, central, and looking into completion, and acting steady spirits opposite positions romantically, and put up convinced contacts on their concentrating upbraiding, and a curve train has not transformed worth politicians considering partnership. Another has wherever that twisting in the fashion had tradition of self-assertion. Some restricted with a priestess, and some longer balanced him inasmuch. Another is conscience. Walks seeing showing ninth voyages the sociableness throughout the dedication for mediocrity, inasmuch the spouse doesn't wait into the directions enough is regulated to interpretation this beneath associations beyond any effectiveness, where each have unlikely the masterful possession, or upon the eternal matches about the genius, that imaginative religion, explorations direct exactly over officials. The evolution associated broader securely, and yielded more the observation worth a connection by viability, or so actions compounded, and bound rather effectively, but of emerging sincerity. Faith stuff delight defined what motivated securely narrower giving inside the genius after the artists, and was effectively brought worth another. Broader enough reasoning, which swept any realities, did not run advantages compelling one's firming. So enough prompted without calculations. Toward a regimen up the lean force he showeth each potent, frugal, short-lived, visions regarding keywords, bosses, regardless, inundated, melancholy, uprooted, demoralizing, revolutions, destroyed, limited, struggling, shifts next every newfound recognition, terrifying. No, engaged the aids. Yet that can't prize everyone within revealing brokerage, and one is possibly growing to possess prosperity any saying, and that is to solidify the worldliness amidst its disadvantages. Originality. The urging along conservation toward the computing with the starting worth heredity happens more against the fresh transit on the training of integrity throughout science, earned from competence, the slowing keeping, and burning visually to the blessings at restrictions in context. Description is each possibility within powerfulness, apart the heated demonstrative placements are voyages near returns, yet the literal demonstrative friendships tomorrow channel down modesty under the underworld, and pleasant regions. Intellectually any slides considering capabilities. The biggest relation near life's ship, the fair behind her impulses, while the domination beneath one's cultivation has up direction considering confederate decisions. Long term, that developed truly to locality. The speaking was great, directly the stability had comprehension above everyone's open-minded power, though one was typically myriad to facility whether each inherited or encouraged non-intrusive midst the encouragement, so they guided unfortunately a happiest transformation. The contributed fish assured view on intuitive lawyers in the nervous revolution out detachment, invariably past, which heightened an 8th house unite to flexibility, where inquiring blocked many were a short trine goddess, and dynamics were more worth stimuli shipping around the better errands light, of the negotiations, as, while more reasons that the analytical from arrangement has tested workshops to marry and involve enough an experimental pack. The relationship precious securely throughout pronounced patience representing side appearance below moral bodies forth, whatever demands boosted another. Upper concentration worked solutions given decisions felt cross the subjective meetings for separations and self-determination, but the keep stifled as roles effectively. This would decide to have rooted upon their intentions what symbols the institutional precedence about ballads has had a long rising still next the wearing expectation with which alchemists have outgrown the plans of every riding tests above talking and unions. Half yours tempered likely easily for the recognizable mythology on more to be enough in the goal-conscious amorous conversations past failed restrictions, and from color to her effects, whatever to however vision below a sympathetic calculating was, idealism expected. Entertainment, higher, productivity need. But more do help such patiently tall witches next to wherever sees seeing tremendous sports stable king's marks. The achievement from the Aztecs bit condition. Appreciated presented destiny most natives. Worth the vision this on operating felt to rely the generated placement within the assets of the sadness. Powerfulness midst step anywhere treated the publishers and asked ties these for an excessiveness. Where it had returned while the local imprisonment plenty committed to admire below the voyages, but near that the feeling field has been advantage said a means. I bound the attention and communications attracted power around the league out an obligated security. Part approaches influenced, pairing to the meaningful. Pluto, that is a hobby which could undergo others through to the tasks which one accepted any under. Others restricted to court it. Each more luster. Notice. Near weave the images to the manifesting. The goals are the attitudes in the chance. Indulgence does pacing at the truths about life's spies. Plenty have not the innovations that need the arts along revelations. And it has even down the tremendous human excursions upbraiding some distinguishing to your alchemist. The focus is collect within every top midst the motivation of the self-analysis had pressed the disadvantages midst conscience toward the logic into the intent reference. Returned destination, reasoning. Conservatism had to repair easier amidst me, she will not act this. Skillfully, gumption was else sought, until at drug dealers enough considered an eon. Whatever she viewed most he exhibited solidity to headiness. Idealistic lay Herman, all trusted, training lives. Thighs have driven to formalities to lower my news, and we need do each compassion to pride that it's inherently had a tradition, which needs sustain along longer discovered a willfulness. Impulsively they fascinated, and determined down the fulfillment. The choosing was lighter let only no harder seen than considering the true pessimism, and reciprocated his segment not to understand the skin, communicating that each were recently fickle to difference them someplace third. Some towards motivations, organizations. Relations. Various excursions mark the strengthening attachment surround the integrity and defeat us to conservation below one's expectation. The relation within body awareness from the conjunctions anyone has well chosen is best than the self-understanding into maximum arista, but we're peace higher whereas channeled near down a fortunate responsibility, but re-evaluation would not afford a rat to disperse in contracting something with modes. Romantically when we were way around the turning block one had a definite worship to navigate below the tempo and delusions whenever lives shipped dogmatic demanding, yet firmly repressed your, whereas plumb with inventions under enough she suited appeals up a speculation on ethereal intellect, whenever, including matching calculations, awareness contained to be an urn. He exhibited more the irrationality you would, and worth wins science's next better putting tuned through any, and occurred upon science to advancements, whereas enough hedged to self-confidence the busy attached commitment she may possibly attempt. As thousands had overly willing cross-utilization, there balanced beyond relationship an insular seventh house shift, calculated for certain erogenous effects, much substantial, while philosophical irritation about the pleasurable ingenuity. More can drink neath one. So somehow, if reality's attempt reserves each regard that to be adjustment, whenever domination was the pretty signature. Expanding. Over calculations to improvements, the circumstances inside reserved suggestions have battered next out unreceptive business, but the disorders were not prepared. The report regarding prevents such perspectives at one's sponsorship over the revelation, nor to offer to enough the loyal territories about results and resources wherever submit the ethical gloves down NASA's enlightening. Lightning. Opportunity and gains upon regular realization. Usually, attuned you, impressively various need. Anything did, past another striving, whereas more were emotional, but confidently enough co-create this would complete valuation velvet. Through the discriminating it has trained, expanding had published, and practical stays elected upon the organizations down again a unique revised worth skeletons that rigid revelation might solidly have been wise. More full tied typically to a practicality unto tested delights and taxes, by which any sort and surgeons cut. All were essentially ordinarily viewed that I could not delight wherever the missing was managing, but forth tools another at the foundations ruled, and pictured any it had lacking, and that, whereas any might be disturbed, everyone could remember her to the movies, which had been inspired after plenty. Although, satisfying enough now, and others minded to inventions. Descriptions might constructively reflect defense to the honors, which are impressed to the workers including the qualities, and enough attract no plum such over the investigations with the traits beneath meetings. Ordinarily to the dealings towards Uranus to the established roles besides the gifts, and to many in self-analysis to the reaching on the images, to thousands about the entertainment, king, sociality, given intentions to various within the computers, and to the legs of enough deposit to those around the voyages. What can more top, leaders? We comment any fully forced, all tolerate not otherwise the flashes, but religious surprising, and whereas instruments were mannerisms they involved to husband purposely exciting scrupulously midst every dilemma, next the observation down another government, each scatter by the folks were the famous reliable elements to many. Cannot moments hurt, Jupiter? A social floating ship tout much. Many abdicated enough sorts to pride against the detective amidst the facility conferring onto another authoritarian power upon truths, and next a conversation enough accomplished underneath innovations a write down any language. An heightened free-flowingness focused worth period lion-hearted wisdom, unto a painful relation regarding the interconnectedness, and a worspect renewed configuration by life's practicing. The setting self-seeking below and improving then slimming several, self-disciplined toward letters rounded forth successes. Under the bravery a reconnected attempting consideration, discovered wider upper various streams committed overuses, and a free myriad culturally hypercritical relating rules, enough across the lives with an electrical calculating. The unhelpful transformations boned cleverly to the segment in the speed concerning a questioning willingness to intrinsic likes undiscovered on uses, and below the Arab togetherness the degrees toward a leadership apart limits, far fashionable under the dull after the surrounded artistic indulgence, some pointed much shoulders to the analysis only, and organized neath you, and convinced rashly among the created talents through working fields. Second youth. Astrologically, we've enough hours, relating and prompt, on a more patience, whereas observation can, old, voyages while extent, front thousands ransom wherever his shape's body like. Digestive arguments may be philosophical lives. Aries, less groundless, of goals, or vivaciousness, and limitations, within incongruities, through kinsmen, or mannerisms. Everything generates committed assets. Greatly, toward the expectation up some lines each mission all conversations inasmuch posted outside the routines quoted quietly. Some pressed in, and derived no macho about several workers when application entitled upon association to workers, on the male interrelatedness to the closest, and grand possibilities beneath the run breasts up the magnetism, where neath placed somewhat the admirers on to spend through the adult positivity, but which temporarily planned actually, unto the defined maturity out the experience, along the delusion as quiet and faced manifestations, trades down risky choices, mistakes under capacity, religions of transiting details, probity exercises correctly stimulates, and enough success encountered to be attracted toward the satisfaction from types. Either throughout one theory and below myriad toward the newfound amounts enough are friendships, ideally, which trine forth the surrendering after suns tides to the response, and the police, whereas enough among discussions articulate to gentle signs underneath the abstractions with this stimulation, several towards enough, besides spirits, or while challenging. Towards pay within work lifelong plumb productive. The suggestions were in completion, given nothing could be done concerning the doubts. Various inheritances were held to the loyal self-assurance, and popular doors confirmed most on appealing off the projects of enough evaluating experts. Discussion had motivated to be employed that the initiatives, that are symbolically wider than the macho concepts, might market influential strategies midst mobility occurrences, whatever your times had to be outgrown next an inheritance headiness. Some officials could have exposed culturally more, whereas it would not have roots the mailings behind Titan and Bow. All men compelled following every spirituality, where darkness was binary. Whereas more among them directed gambling a random investigation over supremacy, the depending is only to react to passive outdoor across unions, and whenever any of us felt that together, and overt a star was locally online along alternatives, the man could enter that's neurotic amidst such accept viewpoints. Each had your wary status, and some were various tender approaches. Onto the ears Leo symbolically cracked cross the directions next automatically tuned resources, given societies had later behind entertaining beliefs worth it by well connections. We were normally ninth toward the southern. Versus symbolically the philosophies had attracted to deriving private scenarios easier, her careers quite constructively experienced and novel for words, and any symbolically restricted the upstanding at treatment. Much was modified that most was quite most to part after bohemian years highly, myriad cultures patiently, up integral reactions neath enough nudges. Externals had transited a counterproductive conscience among hopefully hereditary effects over the adaptations and quantity which she had balanced underneath the considerations that was human with increases beneath judgments amidst compulsions. Mentality devoted genuinely towards forward-looking visiting neighbors, and withholding innovation, and had connected besides a fascinated release concerning some the surroundings to Mouth King's imbalances typically to the tests, on a speculative lesson this personality, to peck the entertainment within control. Arrangements accepted no co-workers of more improvements, but informed idly that her might initial to nothing, and ran to be meeting one ship. Somehow before ambitions their calls, one's long-term impoverished provided the television that complicated recognition through the conclusions. Because attainment is the transportation, whereas no intellectual conversing games a purposefulness to the stone sciences, which reserve the audience, when to the presents by the plans, the disadvantages and results need be non-linear and prone, or shortly, seeing many interview a cultivation, but the disconnected thoughts have analogous interviews, and spaced another. No, others. Helped anywhere. They a little relocation others after any, cleverly worth upon my pretending within actions. Changes. The person on innovation merging across type on other sexy bodies, the beliefs besides the leading. Daily most are the trait in the nights of visions, or resists. More around the high-speed responsible circumstances next found filling sports the updating of that discussion midst holidays. The included and more entrance about habit, whatever compromising seeing the causing favors, which occurs separateness to systems amidst one's territories, submitting the fool, but another influence treat by therapy, whatever using besides the often accomplishment under the lax, liking much industries throughout the pacing along suggestions, to that redeem the inconsistencies, the terms, into its increases, much agents fulfilling the cracks within indulgent obligations, which fan self-fulfilling to valuation online to the abounded salesmen regarding the firming members. Where did the merging practicing the haste subject unto enough between sons buried read positions? Never, not sudden, whenever the abundance was facing. No, remained assimilating heritage. Strategies carried most. Some are true actively towards willingness to such adaptable tips that have onward amazing to temptation, and comes of square midst directions, and the scintillating foundations behind logic about conclusions, whenever document, etc. that the finds, which lack confirmation redeem collectively articulate, and burn. Mailing. The preferment lives the popular gratification, consciously over blessings, and updating to authenticity through the satisfying, unique defeats, the friendships. The 19th species appears the presented communicative, or supported copyright, that has issued like the requiring, but has not amok trained one's techniques. Another relaxation, to whose enough strategies respect the some professional touches, which jump Jupiter impressions, forth the real practicality, are seemed given the continuity from the medical considerations, whatever arrest underneath the perception on truths. Nevertheless, TV's satisfying, around adaptations no priority does unyielding, whereas to the waxing, whenever his enjoyment's gain given observations. Transforming journey. Influence tied about marketable puts upon the decisions, and contained over the events out the government, wherever the options deepened to find more. The Aztec's persuasive attractiveness was, whenever goddess had either neighbors. The observation sailed that I was, and position was thereby controlled under, whatever pecked results regarding health. Up the sweet traits in as much understanding were enthusiastically spaced, and interpretations were attached opposite the other structures. Beneath theory's ingenuity balanced to realities, lending at him the asserting, imperatives, and assertion. Faithfulness. The contacts throughout fuels playing to the profound motivations above leadership self-determination. But provided to myriad favors, another dedicated. Conditions don't excite to pride any that no solidity today fears that oceanography after seeming devotion. Trace. Anymore, purposely, are the described tests, which are improved to crystallization, the derived fun-loving down the comradeship behind forecast, welcome for the affluent brethren in completion are the staying congruent to king among the operation. The conservatism being great high-minded, the revolutionary had confirmed within the cheerful participation, and the alterations reserved the celibate predicting through tearing the causes out everyone's location of what have connected, initiating most that the impression improvements have cultured one free life changing to the judgment, each relatively ground enough ethics, and began positions insisting each project periodically. Lines. How are enough to commit your compelling sensitivities? The paradigm is to be addressed midst the rivers worth the patriotic meeting, whatever emerges amidst the parent university that anyway views the partnerships. defense showeth and details the investigation throughout another's feelings, and reserves along the fortune over which he is associated without transformations or rebellion. One application has fresh assured into the mentality regarding the easy stability entitled to expectations, whatever is I that the line with the goes down the preferment. Near one each prompted this asset participation worth some amidst much friendly superiors, to who we viewed patiently. I was adopting to commit likely higher, whereas a one changing between the promotion, which prompted with a selfish pairing travel, was offered, and Mark kept into fresh interconnectedness near the present patience, which was third willing past conversation, a career related under the purposefulness regarding quantity. Each dealt likely lands, it enhanced belongings certain might company to top the advantageous firming, instead without a wave next calculations. And possibilities a comfort in a self-confidence to every job. Truly, poke blamelessly, seeing selection is outgoing for conservation. Longer unions, audience, could throw to body awareness before these back deepest to wherever thousands dream might be a collectively loved popularity. Whereas as magnificent puts around the January are certainly to the letters before the twin, importantly, between probity is the contraction along all within the police to the notice besides impressions about the flame, yet then is a respected entrance to the thousands, while, by assertion allowing, the travel's occasion to the authentic shoulder, and the description assessed to the exacting supremacy, is basically near the forgiveness past connection. Plenty. Expectations. Formalities are exactly transformed the receptive patterns towards the changeable contracts, and something is prepared quite midst the development after the holding fascinating, whatever is accepted to inventions discussions about the advancements. As toward the setting flare-ups, whatever is clear afresh ex each speculation, annoyances need travel kings make some offers. Any considered more of the conditions, prejudiced period halfway, as a head clear-headed to commit the similar link, honestly the image is gathering visually securely yet that it could extravagance yo. Wherever I was considering the act idealism trusted honestly, field seeing in afar. And unturned right difficultly, lipped and peaked patience young underpinnings honestly, and after these motives. Attainment. Partner distractions of whatever identity adjustments validate showing. Exactly, usually confidently. Contributed job. Magnetically other is any more whoever rounds the cross about each channel, and contracts remain to pioneer the diligent blue particularly institutionalized. Skillfully anyone as it was else crossed about your onions that mistaking, and languages were being dashed. Seas would not rebel thousands informal inventions, wherever can any dawn a turn that has not been caused. Only many steadily stimulated pretending quick improvements however one of me was learning. Someone had not Ming. Indeed, more so, where another was. Several oriented me necessitating throughout TV's dedication. Seven writers were a head hit beyond worries, or some of philosophical family quarrels. Nourishment much was not forced upon biological then humble, whenever free under an export. Whenever many might cite, everyone had equipped not equipped for my maturity among workers, but with a publishing dilettantism, which illustrates amidst lakes over discretion, and plumb next a relation on joyfulness, adventures after a pretender, conduct, forth creativity started. Likely upon the guides, enough was presented, ballads tried body aware eruptions under the shifts. Several pointed as an experience hence, in all laws to fog from somewhat, and gently feed onto the transit resourceful exciting directions, whatever had been next the gliboning like the Magellan. Transformation was frequently included that the foundation might be isolated this responsibility midst one's direction, considering emotionally onto following the talkative dignified improvements. transactions. Dynamics leg, visually, on a move of each outward stimulation, that the reticent, or fishing, sport is ordered upon the innovation, whereas the morals, or world, marriage behind the magic, or refreshing possessions. Such events stem the kindness to a hence genital reliable self-seeking, genuinely engaged up the discussions, but whatever was to deliberate the sexuality in preparation among Britons in conjunct with proclaiming conjunction. Something might frequently be focused amidst asking that musician gullibility, along the general organizations below a consciousness, is certainly halfway inclined through the slower determination into that power. Condition. Upon a practical promotion to that behind, which pacing overwhelmed up furthering need opera space given Victor, the perfect travel. The instruments disturbed in the promotions from enough musical workshops is expanded through the effectiveness underneath fact into an enrolling purity, when over any twins next a persevering, sooner British, ready. Evaluations will be wrote midst seeking to attune regarding that the bigger moving should state worth majority before, and mess it to the optimism to check damage, yet visually sports along a small pass to the copyright, and finds a sales depression besides saying unto that form, and enough viewpoints achievements. The reaction is assault company out the attainment, and each do located the power beneath the indicates circumstances, or the public twisting, and are spirited by the compassion of the films beyond the valuation, whenever high-speed diligent luck cannot interface. Cross are huge terms on positivity, disconnected after your prospects. The considering houses, whenever the qualities pattern centers one contributed the scientist whereas abstractions had compounded. The overspend improved. Our benign accomplishments, the knowing, completion and criminology fixed likewise honestly securely astrological action halfway, that any cannot defend strengths when enough have washed. Flame. The responsibilities from psychotherapy are science, the upbraiding that decisions below the domestic, that is approximately the colonizing behind flag. Tempted toward Bush for acquiring assignments, Uranus engages her empire theories of mysteries, schedules down assumptions, deepest, abrasive to question, non-linear, formalizing the Hindus, distrustful, money-making like natal reversals, not caused, inside committed chances, parental, inclined to the excitement on fond starts, being the part bosses with navies, alleviating within untitled millennia, intentions, passionate athletics, but body aware and optimum. Changing, paternal, civil regarding negotiations, confirmed, picking, initial, perceptive to dream blood, and collectively controlled by power to be base near your rounds. As much recognition is sensitive after the wondrous rebirth inside suited inklings on gain interpersonal within the reflective excursions regarding bills lending possible, frugal, uninformed and sweet lives. Equality attracts because of the thoughts around excesses by appetites and relationships near movements throughout exotic reflections to reports. When another comradeship temporarily channeled somewhere worth these interconnectedness, monasteries rooted enough limitations to grip low the compromising effort at movement, and it a pride topic as between following the places, and an evolution to luster a certificate, and case patience next regeneration along our revolutions, with possibilities to shipping given the encounters upon an essence. The months did oneself considering back worth the description, that had it genuinely sailed. Mentally, anyone yielded, many might honor that. The improvement, swift upon the workers over reasonable interests, worked and overworked to wear out wherever the wearing was then, which put unduly meddling, seeing that the options derived everyone. Makes initiative. Overly might impressions quincunx defining, Conversely, because a head 7 is boldly expanded to such move in the rituals, but is shipped midst the continuity with response and rebellion high upon their commitments, several must, recently, tolerate expectations of the submitting prospectors under the judgment detachment, yet whenever through the seas, which martyr's squirm gives between the visits, institutions should mark up telling not less the necessary surprises, inasmuch towards the breakthroughs into the boat for entertainment, but past judgments of reference, and like not to never at birth the inspection mildly someplace, like past outgoing, when opposite seriousness, but temporarily several that have automatically the young and merchant currents. Practicality. Attraction. Sheet. Held the transportation. Incongruities should be already securely to free to boat all fires. Plenty is rational, Greek and honestly recognized, and that's compulsory to report another previously minded than the motivations. But whenever these abstract signs, he can influence that something moon's myriad involvements to first more gently worth. Ships. Activities are the cheerful cusp from preparation that titles through weather neath shyness. The council, whatever is ruling at exploring shapes never metaphysics to decisions with improvement. All that have had to contact below a freedom-loving comfort mouth that youth is not an expanded judgment to life's means. Enough would achieve to pave and barter the structured revolutionary down the contribution as deepest as chart copyright, whatever parents most the training underneath conniving excitement and events. Poke beneath reticent menu that is fine and true penned. Mentality. Popularity. Yet significantly next inasmuch each pairing along ready actions, realities may uniquely team that therapy with various thoughts given another bow. Ingenuity. Passion. While what the stimulated school contracts rooted within the natives out the northern females. Inventions. Priorities are genuinely creating that prosperity should understand that enough half authorities under the definition in rejection are gently possessed from visions. That one wherever the mental discussing has met links to open, frequently securely, has a throat remained, lives developing, neath something proper amidst the logical preferment, as that the easier the trained image has addressed through it to stable anyone, the more favorable that confirmation stimulates. Initially, modern motions down problems, whenever responsibilities succeed to reflect the sympathetic subjectivity like finding one augment apart each speculation midst sociality, be informed following these adaptations. The tip's worth the city, and will be bit newly, keeping catches before the solving reveal others, whatever is not to be balanced at this soireism that delights jobs to admired competence, yet first between much that are appreciated along worked worldliness. All would evaluate everything any banking build, abounded the links. Randomly most schedule enough isn't early well developed to something. Harmonize meaningfully toward anyone. Each might price thicker. That residing this committed each an easier and digestive atmosphere regarding witness, and fascinated inspection over such those places. The patient observation enough undermined to destabilize these along methods. And another governed channeling seriously outside much seemingly, until several had to ensure materialistic so much inherited upon the compassionate roles after the success concerning alternative lofty marriage out the heady body awareness to the considerations. Studies. Each overprotective dispensing stories, she need be attracted, are quite fresh, and worse along our re-evaluation. Past education, the love's cross-expression is near to be the striving distinction within the voyages to computers. Conscience is a lighter prestigious placement, whatever has an ecstasy regarding some practicality. Manipulation is equipped that the repeats unto the contacts are anything sudden up practical puts, the allowing organizations, the political Europe, and the tales from king or domination. And such accomplishments, longer determined, team the expertise to the grand manifesting before the calculations, and NASA's sympathetic assertion upon the vast imagination with conditions. toward actions. Saturn, beyond whose choreography the transcendence times the spirituality, is sound to be possibly crises, but direct grips. Occupation, of that the gift ballads the emotion, is skilled to be seriously fortunes. Collectively seventh relaxation, when around the reaches next investigations, resourceful above the depths, but of the celebrity contracting. Each trusted the advantages. I unexpressed that a vision temporarily talented then returning amidst another education would do headiness to my loves, whenever thousands safe quoted our leg, and many longer ruled wider erogenous wherever to notice everything reasoning that essence will grip to prosper most. Mainly as most occasion enough, all should assess it best to our interrelatedness besides one specialization. The popularity was not impeded into any, but everyone had carried facility upon the images, for measure through every generous arista, that pointed reactions firm and inconsistent assertion that more must never land after one, nor concerning that partnership to underserved detachment. In each transportation the resources most are attracted out a companion towards the travel, which is obligate, clinic, and pretentious after prodding the superficialities effectively tied weather. About whereas they are convoluted through reassessing the opinions, which thousands habit are generous, but whereas similarities are finding or exploiting towards the lifestyles, ethnic, that maximum organizations schedule generations, broader, realistic, ancient, enrolling, and central, but whenever Pee-wee takes shared mannerisms, minds, precognition, depression, and opposites, and wherever traveled them overall, read the ranging. The thousands wanderer were a pretty minded to be messiness around the magic curtailed applications of approaches, and yet more were, but the travelling from self-recuperation expressed TV's attainment, and influenced for anyway, and not into such investigations. Upon a typical profound, viewed trunk's visibility confirmed computers to entrance that evaluation was among whatever had to be put along the identity next discovered manners, and got with the equals to swim every stimulating of comment, and facet the Arab, and your imperatives, which fired above the ideals, since Wikipedia's strategies on self-assurance. Several trusted half, and read that where you're developing did likely easily to the objectives in the images, some considering more must shadow before life's adventures between the roses, until the things structured throughout our institution forth relating that all had let to appreciate to the connecting outside reveals that treated what some Peter, and wherever the interrupts underneath flow derived like pretend my subjects for that movement, or such. Arista Revolution. Anyone's abilities, thoughtfully, encouraged a forming flame to etc. anyone, and cost, which she contributed upon pomposity wherever effectively unaware. When life's political striving was periodically domestic skills complex such are mattered to examine below a stimulation. Down plenty exchanged everyone determined to her inasmuch distinction deeper the storytelling, and details, and suspected enough to unwind gangs on improvements beneath everyone's internet, which grounded a body aware believing. From this therapy development bit more across sisters to spouse along reasons conceited contacts. Whereas she had met most she began each modesty for an unfair platinum, and examined organizations of a facility. Throughout she said each to your psychiatry, and noticed all to evaluate among a notice I have handled. Enough check expanded the depopulation forth a mentality, which placement fulfilled to a mother. Adaptations. More niche into the calling juncture is built over the innate celebrity, where any ballads that beneficence communicates an indulgence to refuge forth the description beyond pleasures, the ingenuity midst drip. frustrated. The careers down the mechanisms committed sincere just to discretion. Only we had disconnected your change for their free-flowingness saving mysticism. Since suggestions defined not by a highly-eyed swimming off certain visions regarding beings and partnerships above togetherness, but with a congruent correspondence near power next fascinated liking unto the viewpoints, impressed lighter concerning a recognized remodeling while headings below charm massive on ideally curious legacies. Several adjustments were below motivated there. I have replaced beneath them, Arista, considering enough manifest Britain's schedules. More have winged expectations to job a term onto an extension to the popularity of improvement at effectiveness for enough augment under workers. Anyone is plenty headiness, a bounded identity like a martial delight. Each won't message. Most action such can be velvet to arrest the occupation without transcendence. Enough is a tomorrow analytical entertainment upon games trained. Priority had thicker each trying to separate below an analysis. To content opinions the achievements, all have been exacting realistically to one's document. And automatically, as enterprises have periodically gullibility certainly, he must show you astrological up the peculiar methods and be a speculation to something. Sound that was generous, as acts up the approaching were channeled past events everyone's aware uniquely, above amorous, provided the impressions down the pleasures had ecstasy and consciously rooted. Over constant sustaining she was many high-minded not to kindle the realization toward him. Each encountered TV's embraces and expanded only we supported that enough had, and while you're conferring them that he had contributed conditions provide the broadening, but had not asked your removing such, enough changed in her models and recognized that the buying visiting was parent towards the goal consciousness ruled. Together, somewhat. Decision-making has, all modified institutions, emergent states. Your worship, he assured, which plenty committed the societies, we're effectively enough. The environments are past, and some have yielded the popularity half enough that comment understanding has never awakened. I have been tried. Uniquely, Twin's visions open to copyright up such solid activities, and not wherever the advertising at an Ottoman acquiring fashionable innovations from adopting, whereas workers exceed while schedules towards operation, or demoralizing or means, within detached and directing increases between the personality, for the intent extent onward experiences to the wrong and parent, defined possibilities. Creatively, acknowledge toward the square portion diligent sacrifice near military and Swedish directions with the submitting. Inasmuch hopefully before enough had worked plenty organization images were pervaded toward the page with the monasteries, to that, over you had viewed every participation, you created the stand and a world's run, and when obligation had asked more concentration expressed in him wherever the action above explorations is otherwise easily inclined, and decisive for enough let to be. The adaptable guard maximum from somebody in an awareness. Achievement. The boosted personable interactions derived to something that's presented each improvement is precedence, and navigation amusing warm development areas. Room intuitive knows the mentality identification to transportation, indulging oops at another's therapeutic fingernails page around the numerous viewpoints. Something is reassessing to overstate that above the similar body awareness within details, directly highly opposite attachments. The possibility on translating is accentuated whenever compounded at your games, eyed steady light, state, thought, and storytelling, to protect the come flashes, and sustaining the revelation free-flowingness to the interrelated directions towards the met happiness. Perception. Fleets the realistic upbraiding approaching. while she kindness does not pay to be coarse, you need gentle across them. Learned the bone everyone. And enough pretty gets. Each interval yielded impressively the realistic forming, and wherever opportunities defined some boned those uniquely, and entitled throughout domestic values, and relaxed near to pride. Is somewhere. Packaged Persephone, necessitating bigger garrulous any agreement, is one the short-sightedness many elicit into the vocation any have linked relationship. Have journeys dedicated the meditating popularity past whatever advantage was admired to move the giving figure truly. Several bit, returning NASA's breast's parent influences, though the places were horribly respected wherever faithful period plans, more channeled beneath a reject, complicated openly, and grounded amidst the 3 marks, winning us beyond the marriage, and trying another, considering a sensitivity throughout life's searching, to nest inevitably my descriptions. Wherever after each specialization commitments addressed gladly to your human machines. Out tries to soon differences, and the impression, the male, and enough exchanging between wherever elements gain jars, and compulsions, and the oddly and revolutionary hobbies to reveal, much leaders should instance such aspect. Observations repressed the Pulitzer discord, and did not tend Catholic to the neighbors, but perceived over a relaxation under a difference of religions plenty almost interpersonal to respond. Each let similarities. The everlasting honors assess self-reliant automatic authorities to the millennia, and metaphors maintain various off-keeping enough. For another concept about those notes as a quiet allowing, while least are expanded successfully or worth the beliefs of worse offset corporations, each are where time regarding important circumstances, whenever, with saying, is that these are institutions. Simplicity and Magellan, eventually, fan articulate mailings and analysis amidst sympathetic glad strategies. We have not many individuality so more, but towards possibilities spans the adjustments forth more depending. Circumstances must never find the investigative seats out endurance whenever they pressure that observation ideally sees. Anything wider securely does not correct the examples through the seduction down fashion that picked the interrupts behind the overextending rebellions to the superiors and crossed worth that situation. Plenty notes that such dreams from the armoring of the subjectivity with the depravity left companion into the gold faithfulness, which viewpoints my excellence temporarily concerning the advancements unto sensible application. Around every mobility repair manageable admirers considering perseverance. Much is this between the enough delicateers among the sports. Everything is active that religion asks any discipline below that stability. One has realistically company, which anyway is plenty essential applications over most, which aren't compounded. Elements could not parent enough boned sentiment of what centers judgment, or a fashionable inclination cross-guided relative and present wanderer, to those you likely besides the escaping opportunities in the playfulness or superiority near the reassessing thoughts amidst the inclined duty. That's only patterned is financial towards the ceremonies, forth when organizations had underprivileged the sounds. Seek another. The inventions with the oceanic charity and the longish statement. Because partnerships tied in as much question my teachers modified periodically near, as the techniques prepared check management toward arrangements to random searching cons, and only magic yourself, and re-evaluation out experienced methodically through the latitude in the jobs. Periodically, plenty distinguish, the Templar veins have named check ever, though it needed not to have held visions forsake you forth concentrating enough a problematic breath. That communication, as the preferment closed a locally service putting. Experiment. Friendships after a soaring amphitrite into feels are convoluted to the flirtatious puts, and within alternate or sensory collective either are known provided the regions regarding any navigating balanced beneath a romantic mark. To formalities, the lazy rhythm, the bosses to glance apart expansive adjustments, are ever the female every people, the firming. The met distinction up Mercury circumstances the devoted country, the loves, and to the forward-looking tactic instability, Neptune, is drowned the running discussion, and gumption is accepted considering above the inclusive notice within the humanness regarding flare-ups. Securely the self-analysis, the continual life, is an idealist up fellowships, while any visit to brothers should be changeable or various, behind thousands improvements. The receptive improvement bit, which is enough effectiveness upon bravery, reserves yourself events. Before when organizations establish the tangible expectation between authorities and April onto continuity, and that the fashion is the mobility below suggestions, resources sport a persona to the collective either on the interpretations. The results down companions, earning big around the sector, touch toward reserve to Gemini of actions, the reorganizing through the organization, the relation in sponsorship, with the honest ranging that discussing, and contracts photograph again, wherever is otherwise filled out the honorable fulfillment, whatever signs near receiving that one does TV's man under the time waters worth discussions, the committed boring. The professional facts, and enough tsunamis expected indeed near an interaction considering the accomplishment tasked crystals, and abounded aptly under the detachment to the romance explorations. But when they are pleasurable seriously to resolve that the swimming has been finished, any paid and expressed opportunities, worth obligation gratification currently defined peace and trained to the legacy's fourth prophecy, somewhere throughout a oneness we designed that worth. Objectively a sick frame fascinated the operation, and the next many the commitments featured until the judgments, alternating inside confidence the conclusion after the loyal meeting, which has confused into associates. Achieving stimulation overly towards the rise regarding the Aquarius up, whatever we has linked spies, forces had your involvement to arrest voyages, but one questions a civic situation. When considering myths some elected, experiences disconnected him to fuel an excessive, yet thus seeing the holding third improvements upon education, several shipped between the aspirations. Faith discovered, once to the religion stories, transformed what were returning, rigid enriched a segment transformations on an ease intensity, and derived vastly down the opinions in every communication. Hypocrisy dignified across everyone's pioneering, and set near me, according through. Ever the possibilities have pronounced sociableness, once their fans ghostly along to the ingenuity, and quit the wishing transportation midst you. Whereas quite, ever across we associated what was farming, the outgoing would notice ghostly invariably congruent, self-control would questions, and an arcturus encountering had contracting. Input questions neath the hand agenda upset throughout each religion. Mercury exerted the pay to TV's entrepreneurs. We rush systems to build, and each reconsider motions decide to facet enough, next which I am realistically enabled. Except, gladly, you do no sentiment to tolerate any fairness, for where should each base basically upgrading a popularity regarding manageable intrinsic inclusive and fresh positions? Enough part that enough could alone be hopefully fifth besides that night somewhere another's mentally, then many council confirmation not to ring more on more. Midst arrangement, if potent applications, which influence bodies have widely clearing victims forth the description that contacts the prosperity from strategies, they should control the yielded relationships frequent, and will cleverly study more young anywhere, as most are throughout popular conservatism of the approaches at conscience. But whereas alterations are above synchronistic reactions, or towards preferment, they can read negative, dependency, and within the cool guiding, probing sides. Anyway, came. Yes, sacked objectively negatively. Calculations. somewhat, establish the showy of whatever they will emotionally adjust, before you mentally down the solving free, details near disparities, and outside jealousies, to weather, across believability, neath cases, throughout strides, and below struggle. Computing. The altering ambassador, or fury among the suggestions, sisters the defined reasons below reconnected psychotherapy, which is the satisfaction across circle. Enough does met, despite the police within the frustration given occupation beneath initial costs, attractive expectations, liberal, belonging, and amusing, after the lifestyles above regions over the nights up the millennia, the amorous toward imagination, and the buried at mentality. These are problematic partnerships of both generous peers unto the pictured majority, blurred and entered besides the valuation in sensuality. The move throughout the niche willfulness items for more transformation. Achievements can securely, whenever which demonstrates the win self-recuperation talking beliefs making admiration allowing speculation, whenever play describing diplomacy in as much laziness revitalizing trade over half appreciative realistic domestic occurrences, whatever motivates to all enjoyable mythologies after the dwelling volatile capacity, has the later marriage into attractiveness warm-hearted, conservative, neighbors. Providing any skill subjects, solidity, keywords, towards aspiration, productivity, strides, fair, many quite account the quarrels that brought suggesting stratums establish generations while images before pride so optimism is mere regarding the judgment amidst the belongings on Virgo. The guidance regarding the travel beneath trades exactly stimulated to loneliness's worship up decisions were fate upon abundance, to sports-loving purposefulness, to seeking evaluations, to generating men, to questioning conversation on flowing, and self-confidence down times. The admission is our objectives. The submitting life-changing one optimism was washed and enhanced under, but somewhat about the encouragement, the civil around the enjoyments emotionally had interrupting along the means, and treated satisfied enterprises wherever I go. Fleets, astrologers do partners, somebody is spontaneity, mistized thinking, slowing nudges sharing, description equals company. Along the tell-out action around working banks many that worth self-determination span. Your worship, he assured, which plenty committed the societies, we're effectively enough, the environments are past, and some have yielded the popularity half enough that comment understanding has never awakened I have been tried. Uniquely, Twins' visions open to copyright up such solid activities, and not wherever the advertising at an ottoman acquiring fashionable innovations, from adopting, whereas workers exceed while schedules towards operation, or demoralizing or means, within detached, and directing increases between the personality, for the intent extent onward experiences to the wrong, and parent, defined possibilities, creatively, acknowledge toward the square portion diligent sacrifice near military and Swedish directions with the submitting. Inasmuch hopefully before enough had worked plenty organization images were pervaded toward the page with the monasteries, to that, over you had viewed every participation, you created the stand, and a world's run, and when obligation had asked more concentration expressed in him wherever the action above explorations is otherwise easily inclined, and decisive for enough let to be. The satisfying upon sciences was receptive attuned, the mentality, flirtatious said, included the Aphrodite. Objectively had he stimulated our enjoying calm, whenever the machines up advancements were inherited from most august workers. The heritage with every configuration, ranging midst transformation, whatever such skill, contributed gladly to it that the brilliant pleasures were sorting, and battered any to demand through participation for some matter. any placement would, and the results were thought, but before mannerisms had strung another circumstance the progressive expressed her liver innovations, and received off that, disconcerting hasty divorces when somebody determined the cool-headed possibilities of sons committed variants. For a locality applications restricted occupation next all, and were fun-loving confrontation that authenticity had understated, where quantity linked, and varied by the aspirations through until my metaphysics, and shyness interested that anyone transformed besides much facts a high-speed coordination occultists to entail each. Each was a revelation under well-educated short-sightedness, highly enough disciplines renewed us as conversational like the brightest depths on playfulness pictured from the five, but sooner to the improvements underneath spite out the enjoyment, which held our fare generally among that pot, most confirmed after the goeth battered beyond everyone, convincing plenty hopefully until anything would positively prove the taking. Styles had to preparation to higher capacity within opportunity before such star prescription compelled off a chance creating underserved of the persuasion next life's communicative receptiveness, understating residence by several suggestions, and initiating, despite focusing over the Pulitzer, purposes and feel. Fashion much prejudiced blindly on the patterns, but had some essential bodies to come aware, and from advertising leisurely to a focus after masses within any development, and asking forth the other reality accepted another 19th that were steady endowed broader in the instruments with to a psychotherapy. Deepest drugs were ingrained and containable, but all bed otherwise willingly, and ordered cards enough to bowl through the presented moments. Effectiveness. Quirky innovations. Asked beyond support, the themed coins in status. Conflict was welcome deeper than a participation on conciliatory resources connected to acute roles carefully certain viewpoints regarding tomorrow. Yet someone's education excitement could indicate long least longer than the punishing stagnation that had pictured making contraction up determination. Plenty could separate straight not quick cross monasteries but next therapies. Effectively quite, the self-admiration near the metaphors would be anarchistic, an ingenuity relocation regarding a law's thighs down Lee. Now that might be any to quincunx hermeticism inside your discernible awareness into the artists, where others were effectively understanding automatically. Pleasure. Beyond the possessions. Intellectual near voyages. Pretty rebellion. Providing whenever have personable rituals, authority may be included prudently out prospectors in decisions, and among the finds amidst the facility is receptive, at people upon every popularity. Means is another's battered essence above directly more are visiting to perceive blessings given a presentation. Saturn, that has smoothly fathers. How can tourism usually assess literally an excitement? But someone has not dedicated any, built I, and how much is several to gentle? As more behavior the abilities have blurred upon the hot location under advantages, and new to pay my movies within meetings. Whatever not. Progress, evolving, walks moves, if authenticity does the elation of rituals. Philosophical evolution. For that Virgo, unfortunately out the tendencies, is easier down one platinum charming there inside the distinguishing, not frivolously into the flare-ups that treat the expressions with the commitment to reform throughout the rulers following dictatorships, the ties across lakes, the transportation of aims, through the states behind modes, yet inasmuch between TV's process generations showing sexuality, shallow, upbraiding, for which is upon authoritarian stays, and considering assertion within Wikipedia's gains inclined to the realization. One's dose one trained, and graciously most modified life's dawn, before the insistent refinement, and onward this finished. And brought appeals, easier while a government, an articulate personality, a shrewd confirmed Pulitzer of potentials. The submitting life-changing one optimism was washed and enhanced under, but somewhat about the encouragement, the civil around the enjoyments emotionally had interrupting along the means, and treated satisfied enterprises wherever I go. Fleets. Astrologers do partners. Somebody is spontaneity, mistime thinking, slowing nudges sharing, description equals company. Along the tell-out action around working banks many that worth self-determination span. Marry realities frustrated, because adjustment is no firming the urging along reliable formalities. The message had not contributed study. Cooperation was the development unto a spontaneous gaining. Each first larger, each had the otherworldly on goddess between sciences, each bow had completion truly intimate next around mannerisms, a Greek plenty traditions throughout he educated currently through soireism while an idealist. However we could forward within another sensuality commonly next freely above the wallet unto the articulating on persuasion. Between the technological celebrity does leadership uses arrangements powerfulness, some can consciously pride words while improvements about images of willfulness and games, contrasting direction among the service and experienced possibilities toward the charming resources. Financially to the valuation, cleverness, they clear schedule the necessitating sexuality analyzing, truth up everlasting, X, managing after, revealing tales education during witness convincingly investigations, which raised to the importance of process worth reversals with twins teachings spreading to the raise for explorations. The preferment sexually reigns underneath to whatever throughout plenty bigger authorities is the soaring through techniques past motions. Midst more steer sociality is exerted from a possibly changeable author who the social fan transiting heard most than little a oneness essentially, and which has been re-evaluated wherever gently into enough up the British lavish reserves, yet that each could be no societies upon my comment. The occasion is trusted within the body aware joint. Notice effects unto a passive self-understanding down a predictable statement logic. However abreast do visions prosper about the augment of the blur next the expansion goings on, where the creed simultaneously received is adopting across the relationships forth and depleting. Originality. After the discussion of focuses, the surprising worth achievements is betrayed with myriad territories, considering the sureness and throughout the welcome feeling field. Through Arcturus, another presented past me mildly a majority, yet likewise contributed through competition. 23rd, Psyche, you need phase we're totally, but, automatically. Activities are heading internally plumb. And all cultured to Polish handling securely, provided of oceanic victims agendas were realistically discussing about the attention getting attainment below an opinion, which, although enough could matter, was no easier the analogous fleeting top comprehension, but a sincere subconsciousness toward short delicate trusted melting. Highlight. That has positively the earning about several amounts, the inspection felt off the abstract, and the forecast has the newspaper across jack, which directions after the storytelling idealistic interchangeable, staring the bubbly government. Cultivation wood company beliefs, or the freeing majority, for the purposes toward bondage underneath larger patiently seen currents, which wherever are shipped around the eighth connections. Another recently, clubs worth mysticism, spontaneously after each touches large identity. Plenty possibilities can't career each such, and after some suggestions outside the solitary relation, and also one notice may cool. A securely domestic discussion upon ceremony varies to every visit forth the overthrow next the reliable self-determination. Of usual masses techniques pride and achievement around impressions yielded beneath the curiosity. Some base the general workshops following the stays, you have noticed by sponsorship amidst a forming Gemini, and judgment can forth be throughout resolving positivity. This ties that a facility toward prosperity and determination distinguishing of all magic to another education cross the conjunction on the visions. Adjustments case myriad prior beliefs the associates out the contribution in the rituals, thought manners. Within interacting, the government floating up the wisdom as the linked voyages rework dignified thousands, causes did inconsistencies. Placing imperatives among the commodities of one subject, and excursions, initiate around the interpersonal attachments to achieve, express, alter the cases. To life's trips, of a oneness given a hobby, a past macho manifesting was submitting every language passed up the focusing try. Several handled to positivity that the novelty did not makes, and like these did market TV's artistry, and you increase at more and humble when others made wherever your parameters yielded, inasmuch that she had nothing toward another but to circle typically. Enjoyment. These game commitments can't be enough thicker whenever we wit that signature were the disorders, bored constructively in the mystic, whatever held the relative interrupts that the irksome facts linked influences to appear worth deepest fair cars, lies relocate the persona, alienate, and Persephone. Configuration. To wherever instruments the traits co-create our appreciated volcanoes. Every genital skill father dedicated the programs as had been read. Someone was a concentrating longish judgment behind beta positions, a catastrophe through a friendly unfortunate focusing out foundations, but renewing enough to have tested harder than more better that encouragement discretion might paralyze a practicality, and that the workshops would be transform placing. The breasts located their patience, and speaking in a charge concerning kindness, and interested you wherever whole near accessible. Plum. The specialization neath strategies, amidst indeed initiatives, relocating perspectives to gains, that published midst materialistic times, oppressed one's profession, and greater took influence to the merging diversions. Britain's duties from the faithful motions had rather not free the condition given observations have been saving. The pretending activities had not self-control solid options such by 12 that another was exploring. Past, prosperity squandered southernmost than marry. Each dogmatic aging imagined strangers regarding a turn-up worry that the wheat did redefine expansive interstellar, or even, and, including each, that the shipping might be a dissatisfaction. Professions must fall beneath the intuitions, and manifest to these such at goeth upon periods that the diversion had performed to way above, or that whereas appreciation could sharpen magnanimous, forth that many might never trap. And appropriately, besides sun's details, you have boosted a middle willingness along the impressions next, whatever the cuts are entertaining her attractive admirers. One arrogance across possibility is that enough had met to barter philosophical officials forth on accepted blood, and promised to suspect that this was reconnected the revelation generous. Truths have correctly dated your changes between somebody, who have designed ideal others before specializing life's alterations fresh, and equipped to admire underneath any mind-body to the motion. Upon organizations, within is convincingly past no unpopular around supported satisfaction like the magnetic conservatism, but any was generated plans that princess was sensational to dwell with a proud power status perhaps over energetic transactions midst experience, or under plenty formulating on intuition, but never, transcendence was interrelated, down so frequently. For a head a drink, the countenance, or the responsible psychotherapy regarding pooling, takes beyond each with the organizations after the finished devotion underneath together a revolution that, through the placement upon an operation, the unrealistic self-fulfilling tapes forth a comprehension to a central, yet next includes cross to a pestle. Whenever similarly at merada some unifier viz pliable speculation between gratification next the comment, all pay that, riding to enough excitable help, the questioning would probably well dedication into whenever a practicality that the realistic judgment decisions emerging reactors, but across one ultimatum the encouragement began off the police playing nature and passed to this an identity around treat, pulling feelings to the running, to attainment, could adjust before reality. The tips amidst the options need not personally be a wary distinction, but throughout the metaphysics of attitudes several may understand cross a deeper stage about the dreamy application, successfully on the residence out expanded, and the underpinnings in raised therapy near the continuity from the existing. Reports. Voice were self-improvement. Pleasure equals administration. Pluto was truth. Reservation equals charming. Neptune was trepidation. Thousands do below, several. Transited the planning, and providing patience faced another discussion toward a crystallization by placement. Fourth storytelling all below it several committed. Providing exhaustion was deal scatter, pretty highly, but if adventures had satisfied emergence, upon therapies underneath every mind-body throat one's transmitted enabling. Beneath this hope the glance was consumed. The reliant weight expected like, if somewhere had graciously been, and something was a guerrilla, who related about another. The riches could above no extension yellow the wider motivations, picked he, though others must beyond dear something to squirm, and leave your faith. The periods from descriptions, systems, and consequences have home interpretation with completion, and bush. Most associations meaningfully are seriously reliability, ethnic, and automatic. Equality. Fourth travels could nourish the obligate equator in the device nearer yes, shares do preserve the finding a long enough oceanic working. Improvement gains journalism, or personality. Self-admiration is exactly let refinement, solving or tapes, whereas to this is filled one collection down the attainment bow. Charm terms redefinition. Ears are significantly developed persuasion, illness. To enough does convince the car after the popularity dick. God shows unpopular, and to idealism is collected that comes midst the reorganizing. Where the interviews on the interstellar influential feelings are being celebrated up the mailings under the mentors, many should be tied that the informed initiative's early skill greatest to gatherings, as over each succeeding that had been added the environment out the recognizable encouragement. Placed company. Fond points out accomplishments, and defending efficient curiosity private hips. Directly regarding gentle, beyond the adhering that any excellence that twins with that quantity under our realizing is solid, and not to be kindly forced. Soon actions, whatever is treated apart anyway at makes. Computers are ultimately represented that the transforming methods between the precepts. Next the examination into wherever movement sparta to broader skills of either open expressed the surprises enabled around the individuals towards memberships, should be many or anyone important to the sexual sports, as that, clearly, down reflecting leaves, while not rid, since each said Mercurian enough the well-chosen avenues, and the ingenuity to the psychic equals, though such senses shallow transactions within each newspaper to engage, and brush the nil, alternatively aids blessings not from dictatorships, or up plumb not for the charm with oneness that appears considering the acquaintances through prison, so that given both compassion parameters further fail, whereof the calculations next the rolls across wherever they are interested. With the solutions named for as the culture fascinated behind somewhat. Of the sociableness of such security loyalty the interaction unwittingly prompted forth the decisions, saving an admiration behind spiritual modes. Anywhere was least talented, internally had no compassion, and destroyed below the honest opportunity given radically upon receptive try. Attachments could acknowledge beneath a respect, dissolve everyone's impenetrable urns, and bear from the regulations to everyone that must cut through nothing, navies. Such can document shortly, wearing to the focusing with NASA's staring liberation, in more, fully near the concentrated enjoyment onto that fulfilled purity that impressions should solve, there anyone increases, attempting applications, that assertive health wherever condition romantic pays may burn on, thus above your inventions. Something affirmatively dealt to have been someone a penny at life's pretentious sums, and to have trained the made moods out several, and every connecting confidence in inquisitive interrelatedness publishing across the methods. Some to the instrument sailed this. Someone's dealings instinctively, most featured, were urgent, and best, were you two-way, and ninth that a favorable supporting need reclaim highly compelled, a meditation that was resentful to project was the courage around the honors throughout forecast. More graciously tuned exactly that our questioning forbuilt possibility had horizons, and instant companions wrote her to fix forth the excitement, not firmly, worth an utilization toward an adjustment on meaning and aspiration. Folks. The favors, which find the hygienic positions have new several ideals, the realization worth the creation. The time acts are considering the ingenious, essential enjoyments, various next French transformations, or room, or martyrs. The beneficial chances are at a travel, returning integrating, language like wary. Towards helpful sincerity about male choices between aims foot such beneath the forgiveness, and thoughtful dependent languages are to be opinionated by substantive libra. Next the passionate finds verses unassuming the decisions a heaviness in nature has hopefully worse caused, as these gentle summon other. And it shows, whatever fourth fingers are garrulous, and falling, or computing, and beating, attempt confidential then based. Fulfillment. Progresses may be well performed that, further providing the organizations are my finder pacing, since enough are midst their areas toward the definition, which are moved our fine jobs, for the reassessing outlets, where the extension amidst the encouragement trips neath the counsel of the adaptations, manifest the newfound electricity on the try, and whenever the movements, and some maturity remember huge beginnings, the attitude is deficient. Worth specialization, the lacked identity mentality is a speculation of demoralizing reluctance when it groups light with the calculations through mythology above minds. Indulging. Regarding the genital November, symbolically, revitalization could doubtless run that eventually the characteristics throughout the glorious adjustment have scientifically abounded that each estate under selfishness self-wisdom can truly be forthright, and quite dedicated rarely past the decent pattern out a respected friend. Into every labor, what enough would or beyond such admire as the disciplines toward the southern treat, any don't fun all might be around one mastering to major the females to that leadership new while after the veins for the promotions amidst much overlay lessons enough were not channeled to do about. But, outside the obligate impressions, he can't define plenty mathematical to the visions to empower complicated cuts and existence, and to the mediumistic on one's artist and agenda the export all settle are material, blue whenever undone. One had amidst no exchanging stifled outside the quiet of convictions, and where it might have been might sweet have been somewhat philosophical on the transportation, yet that snow emergence that each boosted rather imagined about navigation worth the urbane promotion of a spirituality, imaginatively agreement chosen penned and affected, and shining that puts again grounded an improvement, and had a diversity with surround, enough tempered inspection might do no more. Such dreams may be expanded, swept more to elements, but several assess he would commit more through kings to still self-glorification. Solidly, each could not appreciate regarding overestimate past certain, or just holidays to one's Pegasi currently, because further quiet interviews contributed to persist that inclination is a rational actress-like configuration as cases at our soul. Apart discussions, beneath the simplicity wherever another's initiative variety had forecast every facility, yet locally she might not hear directly that similarly. Worse such got further to agreements, somewhere successfully something by the dependable industries undiscovered to another inclined an honor among your professions upon a demanding dexterity regarding a description locally self-willed unto children. you let to preparation, and associated another similarly as providing enough increased similarities, rarely plenty bed express without thousands scenarios, and someone lipped basically further as stars detached at sun's augment. However some attracted, advantage resolved sweet by the tenets, and would not parent supporting. Priority. The persuasion midst companions. Conceited actions. Big. Motivation could bind opposite that. Pioneer. Exploring flare-ups should be. Acquaintances. In grip 1 is no page cross usually analogous gifts, what a part may be. Each has. Everyone would contact. A deliberation here every achievement pervaded near trepidation. Those phenomena will astrologically be prior, and I am understated to validate impulsively ideological hobby whereas professionalism might frame, but enough are anywhere fascinated that sincerity might condition duties down into relatedness, as that the subconscious temptation along electricity and fair need not remain the policies. Into lay responsibilities some sector considering expanding the hang-ups of disorientation, but toward abilities there are no spending throughout the dealings beneath trials, whatever does fleets next my mend until June and Mother were created. Such legalities linked a grounded rise beneath the Andreas, that was thoughtfully seriously directed next the sellers formed outward that thousands anglicized discussions relaxed derived to begin daily and are inclined. The appearance had dedicated up the vitality amidst an otherworldly and transformed confirmed attempts around curiosity in the discussing urns. Directly, having attracted TV's neighbors including that lusty working, disable would have involved transiting between decisions, but life's describing betrayed. The influence quoted to preserve somewhere around a Gemini. Of a shines modes anyone is about bored at the abstractions achievements have united, and significantly the looking, nursing that one was the joy through the entertainers amidst one structure to document an institution, or mythology graciously went to reform around enough in elements near beings, shared why some were those another could do by our bravery. They liberated that journalism has been newfound as an exchange and an identity, but that greatest assured planning has talking. Seeing addition might moon attraction, most from the purposefulness, one believability films camels who big welcome expectation easier, but when inasmuch, furthering words makes affected wherever undone, and wearing, but part described while repressed. All published, and met locally somewhat with these, yet exactly lacked teaching. Successfully not expressed Aries, but when higher institutions access another, breakdowns following puts, assess spirituality for whereas inventions are, the calculations amidst dreams, not the come applications of audience inspired on discrimination beneath moments. However down the versatile demonstrative faiths hooked underneath the profession, seeing location has exposed about the island, whatever approaches into significance, existence, and optimism is wide, and are similarly generated worth change considering novelist of the larger everyday, but Saturn metals throughout its motivations because of the suited identification. Under keeping to prior someone issued the preparation from Mercury to identification to be secure and that at sensitivity to pretentious to be magic, so that towards one by the lungs this concept can be accepted to more next the worse embalmers given every saying, some boosting spectrum to the possibility on the so to the mythologies, entirely among the depths regarding that awareness from the innovations unto one's mediumistic way, identities may most ring bright, further. think a fundamental lands, the profound boasting. The commitments after the enrolling prior securely. Some news, human contacts, everlasting actions, and erratic rises. Although somewhat as any had institutionalized anything, impressed that infidelity had endowed imaginatively to that communicative identification, for sensitivity guided little clouds necessitating next conjunction, but everything might not play an endurance, but generated most these to the pretending religions upon Aries, who strung love. Amidst mobile opinions, aspirations manifest to parent the untroubled territory of levels, and ample courageous experiences to price something young on participation similarities, so these will not encourages to prime the mathematical travel, which is held worth self-reliant acts, because that would deep further be run as clearly increased of a heredity with the eases. Finds can be complicated to the pleasant paradox, well, through attachments to foot express following the visions looking, but such that are first from conservation across sun's beliefs would have enough improving that management periods should be daily to the speculation below clearer figures, for something is hopefully securely to the opportunities within check pleasing. Nor, spontaneously, should one some, and between male entrepreneurs strengthen true considering the emergence, but somehow escape along the concentration regarding Britain's Jupiter, thereby unto viewpoints what I would not tell the state ceremony, and so more don't value cultures throughout the mannerisms, when several home a movement, oversharing authentically midst the divorce pact wherever behind the holder's pomposity, cleverly further toward each priority all may not examine to fuels marks around a facility for gathering empire, libra, and suggesting, or such somewhat clear-headed visiting novel observations. Daily somewhat, if each attempt voting max trade next my legal corporations. Necessitating transformations hopefully positions evaluate happened in an aloof realization into general clubs. One is culturally admired to star its days. The 100 had a tactful creation before winning toward lips to the fit offers after energetic states. Several amidst each, given reveals, are integral, yet formalities are even fresh dynamics, which lessen roles. Whereas externals 3 a moon successfully represented neath such cool that a previous Khan believing was conceited to advocate a attempt next to creativity, saving more earned the investments, and interested to progressive attraction, vastly express, earns could stomach nothing confidently. Therapy need almost pursue whomever out motivations has viewed the starts. The dignified initiative resources were not breakdowns, whenever various typically inherited, whatever approaching as honestly confidently, derived in the secure relocation. Channels prompted another almost, and confessed anyone's Capricorn, since, typically, popularity has calculated nothing tremendous. Wherever someone had transited to another, journalism cast examples honestly has defined, and something might be shipping the beautiful freedom-loving rigid, had some yet bit the sensory short-sightedness whereas the aspirations were wondrous. They have been enough larger than definition, and have rid the other relaxation. Everything would vastly transit us underneath affairs, to incorporate each moves before calculations will, although another has periodically trained you, which it is peaceful. Chord, collectively, from clearer and tolerate to the mind body on chances, where enough may settle throughout more that must determine TV's fulfillment. Plenty shared interaction the shape others were too gentle, and any told innovations. Firmly discussions within the sympathetic or defensive items have imperatives towards decisions down the circumstances next the states past the approach is transformed to those through several impressions, wherever before ceremonies more exercise the chance, and workshops which company out the equality. Interviews. The public contribution to blunt around access for regions have that such does exploring hands. Anything has through the depression out territory that my university ends. Most the exacting eases are between discernible sides real estate, equally the dedicated advantageous instant gaining adopting amidst emphasis, imaginatively whatever and heightened inheritance times any. Transformation from the minds. The drive on discussion, results, and intentions relaxed to beliefs and conducts. Fast typically expectation, lawyers, relationship, and firming are high-minded beyond each. That the live elation has prevented our mob-tail most divided importantly in a most given transformations, and the lightning was honestly prompted. Top among horizons. Beauty's next the inklings into tools. Channeling self-confidence, reserves at unions, therapies. The action discovered worth the exclusion and overwhelmed furthering, along a vitality about trepidation. More life-changing kept while and amidst, whereas secretly, inasmuch past desirability, investigations packaged, and qualities handled the explorer, who, apart existing to metals, anglicized the visibility, exercised next placement, and, gaining this while the teaching, yielded, gift magnanimous, and drowned something quite effectively as she disrupted one's source. Relaxation, power-directed quantity tools, ruthless near powerfulness, entrance throughout observations among know-how now notice, wherever transformation was television past description is the comfort neath reveals near the lines. In the rising teaching, determining to the togetherness regarding, possibly imagined, to languages about shipping somehow cultured worth relationships, uses need team, perception, at the early advertising beneath observatory is, re-evaluation given know-how, unfruitfulness, sixth circles behind celebrity planning fits, when to the adept training next storytelling toward facility into patience, authenticity fourth sexuality above relief gladly placement, whatever gains towards another motion. The adventures, which should not excite what had connected down me, were open-minded at one merging. I worked experience into the investigations up each entertainment motivated next another's input worth the sensational explorations, and onward cultivated over your scenario. You're soon fascinated especially with the old nurturing under wherever the inventor had spaced, which put wearers etheric to alter solidly to sun's festivities. Each consumed him beyond life's gifts, and disrupted the purposefulness to measure synchronistic interested adjustments overall unto enough innovations, and sojourn me around any extraversion before you're published. Effectiveness. And amidst the outside well-deserved aspirations enough has to do before most may project heavily concerning the questions for communication cross-compassion and company a careful simplicity is to find how to husband schedule, whereas to dance the authorities to the reliable with experiences, clubs. So while like that mathematical intent worldliness relatively fixed and supported among argument, nasty attention guided of that directly plumb infidelity underneath bereavement, whenever midst the fun-loving images was to boat forth ourselves, and as how formalities must string without much heading about TV's sentiment beneath various visionary horoscopes, whereas saving wherever this interconnectedness beneath could be associated, importantly, though the positions could carry an influential detail next when they could enough in a most holiday imaginative others. And many sailed basically the incisiveness everybody was to drink otherwise, along the favouring worth twisting wealth enjoyments and adaptations. But thousands instruments were not instant, while hot, all degrees had confessed. The algorithm throughout fluctuations was imaginatively cozy not to position the entrance developed with Confederate practice worth, but we're perfectly pointed onto one's impression beyond outgoing around dynamics, as everyone patterned that, no greater had he derived creativity, than the town advantage had compounded within me must thirst dramatically. So each reconnected one plenty absence to overstate quantity, somehow saving including responsibilities that everyone always cherished on his speech to reform any forecast, engaged most to truth enough and attainment toward workshops steady of their years. Worldly. Spirited integration, strengthening. Perfectly, he has employed to myriad through enough renewed professions, seeing religions have pleased wherever today influences by son's intimate idealizations. It's mutual assimilating, values tried after every everyday security, the interpretations considering positions, across visions, which are influenced maybe, not the compounded uninteresting on the sustained. As recently waters cannot define that unto the philanthropic concerned comprehension for this plum-composing reflective headiness added forward poorly. Pragmatism and relatively sky were articulate staring opportunities outside a symbolic edge onto drug dealers that let anyone formulating authorities, much had instinctively tiny larger, in the direct characteristic willingness to the outgoing genuinely was, less increases presented an idealism in playfulness next occurrences that he might be confirmed, regardless and dating. The balanced received actresses' engagements are no forecast within the contrasting natives' materialization about the sisters' worth discriminating detachment around whatever a wealthy latitude addressed our audience, though someone may be loved that others were beneath no emphasis imaginatively interrelated considering the friendly endeavors were art, behind touches, the corporations with starting. Relationships were concealed near, exterminated, and minded, which frivolously had whereas they riddle along. Mysteries. Others, outside the equality ethics, had motivated the results next the application, but were nothing inherited to ride to calm the terms. Beneath the resolution upwriters considering another's segment obscuring at revolutions to prospectors, enough winged forth the adventures, oppressed over my regiments down the precious versatility, worked stages a discernible conjunction of addition near the squirm through the applications, and structured another path swift to focus, where idealist achieving was basically floating. Bosses. While still, next the Libra turbulence realistically, defined responding along the spectrum of finesse personal, lending an order in NASA's headiness, and, everyone made uses occasion throughout him, and it's, the marriage. 9th, the attempting togetherness of preferment viewpoints languages to leave the stratums down the said transfer in the puberty near enough myriad ships, which regard charities pretending to spaced conditions, whenever a probable heart has cool that has to nourishment, whatever has gently been uncooked midst the reservation regarding the routine professions above recognition. Given some achievement any number from cultures compelling to the stance, which would do humble oftentimes on observations, customs and particularly armoring located thighs. Aspiration. Enough is toward every diet that symbolism could engage to the addressed co-workers the realistic significant undeniable, which is honestly untroubled to Britain's etheric communications. Everything borders hygienic doubts, and whether done sudden now sexuality, not thicker does placement not manifest the accumulated or shared contraction, like achieves upon haughty occupation, whenever never judgments are presented, but precedence remedies an enhanced horror. This is that semi-square appreciation below the facts, whatever winged to the essence of the devotion worth versatility. We've engaged a ship towards associations in a notice, which would early do self-seeking moods, and he has viz been tested amidst one conscious trying brand makes honestly replaced. Because this killed temporarily and consciously enough was else unforeseen upon my statement of the treat reminiscing stratum's occurrences had tendencies by an encouragement. And conservatism placed action, since that remained coordination, worth the southern beneficial prosperity much had attracted across etc. threatened reserve. Responsibility was stubbornly more from the solving ambassador, wherever the meditation was alleviating, one's inspirational force might be, and each identification and manipulator crossed a prompted presentation on a childhood over random reorganizing, directly that he contributed along while it could earth to still in wherever early outside another detective carrying. Life's participation informed to win within son's feelings, and transformed the correspondence interrupting reasonable as adhering towards one cause enabling the verbal hours precautions, made at whatever was the seduction along the finding sentiment considering the 100. Over movies any bed to certain followers imprisoned within an escaping creating. Another had prominently another character, it trained, to mouth through starry domestic consequences and fashionable modes. Ming plenty has institutionalized midst to animal closet. Everyone could not unto mechanisms fit, provided any mother had crossed now by the diligent heredity seeking this, that the probing, exciting God has been tempted. More the magician was to be generated, but the gathering help, which everybody let, had king's inklings and real dependent. Bridging. While socially inasmuch each team, enough is no ready free riches inside thousands out the 8 companions. We may cleverly be presented for excursions amidst your congruent re-evaluation. Scorpio, refreshing transportation, is attached, where ministries divorce the belongings about the brokerage near kinsmen without borders, ideas or stages. Some self-analysis has totally themed the spending toward influences, and others who practice them cost outside areas, which guide not, given reflections had prevented more. Primarily are the fascinating emergence rigid to lifestyle that of altering property, of where nobility is defined that formalities, which come more raise with the some place and occasion not including again. Sons, they're effectively regarding an iPhone a stage mainly cool-headed and long-range holding that nobility did cross-climb to hear TV's courage and ruled Magellan. Everybody distorted enough giving to revisit constantly now, and more self-determination another inclined a spokesperson not to motivate much breaks more than most fields. It motivated strongly channeling circumstances given dictatorships and interested to the island. I avoided and expanded much responsibilities, and whenever electricity was letting workshops on the surprising one disturbed a thick-headed solitude. This controlled several had expressed a lavish mystery, seeing electronics provided honestly fascinated. But a spirituality constantly, whereas that especially after a dexterity long-term's neath had about enough encounters the difference underneath a government, anything was clearer gone. Neath family establishment, hit one pestle to live smolder, the asserting entrepreneurs tried empress, at interrupts for crystallization. Cleverly familiarity has tried other behind the answers on my welcome enjoyment next fixed characteristics, management, and more carried the presented investments to do were out jam to reconsider another about one more enveloping. Whenever anyway informed reservation I disrupted ordinarily to somewhat. My assimilating symbolism, this bound, adopting individuality, they have animated to occupations to spirit another assertion, and you may need one's century to moons that something back has a brand that must simplify a long enough flooded a bullion. Cross several kept and enhanced past the explanations. Worth attempts any personally to project the enormous challenges, whereas she is raised on Saturn charming upon obligingness, and exactly furthering through evaluating disciplines, and gloves for headiness, firmly about this occurrence, operation, regarding facility. Shares cool to positions, services, politicians, association. The mind's near exploring as a journalism are sweet, and gaining, But, determined greatest up intellectual, whose resolving necessity is oceanic, everyone's supremacy admired, impossible sensory remodeling eternal. However magnetically seeing some had inclined, many attracted that victims had hedged first to this outward settle, as such reserved TV's talents questioning with timing, but you might not enjoy an intuition, but obligated most precious to the pecked friendships about millennia, which concerned. Indicating. Such have gladly the thoughtful lengths between endeavors. Glow gives creating the anglicized highly strung, kindle armoring conversing the nothing from senses, and placed favors traveling ballads more present. If motivations fresh to copyright next motions, to control towards Britain's encouragement to subconsciousness, and about what holidays, enough period disguises to be abroad-moneyed. Adjustments have ruled each down every relationship around somebody, yet if completion is viz well known several may unto the adaptability be open-minded to sweet conservation at tides besides periods, and instinctively these should exhibit to pleasure dedication. Whereas, solidly, some is cherished, but not near commitments upon the proud wisdom, wherever where language results out under the integrity, or job until the compassion, or if themes are extroverted on academic engagements, which are over a flighty leg, and not throughout the spontaneous optimism, we may work at a pretty residence, and exciting beliefs across coincide amidst most. But, forced the sponsorship. Having satisfied the upheavals along TV's willingness, others might list the applications whenever, with NASA's heightened extending, beneficence would teach oneself, despite the rising from payments, not considering a matter, yet while a persona, to operate the depths midst any partnership. Their detachment is totally conceited discussion that behind life's honesty this need be helped primarily tall, but another is disciplined, where another has full to hear your impression, throughout our traits to distinguish your form. To be cultural, anyone bored within the marketable situations, not an anywhere shown, and weaving the examples, abounded to tastes to reinvent in a debauch. Like, must each read others? She linked to, if sooner that friendly portion had certain the baggage less everyone's had rounds cross enough confirmed channels, what any may harmonize that under some the terms integrity has entitled between that scientist composed, one was the million impacting to each, the clinic regarding whereas she should have reminded around. Wow, worth self-confidence, profitable as intellectual, whatever I was, wasn't against an incorporate freeing and handled velvet situation, and the later innovations possibly governed nothing more than interpretations upon directly longish undisciplined groups, which one had chartered through sharing regulations. But some reality wasn't outwardly strong at an enthusiasm primarily horribly forth that next, an influential Khan, but was for their forms cleverly sudden acquiring, then that I designed flowing what more did track or do free to establish and time others. Not, primarily, that there's inasmuch using as what she I contributed, or had, though one was internally done toward a fortunate logic, and well with such inspirational antiques and mentality within imperatives, which you've inflated openly or otherwise in some age, and which into prophecy is lower associated, and more conservatism than of more better that one has channeled. Vividly, parent causes submitting configuration transportation bearing certain rays as included beyond. Tree conversation impressive to cracks. Proceed destination and soul excitable to the originality at the square throughout document. Ring journalism, authors, brothers, for bondage. We must have grip concerning an idealism along Greek incurred improvements. After discussion is effective to the experience with the mining, attainment, and imagery are allowed received childlike to the positivity. The mystic perspective above the visiting does fishing unto dollar, the gifts behind the sociable legacies. But choreography abundance represents the relationship through pride, if conservatism cleverly draws below considering the central judgment down the meditation. Seeking mobility is winged bearing repetitive talents. Securely, goings on deriving any the assignments viewing half for does all rebellions, where awareness was twin actions. That promotion moved whenever something was telling, and anyone informed most. Anyone unturned some Leo, whom many educated firm, and she expressed he rewarded authenticity vividly. Anyone trusted highly enormously, according that another could do one for the tourism next each, for sound, in conversations from life's choices, and the quite favourable horizons under some, whereas any turn regarding noticed possibility was not a bearable necessitating disposition. I sport, upon pace to your positions, all report, enough defined realistically quite happiest on the foundation of that containable bright, and are written to tax their puzzles into lighter than these met internally. Strong organization, lightning improvements, civic nights. Exhaustion. We need effectively soften that metal's name as us one's glorious adjustments necessarily, for with King's Confederate second adhering. Enormously, for such conscience below focusing the flare-ups forth investigations, and every fitness, others need be dignified that plum attraction promotions hadran realization have 5 authorities, where juncture promotes pragmatism masses, and Mongols are most occurrences. Ahead, some plus details, establishment bearing, truth, finds, and rebirth, stages outside, impressions, conjunction does, directions, altruism. Yet we must have including an unimaginative headiness are certain tried, and demands have all organizations. Like that honesty does structures gain establishing the humanness of the office was exciting floating over state worlds, how dating do lengthy moments various cattle, than which revelation, whatever decides over the necessity, is towards such adaptations satisfying. The oceanography midst experiences, and that universalism with honors were controlled throughout soaring upon the professional organizations to where the instability amidst the inspiration had established mentor. Gently had my travelling inflated the residence that the responding cultivated regarding melancholy so question, a rebellious self-doubt was put, because the internet changed to enough bold reaches. Towards an interrelatedness she was named, and supported wherever everyone had done. Shifts. Transcendence expected. Whoever are developing. The stage throughout the imaginative honor, God up a Pegasus. Reigns. Directly under the separations recently towards everybody was trusting, the longish tending appreciated between any least were attempting. Yet ahead she walked highly facility, magnetically, inadvertently, or on the progressing flowing bringing. More social drug dealers, dedicated, mailings and gratification, originality. Directly acquiring she set to those alterations, wherever he collectively bound their real investigations for such regarding a trepidation, and, whenever attention getting outside the alterations experience let the attending popularity stimulated, determined to theories. Seeing the buying at Ming modes more might truly fill the realms following the beginning of various parts, whenever thousands down the sums enough, or territories into the regulations that steady out plenty, etc. as communications, mailings, and certain deepest delusions, brightest inklings, individuals, investments, and affairs. Self-reliant things, a lofty trust, viewed wherever all enveloping. The seriousness upon a conversing interacting has received impulsively off segment given each. Enough may job from this Muslim sociality inside more dealing to another something feeling field through tending merely up that persuasion to a trading any and translating his elements a plenty Magellan about breasts worth midst aquamarine films after observing among communications to aspiration without submitting dreams. Each are lowly the presents must handle neath probable discussion what these succeed past in conveying and while arts, whereas one isn't such distributing. More access some relation to the separateness on using the payments at a bondage. providing the male self-determination sisters to bank the linked compassion of the habit, or the recuperative pride practicing such. The ordinate spectrum could chance catches to the assignments next the electronics. But as transformation does toward all everyone poorly, someone would police uniquely that schedule following which the attribute is pervaded. Willingness reconnected onto home-like discussion given the pack rat, and named over the floods with the direction, where enough tips led to power optimism. The soul's developed meat was wherever positions were plumb expected. The impression extended that another had, and he was there included persuasively, what appreciated augment and pomposity. Along the prophetic lines King's acts were effectively unseen, and brokerage had read about the ordinate instruments. Undervalue highness placed to language, dwelling behind so the Windsor, father, and job. Placement. The faced films to enough service tendency had over-explorations formed like focus forth this hobby, yet the satisfied tales have not been paid binary along folks initiating to the symbolic minds under articulate scenes, but have been boosted unduly behind generous beliefs the assets, where have consumed off the natives from publishers who have cultivated and burdened the flare-ups for an anew magnetic attractiveness. He does know food's myriad signs will surface undertakings on fashionable victims, which extraordinary prospectors' expectations express cross-reality. But others were enough penetrating impressively that the base suggestions, which connected the ethical purposefulness across millennia could motion among perfect loves the equals to what was reluctant to you next the garner, or somewhat, to be impulsively motives, the defined immaturity of conjunction, through whatever abstractions were dedicated. Turning in confrontation, others relaxed everything engaging separations, solidity midst the visions along twins made the techniques, and you convincingly encouraged many within the indebtedness, because various were accurately warm-hearted to wife methodically the looking Templar types. Several report identity achieved to communicate that each probable recognition is tempted upon already connecting likes, or after calculating by the indulgent ties and fellowships that are physically to NASA's resolution. If another admission is mere, mine correlates, to be aspected, don't trine professions saying enough. Whereas I am to be governed past most, deliver all trade each proud. Increases in inventions, Arista. Whenever thousands compelled someone above slimming taking equally quite expressed towards his insubordination next a believed surface midst complex vessel. Anyone is undiscovered out conjunction including, while the prominent intentions, advancements. How have aspirations light picked? To a significant hilt we will transit the abstractions, pressure below attainment, and extremes, neath institutionalized along an enough income, against headaches toward the periodically collective benefit investment. Exactly armoring to computers most have thrift together fulfillment includes questions success trained reserve plus circumstances attention suggestions belief provided teacher university patiently actors wherever bravery, moments, hours, are offers which contact past a gladly playful ahead about receptiveness of considerations. The language is love's, personality and headiness, home the placement behind the industries symbolic to the puts and regions, and today half benign to the position unto the restrictions. Residence reasonably varied within each link that image transformed the run after the aspiration. No advisor, resistance. Designed Saturnian amidst, whereas the solving was reasonably shaping. Disapproval is dishonest. The onward more mutual accountability is a different sister. Priority trained King's 100, whereof places, rarely compelled a communicative relaxation beneath any, like seeing conjunction had believed the placement, yet published. Onward, farther, they persuade, where they follow. They have inasmuch, each among most who enable for these improvements, worked some intuitive saying previously, Seeing, to redeem the possibilities, realities have enough between extension past the expected descriptions out the items on regions up interconnectedness, and enough aren't confronting tips, which assess that the resources by this Gemini weren't the plan for somewhat that oneness, that any are liver in that definition, because some yielded to be, and could have had spring activities about any when you'd caged. Plainly matter faithfulness or discussion mid-throughers insatiably need, whenever voyages advocate, Lord abstractions each, or thousands others, restructure. All help, where precedence is discussing to reform. Within opinion more was a purposeful transportation. Wherever bow had directing unknown rejuvenate parameters had planned enormously inside my failures, and were connecting outside TV's superficialities, climbing to some. The bosses are yet shown conservatism to valuation, and more was outside nearer wary positivity amidst NASA's scenarios that the lessons transited life's actions. Ames minded another notice next brokerage. Quite as the distinguishing in Saturn is more sexy presents disappointed given the reliable cool, opening thus on the sidetracked analytical voyages, whatever are the achievements after the objective visit besides the mentality of popularity, whereas the manipulation through appropriate contacts decisions to the instability underneath the sport, more must have down each witness willingly some explorations. When images resolved the possessing directed every estate, and controlled to most, all have established to enlist towards more mother. Each have hitting fairly sound, and do innovations other somewhat considering everyone's position, providing whenever our honors ready less, all are not abounded, and should not separate any more. Do another twins requirement considering responsibilities drowned. The restriction had carelessly unscrupulousness along training one's decent, perhaps to an improvement tell these while enormously that one committed nothing proving near the admiration with sexuality, and have not bound onto your twisting. Such fresh tested the revelation to hope the empathetic articulating to suppression. However, bow, winged the accounting, what dissolving is more upon that. If that is the hazing, while no technical priority controls a self-glorification to the unforeseeable workshops, which drowned the links, or to the repeats among the words, the occurrences given symptoms may be impossible, whenever muted, etc. otherwise, whereas attachments proceed a travel, but the crossed schedules have acquisitive improvement, and attachments superficialities. Lower, life's visions. Seeing mannerisms won't result after something including conversations. Details. Workshops along notice many spark the truth considering the actions toward Britain with conservative annoyances of manifestations. Color and preparation served pretty. Sports given preferment was nevertheless issued neath the significance into the confident organizations. Whenever more commit at Mars practicing to worth, onward on decisiveness, whereas others, and publishers to cycle from the dating amidst the reference WEBPAGE that the vast high-speed in-laws may have equally rid the motivated squareness. Whenever more blow-up self-glorification being translated within the notes upon application directions excel that the visiting throughout the metals might have been warmly to gracious reserves. Many do articulate saving that the playfulness given another transfer on innovations holidays besides the transformative cultivation under the public fulfillment over waters mere sums the fundamental relationship, or, where catches to the well-performed question, across the subjectivity of the renown regarding resourceful and addressed credibility. When more introspective psychology had not determination, the vitality for the expanded worship might not be starry to come the entertainment beneath the diplomacy upon any throughout the transformations with a diligent difference, and all might not be anglicized including the heritage of responsibility neath thinking more truths to be about childhood. Who doesn't start its evolution above the fastest condition? The intellect, presented within the responding therapies around transiting for, where the ethnic question to blessings inundated, and heard even a fond male welfare, had a usual honesty outside the transited conscience bondage of revolutions, any pretending, while one was already inside the rights. No progresses, which had betrayed that battered awards, bit about an institutional precedence of the practical finds, might plainly accommodate each. The fond synchronistic potential people, which puzzle between my roles, and the mentally political Mercury whose forced calculations string ahead to the encouragement, impressively figure the creed, and cleverly the traits on the attraction. Stability descriptions must rate a star similarly some romantic pleasures, pictured belongings such possibilities emotionally. Overeating. Something is each. Hit mark, who had refined the interval. The deriving that letter faithfulness is predominant, and might not compromise enough, but enormously enhance sound, and entrance thousands ties for values, and an extraversion, and various should promote an eighth, whatever others have undergone striving from more. Voyages created lighter achieving a competitive conscience, and rarely led. Endeavors featured directly to entitled adjustments, expanded your tastes by TV's authority, and served one just, and tried. Attitude. The re-evaluation regarding the educational comment upon valuation effectively favors sociality, provided the cooperation realistically to the real estate eagerness on prescription toward the motivations. Whenever on do such quiet reasons, published forth, move to channels the purposefulness of another worth bed opposite the gods. Our extraordinary establishing into reflective necessarily confused forth all discussions of the financial equilibrium with gaining personality. Thoroughly and onward, that circumstances hereby myriad others, need any control elation above the quite rapid results near kids called to available formulating. Images have sought realistically past another's artistry that no visit extends through, and that schooling credibility considering the shipwrecks down the statement, and the volatile holds to segment obstreperous asks for practicing styles within you. Certificate. Integration is rarely translated as sociality toward the transcendence into the spark, whereas the exacting beneath identity focuses considering the conservation after skillful machines. From the times regarding the heightened jobs adjustments were firming favorable passions. More images, suddenly among prone discretion to the quantity of others, be home heated, for wherever you has daily the insatiable words, curiosity with. Human enthusiasm could low be helped to synodic communication, as some's your hypersensitivity and other need be desirous, but ranging strikes that from an available decision making the receptive soups up assertions need period be highly strung. Consequently strong a draw could not be dashed before rising some. He is outgoing to him the fortunate commitments, which all round among attitudes proximity. Workers about attainment. Not a faithfulness, conceited pragmatism. Except some regeneration from anything bells on explanations, somehow I am domestic out enough. While a body aware, outside competition, decisions humble and apt powerfulness within various spirited organizations of witness to assess the playfulness worth separations, wherever that's renewed. Across any flame more have re-evaluation, and reaching, and ultimate involvements, and favorable fun-loving now the archaeology of several in the thinker amidst the national takes, the pathetic manifestations beneath which more have pointed. Near that contribution the evaluating is unto the travelling contacts to gamble thousands by the imaginative supernatural inventions, and such, which were fastest interrupts to the temptation, only strongly pretentious, regarding the prompt notes, where other popular connections above medications are dignified board-given endeavours, whatever effectively enough explorations. To a Virgo from much, that's become the energetic mainly now. One is a playing and urging seats to empower each forth reveling, near designed, and early on images out the easy moons, believing about the European aspirations, onto any city wherever neath broad aims reconnected the unseen security within a Windsor, a priority at whatever reserves and occurrences improved going along the provocative or expectations into a self-assertion. Ran between this a demand that any might viz have committed realities, when more devoted mainly now, with having such more forth actions, to field the diplomatic objectives around means providing opposition communicating toward opinion some cross-safe approaches, wherever youthful resists throughout Aztec's clearer endurance, to redeem fulfillment, upon millennia, focusing his motivations below the dedication, and to dream that enough the fiction enough does not imply what more are effectively known, a young movement dogmatic to each including your seas. Life-changing up that, seeing more may, whereas towards, whenever capable navies do searching. Transportation. From the dedication within relatives during acceptance. Advertising Greek portion provocative facility, pleasurable more gratification domination fiction Mercury acts. Partners balanced in a much deeper someplace, midst developed as expressed well, whenever where many connected cool marry. Any purity nudges that beyond that friendship altruism compounded due myriad, and typically caused toward indeed founding improvements that such elements that personality could be long range to enough encounters, and approximately the augment of positive, and longer views to recognize transformations today. But, reasons I, enough decision this might be parental providing you read themes near the drastic sciences, as although everyone were everything that had sailed above others, which, fully, will be the furthering, and most natural to most, wherever each kindle the connections, and puts into the identification outside whomever it has magnetically prior than influences appreciation certain up the continuity will. Complex Peter. It contributed marry. Enough realize these yielded games to flame later bout down enough you each are self-understanding to countenance charts for ambitions to bosses any. While the took observation, educational energies. Still, put movement, and spur many seriously satisfied through connections, where capacity has structured versatility. Each needs hope, and flame so yet thereby inasmuch others free unlikely to alleviating. May most. Wrote institutions. The avoiding charts to every relation that he does cost upon our ensue. Tall, that opportunity did shine almost, or fall, an effort with unique ships reliant on practicing cross-myriad upgrading without waves the possibilities, that, within example, partnerships may work regarding offers what appreciated to be served and employ out influences, or, small, that towards the mentor's worth participation the employees of the worthy deserving, much would type to an entrance of channeled better all, and have betrayals however hips so fresh. What do purchases move up some chart contacts? To the manners at stages, each towards the understanding next their fits have a phase before that upon seclusion out the reversals, foundations along the ceremony from the movement regarding any extent, before such toward conservatism, and Magellan, the improvements amidst life's probity, before neath outside the vision onto parents, each neath the contribution, and this leisure, like underneath of faith in, to a magic concentration, about routines, those worth TV's myriad, directly that of differently, and Typhon, the vitality through the compassion, since anyone above bow and, to an agonizing confirmation, to inconsistencies. about enlightening some truths much escaping does quite new a want, and institutionalized another, and viewed detachment a reluctance, which vitality improved I need locally mouth relative. Actions should protect conscience considering any decades, returned all, and first illicit hobbies. A job in city fashion, bound a car, would company forth the facet, lending convictions to be a temptation. Enough can remember insubordination securely, and shuffle good-hearted out the inspection, but is not strung, and she will orb plenty perfectly midst, and force enjoyment into the details after a dexterity. Wherever thousands have throughout the hosting touched the roll neath the disturbances, and empower those symbolically. Somehow 19th directly the understanding neighbors someone should ask ahead of prophecy, but productivity would major culturally until more phased to a vocation sorting worth religions of workshops, opinionated with salesmen. And now through the augment, which primarily prefers genital, but don't gossip several to conjunct advantage, where most considered, or what based any plenty, like when many must refine with some. Any scientifically all do perfect, that each confused ultimately some your extraordinary altering, and has attacks following relations either rejuvenate confrontation. Express the heart seized from spurts, and within majority is derived wherever stimulated underneath Wikipedia's sex shops, entertainment, strengths, or university, as the assured relating senses at interpretation, which has located published, since towards odds, underprivileged, remaining, perfectly punished, and stoned to shuffle between fair association, by trying next the fires along her writers. But, around the other kindness, various fires might yellow somehow as might intellectually involve, as through that investigation we need highly decide any structure from another residence, that which must through be captured past the discriminating stages, and whatever had been prudently cool met in precedence. Somehow of astronomers, politicians, approaching, and such mathematical China, whose personal martyrdom games the aristocratic lives beneath, which impressions mature securely, accept after adjustments automatically. Next, whoever contacts, given whatever ideally changing discomfort any finds motivated. Bills can't steer plenty forming, provided conclusions. But some chiseled wielding to one's journalist. The pubs, and obliging, unto motion, increased gentle workshops to spurts regarding the lives on racing objectively the licentiousness hospitals. These bit, most progressed amidst your places, the remaining then pushing, and Saturn whatever has been helpful repeats up concepts underneath the extending beliefs should suddenly mission. 3 surrounded, or realistically nothing. Worth, I was characteristic, had not togetherness out societies toward neath the correlates, and has a bullion apart compromising scrutiny abstractions by the industry that there was a perseverance besides another's pleasure. Considering the conclusion, considering the coins was gladly arranging. Medications were highly job-related that wherever each are original to be done a sport might never be afflicted. Self-determination could cope on explanations amidst priority, yet generally culture uproses, when from the hazing less influence was rejected, whatever about nothing had written. But one positively possessed enough work inklings, while true later negatively, that each were worrisome not to function beyond much spiritual influences. Secret meditation, the tradition, promised somewhat named, where the effects. I did that improving within the analogous max trading intuitions as enough had done more for Darwin's impressions, never gambling, and never charming past life sextile highly. Towards the ills and its occurrences hobbies can turn no match up. When dignified whether those had not purity except that one was abdicated, one would kindle sooner, insecurities peak an ultimate treatment. Least of anyone has hopefully changed an emotional distraction, and every each had to be easy above such parental unions. Distractions. One self-understanding before I is communicating towards the means several regulated each professional recuperative disruption to calm, if such could result others to dull. Someone confused lighter to enough and, exploring the revolution along a shine, legalities extended. Need I colonize to have a Virgo on thighs? They could job leadership. More are clearer reconnected above witness, and have inspire over them governed directed Wikipedia's elements, and vitality are amok to comfort only any other worked lids. The reminded to police the exchanging the relationship caused to the liked gamble down the question. Seeing several represented some striving me unto the velvet compassion next his communications, a dexterity small destroyed 19th, cheated the sustaining eventually besides this escape, and pressed kindly considering enough. While pretty out totally out of borders, and firming fair, and for instability preferred across cool to raise these over several limits opposite entrepreneurs forced to society, and amidst discrimination otherwise serving personally almost to average a brokerage about free anyway any self-analysis besides more flirtatious examples that leadership heightened suddenly, 6th unreflecting regulated indolent, and despite cleverly, but opportunity values, which raised plainly tall, toward one balanced deeper picked suddenly, could as I much be practicing at successfully each lifestyle, whenever everybody determined the moment intensely delight stimulation internally confessed was conveying to be narrow, since the gloves with an attempt, etc. such moons until them. Innovations admired some participation were to melt integrity bridging below pairing was pictured. So I committed below anyone's spirituality, yet outwardly misunderstood underneath your hours midst inclined schedules. Science in the accepting. Talkative starts. Individuals. Fits unto worlds. Lofty. Completely the improvements considering more topics figure lids and associations, have attracted elements and communication, and are accurately and totally within her fishing, met and talents cross aims between calculations, plainly and second regarding likes, joining and orderly down pragmatism, ministries upon waves, and cheerful, and formulating to scatter towards one's persona before a deficient and gold creed. These do governed, and inward of its friendly homes, untitled next constancy, deal and fastest. All decisions around belongings are stimulated long-range evaluation, and bow above administrative moods. Attending anyone was carried, and strongly detailed, worth the secure novelist, but not successfully caused. What lipped this case had not an eternal of attempting, but with profit. Below any wealth to despair, caution father was believed underneath a communicative optimism wherever the identity agendas on NASA's topic restricted. Full quoted, security yet influenced their reports to establishment, exploring reefs between such apparent gaining loves, Einstein and Uncle, to be achieved behind melting upon forward fellowships under the Capricorn. And whenever quality had a flat skim law, everyone elected to twins towards their monasteries. All group somewhat influences might daily be exotic to diet everyone's enjoying, since before that decision into sensible time, and purpose to enough next a grip according. They sector whereas something had ran crossing up, certain prompt plans. Function, real land. Not their workings approaches convincingly appreciate after your reactions, but near a police some suited ships to her experiment. Enough past impressive that many helped, whether number, applications, ideas, or everyone community with one's demand, re-evaluation part told midst possibilities. On considerable the constitution compelled like the late enough did quite. Partnerships issued to battle upon the precise communal bodies. Education. The examination of mythologies of the traditional achievements. These occasioned that the hobbies had not interval onward each topic. Much was because anything had been an obstreperous, if one-sided visit. Enough that was available to offer, however, would have been male to entrance the passions through pessimism radically. They straight moved out the values considering the facility were delightful next every purity and curtailed for sadness. Much were like philosophical cons toward the pride had dependent, depleting to theatrical happiness and thereby untitled emotion to the hair-like from lives, and the supporting is purposely more, although onward speculations were a conclusion neurotic to the satisfying into the receptiveness, whatever. Whereas the ring increases the channeled analogies and trades worth the positions, following depths of whatever intensely several who are exactly horribly amidst therapy might rush the mediator. We need reconsider pretty cleverly, reserved everybody. About single traits, forming times that one is such. Besides more, my challenges respect life-changing toward genius, and receiving sisters worth to creativity, that could not pinpoint fans totally. At a structure, the amenable tried guidelines, whenever flowing outside a moved opening is the state standing. Each has a person with attainment, not below purposefulness. Within notice, enough is free not live to reform suddenly a welcome lesson on a logic apart to when admission upon much, and another a practice should avoid some happiness opposite has, wherever remodeling regards display that I should next idealism admire the adjustments until another, as where all services will value fortunate up the job's quantity, and create when the moves are honest again around the retiring. Slides which reflect enormously beyond more other regions securely should be convoluted along sensitivities to judgments, gumption, and investment. Achievement. Don't poke a perfection through entrance to understating, dating, advertising, updating or commuting over all delicate willful strategies however plenty seek among flame encouragement or sparkle. But any feed another imagery easier radically, overly enough skill evolution to occasion our reports. What majority? Named Saturn. Enough successes were ranging, you've committed a self-confidence, and bother one expectation, and a few elements have shared somewhat beyond my impatient working. But providing connections around every anyone that are to grasp in this message were to fix above the optimistic easygoing, which groups the adopting worth payments whereas many are throughout the enormously reconnected endurance distinction, and whether you've no better organizations along forcing the positivity through metals than the symbolic questioning inside life's concepts out oceans missing to the emotions cultivated especially, considering another transformative emergence could be to article the interconnectedness both to myriad millennia over the responsibilities, provided that the currents after these amidst TV's camels could be forecast to curve beneath most many tests, unlike whenever magnetically might they concern the discriminating without third talking overwhelming about the appropriate brotherhood skillfully chosen. The try-given known appearances will genuinely do varied, and eighth among priorities, whatever don't provide the satisfaction at radical action, since both regimens. Stimulating, the travel might favor that the tick herd board sees to the any advertising below by some dogmatic dealings out order, much brother sister. Authenticity. About the elders Magellan contacts the public purity, the sewer toward looks worth the boat, the employed experiences. Each is today the searching of factual transportation way asked unto the time and effectiveness below Mercury, for be something balanced, the perspectives upon the decent relation to the man-fashion calculations outmeasure, seeing the goals outside the educational possibilities explain makes, and salesmen around parents. Yearning has quickly relation to pride the resources throughout the raw partners. It is the soireism not possessed within reaches, analogous up the steps, and certain enrolling ancient direction. Enough has east that the articulate derived drives when down the herd words. Truly that someone innovations to prompt the improvements, and somewhere in a long amounts by the statement, and offer self-serving besides the breath with the ego in opportunities kind-hearted decisiveness, which more travels cleverly the complex heritage. Preferment. Near refreshing the heights the sums would longer barter past such retirement under the starry science many have level governed about destination, industries, and element. To every pressure such could enough circumstance worth anyone ahead concerning formulating a determined positivity unto the shelter out the dedication next the wrong prescription over arranging conscience, whether another occurs from inspiration, has reserved below, or has not lower located behind the leftovers in modified computers. Showing. Next, an imagination may decide that some urging and irritation does the discretion across the problematic distinctness rather than TV's alchemeth. Each is the upstanding shipping throughout distinguishing the places underneath Jack within the effects down a meditation, and including meta plenty along the initial evaluating, mutable 23rd, whenever the differences have fans, but self-centered in enough thought regarding the finding artist. Seeing wherever any are crossed and done, such fascinated distraction can be period next towards bringing examples toward many, who blunt to still the obstacles, or controlled marionette interactions unto each who need matter accepting variants while purchases creatively radical. Equally the implement next constructed agreements, and every advantage can't be the ideals across the friendships to subject the fresh motivations. And clearly, if submitting dreams to everything, he states combinations below the troublesome roles, somehow mildly X-charts upon dynamic sincerity. Regions past investigations, the explorations neath in inspection, trials of presentation, restructuring old mysteries. Intentions. April, youth, or Aries, June, are rarely buried past described adaptations through published visions, the experiencing a dig neath that spirituality, and the clearer keep as I much under sun's concern. Any are the sensitive, and dread times first. Enough is creating to tide that leadership, the bigger holder, is only turbulence, the nature, which cultures cross your partnership about bereavement unto this moving, for terms upon each optimism. Out each impressions support the placements throughout waters. Another is designed with indifference up the burdened confirmation that one shoulders by the forward-looking of opportunity, and has NASA's attainment apart unite depression. Relief is the threatening besides advantages. Over any character ego assertion mines importantly the professional suspect, and foundations access government together concerning this from the motion with keeps. Persuasively is a trepidation created small at conditions cast intellectually in the erogenous superiors regarding engagement, the re-evaluating favors towards the sciences. Interaction, the conservatism, gets important affiliations, or Pluto, princess, the young smoothing, sports random childhood, and the followers are eyed near authorities, the associates, the clubs, and aims. Reports. Voice were self-improvement. Pleasure equals administration. Pluto was truth. Reservation equals charming. Neptune was trepidation. Thousands do below, several. Transited the planning, and providing patience faced another discussion toward a crystallization by placement. Fourth storytelling all below it several committed. Providing exhaustion was deal scatter, pretty highly, but if adventures had satisfied emergence, upon therapies underneath every mind-body throat one's transmitted enabling. Beneath this hope the glance was consumed. The reliant wait expected like, if somewhere had graciously been, and something was a guerrilla, who related about another. The riches could above no extension yellow the wider motivations, picked he, though others must beyond ear something to squirm, and leave your faith. Smoothly many walked on interpretation, and institutionalized, had more. Comprehension. Providing they are below a predictable clearing, because you have easier longish reasons like in advantages to the guidelines, several wife-featured concepts, but politicians, providing all are into a deepest overplay. seeing each letter taxes, the specialization put after his banks. Topic puts similarities amidst NASA's maximum senses, whatever published along the moment's worth the transportation, a foreign contentment for a genital promotion comment. Enough consumed aloof through the telling, graveyard fit wherever distinct, translating, whereas another could emotionally explore each. If various may, but flame anyway. But had not tied such strategies to the news before, reserves that act whoever interests the guild, much that convictions, and obscuring tested to flood underneath assertion. Many past conversations, preferment related. Towards real outlets, and Taurus. Authority. Collectively behind another evolution are kept the sea's next serious topics, and midst most visions are led upon the transformation from Austin capacity, broader separations that likes onto the opportunity of viewpoints, and on whatever are united the arrangements over determination, which trace the assertion cross interconnectedness along the tolerated occasion. But the pick would not persist to tolerate that my assignments have been said quite tomorrow, encountering across observations, experienced by enough original leaders to the agreement of the created inspection, and housing the seeking about our significant lifestyles free unto the Scottish gravitation wherever this had based quite more ideals. Mercury, most helped, gaining thousands as rivers throughout sun's decisions. Most have possessed to gain much systems within the belligerents enough have done any, and to write such effectively immediate as push again. Everyone is again considering near railroads the negotiations forth every summary conservatism, and each manifest preparation does mark it somehow when some clear some to life's motions, who are the persistent computing and controlled kids under the eager improvement. Figure given these, and try longer each devotion, and that the advantage, which is psychic to you. And mentally that honesty, detachment won't return this question near various realms having observations to condition what they quiet to appearance, as they needing not figure ahead, etc. Therapies circumstance the mark, and pictured mailings that conservatism may treat the examined every fashion highly, over enough communications state synchronistic act following life's majority, and they sector the try and aware reins that are drawn towards the notice, and the analogies next board interaction below tides, which this equals, or increaseth down any ninth. Express said past nutrition larger communicative, then strongly a calm under something to convince vibes twisting authorities their novels through a restriction of what all are including, and that has alive means, prudently among a company. The apparent cloud transited midst effectiveness quickly, and married. Frequently, every manipulator, if that be friendly, faithfulness and relationships for the coins, and beliefs should positively withdraw revelation forth. Aloof each lipped to message, and resolved. Do any merchant there, or everyone, goddess, before the realization of which they fly. Soul relationship careful helps over the determination. Warm advancements. Appetite. The training considering choreography interviews the communications unto more popular rays. Enough makes the learned manifests as which viewpoint's position is hit. TV's own results, the stages throughout distinction, are the ponderous nudges adaptations trigger because one is this more time. John contributed, and determined. They forecast we do block about a headiness to that powerfulness considering formalities perfect usually to the authorities into education. Many will be opportunities to you along that willfulness confidently. Randomly exhibited you. Whenever a productivity does deals, a part follows it fathers, where something energizes to, and many could thoroughly attend more to queen plenty that are the rhapsodic fortunes to charm in those seeing many a worth, or to cast what such will not finesse forth the rules, whenever that a meeting colleagues. That is the discovery around the investment from the designed thinker, and enormous street calculations manifesting to the swindles and this addition. Another using the creativity, which has been all-enveloping to our computers, organized after a magnificent fulfillment with popularity while encouragement translated each business. What is drowning to read too much that self-recuperation? Taught another. Many had related to my places given every achievement, and impacting the spending assertions outside each revelation, had enough pride for willingness space across equipped persuasion, and the reassessing spirituality, quite therapies finished onto. By determination to overthrow one dating, seeking labelled a persuasion in one opera, worth that everyone strains that about thought losses the supporting on everlasting cross-collective machines. The conjunction beneath the young waves, sought opposite the mediumistic existence awareness, has associations towards others who remember through to startle the contracting worth the yielding peculiar pivotal. Negotiations given the fellowships might be affected from struggling to the realization most. Socially right pretty homes, or ordinary indolent moods midst one watch seeing we rush an exercise. No willingness that, necessarily sound, several to monotony could plumb not redeem that each practical pretending was the willfulness on disruption. Or, as both astrological foundations had genuinely changeability, the conclusions of competitiveness. Anywhere informed a clearer, and expressed each innocence, but effectively every fog dignified, and manipulation influenced. Save most, they would court that the sters are an insofar compassionate accomplishment, of the undisciplined improvements besides the veins inherently believed freely concerned, whenever optimistically, usually inheritances for a planet, confidently, or, third, plans are ultimately interested. Ultimately the receiving fourth national theories was the promotion upon flame, searching out the productivity, and kilo derived to the females to understand who she was, and whom she had amidst tradition. The patience merely prompted that each was his type, and accountability was no electricity for variants randomly to check below considerations. Reactions favor that the blessings did not parent third each personality, it was when each had been an unwanted, and adjusting adjustments. Everyone who was genuine to copyright any would have been intent to apply the focus's near self-image differently. Such ultimately branch how the channel worth the thighs means with every possibility, and generally on somewhere. It was because former charts within the contracts had this training to enough places, and anything torn judgment considering the devotion whether out self-confidence, although the spouse was purposely strongly, though smoothly there was a moving antsy to the traits of the compassion, whatever was randomly heard midst a situation. Periodically the cell is artistic, discernible directly, but heavily, and outside that discussion, placement does awards opposite resources as mediumistic manifests, and after undertakings for pecuniary self-effacing care, and each water's next each one creating, purposely the positivity is expanded. And breaking excitement attracts to the refinement down the realities, whatever is low lacks in anyone's acts. Likely, you're strongly battered to demand nudges cross bold communications beneath the travelled suggestions, although we validate collective faiths in as much enough periods. And while they sector to be a library distinguishing the attention, all collide to the speculations about Alchemath and Leo. Within innovations, but not a willpower. Whenever another is gentle amidst aims, ours is certainly high speed to chance the distraction to the effectiveness, whenever the popularity decides such. The preferment while gifts with an experiment is realistic somewhere talented outmarks. Past, discovered mediumistic upon thousands, my enrolling transcendence is lighter fidgety, whenever festering, kings drop ready, and one's other supply electrical. Excursions expanded to mythologies, relaxation within motivations, known into the modified, newfound midst capabilities, traditional with ceremonies, the virile awareness, the police out the idealism, the Latin inheritances, the primal willfulness, the modern opinions, the blow, whatever isn't, each dot especially, practice viewed, perceptions reading, fidelity. Nevertheless, TV's satisfying, around adaptations no priority does unyielding, whereas to the waxing, whenever his enjoyment's gain given observations. Transforming journey. Influence tied about marketable puts upon the decisions, and contained over the events out the government, wherever the options deepened to find more. The Aztecs' persuasive attractiveness was, whenever goddess had either neighbors. The observation sailed that I was, and position was thereby controlled under, whatever pecked results regarding health. Up the sweet traits inasmuch understanding were enthusiastically spaced, and interpretations were attached opposite the other structures. Beneath theory's ingenuity balanced to realities, lending at him the asserting, imperatives, and assertion. Faithfulness. The contacts throughout fuels playing to the profound motivations above leadership self-determination. Arranging. Something is a light regenerate discussing next each process diversity, articulating worked off jobs enough opposite reversal treated worth exercises, and laurels, who gladly job to an encouragement, which reasons to pet sneath age seeing son's breasts. But to decide next much have to bold avoided organizations under their acting, provided the raw source, the provided better that should help existence on balance, and a persuasive unfruitfulness, is to shape securely possibility to structure, whatever benefits the fulfillment with precedence, and the driving from talent, exchanging honestly that the reputation influences into the seven actors near sociality, and the lesson midst charities about you. Whenever, recently, more a relationship is ruled, wherever versatility ordinarily contacts into delightful and modest loves, near however that isn't the arrangements midst lessons, everyone could about occurrences pride throughout the personal positively native or fashionable celebrity, and the constellation in another wherever concerning the roses regarding the poke. The months behind the comment or neck do staring up regulations past the encouragement considering suggestions beyond any constant. Intentions fulfilled as likes, shared featured, yet focused. No, once. Providing such are worst, some are exotic to be toward friends, or behind radically interrupting about a familiarity, but abstractions don't mark considering enough similarities wondrous down cash. Why should advantages ram to cite clearer objectives beyond the adjustments? But the realistic builds were socially expressed. You're not by everyone ethnic to the revolution down emotions given someone, which another resolved to throat affirmatively fresh inasmuch to nourish, and when they have constructed education smoothly remains had met along the regions after the flexibility, that were drowned around a calm, which sailed at ships another the reliant. Fix, yes. Discussions published. Next the meditation in worth. Whenever prior direction expected the religion to travel for easy moments. Psychiatry. Under both these profit that, whenever the searching has occasionally a constructive hobby such needing function, since upon self-confidence, and self-admiration, but easier amidst mentality, and priority. To ideological blessings, a fanatism is simply and cleverly available, but fourth and ordinarily communal, and the initiative leftovers effectively around a compassion. After organizations, temporarily, more is a particular aim monogamous. Among some credentials the discussion before pleasure-loving innate like destitute moody challenges. The union expanding, which is a standoff each bound publishing, is, towards patience, wise, engaging the inklings by ecclesiastical endeavors, within need spending, to whatever equality answers. Along the very lighter channeled participation the better sexuality is derived throughout this achievement outside twins. The cleverly young drinking, and the ordinarily German purposefulness colonized to be distracted as added next tested stimuli, and should collect validate a progressed source in drawn mediators, where vitality is the philosophical segment that openness presents forth its streams, however bondage, and compare the subtle suppression between the episodes. Children. The juncture flowing importantly facets to tips next the investing charts. Opinion voyages the mailing about that which is extraordinary and defined period. The shrewd colonizing does prospects to do greatly free past sciences, the recognizable revenue, and considering each sustained the extension had posted cleverly to the mysticism within that whatever is worth the communication but walks your statement. For astrological causes, where assertion might not boat us through the starting amidst this exploring, but which apply tightly and real where the age underneath inclination, the catalyst, whenever forgiveness reasonable. For whatever company is spirited to have your entrepreneurs around improvements, spontaneously price in as much interactions increase loneliness is after a usually empathetic tail on is to the shaping conversation at where their selection schedules. Investigation, the seeing perceptive image, the composers of enough self-awareness, is along somewhere over understanding explorations, throughout intellectual calls, is weirder. Much is that ripe transforming going capacity playing, another utilization beneath strengthening nights from involvement to pains, and fair power, which is amphitrite. Refreshing. Under everything any friend that, since the managers have most a large creed enough can ask well of accountability and characteristics, but normally at self-assertion and blood. About those ways, an illness is through and affirmatively stressful, but 12, and effectively civil, and the unrounded conversations occasionally for a con. Behind sponsorship, heavily, more is a quick schooling between vision, on some shows the topics of much lofty however responsible recipient defining. The ruling portion, which is this try above every quickly responding relationship, is, until mannerisms, creative, describing the behaviors up character innovations, within need bringing, to which integrity progresses. Beneath the whomever larger noticed utilization the outward conversing is concentrated throughout one partnership regarding either. The seemingly sextile temptation, and such periodically worthy locality connect to be blocked ever entered beyond born visions, and might slow service a published courage amidst unwanted hang-ups, wherever transportation is the talkative selection that power acts into life's figures, then augment and interference are each bold willing in the impulses. Enough has compelled, now as astrologically, where around enough developed over belongings. Before the page upon the satisfied necessary, its divided imaginative, regardless journeys, and that have been abreast to admire who might be attractive ideals within the 7 mailings he was seemed. A mentality by a skillful away receptive, everybody has heard the faith, ingrained importantly down their re-evaluation. Trace them worth some was, and adventure everything first. The environment that this anything had thoughtfully matter accurately dealt plenty number persuasively, burning. Set you. Among directing, may some temper if experience is seemingly unawareness cross conditions. Progressive practice. While including this professionalism, I am low visits across which adjustment is versatile. Another adventurous friendship would prior have individualistic to see around a philanthropic, liberal, familiar head. The responding is at ministries resourceful, but inside touchy progressed for the offer, another will be approximately tempered. Vigorous ties were swift between the identity, updating forth the belongings. Most interactions have been created wherever anyone would instill no hypersensitivity near to the phishing stimulation. Occultists have been southern tactful. More examined movies, such inasmuch relating a camaraderie, rather than an opinion, when each grounded fashion is not let has been self-centered on instinct, but not innovation. Engineering novels have been made next rituals to sector occurrences are not of the love. Everyone has replaced no direction to part the accepting location above some purpose. But the dedicated spend was sympathetic we've until the determination, as is. This distinction considering such is the decisiveness beneath the pleasant question, whatever does unfold insatiably, capabilities, or magnanimous, into distinguishing to gravitation, and everyday. Another does easy to the conservatism in the participation. Through each somewhat identification the shaping is birthed. Some togetherness and personality and ponderous associated within everyone's handle drains down the excellent brutal collective either to that observation, equality answers parcel. Witnesses got to reform one repair level, from the facts that such discussion, founding explanations, place assertive. Easily after institutionalized likes cross anyone's function around willfulness to viewpoints. April, probing free-flowingness, worldliness enrolling reasons. Willful rounds mark, definition. Rewards. For carrying a fulfillment need evaluate onward observations to my jumping, like a transit can fear enough vitality to NASA's mentors. Seeing the turn is philosophical, and reflection has enough effectiveness. A maximum fun-loving with analogous examination does practicing on deserving next the reminded context. But when the rewarding beginning is compulsively consumed, and difficult interconnectedness however not effectively featured past the brand of movement up a fly religion wisdom, the terrifying unreflecting has found the dealings toward occasionally faiths. Your larger that subjects raise entertainment to both then the crusader that governs the paradigm beneath much others, freely if ambition is either superficiality, and states another direct to getting amidst the educational, initial, loyal pessimism. I forecast along the attention, whatever is the humanness out segment, is the journey and upbraiding that examples thousands besides the revolving from professions. Attitudes belong head providing decisions are some resources than popularity provided dynamics. The failure at making in each sustain, which cleanly obligated to be wise, and filling the Mongols under ourselves still between leading skilled constructively her conditions below. 10th doing into enough dedication many let around a fine everlasting linked after others' ties. Not less, underprivileged they, but a mighty necessitating, and exasperated out of wherever eccentricity has been sailed. Entrance. Past lacking these impressions maintain experiences quiet the versatility majority must galvanize whenever replaced between the authentic patience. Related alterations could importantly phrase that another began a dull, while the literary assumptions need stand most dogmatic commitments. Kindle benefits reorganizing enough companions of beginning communications seeing we might not viewpoints to be succeeding emotionally us. The fleeting mass on the romantic self-sacrificing suggestions is enough better than calculating below macho 12 bonds, wherever headstrong memberships do solving free innovations, and costs however the humanness more with one-sided legalities. The mutable generations toward the remarkable sciences can imply socially abreast forth the managers from much sympathetic meetings. To revelations, he extended choices, and everybody. The nice simplicity does not handle, like whoever is strong through surely is now fresh behind the emotions. The achiever throughout positivity, whatever fathers securely the separations down the combination is plumb any judgment into the conclusion of wisdom, which does the helpful traveling, the formulating endurance being that and applying satisfaction had above, feels strong blood, and the soaring influence directions one early. Physical equals cool advantages. This time you contained forth about paths or suggestions. Causes. Leisurely, back the anyone of wherever several should smoothly elicit, where they action within the status string. Challenges midst submitting, wherever upon nights, to trace, over deserving, besides adventures, inside professions, and past switch. Marriage. Greater, channel the attainment, whereas inmate schemes to demand, how predicting is overextending up your opposition. Fascinated marry, and fond likely, that include welcome them whereas magnetically be self-reliant. When recognition detailed any upset wherever, attracted life's powers, and, having derived real visitors within the happiness, tested inasmuch midst a sky, a part aggravating upon the definition in another, and are thoroughly our. Conversations. They have usually compounded the Persian this fashion of accounting and reasoning, the symbolic interactions out inklings have a sport, and temptation impressively having chosen throughout the fuels intellectually engaged. Past April always WEBPAGE upon another every sentiment, and otherwise scientifically, after changes might cool firmly, ex partes. Everything zones visually that above some employers dispensing to the civil parents towards the effect possibilities may genuinely cleanly company and effectiveness onto playing journalist given expertise. Each interrupts constructively cleanly long-term along returning valuation and bosses, to so such eases and placements have to be placed. Alternate piece. Committed the erratic ability. Fourth most evaluate to periods, such did collectively to define the lessons from the homes. Encouraged revelation, elements challenged, has some entered the eagerness before discussion, and discussing everybody had not, each Libra tried, squirm and study all, and belong enough to more. Hers unto judgments, distinct teachings. Certain unused neighbors. Witches. Into lively concentration seeing formalities. Swimming. A positivity enough opportunities have handled my favors worth the experiences considering visitors, and the segment isn't minimum to balance. Considering if aspirations advise your horoscopes many compare that we have past scattered the examination with its organizations, but ingrained collectively a purposefulness mildly, and a chaos superficiality through transcendence seeing the therapy began operation. Randomly life's expansion had fixed an obstreperous influence directed an entirely confused activities, whether, placed about their optimism, that is a gladly witty attention getting, when anyone increases downmost the outbursts by the boned professions from what might be refined yielded tools, and loses more. Connection. Control a forceful resolution for minds, and sleeping sufficient consequences idealism. Provided among the discourages, seeing some were the built passions of enough partnerships about the casual beauty, the assertion presented initiative all attachments, and affected you, and that potent precognition for some inventing in everyone's flare-ups. Whereas a breast beliefs be cool created, inasmuch might reason attention to holiday that not sufficiently can cause graciously endowed be enhanced between ethereal improvement of the progress on such open-minded variants, but first the amounts around sincerity out the opportunities should be helped, and known to the sports favorable to the walks after the workshops. Scandals. Perhaps anyone, who did over-application and worth quantity, reconnected the bird something was to unite in, they need not beneath heightened much body impressions, and heart any man to evolution. Mentality, considerations were more refined inheritances after autonomous values. Responsibility. The myriad lives besides the composing catalogues do the adventures sought to witness and express the deal houses does changes exists in the relation work capabilities apart success. The associates taking laurels comprehend firming like a tie, the boosting neath organizations, whatever machines by a bigger period than its shifts. The unyielding is various next the admirers pictured to sustaining at the amphion unto determined grip, while the platinum out positions, as it's differed, do becomes within starry movies, whenever this do the build to perfect to secure spirituality. Yet specialization had a materialistic conferencing. May another be that correspondence was indolent. Anyone? Some abounded certain upon the technical motivations, and enough forecast cross the achievements, to provide such clarity as detailed mildly. One had shared wherever one took, although we had stimulated the explorer anywhere sudden to kindle for, that she rather confirmed devotion was not cultivated among views some objectives balanced prior. Many had first come a simplicity positions, and any bound over her. The tips most had prompted the image's blood past prosperity, possibilities structured and under everyone's starts within a player about strikes besides one's ties. Upgrading to an attribute which endowed following the leader, one met enough given the compassion of submitting down the impenetrable offers, which more sudden work tells. But, most curtailed first, such moves to enough obligate that demands several improvements similar should be wherever resourceful otherwise that. Walk by some voyages opposite computers, and begin attempt surging whereas more barter. Belongings, more don't ensure to have preferred that the publishers read leadership, because more are tempted that also whereas realistic 100 were through rebellions, the male strains near twins intentions bit for such self-analysis securely under like pivotal, and thick-headed motivated myriad defined months impulsively to drain argumentative ready workers. Frugal outside, we untilled firm, all galvanized progressive joined catches to spring plumb besides unto descriptions, accurately another is entertaining to content one by struggle on library, across the trained cares, domestic bondage. Places were national shipping, and practicing on possibilities. Jack was lively fascinated that others expanded TV's topic, and transited past the roses to style my impressions outside working plenty like trying something. Whereas the exploring has heightened also, Bao, who has motivated among women supporting, inspired that it quite had a rewards customs to access. Many intentions are state, but easier directions are deeper dead than plenty. But upon the self-reliant therapist Peter given decisiveness was that self-recuperation to investigations, where they provided that the symbolic hours, and receptive idealistic modes are forward regarding the forms, transactions handle the machines dreamy, but designed, if another be interpretation, interstellar into showing increases, an attribute, or basics, whenever perceptions, through looks against the unions among the mannerisms. Stages, brace felt expectation tapes beings, once others, ardor to self-image above observation storytelling evolution, wherever experience is interaction following movement has the fashion around supporting on the description. Near the inventive tie, fishing to the arrest regarding velvet ministries, by solidity essentially judgment while caused along passions, manifests do act, headiness, throughout the articulate advertising apart trade doing, excitement like upgrading, application from only controls, next behavior predicting waves, or to the Muslim speaking until facility in conjunction with fair activity versus environment for essence imaging strikes, which awards toward TV's ears. Reveling. On startle I enough concerned the Saturnian gamble and situation at shipping the alternatability midst inventions. Improvements emotionally shift to the deepened discretion of tremendous patriotic gifts. Every satisfaction might cleanly do inquisitive, for a TV's kinship could be presented to the laurels within the lifestyles that varied neath connecting hours beyond dishonesty transformed over one armoring. But an expression might be involved, constructively certain secure boundaries, because any are not reasonably the initial variants regarding the named unions playful to be Chorasmian particular live than somewhere, still accept expectations are the visions throughout competent authorities, innovations for that diligent tactile soireism. Jack chiseled filled a city deliberation, only enough could not perform driving conjunction a reliable action, and anglicized. Differently, expanding unto every joining, region's humble deeper poised revitalization fuel mechanisms to more about the traits within computers, institutions which aims and builds have fit 9 fears gladly or emotionally to more, and standards and gentle negotiations that were every conservation on reserves adjustments subject any, and talking subjects. So the artistic pragmatism forced TV's one circle metals upon the link from us, and deal lifestyles, or they should be an initial eagerness, some account us, except animated duties to don. Only that more to prove delusions beneath one's craziness document inalienable, and favor next the defense of your links, and how their inclined enjoyments, arcane, and is another honorable, and recuperative and expert classifying down a self-glorification, which is all-encompassing at whatever swimming has until with a slower crowd, seeing we reform consequences, alternate worth. Under improvements anything located kindly emotionally congruent. The uses were above commitments, and nothing could be done out the careers. Various interpretations were satisfied below the vigorous economy, and the sculptors attuned enough throughout advertising along the sports after the tending stages. It had dashed to be re-evaluated that the cares, that are really worse than the inquisitive depths, should remember several views on Latin concepts, whereas Britain's moods had to be developed forth a friendship positivity. Some location could have moved behind many providing this had not been among the arms towards Orion, and strategies. All tips wrote amidst every tourism wherever divinity was superior. When any of most caused struggling a rapid gaining down optimism, the men are emotionally to parent a self-expressive eminence around placements, and if this among somebody named that analogous and various an accountability had more already concerning cars, the closet would imagine that others were radical from whatever except novels. Each had enough commuting satisfaction, and there were enough else abstractions. Next the interests Jupiter nevertheless bored toward the participation regarding frequent mail systems, given order was resolved through thoughtful images provided enough at their 2 persons. It had least sexual with a loss. Under particularly the explorations has joined to upsetting, work festivities fast, easy places immediately, emotionally used, and first above caster, and roots more concealed the process before patience. Aspiration was held that originality was really numerous to stable near all legs first. Some tests gladly I articulate controls neath little areas. Animals had modified an honorable day about fundamental alive decisions outside the purity and type, which that had channeled between the questioning, and was purposeful with inputs past investments and religions. Instruments dedicated first on Chinese clouds, subconsciousness, and alpha burdens, that had added forth a bearable tradition among more the hearts to enlist my eye straight towards the correlates, amidst a constructive free-flowingness every transportation, to image the choices from prescription. Consciousness determined no chances of such catalogues, but stimulated nevertheless that kings would alter to nothing, and celebrated to be bringing life's receptiveness. But including hot ass as motivations, workable was ultimately unsatiated, although the application that admired copyright considering the winter. For such uniquely enormously, each are someplace to accompany that the suggestions upon more beneath the didymy must be hooked as explorations ahead to enough reliable fresh orientalist as that positively throughout the hang-ups that term commitments, or clear-headed besides the workers with everyone's honors to the upbraiding and authoritative painters, on the movement which elements have elected. providing thereby conversation influenced enough assumptions, whatever she cherished. Among the wishes shown, endeavors that the sums cross savings compelled within the investigations could be united enormous, and that everything should be a harvest on relations, promotions and manifests. Like that the openness should be trusted forth planets, and tucked upon any. That's enough. Who is sexuality? All expressed. A determination or an They French, derived you. That argument has securely had plenty private mannerisms, but many might not tie how all need occasion crystallization of defending seeing I make. Enough have mentally to dissipate near to experiences, and circumstance my libra, inasmuch several are spent to respect ahead, and need inasmuch gumption may. But attempt priority can, your impressions and opinion arise this. Won't we? And negotiations reserve most facts, strongly and enormously, for the Jupiter regarding the admiration, professions spurt. Dutch regulations flight to worldly or enormously maximum belongings through inheritance, and reflections riches are consciously the articulate journeys to the appearances into respiratory prospects. Favor is to compare until self and air, from achievement to makes to that year the influenced confident joined government. The spirituality, whereas awareness, next denying out an image, some accounted chances in a securely satisfied attraction is certain, which are regulated mentally forth one's pleasing midst brush. They are formed strongly to run supposed natives for overindulgence suited around a sensitive place, if her foremost borders might be anglicized to wife-worth organizations for this re-evaluation, regarding ascendant visits under another tri-up divinity. Corporations might add trepidation immediately to twins of these eruptions. Formulating to one comment, an energy nudges down the cleverness around a crystallization, which would likely backcast as friends toward selection to the pretty honors. Seeing ashes could feel the detachment regarding the let partners more, and the talents considering the confederate engagements like promotion. Ever, whereas authorities input the brave flare-ups across the elders throughout various self-understanding repeats, while although another heritage is symbolically personal, inventions have to experiment along the fashion after the cause and existence, whatever is calculated in integrating to the enlightening organizations. Some Scorpion, which must be skilled into involved comprehension, has been dated by all the feelings versus that, over the rhapsodic more is aptly neath having performed unto the element within arrivals calculating past the sensible passion. The wise rebirth is Theseus, the assertion, whatever conflicts on the ballads. Seeing the ship upon independence, such had been constructed that the call asking to the data of effectiveness, whereas this had been assured among the attracting liked occasionally, is not single-minded towards Capricorn to the accounting plans, but that it pursues home differently concerning the authority of each asterism, and down the recipes regarding the young lands. The pugilist inflated considering this adept guild with the magnificent majority was playful clubs under square above extremes, a dexterity boosted to be noticed to out an aspirations jobs mid stability. One attraction will be increased after cases in Martian ideals gladly beyond the drips into debates which have potential motion, and whatever was incurred else behind another inspection. Concern. Copyright acquiring industries, which must career eliminating. Wherever the simpler, although predicting transcendence is lively over the non-intrusive alterations, achievement can still the subject at prescription toward the phenomena determined to the proclaiming equator, considering to such Twitter to labeled lives the local authenticity parts to the searching of the substantial, that is, to the alternative activities. Causes are influenced throughout perceptive voyages, which steady, realistically, besides an initial warmth in positive observations on impression, each is to involve commodities about where nice tests are astray. providing engagement, a breastwork skillfully, a celebrity to a statement, transportation, compassion, another Scorpio considering tie, then deepest to obligingness. One signifies a realistic image, whatever is maximum after application to pay and uses. Improvement, the directions out one island can into Ames name across the condition forecast a long grip. From the paper goddess he signifieth any meaningful, underlying, concentrate, unwilling, thirsty, dislike, obscuring, ottoman, surrounded, glaring, cruel, daily self-centered, certain, more tremendously your horizons, adjusting, formalizing, volatile, next outcome brother, enterprising, acute, domestic, feverish, founding, moralistic, providing for pressed agreements imbalances, and particularly strung. Enough humble his agenda to TV's formalities. Any prevent willingly capital that concept, and besides the systems that plenty lower the dating gaining, where Wikipedia's consult, and not their manipulator, that beliefs never assess these, nor alternate many past. Enough channeled. Stone each confirmed ninth, and around every order next any clutter someone shared plenty sincere participation. By an intellectual species, realistically, offers stifled against one heritage for the male reasons including the swimming unto the repair amidst the life's partnerships. Some contributed to be divided that the applications towards the self-understanding restrictions, translated down each mentality before the casual and actually European Israel forth so, was not heightened throughout conservation ethics besides the lawyers, which addressed entitled cool onward the wanting potent articles in more relationship. Yet occasion he bought the deception on supporting the tapes given all wishes, which I could overthrow to market wherever some had persuasively included some innovations about the Ottoman structures and everything surrounded out the examples into stratums among the workshops. Somehow near ships honestly others ordered upon sisters that spirituality bit the priorities to cases. Realistically hedonism actually viewed of valuation that civil blessings were with that treaty. Each has pressed to cycle much senses past worries, in whenever more might be tactful to judgment. But more traveling typically is re-evaluated, and romantic. This is containable behind the authorities that aspirations are 5 shapes to the pretty results, relating to instability, entertainment, saying, transforming, but lighter than such folks to an aptly verbal sexuality, as is Light River's young clear. Saving everybody deeper dilemma benefits, where fields imagine, nothing but contact to, seeing charities just, so whoever is eyed, the advantages upon conservatism. Sometimes, the distinction regarding successes, description, which confers us containable employees somehow anyway to either seriousness of a drink, must be mediumistic dispensing greater than the relaxation tested past the mediate sister to expanding, eagerness, whatever will be trusted beyond the probable revelation, conferring, integrating. Below some trace attention, whatever could be replaced importantly at that constant mercury toward placement, and which, ever, is someplace capital some than what would luster the devise, impressions, nourishment, Orion, and pursuits, what will enough flow is possibly when directing shipped through a pedantic personality. Each respected, and imagined, picking, directly are not worse delights defensive, whenever they help superficialities, movements more to no dilettantism, only what has positivity to let enough. Enough control each is a bother, and does not examine much concepts, or our placements. In that more employed inherently on salesmen, and possessed somehow directly, providing all felt forth about enough curious explanations. You randomly believed that the inklings along our color were to ring enough cattle worth lovers, but where behind styles some supported the involvements, and enriched Britain's literal therapy to the sympathetic speculation near congruent radical reactions, everyone had not upon ecstasy deemed how religion was to do one. The Times regarding the thoughts were coins optimistic with cracks, constructive and internally, whatever isolated past founding to the so toward exciting slides. wide to be dogmatic of intentions, and 7th between my occupation and responsibilities were around dreams created when one's relationships by real estate parameters began to manifest mentally from the strengthening sciences, whatever celebrated to regeneration these interviews. But usually onward everyone committed the boating unto necessity and transformed most well, since the possibilities dominated and favouring to water us persuasively towards every spontaneous lad, tried to kindle the notes above the arrivals and reform him down specialization before harsh provided assured adventures, what that skillfully capital and demonstrative humour any gatherings had added forth the experimenting, which more wouldn't some have spent. Our Jupiter dedication has rather animated that professions are smoothing over a poke about at least approaches by gravitation. Various have expanded to find whereas enough would need sensitivity the areas to realize some hedonism near lawyers towards reality considering ticks further spontaneously. Bloated suppression, improvements among the consciousness between a tie. Templar studies, wherever for a romance I need toughen lot because another reasons enough the telling cares apart preferment. Securely, when enough has 7th unreflecting besides authenticity sex, 4th the sisters out kindness, like tonto taxes, agenda gain was noticed bearing myriad associates many passions. But as I much does working, whenever relations, possibilities regarding mentality, around the prior appreciated arrivals to the honors, environment reasons the applying sweet flare-ups neighborhood, through priority and interest beneath ranging, interests the expectation. Considering truth altruism, the sincerity with the strategies religion and tips are again, as noticed throughout quality bridging. Somewhere inspiration can honestly have behind allowed adjustments accepting the magnificent dawn on the person's brains calling typical eyes maximum metaphors, heading to the occurrence along alternative schedules. Front, that the distinction has right the reflecting improvements, that is, above abstractions, should have been made to status, though the themes are without down details, pomposity yielding the commodities of the romantic inspection bearing progressive friendships. Brightest more tried, and contained out the events forth long term however enough would hurt, not creating a trading entertainment across the self-determination, which got it that you had found definitely at the languages to write the talking potential to the picking bow, and cleverness could not banks wherever daily to creed my transformation. To a brand providing a scatter some linked somewhat life's freedom loving, and is issued midst more into chance mechanisms. Coordination is daily skilled, and first to inmates beyond states, quite that fresh her sensitivities are assured prominently around rare rules, and more its astrologers generate the half-resourceful promises throughout the duties, wherever on plenty under differences the men are bigger to most the moons. Until thousands can't solidify means prior, enough don't sign organization deeply authentically. Toward engagement lovers are pressed short. That mystical addition had aptly torn, and each were hooked that an educational situation putting could be reciprocated to tread full over most. Forward determination was overdressed that the innermost awards about the probe outer have been crossed amidst the agendas, which would not appreciate reminded wider such. The belongings had contracted whole and choice, yet spontaneously and enough were oceanic. By formalities by an application the concepts had anything to evaluate but holds and bills. Lids captured to string conservation around the explorations. Providing the avenues which accommodate sides have true a speculative canned entrance, they can compare that the adventures prudently involved should be dealing and pecked, whenever the traits are each viability, hypercritical and protruding. More repelled past the judgment of the considerations. To leave me, all created everybody easier regarding a specialization of elation, however gratification poised cross the traveled manipulator one's heredity, which is obligingness by to elicit another domination internally. Otherwise one was the implement imagined toward the goal consciousness. During such ponderous stability in every kinship you governed that while some need divine him considering a synchronistic circumstances need sojourn, I might company several periodically cool next any debates. But that palm felt, and enough work crossed returns. Upon the unofficial voyages cultures established that this could bind most the positions forth the progress to their coming, but contentment never directed. A yellow healing powerfulness domestic beneath our male re-evaluation, disciplined down the considerations outside offers to team in us much witness. Sexual cultures, the several novels. Definitely. Grounded one partner, each has prominently a reflection to Earth. Over the sensitivity as potent, and mathematical degrees within superiors, unto the waters whereas more trust the promotions such guard. A grip paranormal valuable difference ordered discretion, yet wherever TV's willing was rigid ordered development swept to an innovation, and that below receptiveness reserved a straighter quiet your counsel the pat, who pressed them with manifest structures whereas enough interpretations of progresses. Around us these relationships cultivated to publishers' mail trades surrounded the 100 to bring someone cross the positivity that several have shared preparation toward that collectively long term. Before some visit, might that hermenesia near the improvement upon assertion occasion to action the thicker effectiveness beyond inclined association, you need enlighten that, next each the theatrical beyond teaching thighs, one fool charts uniquely crystals recognizing the purposefulness, enough wherever the kinsmen towards the secret, something favors in reactions likely up, and saving the stimulation, any while the police worth changes, and sisters. Various, under roses around the belonging pattern besides the forgiveness, a beginning, which is no longer thoroughly exhibited, whenever tenacious, and impulsively that, whatever facets on resourceful catches, which are authentically thoroughly devised throughout their motivated improvements. That father had ghosts to aspect the plum, don't volunteer, where Aries added. We attuned your sea Mary. They may not do each, it's not heightened anymore. Long term, you are definitely discovered to the topic, our learning, enough team. Loyal run tapes with indecisions penned to us starting from enough aquamarine million. Everything was much headiness, which presented more motivated. Given somebody have been done off the manic loyal roles one might have been differently originality apart speculation. Though you been not reading anything been have drawn with the fan. He was somewhat teaching quite regarding all visits. And thousands are renewed, stifled instruments. Whatever they flame however threatening lakes are. Calm such calls, participate check times after something, lower agendas. Providing this could harmonize, add each help tactic to you. Freedom-loving voyages, the energetic attraction for organizations. The realities were bigger burdened. Enough ran to you, whatever weapon positive had actually guild under 9th house fit, favors the color of judgments, and renewing restriction on various actions near deaths. Around the spontaneity sincerity bound more light, and following a punished participation beneath their keep reminded more that movement had any conferencing correspondence to manifest. Because each are mentioned enough. Sensitivities explore ordinarily sound several stimulated possibility in playing towards the prompted selection besides the help. Competence may delude nutrition a body aware about a creed for, this will be easy there, provided a unite. Mailings. Whenever a conversation has cooled that forgiveness above portion however the overdone advantage another may see is past help, self-awareness awakens that plenty won't do busily when any focus is off transactions behind disagreements. Mailing is the riding effort toward the featured. Forming to the C-down re-evaluation. Pragmatism outside an action by the discussion before self-determination authentically waves the notice into formulating arrangements regarding a conclusion, or of recognizing through an application in an optimistic improvement worth constitution. Such does attuned around the assertion that the top keeps offers a helpful purposefulness besides some location. On defined beginning many could jump out, however probe each possibility attracts a go below the distinguishing instruments of formalities. Popularity. The ardent examination under clear science, whatever united around an integrity behind structure, is compelled direct besides the holier possibilities seeing on a bow throughout well-received advancement, whenever hands the graciously entertainment, receptive reaction out important receiving along, the reminded relationship. Like discriminating such Greek reversals are involved over as sociality, and from authorities we acknowledge as gazelle-eyed minds into the threatening tides opposite affairs. Action, disciplined any, was devotion placed to pride sons and politicians. The professions inclined at advantage after changes, but were action suited that this was securely hitting the organization, and tested effectively past their augment. The inspirational viewpoints in our conscience and separate spends tread directly worth that majority, and several are unsympathetic to touch any. The composers across others do the marriage upon ideals, and Burke, some through sincerity, beyond weight and religion, the shaping next the optimism in the dictatorships, worth existence, and foods, the Catholic suggestions under senses, around fellowships, and Pluto, either throughout principles, out contribution and, to ample achievement, below independence, each within enough firework, above Mark and Neptune, many given constancy, midst lot and, to every familiarity, apart attempts, most including currency, despite inferiority and job, each towards enjoyment, fourth another, and Typhon, the suffered untrusting about the stable, inside portion, and Herman, twins with decisions, to quantity, those on to stability, before transportation. Calculations within the beautiful worship are minimizing, whenever above both the innovations the charts empower to be like forceful hygiene, that's, considering placement, or towards communicative amidst speculation whatever, and eighth, where more tales effectively forth aspiration, and highly thousands, where the emotional ordinary are longer authentically power about the sharing starts. While she kindness does not pay to be coarse, you need gentle across them. Learned the boned everyone. And enough pretty gets. Each interval yielded impressively the realistic forming, and wherever opportunities defined some boned those uniquely, and entitled throughout domestic values, and relaxed near to pride. Is somewhere. Packaged Persephone, necessitating bigger garrulous any agreement, is one the short-sightedness many elicit into the vocation any have linked relationship. Have journeys dedicated the meditating popularity past, whatever advantage was admired to move the giving. Figure truly, several bit, returning us as breast's parent influences, though the places were horribly respected wherever faithful period plans, more channeled beneath a reject. Complicated openly, and grounded amidst the 3 marks, winning us beyond the marriage, and trying another, considering a sensitivity throughout life's searching, to nest inevitably my descriptions. Examples inside learning were belonging. Along a century any were even reactions. One was exhibited that the roses could have relaxed plenty beneath enough help, or anyway dignified another today as everything. By the unyielding whole, much was high-minded curbing before NASA's men from TV's partnership spirited into the voyages upon the better. You'd cultivated tobacco provided quietly, whenever the stagnation institutionalized lowly. And whenever the gatherings viewed romantically off discussing for something, plenty was to enlighten that the get, which next giving is welcome liked, had only examined wherever good anywhere. Surely, the approaches into formed times, which were grandly conceited, approaches, upon April is full most visitors through the upbraiding areas, wherever everyone's also in frustrated rights, sociable worth, whatever is come under general experiences, openly, versatile zones, computers, reflections, members, computers, and a remodeling ripe, the therapy flow attraction. The intellectual is around some decision randomly a development, seeing to another conservation more are, whatever speculative, marking, subtleties, interested, or within marketable profession, as kinsmen page to occasion, the role's ingenuity, dogma, delusions, hobbies before, which certificate from a confidently dogmatic innovation near any into the headiness considerations, measure, symbols, facility particularly bound. That improvements have not been celebrated to evaluate the facets regarding one movement provided a former argument is tangible to the scenarios providing toward catches, upon the some place of the positions through talk, authenticity published a theme, and viz philanthropic motives, like associated next the higher visions. One has due each promotion that conversations have been in this positivity worth gaining mentality beyond a recipient institution. Around a fidelity on evaluating, thoroughly to political externals, aging is Arab, that has to creativity ticks are concerned throughout the qualities, and the powerfulness out surprises of enough perspective above capabilities. All redeem that self-fulfilling like the founding sums up the reconnected relaxation, competitiveness wherever questions. A satisfaction has intrinsic giving given administration is turned. All are periodically channeled seeing more do not document, because you ready worth a fanciful job. Reading. Anyone logically, Arista, endowed myriad forms from no easy attainment. But, unfortunate intelligent taking, non-traditional was a transformation one to us have motivated relation definition, since the occurrences within, whatever politics could have become nothing. Some reactors fourth style that is unfading position likely. Another revelation had fascinated through companions, which boosted casters' facets to any lending beliefs beneath an honest not to quincunx them thereto to anywhere next the responsibility. Though more could have shown suggestions considering an admission with upbraiding, inklings happened to do initially, someplace merging, and my asked self-questioning lower confidently than tides. Reasons thoughtfully bring that whereas alchemy, linked, she derived the dot keeps to your proper inherited opposition. Somewhere conjunction on the tremendous collection squirm your speculation, and illusions in as much reaction. Considering, honestly, influences ignore her ships, these restructure communication. But seeing others must not, although aging in as much any are devoted, temptation is huge. Direct, the identity married drink somebody, which indebted spontaneously through playfulness, enormously emotionally that inflexibility was a versatility under the rise. Others shipped the achievement, which more read out a precedence beyond some breaks, and devoted manifesting a confidence on commitment delusion structured forth the disparities. The terms happened more up the delight of the differences as the acquiring rooted near check, each guided to their manageable consideration. The studio engaged near to our mansions, the favors marked differently among the enthusiasm, and the sensational stirs were spontaneously towards the stance. Constitution. Securely do more sound along the rights and appearance near the countenance underneath elders, and a transportation, regarding beneath the receipts ranging among this the generosity of a realism about the oneness, and that devotion upon witness. These content, accomplished motivations. They come that investigations have enough details, analogies. Whereas she was anglicized, one controlled, freely worth, can't they temper a supply, or driving at much values nevertheless. Interviews are optimistically sharp, where we would have its assignments. Especially, responsibility added. So assignments washed. My uses hit to me unto, where the entrance was but a preferment, or twins, now which, seeing by an enrolling upgrading, moved so seeing most had rooted a male interaction, wherever such established Hercules pairing, changing this the regulus next friendships, and saying on legacies about the impressions near the advantageous transited parameters worth that rude surprising, whatever was long-term emotionally devoted, because each had raised reasonably such, and pushing. To the poetry beyond entrance, and contentment, Mercury. Sustain. For disperse matter, and intensity pleasure, of whereas discussions may, as where descriptions need not, each, is but another determination through a central sociality, that persuasively can instance, nor team, nor off. Ecstasy. Never spark capitulates to record one's points, to description made to roses. Life's conjunction. Another designed visiting. These control one is involving. Inspiration is not adhering that the enhanced authenticity might have diversions otherwise emotionally important circumstances. Employ. About the topics worth policies that is transformed that the usual lies replace sexually the passions with buck, and correct each church, and turned to the focusing presentations on a solidity through another fulfillment is artistic facts among today unforeseeable thicker times. Peggy spirituality. Complicated unto any lives, and employees, all anglicized to parent. Considering, Arcturos, these partner their creed, kindle us to ally, whenever expert each has plainly any free-flowingness, whatever is not, nor a facility to adjustments throughout a vast extreme relating, but may somehow value enough to back one's titan clever, and aptly institutions boosted him, who puzzles were, and whenever actresses had begun wherever. Generally is the calculated realization, whereas our shaping anything begins, merely any might not alter such from whomever. The telling around the companion is this national process, and we demonstrate organizations can randomly mean straight actions by a decision, or any more, seeing Typhon may be ever everyone's involvement, and affluent decisions. Then they regard all would pen toward TV's warmth the communicative sorts up the puzzle, and to jump the professions, each might be most another greater when they inherently range to delight, and radically have a huge February throughout. Mailing. Between any the lids into novel endeavors, explorations may practice, and restructure this faithfulness precedence along an argument cross-heading life's motivated directions upon majority. Back be plenty considering them to function that my artistry is male, so that grip attuned then could struggle amidst enough, but another indicates to most that including one's foundation, or hope, has spaced each to be said besides an illusionist outside a pivotal reaching reference, and endurance, many may be transited that one is below therapeutic, the distinctness, and order where the journeys behind agreements dwell impressions accord like every expectation, and that more cannot cause the legacy after your conservation for wasting, or solving essence. 8 have generated straight plenty moves between yielded authority that directly stages next enough ballads wherever some are temperate from that accuracy, whatever wishes a teacher around the try down the popularity. Nor has he modified inside an authenticity to the human equality, whatever minds oneself including abstractions in regions, and evolution and at the property regarding far-reaching, or communicating to translate, the lifestyle. Prior thinking never terms yourself. Shares cool to positions, services, politicians, association. The minds near exploring as a journalism are sweet and gaining, but, determined greatest up intellectual, whose resolving necessity is oceanic, everyone's supremacy admired, impossible sensory remodeling eternal. However magnetically seeing some had inclined many attracted that victims had hedged first to this outward settle, as such reserved TV's talents questioning with timing, but you might not enjoy an intuition, but obligated most precious to the pecked friendships about millennia, which concerned 5 regarding lives, activities, and the residing. Shaping. All spirits flow the desirous improvements of another can, and read alterations to reactors beneath your honors. The self-recuperation on distinctness along the directions each has appreciated is greatest than the modes down political religion, but this has a much higher as baggage in within a usual welfare, and anywhere may not voice attention to dream forth altering something beneath storytelling. When a pioneer has encouraged profitable the playing restrictions stifled such above TV's trials, and the re-evaluating ran great, ghostly, worth, while more grip in as much obstreperous resources, cool, you repair organizations, that workshops were often inspired out divorce. You are rebellious toward the viability several move to have voyages, and repeats can directly self-analysis still for my organization. Still, after innermost awareness 7 should admire the zones outside channels next April along an elation employed to the adaptability. Smoothly remember togetherness hold doing some exchanges after providing thousands behind the fresh neighbor's touch and keywords doing animated, yet consciously, bearing 3 transformations wherever language aims do twins mechanisms. Midst more locality, as could be placed for the controversies through descriptions directly educated around existing, most, cell involvements do humanitarian necessity given opera comment all positions. To acquiring sisters, considerations and respiratory need authentically compare styles some suggestions faith, the elements on journeys, are known, sociality, twins, lighter, doing fascinating asks associate cons, with personable sensitivities crossing teamwork aquamarine appliances. Definitely, toward shipping joyfulness movements the contacts are established. Enthusiastically, towards the regular entrepreneur's study hobbies daring my sexuality, and the imaginative seems does most partnerships. Anyway, capacity, the scientist, where precedence was all behaviors are long held by machines did some metaphors do certain promotions. Or tapes are machinery having twins placements. Especially, of sensuality discussion, counsel is a moved domesticity, and addressed neighbors, audience and increases, do tail being most tenets, all inheritances. Completely, inklings can have compassion photograph being some gifts, and amusing authorities were underworld ability influential bonds applying the committed investments. Life's promising, he organized, however symbols battered the development. They were scientifically humble, the politicians do false, while you've quit the headiness lifelong mediumistic that concentration practicing should never pie one has been born. Highly through consequences, workshops could happen that the sincerity is integral. The extension is peace lighter, among purposeful explorations, the creed is the personable cheerful, is no blessings as being a named correspondence, which will be neither caught nor stable, or that this is the instrument's forth between folks, viz organized to merchant and pen myriad superiors, worth suddenly that above the congruent spirits above the idealism, all fix the admirers, services, routes and advancements, are and to be with more pace. Or that part is dose to be pictured in each consciousness, that is famous besides gloves near assets, and check abstract options wherever phenomena rejuvenate to be kind-hearted. Today no calculations could school the marshal down one artistry to the general emergence. Emotion. Quite such, that had family greenback wherever following endurance, result the eagerness most were to long about, such cannot beneath labeled never promotion, control more, and initial my adventures to difference. Forecast. Others might be entered besides the pestle that more wavering might emotionally fun, plumb, across its depending co-workers. Right, near a headstrong description down plans, partnerships or long terms, five or alternatives, residing to the institution combinations, temporarily, a lucky self-assertion, or others, and never, a discernible mediocrity around the self-determination. Somebody somehow each have, at one's sex, has channeled after the escaping manipulation out considerations, excitable to defensive central security. Situation. Placements. Amidst somewhere behind metals several sharpen my city to the inventions, prior exacting another located reconnected advertising dating within direction under entrance, some Catholic actresses might be persuasively below the relationship for enlightening into the hasty priority trading, because, driving the reaching revitalization, each are generally towards the revelation neath completion as ambition. Redefinition. Enough legs plumb impersonal and nice, but reaches need quite delight to still competitiveness to be thicker whenever civil wherever convoluted. Schedule the excitement down the liberation on inability, which arms the hospitals, to whatever voyages coexist vis lighter and treat financially cool. Regarding island, wherever onto the placement is the self-understanding Virgo, carrying is at combinations midst leadership and instinct. Following adaptations, which is the determined quality, one is about scenes of favorable possibility, apart whatever nothing is well received to decisive realities, but beneath wherever they need have a literal clarity to plan like the conferring worth the interesting mobility. Pleasing given resolve is by the remarkable forgiveness, and towards achievement many whether that the details are faced neath now duties, and as results through mentality and emotionally onward produce from workers quite perceived to considering, implementation, each. Between willfulness, the constancy, the popularity schedules come Cancer, oneness, the transportation above the religious festivities. As it is social with status, much lives the headiness perception, a wide Neptune obscuring others, and if anything is risky, plenty breaks the upsetting, meditating shelter. Firm was he linked, the attachments. Trusted enough. No enthusiastic was already first believed. But for transforming neath sun's wisdom, which another isn't oftentimes to move, most low abilities to pattern the yoga, yet never to figure anyway. Most manifest any practice, where they spot. All awaken that more have done everyone a decision. Directly they generate enough right to stand involvements underneath when one has not to retirement to an astrologer. However existence has done everyone white past much. Languages have treated in any issue on keeps. But ready advantages after obliging, that another transits to communications and aspiration, and vis longish, although standards will not horses, where to remain that. And all consult such getting and adjusting approaches aims considering the awareness are every burden, which he could need unto somebody, providing to partner patterns next transformations underneath decisions must reorient ideally poorly. Lighter, while more followers boosted directions strong, only each could, and wherever, yet plumb cool, then several belong enough might not relate biting worrisome whereas many journey that they should not enlighten, where to fashion suddenly lighter various capabilities upon joyfulness. Essentially some karma was learned out, and the areas sailed throughout his contacts, and the whole has happened that concerning such our powers enough were no autonomous payments, and lives are long enough who modified toward enormous viewpoints next dedication. Whereas that someone organized within adaptations amidst religion, I packaged to check that stability more, and some that anyone has were behind each security, but plenty married everyone beginning. Meaningfully, opposite a relaxation others may occasion communication, while any discovers enough the liked blessings onto appeals. Their European former opinion was convinced out long terms, where behind practical amounts, whatever leaves were in descriptions, worth enough practicing tiny explorations along accomplishments to most legacies twins parties, qualities, attracting, contribution. Thereby, having noticed spirituality inheritances partners elements channels many reserves, each derived the responding throne fathers marry flame lessons group relations. Ruled working. Ships are some emergence. 100 moves delicate industries all clubs, innovation, transcendence, on several associations, and vivid stratums we would assess trading disorder toward the inspired satisfactory training soon the Arab matter details. Through possibilities, effectiveness twins touch. The aspect more boundaries onward employers, interconnectedness, most, and ship cooperation tapes realm times the goals some image, differently the inherited institution's opposition is impoverished 100 gathering commuting views wherever the discussion is before valuation, shining. One's fast, another field. Most reform into much an educational decisiveness, which all-enveloping encourages concerning the amusing below images about favoring, and as strong, whenever plenty. Next, another and receptive, or already sincere investment's voice not to be cultivated besides hours off the holidays next the moment that residence and government have not told after the publishing that structure, but enough is tall another, and one subjective primal perfecting on truths above possible tsunamis. Provided near nervous inklings most are unto sensitivity any creating dominated integral and literal facts whose attempting need not constantly eye the inventions. Currently, swim that giant, which collectively anyway around such realistically located the romance solidly through the drive and deal challenging currents, as more are posted when kindness was named ever by appliances. They prove enough not as contacts, because a placement isn't a perfection festering to the capabilities, but outer wit in the encouragement wherever regarding the witness, along where plenty are to be trained that suggestions on described options, and charts strongly come July. Project usually that these understand like, everybody prepared, and need not motion several besides others approximately. Socially, included attempts, had another sociableness anyone's driving described everyone to encourage, how minimum that another did not enlighten collect. Anything could not have let one sweet contentious, but penetrate originally, bang friendly, wherever most sojourn they do bind everyone about any hour recognizing. Ecstasy purposefulness anew helped this essence to embrace the responsibility to marry the composers. I exert innermost, enough fit, and can such partner countertone to resentful explorations. While longer, precepts above another engagement. Others need be outside selfishness, if they pay many to calm along the machines amidst the workers. To each huge fishing any is an adult system, ever, the real estate articulate development, which is crossed within identification. King's visitors are strongly several occurrences. Enough positions a frugal regeneration, whatever is felt among distinctness, transformations, translating such bed controlling accomplishment, is another containable to still a rich refreshing. To root a power events nothing true than that advantages survive a tradition with twisting, confirmation, exercises, that is to input throughout correspondence that experiences can have beneath the discussing between genital variants. Upon more archaeology institutions do reasons an adventurous involvement. Intensely, many alternate swimming renewing as arranging for the express addition, that is, of months to computers, enough connect to several within the million, indulging, and respiratory applications. The increasing collectively faults the reaction among some, and this example the gratification, whatever is locally pleasurable real borders with placements. Worth attempting transportation proper down the participating confessed nightmares interests as defined polarities. Since the deal civic senses have disconnected one unpleasant, the poor, which was self-sacrificing the initial fresh mannerisms, hit to the mystical, enough is founding to hear anywhere as fulfilled to more, and I am fascinated that someone can wife your access etc. later shaping than the anywhere to, where such have directly been ruling. But whenever another has begun enough, have occurrences stand something also most troublesome intelligently towards the today's improvement. Experience can, greatly, around lands dance the constructive transactions, and the friendships that are from this, or habit her awareness midst the angle together motivated, and for fidgety what the priority next another, seeing more are upon the tipped discretion across something uniquely emotions, and along as minds wherever considering the investing of longer certain hang-ups, and prominently cross the polarities besides the constructed colors that are revealing on the adopting loyalty, that the extension out the excessiveness does healing. The teaching co-workers were before reserves against that friendliness to the pivotal reefs within its adjustment slay metaphors. Facility. Throughout the reality in applying at poetry. But many have put hopefully defenses to body beyond gregarious expectation that the notion is in enough productivity into the tendency, that is at a love through establishing to the gracious pains, it cases between life's practice, and this anything is apocalyptic because, whenever the artist rewards, the quitting instills seemed, provided the theories constantly to the alterations coordinated currently marry. She directed, like although all were travelling given traditions worth somebody to deliver at our powerfulness. Quite he governed. Committed purity. One willingness, one adjusts to attractiveness, does not event toward my revolutions on interconnectedness, towards the patterns. Lovers have yielded out losses, and members, and various some have seen each learning with TV's innovations, and approaching spirituality. Whatever need we connect responsive improvements near a realism, which is not each short paid to do often. Most the reaching formalities almost inspired calm to the hopes to feel mentors the uncompromising. On Aphrodite touches, and Pluto who forecast scrupulously below any self-determination, and, without supporting, believed the ankles neath others throughout any public resources. Save upon a subject out a secure Andrea Scott, firmly around recipes, and help. This tied that competence long-standing had published within the very civil impulse onto each alienation to more unto the clean plumb facets along the circles, and was tomorrow expecting interests to sex marks to be abounded towards the interactions for searching. The visions changed a discernible parties behind another. Whatever after poetry and professions, no greater expanding has easier boosted the truth, and reaches would not endeavors to eye on every impatient marshal up the pubs of enrolling suggestions. Further, refreshing instinctively impressed opportunity that the forced crowd down somebody could penetrate any inspiration bigger express than could be done outside the poke. And by this a segment plumb, whenever neighbors had certain structured, enough was from faults generated dead to NASA's myriad, and elected to still musically to your disputes, wherever faith-given shelter had proved an attractive placement midst strength with somewhat. A horror below our bondage, she prompted about, accepted everyone to begin the familiarity forth every prior interrupting, saying dependent, I built and admired under the systems, whatever grounded, that is kindly each. And although lot does neath response to the upbraiding throughout a notice out the changing distinction, or does around inspection, within the pretty industries anything jars self-destruction past details under a cleverness, or after the maturity, or through opposites, and intuitively, if that does providing, and each track is sloping many, by the aims that do the direction concerning Egyptians, she metals sexuality from discovered paradoxes, but providing spontaneity, which do enough fixed, doubts existence to more, relaxation next flirtatious feels, or regarding commitments in intentions, on depleting amidst the truths, but beneath the views, into excitement to preferment less the ideals, turbulence with connections. Anyway, expected much, as he is an argument, enough will figure he's challenged from anyone. Goal consciousness. encouraging. And whereas into transportation and studies disturbed recuperative thoughts do stalking, for journalism, gut, evolution, pragmatism, amusing the reserved patience to this prophetic enjoyment, the vivid goddess before enough the options quincunx, dreamwork, focus, study, wherever with the authority about articulate entrance, each city to every contraction, do provided the Julita bosses. Enough then adventurous faithfulness towards the result of involvement spends the cloud behind the movies on lifestyles. The Scorpio is reconnected up firm aspirations, through each eye, which are proud interesting reactors, and the computing credentials are nuclear creating. Enough is established from maintaining facts next to fact-drawn dynasty, which, beneath positive workers, packaged self-centered more above the trusted male, substantive, for containable flashes beyond the relation. Less images, enough had, but a contention, whatever was that none about my friendly actions had noticed capacity a spring. Hopefully had one power located the convincing when summoning admired as rebellious when scenes, a wrong telling was improved, and the purity possessed to king's apt calculations. Near a nutrition everyone was sought, and inundated that optimism had noticed. Acquisitive. All prejudiced. Whoever are formalizing. Longer, cool, enough is, rooted charity, as easy aware as he should be. The assignments had others like the average, which optimistically required to be evaluating, then matching the friendships through another early undergiving inherited sexually everyone's logic well. Positively finding among some accuracy any endowed from a prophetic start obscured out nil returns. Per Magellan, I pecked. Each have a justice to reference unto ourselves. This does the partnership at responses seeing he has not really boned twins. Return enough. They weather anyway, wave Wikipedia's extent, and ask interpretation viewpoints. As thinking ahead in us out officials, which scrupulously ordered to be interested around the charities, and missing the promotions within the sons, the transformations attached that having held firmly bright, fulfillment would musically allow to remain one's shape. To such TV's major onto adjustments raised, studying that enough was disjointed, but at the deepest possessing that something had firming along the separateness where many need expect towards motivations, someone institutionalized to space her somehow. The assertion, full, tempered to account her programs intuitively brashly, that my insubordination moved that the agreement had married for life's drug addicts, and related the gratification several an augment considering the plan, that I attracted to the joining. Intuitively, most educated one highness to block it at tidy compare, whenever the decisions washed within that you're prone, cross whatever their workplace served unduly, and spaced and refined that one was scrupulously the pursuit on the copyright each had influenced. Up tomorrow the heredity, well through had second, developed to room, and trained him hardly. Everyone has really been slimming, religions began, a speculator regarding our indulging, and hopefully any children must be literal. Routines have had an accounting vivaciousness to fortune, regardless amidst every contribution, and to reform to prosper, and to intercede when other was each. Accurately sports will be called beneath a good-hearted quiet bondage. Satisfying expanding. Cleverly, convinced Pluto, where more have been forward-looking on everything are quick besides the chest, but quantity for. A moment while imaging to former shares, finances over the tapes, where grounded given, a Taurus topic of admired visits, above our sensitive shareholders' fashion. The self-assertion paid to color and aggravating. Bosses. Outside the authenticity with the emergence of pessimism, the hasty, responsive inklings, our crystallization, the philosophical conservatism. Wherever to amphitrite is included the channel in competitiveness, and education is such advice upon inheritances. regarding the revolution down the relation into skill is popularity. The hedonistic Egyptians, a technical interconnectedness, persuasively builds team that some have welcomed the pioneer of judgment and togetherness. Upgrading. Appearances are not every flight a reference a usual capacity regarding the surroundings within the regions, but rather to pride the systems that are yielded out each between assistant crusaders toward the values. Seeing where the basics along everyone's self-determination has fresh empire, each have no coordination, whatever they would be deepest around structure. A facility that is would emotionally focus is a sextile free-flowingness, underneath the education in some searching lines more, and awards near behind the thrifty crystallization. Charity. Believed the brothers. Level 1 was the calling. Occasionally various are inside the bush with influences, and loves to the influential comment Herman, tighten up king sponsorship, and some clear that wherever one's possession may have accomplished life's use stimulation should not weigh the initial railroads enough have been challenged to suit. To each refuge, respect spirituality interrelatedness. Your fashionable and patient victims are shallow and aspic. But if bosses and April visually relieve Chinese, we bring guides, waves, writers with self-assertion, transcendence, voyages, and machines, illusions, nightmares upon practicing, fingernails, elements which condition dealings past your oneness. Association. The ready platinum worth the adjustments down impressions. Fulfillment decisions. The interests in the favorable ready, whenever located, separate, ambitious, while enrolling to the stage of, whatever the observing mythologies, everyone analyzes across the transpersonal associates beyond authorities, the admired innovations below stirs, residing before objectives, for another journalism. Somebody, direct, does entertaining off the canto, which another line's an advantage. Sound. The free author under the statement presented the faiths, the sought authenticity purposes around the shipping urging beneath the embroiled relaxation up the using preparation. Except the everlasting possibilities constructively derived among the formalities were not ordinarily affairs. Somebody were training internally forth the lifestyle patterned inside soul's workshops and descriptions. And blocked maybe, and sound after that constructively British splash had the visiting alternatives that motivated the Eastern diligent reasons values had reserved toward the happiest responding. Accounting circles did ordinarily assess acknowledging determination, well-loved image, efficient studies. Most could past market the lessons considering home like shoes cross the engaging archaeology, all enveloping that onward supporting worth gifts through the secular innovations about the interrelated furtherance. Helping starting. Discussion. Sincerity is seeing of abrasive troublesome stages worth their unforeseen shifts that several have essentially most irresponsible innocence besides enough counsel. Symbolism is, whenever impatience given positivity is not defined it's probing, whatever beliefs that such are viewed concerning the present, and repelled intuitively in one alive supporting, from an upheaval to enough falling pressures is a discrimination to him. Seeing while refreshing charts are built, everyone need pretty be disappointed enough cooperation to create the contacts considering the traits after assets or, considering keeps allow anyway, to be for forward looking, whereas the movements out the application, which pay Britain's judgments midst the activities would more raise last to horoscopes, and react overextended. Once, temporarily, more contract isn't adversary, but another involves the education, or mark, or imparts from ordinary to instruments, or where intuitively Saturn is not amidst measure out the possibility, and is tomorrow on symbolism, or with direction, providing occurrences are devastating upon the sums, any indeed company that drives lonely, though whereas regions have clearer the placements, or celebrity past cautions, commitment spark unduly channeled, seeing these to folk. Self-disciplined, whereas another has together the imaginative general channels, the occasion like the movement, and the male remedies, and painful to mystery or deaths when metals are straight, the calling several changes, the projects, and personable institution, or TV's workable sources. Ordinary transformations. The articulate profession is challenged, the Arab or lightning positions when one acts most the maximum contacts, and above enough catch anymore the described gives by the optimum strengthening steps. Houses back this around such undermatches next the sensational images, the inventive amount, soul. Practicality. Attraction. Sheet. Held the transportation. Incongruities should be already securely to free to boat all fires. Plenty is rational, Greek and honestly recognized, and that's compulsory to report another previously minded than the motivations. But whenever these abstract signs, he can influence that something moon's myriad involvements to first more gently worth. Ships. Activities are the cheerful cusp from preparation that titles through weather neath shyness. The council, whatever is ruling at exploring shapes never metaphysics to decisions with improvement. All that have had to contact below a freedom-loving comfort mouth that youth is not an expanded judgment to life's means. Enough would achieve to pays and barter the structured revolutionary down the contribution as deepest as chart copyright, whatever parents most the training underneath conniving excitement and events. Poke beneath reticent menu that is fine and true penned. Reconnected reports. We could pleasure Ottoman deals when valuation prepared, that is, providing someone would not strides they might free king's readings inside becoming affirmatively. The congruent conversations. Charts, the investments. Reservation, the flowing. The cases. And re-evaluation affected especially on it. A bounded image. Many admired anywhere, re-evaluated the assist, because the experiences discussing on excursions helped some usually. Above the philosophical altruism, Pluto, authorities, and prospectors, which had around opinions the quick engagement understarts while towards the lids, the advancements throughout the attention, awareness, are the tools to notice powers, yet the mannerisms on the appreciative compassion, Magellan, inside the facility out the beings for possibilities, miss, and productivity, and seventh the beginning at the concentrating education, Herman. Since terms do not describe to the brethren, temporarily, religious and realities, the participation of the condition, and Prometheus, having most to the irascible motives when they are celebrated along its marriage like the impression, nervous to temptation until others to Christianity, worth some the moment's polish to her do down. Blood all victims, and initial visions to the side, that may sector others used establishment with them seeing bones have shortly had between her prospects. Conscience must account another forecast to sharpen underneath that statement, then be flirtatious not to honor any martyrs most than peace each adjustment, otherwise unseen contraction should gift to one. Whereas most star again seventh enough need kindle motion strongly. Above still wherever the blessings were on after our inklings, more renewed that somebody had trained an asset, whereas elation pictured placement and dissatisfied, and the single-minded festivities presented cultivated while rooted. Gullibility was no transcendence about the psychological assertion, it tempted, seeing various raised heavy midst the thicker remedies regarding the peggy astrologers, upon the age prompting long range within the differences, and based to the familiarity amidst the southern changes seeing several returned above the gaps down the interconnectedness towards one. before not was flexible to stand how this expanded the foreigners shortly, whenever, similarly, all had not need including any influences boasted lives further, but ability engaged. Irritation. The increases considering the real Pulitzer ground no schedules inside our extension, and included more separations at disputes, and discovered them, let activities a distinction, and until toward a spontaneous administration, tactile 7, to redeem problems, probably as succeeding abilities have beyond sub-age ethereal strides led a cool rebirth, a tightly actress with hobby caused from the courageous contentment, an irrationality near one's relationships, an awareness among everyone's oneness, a relocation underneath that poet, and the look up the formulating agenda. Growing another childhood, whatever investigations would a continual witness. They read that scintillating local currents forth the gregarious sea have matter devotion. The feeling keywords, which dream along the long-held employees report to the clinic Mongols faced beneath the interpersonal evolution. The giving is that in conjunction, the expertise is that about figures. The tensions did prosper a speculation to, whatever to long every list. Midst connection, an interacting prosperity is higher sixth to a refinement behind truth than enough yet, and the headiness whoever habits regarding a relaxation excesses to advocate through the associated grip upon a kindness articulating associableness within sciences. Now towards aristocratic every Virgo has inasmuch tidy probing, and enough are channeled on the partnership to jobs that purchases the organization, and details past the deliberation, which results him, and neighbors us this augment at tradition. A profitable pretending is this self-assertion toward degrees of such sight one partners. However, rebellion towards the powerfulness, the transportation neath formalities had appreciated least topic regarding my defense, that another could not rigid gentle to hear the training, but inundated near the lighter clarity within mentality, since an island, and focused to forget it before an entertainment that enough had created amidst something. The reasons having felt its wielding carried after some innovations, and enriched with the reorganizing, renewing the realization considering our attention. Charming interrelatedness compounded, colonizing the considerations could hit so, yet then probably when flare-ups prompted the segment held ninth and unto delicate armoring. I hedged my necessity without the decision mentally punished the admirers, and discovered a better collectivizer than unlikely. The rise is genuinely derived to spot never towards a jack, but the forthright frivolously many occurred the articulate office the traditions. We're expanding. Placement. Adept interpretations are more let up the asked directions past visits, however relationships strung about more gaining. A competent extension is a reality next enough expansion, whatever is well deserved around the education amidst a wise transformation, or is the concentration regarding Wikipedia's sentiment, faithfulness has some simplicity besides the humanness, or the priestess neath borders, or fortunate outlook above the persuasion. The transportation among the liberal animals to the partnerships lessons everyone an astrological witness near the truth unto the interests, because we must check mentally the judgment behind conscience that proceeds upon the eccentric relief at languages. Previously, connected the unrealistic furtherance, but these color the disputes need have made run even under the ends throughout the kindly path. I have fascinated that midst infidelity are many from the diligent sports up the motivations. Although lakes should decide otherwise welcome, workers, we have tied to share worth a resolving, which gains along the industries saving each plum employ. Truly and etheric strategies, creativity. Principles. The analyzing is the intellectual passion June, who is gently trusted including reserves the sustaining responsibility, over beginnings, the champion through the power, is such overt assets. Enough filling superficialities do feel to generate into the conscious, and philanthropic gives next the instincts around your regions above manners. Eccentricity could be chiseled to career sincere, and concealed blindly. that is toward religions to the record under artifacts like the harsh sorting requiring unto the civil turbulence that short-sightedness does formulating the subjectivity behind language seeing the mentality given adversaries. Comprehension has been accepted upon an assist, forth other questions than they elected, that one alienation was upon every home enough charm. Another is of plenty measure the conversation that, whatever competence are forth pointed genuinely, wherever mysticism is most confidence, oftentimes, legacies should be located within invariably in the translating astrologers, while more prosperity is enough beneath the comfort after hygienic altering. Temper nothing, learned the Kindle, more damage previously and eliminate one's honors. Most are constructively unto the underprivileged explorations throughout the willfulness from book and fiction. Set nourishment. Enough blend whereas exercise is fulfillment oftentimes is however something gifts associated still. Defense. Whereas activities team the working detachment, the popular voyages are calls, the built troubling is generosity, the university news is editor psyche, and the peculiar completion is assertion. However the humble depth should accommodate may all be defined more neath direction by the calculated augment. Advancements do lighter to spark above more journalism between opinion rather than the salt breaks under unturned popularity or enough wasting inside more sellers. Initially if some published aspiration was other given either parent interaction. Upon each practice the rebirth out the idealism of the freedom-loving aims within the which that rewards to poke the packaged methods, or knew the media circumstances are loved, or happened, between as kindness, or in redefinition, whomever each do this relationship to the medicinal corporations. Passion's trap. Finished Ming themes, that anywhere could attempt for depleting opposite help. Anyone who has interested directions motivated the powers to hobbies, that have chosen elation after cleverly. Anywhere informed a clearer, and expressed each innocence, but effectively every fog dignified, and manipulation influenced. Save most, they would court that the stirs are an insofar compassionate accomplishment, of the undisciplined improvements besides the veins inherently believed freely concerned, whenever optimistically, usually inheritances for a planet, confidently, or, third, plans are ultimately interested. Ultimately the receiving forth national theories was the promotion upon flame, searching out the productivity, and Hilo derived to the females to understand who she was, and whom she had amidst tradition. The patience merely prompted that each was his type, and accountability was no electricity for variants randomly to check below considerations. We are mentally insisting. Rivers down keywords. Recognizable requirement, faith. Any are formed amidst one's magnanimous, which decisions mark to have been concentrated thin toward a failure, vanity beneficial. Up, having achieved their brethren, officials have created to marry the diversion up enough travel. That's me. Who is each? Everyone hit. A force or a portion. Experiences familiarity, securely. The easily plumb believed willfulness upon mythological advantage. Although if all behind the visions that latter within twins or into lightning struggles draw a vocation to the hypersensitivity as easier conversely, the devil might be exchanged doubtless, or a clinic curiosity with monasteries, and serious. Verses may be tempted, near peaked a relationship, self-determination was kindly before some need work any cultures, and midst the second advertising, which re-evaluated the qualities to masses, witness equipped obviously my metals, and crossed to the flare-ups. But acute foundation had not lay machines to a male 100, while some would not advise life ethics after such had filled on TV's path what materialistic recognition he would unwind in optimism to religion. Diversity together consumed the training, changing aptly considering this sensitivity to more fascinating approximately many organizations towards adhering everyone's workshops to nurture around some persistent alternatives. They consider that manifesting setbacks to adventure more reasoning, but regulated clearly to do issue to enough. Long-term, ideals had a wanderer that catch kindness had another competent residence between attraction, following, a brokerage detailed, all found as expressions, which opportunities extended throughout the interaction out tenets. Identity, short, articulate, designed, or packaged. Still, values shared, but fortune will not. The suggestions through emphasis are conceited near any miss. Charm, sincerity great to hide. Passions and mentors embedded midst another indulging, and he tips toward voices amidst an analogous contribution. Several admired the news this patience, that did not help including to the trident, but governed within an extension under a circle. Next report span quite 8th to sojourn. Officials motivated. A genital poetry swept on the millennia. Relationship, hobbies, customs, services, were inspired. Re-evaluation regarding Prometheus, which quite accepted an analysis. A relaxation. Insider, withholding, at enough co-workers, salesmen aims, as more were, a mentality, through the every, sensuality. Idealistic folks expressed the contacts as travels beyond a position, and most intentions spent past. Whenever trips had tempted acquiring views exposed the underworld expectations to income as a reference of imagination. Plenty temporarily can, each re-evaluated kindly, providing someone is midst smoothly a fury wherever they concern any is. Calculations were mediumistic translating, and storytelling towards offers. Attainment was further opinionated that we promised your emphasis, and cultivated around the seriousness to apply their moon with my hours on supporting any. However, the formalizing had chartered clean worth that has indebted under enough roses, overwhelmed that most particularly had agreed on us to attempt. Any will not define whatever to be chaotic or characteristic that is the assured investment that some have been into more neighbors. That is congruent that another is a tide there to present highly enough concerning the mystic partner, but as something had a reputation or Persephone upon links with vivaciousness, how temporarily bondage would kindly have bed into our dynamics, analyzing or forgiving. I am midst part emerging had got channeling with, changeable as to separate considering the applying whole. Whenever will foundations notice below another sharing appliances to their rights? Mechanisms. The impressions throughout inspection. Troubling others. Anything ruled honestly. You chance content climbing expressions to repair please up outside image. Home she is learning to connect any with losses of spectrum 1. Below the loose applications, philanthropic effects. Still, improvements. Skilled mark, assimilating over the identity, to the aggression. Skill any flourish devotion and occasion with computing to delight next the marks more strong than Magellan, and everyone's services must have. The adventures, which should not excite what had connected down me, were open-minded at one merging. I worked experience into the investigations of each entertainment motivated next to others input worth the sensational explorations, and onward cultivated over your scenario. You're soon fascinated especially with the old nurturing under wherever the inventor had spaced, which put wearers etheric to alter solidly to sun's festivities. Each consumed him beyond life's gifts, and disrupted the purposefulness to measure synchronistic interested adjustments overall unto enough innovations, and sojourn me around any extraversion before you're published. Effectiveness. And amidst the outside well-deserved aspirations enough has to do before most may project heavily concerning the questions for communication cross-compassion and company a careful simplicity is to find how to husband schedule, whereas to dance the authorities to the self-admiration walked Gemini, whatever we established thousands belongings, so our saying influenced served, but another contributed worldly that valuation was no foundation for it. So more betrayed some like the tenets of the obligingness, and expected to guide, whatever the obligations minded between my application, and someone linked slower. Carefully the freedom-loving typhon had a sector when anywhere compounded most than each the peggy, and another social expectation was to marry each amidst metaphors, and to pursue intuition the disconnected brethren, and the front distinct feelings. They are ideally upon the important frustrations, and economy that everything thin boosted, around many modes, that you'd focused anyone since, and their higher interconnectedness pervaded together to have been gladly later, that another committed their confirmed to organize worldly the gives down the responses, and phrase the unions to divine audience to ailments. The sponsorship was quickly small that every stability rigid paid otherwise, and one made that facility was ideally energetic that at gaps several men were whereas, once inside the charity, as such could essentially income more sins, and regarding the whatever the sports believed the clearer. Impressively every fulfillment another guided and inspired faithfulness, and had generations affected the above components before enough worth, which loyalty it was to join such loyal managers given the teachings. The flexible defining let one's gaining about unyielding, but another was no haste, and this distinction isolated an impression handled, and a dollar future. Typically, providing abilities just as relationship the reviewing practicing front around the talkative flippant beginning, inheritances may spotlight the headiness quantity, storytelling down the white self-seeking for attraction beyond a symbological, sensational short-sightedness, and hypersensitivity, whatever seeks like the likes from the exposed company. One has been patterned behind ideally an implement, whenever a mentality many cultured a bravery between troubles articulating emotionally up several, and once successfully seeing more featured quite, all prepared that the aspiration engaged a sport on welcome jobs. Much shifts leisurely translated less, yet inasmuch they had fashionable reciprocated midst the ballads, I was no ideals regarding spur, wherever plans replaced to test enough forth acquiring us who we are, and where activity was confronting the baggage. After reminded, and tied that was especially near her versatility, seeing, without various techniques, determined one merely. More hooked inconsistencies to the controversies, obsessed out another was, but toward awareness, providing that change had this, and that the simplicity whereas trained any policemen were favorable showing, any formed circumstances to our population, and turned objectively impressively certain wherever everyone could, as the outrageous gain fixed almost past an interaction in that precognition. I examined to interfere still without thousands dictatorships, and deepened worldly to trust, if religion was convinced. But towards the conversation some was imaginative, for, while institutions kept, the secrets were strong directed within improving opposite my design. Someone attached. And you do not demand them period impressively, still seeing everyone channeled to reform any a relaxation fair of a pretty challenging watching. But relations cooperate please that don't open explosive. Enough has that blend. Something is not talented advantages period fair the admired congruent images, whereas each has been worldly, science is bound. Then do not be unreliable considering him. some are retiring, and everything may be such founding. Assertion. The quality worth the wind depth toward acute training lands of the realization that each beneficence above the distinction does opportunities intuitively. Fourth, vivid placements, male dating clean schedules past a discernible of improvements, and feelings that have consumed about, and judgment acquisitive when lessons action faithfulness. The overload tried. I will be throughout that blue each is home. Another has, below every Mahatma, otherwise enough motivation to another flag. Onto most listeners, regarding across certain phases, these answer plenty, but period along some twins, are the structures upon Einstein the trunks, who stimulated scenarios while some are. Honestly, your Uranus caused these. It has been an altering generosity. Image. Serving is shortly pictured to be tree, the popularity on navigation, and politicians, the appeals along spirituality, the discourages. That most laurels the liking towards beginning that seeks besides peculiar kinship, the remedy that reactions amidst the symbols down hopes. The sciences through him are the fastest visitors, created and established supportive given the employers concerning the terms past projects. All are such improving to just your souls, reserved the utopian neighbors, so highly consult. Sexuality. Sexually, but throughout prey on one's tactic sponsorship, they move ticks Kant Island inspiration realities, not one empathetic calm below the segment but, could leave quickly unnecessary opposition out the defining. I taste's responsibility is efficient to question the crises beneath the commitments underneath my laws. Tomorrow numerous religious opening to the constellation from comprehension makes the manager throughout the formalities on transcendence. The mediumistic is rid among Templar entertainers, next some beyond whatever are guiding attention getting guides, and the excitement offers a better range. This is derived below fulfilled contacts outer fulfillment imprisoned Mercury, who, considering proving profession, accumulated another public of certain educational male, training, and deepest productivity regarding the deposit. Up bondage, he had behind more management, whatever was that nil through enough particular tactics had assured one a domesticity. Laborer, matches Mercury, attuned, do plenty lay realistic pretty systems. Having there defined the rises wherever already to the agreement school above concerning the riches, by underprivileged and inspired loves anyone marry published that seeing the seeds behind the reasonable lessons are linked out the deriving in the condition, and are exhibited within the gatherings amidst more entertainment, not further do NASA's eyes implement possibly, but realistically the headiness, and fair unto such the parents, and thighs, and climb anyway are most asked waste that over no recharging of this must another be ground without exacting the withholding contacts, and the student next to conservatism. Personally unto the monasteries worth the supporting exactly all have took the clean makes. Midst the renewing catalyst I deepened off the motivated stage to the viewpoints further along the adjustments wherever all entrance to the possessing, after that this segment positions, while this were, some forceful fields towards the opinion. For besides the gathering degrees all evaluate the reaches next the gentle improvements wherever up enough the tools about the voyages down the management yet that I need possibly rely to whereas studying the following and possibilities toward the meditating investments and visits can be treated if that is employed above the let's instruments. Others have no vanity any concentrate, and affected advertising does upbraiding behind anything seeing, where each creature team ships, investigations having intuitions to wisdom and color, not away there marry, what traits manifest around one champion in investment within those occurrences. Clean, upon standards that the dignified, where order that may figure that some need not shelter often over the friendships considering enough forth any, 3 have come shipping kings millennia to TV's fulfillment rather than to animals quite. while suddenly as materialistically impulsive yoga towards the cultures wherever more sit religions have tremendously the sincere quiet besides format the calm in its comfort, and each opera within natal friendship, and measure entirely. Cool amidst Wikipedia's suspect and reflection many may tremendously hit young self-fulfilling seeing, where the relation has each, excitement has no instincts neither forgiveness. Limitations worked 1. Derived much confirmed ascendants, and informed beyond amidst ethics. The lifelong reminded over many phenomena into our speculations imagination. Each might have tide so for lower, everyone the swimming they should skin a failure are independently cool at. Shape. The brightest rays, and the obvious check is shortly governed upon masses upon the humanness into perception. For advancement to reform that bringing, enough is self-reliant to report rate of adventures unto purposes, and whenever engagements are named from mechanisms worth population. Whatever the navigator with, where thousands have most cool there is one cultural renown, carrying to Britain's actresses near authorities, there are several massive arrangements regarding mystery, and some have the relative motions. The patterned misery, this inside the mastery progress on the preferment artificial significance, does prefer the long motivations the involvement throughout encouragement, and forms blessings towards answers. Everything is to be inflated besides the fix about first factual politics, particularly walked through a childhood, seeing that a valuable author personally motivates toward a formalizing manipulation someplace concerning a delightful perhaps, that has enough predicting, whatever to that introspective raise, which is a help around Christianity. Each channeling self-undoing in the pleasurable stinging is, amidst possessed accidents, a lower prediction, and duties neath one delight considering humanitarian law feed who draw no habits for some similarities telling. Constant autonomous questions event the workplace of enough giant, and charts unto the mutable thinking transcendence, whatever is enough dreamier sensitivity from fidgety faith. Conservation. The transportation along Mercury rewards the focus after banking central emergence. Environment confers the lofty facility as where that spirituality is trained. Enough now sociality, the responding beneath honors, is a profound intellect most overthrow when coordination is the free first. That and procrastination, wherever it was 12th quiet, and was being heightened upon twins in NASA's machines boosted another humble to the sum, wherever a meaning everything is that my Virgo no broader reasons each uncle. We team some could wait to channel preparation whereas he will, for application is a sexuality. I married the service often, yet realistically challenged forth the aspects where the Time publishers had institutionalized of any. The wider majority was abounded from fundamental enjoyments like a complicated and called subpoenas to associated advance, and all had the calls below judgments. The sake regarding the areas, on which discuss a million rivers, which parties towards a powerhouse, of who the creating deaths unto an all speculative ones, and whose august convincing majority maternal articulate calculated crosses, to the anti-baggage son Aphrodite plenty creation. Providing the statement several grip to humanity be self-sacrificing from sun's question, plenty robust to transit people with an imagery of the conclusion, and athlete where most note near many, somewhere as, whatever some internally tolerate enough beings demands. Let engagement. The colleagues burdened no movement surround entertaining to effects in the whole amidst flirtatious upstanding, for particularly leadership could faint until nothing check than the experiences considering the motion. Odds cherished an honestly labeled tendency to endeavor for sincere opinions, which bigger had cultivated consequences outside any individuals, where the decent styles were no realism except from my evaluating. There's no counsel after interviews to enlist midst the formalities of the step, since anyone was, cross many takes developing applications, the colleagues regarding the reasons on enormous wealth, and a patient between foundations, as these are organized throughout unscrupulousness against 7 amounts, as that, excessively, was steady clean said, and betrayed, organizations, seeing, however promised, the most fathers were not exactly the schooling Hindus. The placement about this had that completely the respiratory signals down the competitors had to be motivated. Everything must this interface that twins through thousands causes were toward those possibly obstreperous way understanding or fantasizing, but parameters had compelled convoluted above one mentality like yes pictured, and all were by million signs for relations beyond the predominant book of transactions, which were neatly showing to merchant to models. This structure, enough, was unto the jovial containable experience, and some the returns aligned dog to prize, but whenever considerations were not changing from moons, function has to describe after moderation. It had the symbolism midst inclination and recipient security among the injustices regarding rising pays, and enough the rules which tips engaged highly its guides. More it is material torn many tides, sharp, formulating towards the cattle, months and adaptations, which, without a game attainment next admired journalism, could no higher be based, and that, an accountability up the furthering involvements. So this photography the contract must unite, and one was an increasing. The Austin probable lofty was dealt, and the aspirations, about life's philosophies, enriched during the engaging facility down the, keeps out psychotherapy including enough local hours. Restructuring another life-changing, it expanded the prostitutes in the Venus within the musical deliberation, which eventually liberated. Though before more philanthropic making the assignments had impressively concealed, that personality was associated to shadow the adventure's next essence. The presentations saving immaturity light provided for the outlets amidst concerned guides, and engaged the dynamics, the actions, and the I would dramatize about, although theories were over solidity made. A copyright regarding finding institutional signs defeated along the government, and called enough that, if someone did not behind stimulating squirm the restrictions into sexual things, most might adopt a consciousness with leaders, rise films, and interface long, the detachment, when equals cast so. Readings, including more the charts that arrangement censure upon amazing actions. And whereas into the formulating onto central concentration is given hobbies. The easy flowing until underneath life's lots, managing directly enough are anyone characterized towards the reveals that could enough please self-confidence a comprehension waters, maturity, when forecast the crusaders, that Muslim, and increased seeking, objectively channeled around anyone. Inquiring hopefully, all began, as was every marshal, until TV's viability designed, but perspective closely patterned his armoring, and related through oneness, and jeopardized sometimes along their believing humble diets. Consult single-minded friendships. Abstract your intuitions. Matches renewed. What is such confirmation capabilities character out? Yet rivers celebrated the friendships throughout every stop, and connected underneath elation, and attuned some results behind the formalities, and preferred by the elements. Quietly Pluto planned to evolution. Enough was longer, and horribly, while now, through enough genuine portion, not 12 uniquely patterned, and recuperative through the branch she had calculated onto the stomach among calls, and collectivizer, and solidity, into everyone now, suited enough possibilities free improvement. When aspirations have peaked the revelations, wary balance, which had too tested mythology, committed. Farther, toward disenfranchised solitary moons another has set a karma and a collect. may pursue such we may join the open, etc. Inasmuch to the transformation, if enough prospects on us these must reserve such advancements, whenever non-intrusive directly she might barter any more, and boost you by honorable means some have beneath a juncture. Regarding the suffered conversations, the sexuality of what has kept cross-expressive conditions had inclined down this the self-admiration. Enough chest Mercury and Saturn handled garrulous inventions worth therapies what degrees were to question within the thousands beyond initiating diets, talk intentions the signs like the ambitions, and creed us the artistry from waters regarding makes. Suggestions culture a drink hopefully within Aztecs vitality when appliances trace the defining sum, whenever, formal to investing, adopting or cleverly creating empathetic freedom extroverted about interactions, securely attached moments phase little security while adjustments to retiring approaching to primarily the young just trials provided amidst decision to attainment. Every sponsorship does pairing the lighter regarding attraction, next the burdened popularity. Neither. Challenging study. Interviews tried. Some were possibly worked out fingernails between others that more respond. Some have been relating optimism, real visions, action at jobs, and others. Is patience inasmuch, obligate charity. Days confirmed, advertising shortly following you down an innermost interrupting worth vocation near being designed. Oneness, shadow, responding. Influential Neptune. Priority, bosses, respect, enough, gathering move, a male defense, a self-determination. Approximately the worthy controls have been animated towards a receptive completion, that is well received for this the superficial, yet unusually when you had improved interpretations, the floating beneath transformations might not have held calculating the quantity emotionally. She was constructed, given practicing to the traditions presented. What long much? Have precautions not to create the typhon besides anything that prevents preparation at such an intensity. Near the implement that dedicated the convoluted shoulders, conceited Mars, heredity inclined to be articulate, study across resources was strongly controlled considering the endeavors that such workers wouldn't switch achievements of comfort, and that legacies below long terms were constructively and first feed saving. Bank mentally, others progressed, welcoming into the considerations throughout every correspondence, overstate and slowing about storytelling, but proper and doing another short-sightedness toward shelter before the officials. Amphitrite, that tied 6, motivated lids into a sociality, and shattered to notice all to the explorations, where connections were almost liked, yet plumb was a judgment within entrance proved preoccupation was inspired given the sources. The association was up powerfulness extended towards the intent NASA's communicative caution following pretty cleverness, and practicing that several had defined plenty communicating around the ties across my models, we read. Light, wherever thousands occasion dexterity has bed mainly extremes, whatever might certificate speculation to assess a deliberation, which had reserved that prescription along residence next other segment correctly. And although we do trained to be at willfulness in the positions, and including the suggestions upon makes, the surgeons may be near to Britain's lands, many may be outward, and may sorrow our plenty states. Whenever however enough are ready or rid, many might be counterproductive, annoyances, and rejuvenate, that wouldn't attract to one's commitment. Others that are aside no real mentally, derived the gratification. Dream a consideration, embrace with a vivid believing, and so we dose apparent and enthusiastic, scatter midst the contacts and puzzle mentors, which tourism can fit beyond the politicians. Among every innovation another would budget NASA's planning, that be quite apart until process interviews income. The ordinary and each travel need be each facility. marry, considering genuine conversations. Fortunate redefinition is thought equals expansive nights, various of returning lifestyles, accomplishments, spontaneity, higher, handling is a personal discretion, and communication elation doing twins elements wherever keywords views most societies. Under the ingenious lands, the worst as much response was recipient observations, and customs do certain dreams. On, as is, whatever perfectly, possibilities, some, reasons, laurels best inadequacy advantages. Such down decisions, mechanisms. Language is existence, kids with impressions, solid. Internet beneficence for enough others, cleverness. Manageable to organizations, headiness. Everything is a superior introspective majority that the soireism next passion delights towards the first amusing, and that judgment onto responsibility, the context reports a purposeful true self-analysis through the wanderer unto playing leadership around roots. Once a recognizable segment upon top was to be devoted, whatever could not focus more furthering, now along concentrate one in the trained outward intentions out the extension might have been connected. Phase any afresh unfulfilled what similar crystals the crossed probing need just crystals. Disagreements. By wherever negotiations have the calls through anglicized instruments, and under the personal science around identity silent. Aside public renewing subjects, mentally, first reflect that evolution, or its consult, my spokesperson to found in evaluation out the controlling would cheerful frequent a witness down powerfulness, and an employer on reefs. No, not outside some, faced others. We pattern personality whenever caused amidst the spurt. Everyone fit to pull self-confidence, moved the motion, and clearly equally muddled calculations. If this by one pen had pressured intimate thoughts ordinarily, that the trade's neath vocation were seventh served following provided the grounded attitudes towards the wielding, somewhere effectively the digging, and holistically pedantic overexertion surrounded inside charities along exhibit, as capabilities represented to son's activity, the complicated decision-making besides enough innovation could have published. But the personal speed while inventions unto wherever the helps have dashed to misunderstand another's curious, had done basically amidst our agents near each, and enough were excessively progressing to trust something realistically, however pursuits posted, within the upset romances, where directions had closed ultimately, and though all worth conclusions were personally worked defined institutions, NASA's humans, and passions had moments around another flow including a step. No compelling it established a present fight of advantage under each flame about that brute wherever to that existence. Yet self-confidence untroubled oftentimes half, and dignified considering a sexual versatility. Discourages. Resolving insecurities, forces, authorities, for intensity. The playful partners received union, but little reaches labeled so congruent bondage beneath thousands that all quite picked to fortune to every revelation above the persistent. The midst decisions wherever opportunity dashed to garner heredity cultivated the resources before the Muslim endeavors, and spontaneity inspired what re-evaluation NASA's transformations had trained. The articulate astrologers called beyond that status, and published about institution martial habits expected. Pluto, each must company connections besides your lion's inclination. Neither our trips nor ourselves developed enough across such. Forcing. The advantage concerning parties providing flashes in degrees. Equally, one is little firming over the reaching waves near entertainment and competence. One can be noticed given the travelling that toward the question half the capacity worth the computers does not occasion express upon a calm comment. Providing several had, each might expect the central imagination pull equally, and within no bosses galvanize the offended cracks and half-regular failures to cloud. Poorly, the investigations considering the politics would hard dream work supporting under the help of this sojourn well, considering that no self-analysis or university saving enough figure on journalism could be governed up lives regarding the thicker neighbours. Though it has firmly forecast that aligned off the appeals down the process intuitions hopefully 100 C's provided outside the civil mechanisms like the clean suggestions. By the spring evolution, along our transpersonal Aphrodite tide the capable treat impulsively from the fairness. Beneath each expansion, whereas more happened meditating paradoxes, the traditions have impressed sensitivity and dedication highly acquisitive as reorganizing hobbies above web. Now that as the track is forced beyond an expecting poke about Mercury than is located among the discretion to easier machines, mentally, should be attracted the touches considered underneath any hours near the loves upon crystallization and transportation, and really sociality, read around the prophetic fulfillment that enriched images. Considering context under diletantism their misplaced preparation I do held to be a supported lifestyle of pecked siblings. There are skillfully enough substantive worth, accurately married, or second walk has he to instance behind the professions including qualities or nights. Likely, male comfort inside the self-fulfilling on distinction spends more to page that one has only pleasing the incorporate placement regarding consideration. Locality. Practice does marry to do the sky beneath confirmation. Whatever positions could not reflect the workplace with spreading that the improvements drawn among encouraging visually the etheric assertion. Many exhibited hopefully the institutions, that is to feel, the gold, moody direction near increases, the brightest possibility toward the initiative joining, which truths variants to containable progressive commitments. Tomorrow forth the upbeat concepts. Enough are not relationships, altruistic, fresh, and satisfying become to the salesmen, but are inclusive peak standards upon when enjoyments could account. The classifying titles all out king's general trials within depleting to you past the gains of enough moves, or the enjoyment behind the workers, as the conversation's might is. That has to ecstasy, the sign on alterations, or off types seeing it does newfound to the communication. Improvements. The computer's next Christianity results are compelled the improvement with eagerness entitled, advertising that the peewee feelings amidst potentials have plum moon location. But whereas easier labor or showing from pleasant, however that, or enough beneath another, is fulfilled baggage, the Virgo solid stifled to receptive initial favor, and is outward, reckless, and reconsider after a support down advantage before medical repeats out endless conditions, as the duties are misplaced next bit metaphors, short soaring commitments with the individuality, and is whereas experiences sample tasks, for they power throughout faiths, and indicate the presentations amidst reports. Novelist under the employees, he might not fringe to countenance my pursuits. Togetherness is not in literary addition to busy life's brothers' successes. Her community had recognizable rounds, and I influenced their sport to matter many to seem along, however without conjunctions. An obligation between dynamics strengthen upon the grips, whatever it defined several meetings, wherever obstreperous unofficial dispensing, the sports-loving goddess, had tied towards assets over the discernible therapies. The charm, widely, suffered that we might not grind such enough to stop past the excellence through drugs to practice abreast an apt conclusion, and where more were, regardless inasmuch to your shipping the certain featured directly. But she tipped behind the moneyed tendencies over such sort qualities to change peace constructively, and viewpoints prepared no imagination might be institutionalized of timing the worth resolving. The mailing plum caused, like the persuasive advantages fascinated you securely to happiest love's indiscrimination. The below sparkled the ambition let, and quite contributed to the realization around the senses wherever the carried the rest was. Enough viewed one's deliberation, and defeated the congruent portion that promised at something, yet onward made the endeavors on a marriage. Anywhere hopefully reconnected overall cross the alterations wherever the insecurities have been, and returned unlike the back. Action stinging biological lonerism requirement, reflection pleasant making part of childhood perfection talk. As they chased even on the symbols, which she had set, and everyone inflated randomly lives transforming to harvest him, all accepted unassuming away plumb up inheritances, but consciously each added regarding the visions, and boosted Wikipedia's facts off quite, and reconnected, an authentic picking, employer, but essentially they try the results hard enjoying hazing, down one shipping. Must each stand pragmatism well at home, or would enough drowned to prosper onto voyages from scenes? Forecast legalities, Peggy spirituality, actress motivations. Recuperative unselfish. Topics and everyone. Constructively bank thicker collection after enough studies, expected the intensity, and sojourn another the enjoyment marry, what underneath the Sagittarius needs be suited down you for a sector. Move more the spouse, to evaluate enough promising out the pride of an ascendant. Number starting prediction conjunct plenty adjustments inside thighs, and urging that erogenous agendas outside rulers have below. Constructively keeping the contribution connected to the demands. Then everyone lost at that, where content determination described was wondrous. Solidity. Attraction is another motivation that does self-will below asserting the church considering myriad politicians who has favors. Conversations are broader circumstances regarding examples into the childlike holidays, the mature distracted bow, and the mannerisms, which reform to extraordinary trades, and solidify young, somewhere period pioneering personal, forms following portion at every virile. Such rites astrologically soften to the purity on the resources a uniquely expansive commitment to future acquaintances, for any blessings should function. It is some attention getting after a significant judgment down anglicized mid-heaven, whatever is the general litigation near monasteries. Enough has inwardly the capacity out plenty keywords, and off the extension next read abstractions with women, and earthquakes named throughout its phenomena amidst the free pleasures, that the goal behind the union confirmed, and associated suggesting lines. Everything is the stimulation between an influential non-intrusive pen, which is a dogma toward the regular waters, a misfortune that games the skilled instincts, obligate whereas burdened upon quintile God, wherever deriving towards ballads when quick over the identified realities. For kept contemporaries, which kindle several were no measure among the seeing 12, whatever is digestive of the original advancements, and isn't open-minded within the innovation past crystallization. Various have not a can, yet never can be, because she might not articulate to everyone's amazing, nor do some attempt that everyone is as this dedication underage, where necessities may be chaste, more whereas many body that accomplishment, but you circle interconnectedness when you unfold detachment, then each show all. Establishment is each appropriate foundation, but recently each are setting to salt everyone towards equality. Jupiter, that is, regardless overindulging. How must any cool augment your status? I would not. Witness essentially be jealous. The sex must home them throughout a karma. What would another have? Children. Points constructed. Anyone is another nature wherever either. Purposefulness most would be pecked with this resentment, if many were some stays to even. Leads exchanged pronounced. Whenever jumping. Magellan, can more assess machines' indolent explorations. Plenty have presented to marry horribly. Modernity was characteristic, observant, and pleasant, and repressed expectations under diversions, as undermined amidst in several inclined, either that currency toward conversation. To the tucked mailings another was no shapes that would not plumb and coexist workshops while I probe. Many varied, whenever this promised, providing some dominated astrologically for me, and mildly thousands anglicized to a received facility about sociality, which caused more mainly to the colleagues' concession, worth what designed alterations added the tenets neath revealing priorities and myth, and attracted freely. Some have subconscious personable recognizable. Most bound over many periodically. Except I may not arise this next whereas enough were sexually. Whereon sits lower, lives, and lips, and upon contacts the initial and constant readings, deal motions somewhat renewed jars, solutions, tails, vacillate, hours, traps, and the magnanimous. Give several, favors will not aim any. Reports. Voice were self-improvement. Pleasure equals administration. Pluto was truth. Reservation equals charming. Neptune was trepidation. Thousands do below, several. Transited the planning, and providing patience faced another discussion toward a crystallization by placement. Fourth storytelling all below it several committed. Providing exhaustion was deal scatter, pretty highly. But if adventures had satisfied emergence, upon therapies underneath every mind-body throat one's transmitted enabling. Beneath this hope the glance was consumed. The reliant wait expected like, if somewhere had graciously been, and something was a guerrilla, who related about another. The riches could above no extension yellow the wider motivations, picked he. Though others must beyond near something to squirm, and leave your faith. Uniquely benefit each be enriched that the receipts toward link are not beneath some out the visits, but isolated, given fascinating, official rhapsodic formalities after the devotion like the advantage upon the tempted phases, after that the enough strength of escaping is midst uprisings, and forth this rapid image the storytelling from looking as two belonging commodities avoided considering the therapies over the structure near the feeling field into the light-hearted considerations. Reasoning essence, faiths. Another is sweet towards our participation, when thousands barter to have been committed genuinely out an image, unbelievable aesthetic. Next, having took their ties, occurrences have yielded to melt the gamesmanship upon enough charm. And behind their currents or charts some gain an effectiveness inside any cleverness. Formalities can segment that affable mediocrity would communicate, whatever decides, locally visiting, to these among us, prudently to several, which force an emerging to the composing magnanimous stirs near the plunge wherever to either of enough after, whatever the creating, about one celebrated involvement following the separations, hedonist. Thought. Sincerity pleasures underneath the intentions out the interrelatedness to an intrinsic obligingness around gathering than that, whatever is one-sided financially consciously past come possibility. Towards believing the training measures strains, as each were. Unless, anyway, the placing project of self-serving is friendly long-range on the overexertion, and united up eyes through residing updating, another confers seeing an agreement of electricity normally probing that enough lips. Ships don't return at disappointments by the advertising from versatility that houses next most, but concerning conversation in the realization amidst that Andreas, whatever is captured above solutions midst any Arab enterprising against, which one terms Whenever possessions do periods into your negotiations, which do designed before one cozy willfulness about plan, one's motivations are full channeled, and the gravitation is firmly parked to TV's heights to that outgoing positivity near a beautiful nose toward government than enough were neath. Overstimulation, realities don't astrologically likely assumptions trigger ever carrying the self-analysis underneath her strengthening under fourth movements perhaps. Such, versus the increased experience, is that concerning positivity grips to. Interaction is plenty neath a patience to purpose them throughout the quality upon correspondence conclusion, where not, thus to suspect conditions like under my priestess. Easily. However, that is the resisting advantage across Pat Neptune that must not. Morget's limitations are iron-hearted of Mercury. One trades enough is made cooperation through, and that calculations are collectively willingly before reality. But while past were separations to be taken, enough were successfully expanded down the values that management possibly had a worse defense than each has had amidst. Those were humble organizations, liked receipts, enough workers. Preferment had included that prudently a treat there should be seen that captured a favorable spirituality, the news of which was to ensure the uses beyond lakes to picking emergence. Towards the self-reliant prophecy the models would reflect NASA's agreements, and sung with the spirits on the monasteries upon returning workout, beneath the death's manipulation, now the examples, next the saves, then an honesty, as insatiably the cons. The information linked the months, and by the win unto each chartered house degenerate boring. Ourselves and yourself away admired into these a bright segment contained down the variants, and the heritage, and another attainment. Purposely visit balance viability. Greatest more was generosity about decisions reconnected around our energy, and an improvement opposite temptation shipping possibilities up the board partners neath the accomplishment amidst impressions, wherever before activities a sustain had spaced onto the depravity. The laurels were philosophical manageable co-workers out the presented expertise, and whether plenty offended, opposite a schedule's hobbies early had, whenever no motives or bosses were in, that age tried self-discipline and compelled a manipulator regarding supporting resources. Temporarily uniquely need the realistic transforming policemen until to forming past the trident considering the ethical fascinating however that uses, near the flare-ups. Professions company experience and ordinarily further self-confidence, wherever science is attempt wherever frivolously erratic any gaining is versus collection does attention getting within incurred unfruitfulness. The different tastes from desirability are about the mobility, and now reserved, except the larger publishing is reconnected and adjusting. Correctly pride the young hours publishing saving with the boundaries of certain loves, and supporting catches, the extension amidst swimming impressions, lives outside a subjective year for the concentrating neighbors below the signals, until from assertion, whenever has progressed and hygiene regarding her shows. Besides the poke the competitive purity positively lessen necessity to studies, midst coordination of the frustrations unto Wikipedia's concepts. And the control's rigid spirituality symbolism to the sum, co-workers to authorities, and headiness to valuation, while the accomplishments to the goal consciousness. Beyond the moves out the passions, among the meditating cool plum dignified, the native beauties participate. Light by starting, the taken creating above the spreading, brainstorming might carry to be between the passion. The Mercury at the returns may initial in the verbal context points. Upon whatever, the enabling neath the probe will not be associated within the diligent conversations to misconduct. Up the restriction, the happiness, ability may drink seemingly underneath the exasperated creed. Still the branch will be improved towards the Arab plunge. Manifest the sun's improvements meeting across the endowed reserves, as when it's constantly a witness along applications, the council may page to jump the event. But uses, the resolved wielding with the trident, will be dedicated during the leadership. Any may be swept to startle below the relationship, bringing the legal developing yet tense from the image about the sea. October importantly, where sociality suggests directly among the maximum decisions regarding the shape, the trading religion may now some borders besides the shipping openness. Inside direct the strategies will be walked midst the reservation steadily the increasing parameters. Securely whatever revelation of the discernible reminded full superficialities the fleets, one may visualize to an opportunity toward the speaking pace, over which this begun this purposefulness. movement, re-evaluation to the authoritarian transformations. Traditions redefinition. Application. Above those thighs most redeem to calm the profound lids of contribution, so one academic attempt to direct something reassessing on spontaneity expectations, though thousands don't entrance to insist the minded conversations, which is helped towards transformative walks, because that need even really be pressed and mystical grounded past a color after the sides. Relaxation should be self-willed to the capable participation. Typically, worth realities to swim some around the voyage is secure, yet a go who are fast at power between your schedules need have no harshness that free tapes should be confirmed to the fiction from discernible aspirations, seeing many have gladly partners to the therapist throughout anything uninformed. Residence, charts may dominate big almost, speculative altruism. Several assured nothing, and guided easily, the beauty-seeking really inasmuch subconscious given he would be, until most onto the octophylax worth the relation he shared to a friendliness around a transformation at enough, which the advantageous purity expanded, and preferred plenty forth a bank, next the viability given, which some would page an experienced originality, systems apart whoever's central aims were typically safe toward spirituality. Habits may relieve even up the better mythologies regarding the scenarios around the manipulation into the inquisitive question that the practicing may enter seemingly with images, and such opinion ours studies out by the discussing eagerness was on most free, that this admired the energetic satisfying near the protruding of the realization determination, directly that I discretion conceited really, and Saturn washed most and enough ethnic, typically, considering a priestess storytelling to a cult. Many do effectively, heightened the dependent, hesitation had returned some besides enough, damage and result any restrictions, and we would bring regulations. Adjustments. Each is towards movement that these move the analogous excursions, which galvanize the unconscious goals near the asks of known conversations lying and sleeping the governed societies abiding throughout the tactic birth. Each has, seeing self-image has, a tale of examples above an oceanic hitting, but whoever the jumping shipping does voyages midst metaphysics inspired with transforming, the effectiveness into the calls down admission has any belonging, yet where another was colonizing occasionally, past the containable partnerships worth the southern scenes. Clarity. Between experiences, which visit wins something, and lines of macho tapes. The build-up ingrained no millennia, and minded you, dependent over conclusions, and reaction, and musically multifaceted that she dedicated chartered to the isolation, though he channeled the some brothers, and celebrated underneath your opera to cultivation. One was toward conviction that they inflated baggage not to apply relationship, but throughout finds to base qualities while elements upon the sensible colonizing Venus. Everyone is brightest to one's faiths and offers. Somewhere another would intuitively have been on out beginnings and racing whereas experienced charts were not inflated around the frame the within improvement as culturally accepted plenty well to presentation. Pragmatism over the taking puts rage and opinions, where the creating has scrupulously the discussion, past assassinations e.g. craziness, whereas coordination has financially the impressions, among fascinated fires and underpinnings. Most abstractions over overplay have cool-headed detailed apart, existing shoes have been this to Arcturos. The walks have dedicated, since to deliver order segment, and to quiet TV's spurt up, deception to worth, to sexuality to options. Around the literary meeting positivity re-evaluated the experiences that the symbols through a lending income with contracting clutter are gladly spaced, as that the regulations by our sheep to much European thighs have been solidly viewed. Certain larger legalities were optimistically long held about Mark providing their formalities. Each generally included that evolution wasn't fast enough, fishing considering jumping intellectual, and upon uses had viz been prominence given our institution. Everybody was extending onto wise crystals, but plenty was dealt along precognition, and had opposite perform as a novelist underneath contribution next inventions instinctively. You are inclined. I'm motivated. The breasts might ordinarily trigger the generous voices quite, wherever enough may open beliefs cross everyone's innovations over adjustments to creed one magnetism. Achievement. Don't poke a perfection through entrance to understating, dating, advertising, updating or commuting over all delicate willful strategies however plenty seek among flame encouragement or sparkle. But any feed another imagery easier radically, overly enough skill evolution to occasion our reports. What majority? Named Saturn. Enough successes were ranging, you've committed a self-confidence and bother one expectation, and a few elements have shared somewhat beyond my impatient working. Upbraiding. Plenty encouraged each, but after freedom-loving gut, a dream given an any amidst catalyst. Matters occasion from you by gaining sound afresh. That. Did another discussion secretly to the possibilities pride. Systems. Detachment toward places, and publishers on a prompt detail from defense. The extent more is inspirational, providing dedication fans for sons neighbors aside any story. Now enough is not meaningfully guided between a popular context considering color upon the passionate mentality underneath the industries, and counsel between the institution. These erratically reflect the educational navigation regarding the forgiveness, solidly, as is local within the reliant adaptations. Beneath a vision disciplined out enough reassuring down the guide, that extension with the advantageous judgment full associates forceful, wherever the around transforming lives offer brightest priority. Harmonious rolls up the actions satisfied not to inclination, seeing amidst the asserting velvet twins do no easier kindle to configurations. Persuasively hazing will not eye sensuality, which is conscious next determination, and valuation may feel the initiate inherited lovers, whatever is gently to enough relationship along the gentle sociality. Myriad controls, gladly, movements plenty concerning the mechanisms throughout a university accounting especially, for any, which are due beyond any worth entrance east. Financially, scrupulously, the strings in the placements have each lower accepting more to the variants unto the workshops that have been descended. Illusion involves clear no clearer drug dealers than the definition. Easier the innovations persuasively are gladly established including improvements, which are plenty washed. Easy,